fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
One more day. One more day.
Uno mas.
Uno mas.
I learned that on Duolingo.
I learned it walking past the mega studio across the hall. Uno mas. Everybody's pumped for the game, man. Everybody up and down this hallway. Everybody at the Yellow Rose Distillery last night. Everybody at the places I've been to around town in the last 24 hours. People are hyped, man. People are hyped for this divisional round game as we welcome you into Payne and Pendergast here on a Football Friday, man. This is fun. 3:30 tomorrow, kickoff. 12:30, and it is official. Seth, you and I will be doing Texans Countdown, presented by Modelo Especial, live from the watch party downtown tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's on the books. Yeah.
12:30.
12:30.
We'll start the show.
Yep.
I think the watch party starts before that. I'm not sure.
Doors open 1:30 for the watch party.
Doors open at 1:30.
Yeah.
We'll be in peak form by 1:30.
We'll have an hour worth of radio under our belt.
Sean will have talked the cobwebs out of his brain, and the whiskey soaked liver will be rinsed out
possibly.
By then.
Don't make promises I can't keep.
I'm so glad that it's a Saturday game. I think you made this point yesterday. It's nice to just get it done. You know, like just let's get this thing done and then watch some football.
Well, and if they win for the third straight week, we will get to sit back. Sit back.
Yeah.
And watch football with an eye on it that's meaningful to us. In other words, like after the Colts game, we had to sit and watch, do they win the division?
Yeah.
Like the games meant something to us the next day. Last week, they beat Cleveland. The games meant something to us the next couple of days. If they win this one, we sit down on Sunday night and we watch Bills-Chiefs to see where the Texans will be going for the AFC Championship game. And with a win, the Texans would become the third team in NFL history to win 2 playoff games with a rookie quarterback and a first-year head coach. The other 2, 2008 Ravens with Joe Flacco and John Harbaugh, and the 2009 Jets. It happened in back-to-back years with Rex Ryan and Mark Sanchez. I would say C.J. Stroud, rookie, significantly better than the 2 rookie quarterbacks involved in those wins.
Boy, you look at the difference between those teams and this one, where ththose teams, it was very much that those rookie quarterbacks really weren't playing that well. Right. They were just along for the ride. And I remember because Brunell was the backup to Sanchez.
That's right.
They should have put Brunell in. They probably could have gone to the Super Bowl. Or 2010 was the year. I don't know. Whatever. They
went to back-to-back AFC.
They would have been better with a lot of other guys than Mark Sanchez. Yeah. So with this, it's the exact opposite, especially offensively. I mean, it's the driving force of this offense has been C.J. Stroud, who's playing. And you know what? And he's not a rookie anymore. He played his 17 games, and now he's not a rookie. If they hadn't made the playoffs and he was playing in the second game since his rookie season, he wouldn't be a rookie. So he's not a rookie anymore.
People stopped treating him like a rookie, like in week 5, because he was so advanced. Like I almost feel like it's he's been treated just like a regular vet football player for the last 2 months.
Except he's not wacky like a lot of child prodigies.
Right.
You know, he's not throwing tantrums or anything.
Nope.
He's not out there screaming, "Well, somebody challenge me.
Yeah.
You're all inferior to me." Yeah. As child prodigies go, I would say CJ's probably the best adjusted.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I like that Bryce Young character.
No.
He turned out, you know what Bryce Young is? He's one of those chess prodigies that loses it by like that. He peaks at 19, and then it's all downhill into like he's going to, 3 years from now, he'll be like calling himself a visual arts performer or something and performing down in Greenwich Village somewhere.
I'm cool with Bryce Young being on the Houston UFL team in like 3 years. That'd
be cool.
Yeah. CJ and Bryce in the same city.
What if
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Right. And he'll still sound like that in 3 years. I'm cool with that. Texans
still
still
be the Ricky Schroeder of the NFL.
Still
Look at Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to him? Picture of his mugshot with like big bags under his eyes.
Right. Yeah, he got picked up outside a convenience store.
That's not nice.
Texans are still big underdogs in this game, 9.5 as of yesterday, so that hasn't moved. Last I checked, I'm sure someone will tell me on the text page if it has. Okay, so we're going to get appropriately amped up for this game over the next 4 hours, and part of getting amped up for this game is getting angry with your opponent. We'll do 5 Reasons I Hate You in the 8 o'clock hour.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yeah, that'll be fun. But I will give you at least a couple reasons here off the top. I found this out this morning. I didn't realize this. I was listening to What's Trending on our sister station, 100.3 The Bull, at 5:30 a.m. I always like to listen in to see if there's any sports topics that are resonating with
crossover hits.
The average folks in the country community. Yeah, absolutely. So one of their trending topics was the fact that the Baltimore Ravens are making Jacoby Jones their Ravens legend for this game on Saturday.
That feels in a weird way.
It's very familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah, it feels kind of petty. Mm-hmm. It feels almost kind of, in a weird way, like when the Titans used the Oilers jerseys.
Yeah.
Now, that was bringing back a fond memory and rubbing it in our faces, where now this is bringing back foul memories and rubbing it in our faces. Because Jacoby Jones, people remember the various fumbles, but that he would then go on to be the MVP of the Super Bowl with the Ravens.
Yeah. Well, Flacco won the MVP, but he could have very well been the MVP.
I thought he was the MVP.
No, he went on Dancing with the Stars though after that, which is just better than being the MVP. Better than being the MVP.
He went on all of the late night talk shows. He went on one of them and said, "Does a polar bear go doo doo on the ice or something?" They asked if, instead of saying yes to something, he said, "Does a polar bear go doo doo on the ice?"
His 15 minutes of fame were pretty amazing.
Did a good job with it.
Yeah, he was pretty good. He had the big touchdown against Denver in that playoff run where he got behind Raheem Moore and won the game.
Yeah.
But the big thing was, as you pointed out, Jacoby Jones was the author of one of the most heartbreaking moments in Texans team history, letting a punt bounce off his face early in that first playoff loss to the Ravens in 2011, set up an early touchdown. That was the difference in the game. They lost 20-13 in that game. So I like your point, Seth. These teams that flout Houston football history in the face of the Texans to try to get under our skin.
Yeah.
We're 2-0 against those teams this year.
Bad juju.
We're 2-0 against the Titans this year. Only one game did they try to flout their history.
They had announced their plans already, though.
Yeah,
we knew that it was coming.
So I'm going to count both wins.
Yeah, they were doing it all season.
Yep.
They had filed their cease and desist against the University of Houston for using similar colors. Yeah, they knew what they were doing.
That's right.
Remember, like, hey, who should we pick on now?
That's so stupid.
We can't seem to beat the Texans. Why don't we just try to go pick on the University of Houston?
College kids.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear some disrespect?
Amateurs.
Would you air quotes? You want to hear some disrespect?
Yeah.
This is courtesy of 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore, and I'll give credit to our afternoon show for finding this audio. This is the Vinny and Haney show. Vinny and Haney.
Is that Vinny Serrato, though? Is that the former?
Might be.
Yeah, I think it is.
Could
I think
be.
he does radio up there, yeah.
Former recruiting coordinator for the University of Notre Dame when I was there. Vinny and Haney show. Here are the Vinny and Haney show opining on tomorrow's game.
The Ravens are much better than Houston.
I mean, talent-wise.
Overall. They're just, Bob, Houston is a team that, how many Pro Bowlers does Houston have?
One.
Oh, no.
I'm going to say if the quarterback won, they had none. Maybe Tunsil. I don't even think. No, I wouldn't even say Tunsil. I would say no Pro Bowlers.
You wouldn't say
Tunsil. Team that was picking number 2 in the draft last year. So talent wise, the Ravens are much more talented than defensively. What do we want to take? Theirs or ours? Other than Willie Anderson, probably all of the Ravens guys, especially the linebacker for sure.
Man.
Pressure starts to make diamonds or turds here.
Okay, man. I mean,
that is Vinny Serrato, former executive for the 49ers and Washington.
Yeah.
I thought he was a GM. He was the de facto GM throughout the 2000s. They never saw fit to name him actual GM.
Guess not.
So
now he's one of us.
Don't worry. No, we'll get you that raise in that title someday soon, Vinny.
Or you'll be doing morning radio in Baltimore. One or the other. A little disrespectful, I would say.
This Willie Anderson. I don't like that.
Willie?
I don't like him calling him Willie Anderson.
What is he, 9? Yeah, he's Will Anderson Jr., all right? That's disrespect to Will Anderson Sr.
Did he think he was an offensive tackle from the Bengals?
I don't know.
Is that
right.
I think that's what he thought.
Probably.
It's like, wow, Willie Anderson's still going at it. I tried to sign him when I was the de facto GM. Sounds like a Jack Easterby designation.
Business card said de facto GM.
That's what Easterby's business card basically said.
De facto.
I was the assistant general manager of the Jaguars. I call up my friends with the Jaguars. Who the hell's Jack Easterby?
Yeah.
I'm like, no.
Oh man. So they don't think much of us. So I would say for the second straight week, because Cleveland was kind of like this too.
Oh yeah, please give me all the dismissiveness in the world.
Like
give it to
the
me.
Ravens
Keep it on top of me. Let me bathe in it.
Have you learned nothing by trotting out Jacoby Jones? Have you learned nothing from the Columbia Blue jerseys?
Yeah.
And by disrespecting the Texans and just treating them like they're some sort of de facto bye week? Have you learned nothing from the Cleveland Browns last week?
Their dismissiveness is Viagra for my football soul.
Soul.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, I am de facto aroused right now. Mm-hmm. That's right. You hear me? Willie Anderson. That's the disrespect right there. That's disrespectful. That's disrespect to Will Anderson.
It is disrespectful, and it's and the diamonds or the pressure turns things into either diamonds or turds. That's disrespectful too. So we're fired up, man. Tomorrow it's big. Trying to go where no Texans team has gone before, the divisional round of the playoffs. We're going to get you ready for it throughout the day. Now, coming up next, Bobby Slowick said a couple days ago, locked in on the Ravens, haven't taken any interviews. Well, that has changed. We will get you updated on that. Matchups that concern us, because I will say that Vinny and Haney's take that the Ravens are a very talented football team, accurate. Yeah. That's accurate. Matchups that are of most concern to us for the game on Saturday. We'll start to dig into this thing, and we'll do that next.
Bayway Ram on 225 in Pasadena, the absolute best place to get.
Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Well, Friday, Texans tomorrow, divisional round against the Ravens. We should mention here, injury sheet looking pretty good for the Texans. The only one who's out is Jerry Hughes. He's missed the last couple games with that ankle. Feel horrible for Jerry Hughes. But that's why we got to keep playing football. Maybe that ankle gets better for an AFC title game. Do it for Jerry Hughes, guys. Do it for number 55.
Do it for the Hewster.
Yeah.
I don't know if they call him that.
We are now. He's the Hewster.
Jerry Hughes has enough respect in the locker room, and if they tried to call him the Hewster, he'd shut that down.
Yes, he would.
He'd be like, that's not it.
Two questionables on the injury report, Andrew Beck, George Fant. Fant illness, Beck back. Everybody else is a go, according to the injury report.
I've never been more nervous about a backup offensive tackle from week to week than George Fant. Yeah, I mean, the difference between him and Heck was pretty damn big in that Browns game. And one of the reasons Myles Garrett stayed over Laramie Tunsil was that George Fant was manning right tackle as opposed to Charlie Heck, who had been the first Browns game.
Yep. So the injury sheet looks pretty good. Big one for the Ravens. Marlon Humphrey, their top corner, is going to miss this game with a calf injury.
Damn shame. I'd love to face the Ravens at their absolute best, but it's a damn shame.
Let's be those guys. Hey, man, I want to face them at full strength, man. No, what are you talking about?
Well, nobody's at full strength. Yeah, there's the myth of facing somebody at full strength. It can only extend to an actual quarterback or something. But just as we remember, the Browns looked past the Texans the second time around because it really seemed like their coaches, their media, and their entire fan base forgot that Case Keenum and Davis Mills aren't as good as C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, they had forgotten about that.
So likewise,
odds makers forgot about that.
I feel like a lot of people up in Baltimore, no matter what they say, kind of think, we've seen C.J. Stroud already. We've seen him already.
Right. That ain't the C.J. Stroud. You ain't getting the one that you saw in week 1, man.
You're not getting one that also, I mean, the offensive coordinator was a rookie. To boot.
Yeah. And head coach was a rookie.
Yep. They're burning timeouts. It's a much different team back then.
Very different. Yeah. Text message. It was listening to 105.7 The Fan, Big Bad Morning Show. The show hosts all looking ahead past the Texans. They have the Ravens dominating them. Their predictions, 27-16, 26-13, 31-17. Disrespect, I say.
From Baltimore.
Yep.
Known chokers in the playoffs.
Yep.
Chokers.
Big time.
Except for the Super Bowl. But chokers. But this current version of the Baltimore Ravens.
I like this one right here from Cody in Friendswood.
Yeah.
If the Texans win this week, is Lamar Jackson the James Harden of the NFL?
Oh, yeah. They've very much got that feel.
Let's turn him into James Harden.
They're awesome at rolling through the regular season.
Right.
But our Ravens fans, much like Cowboys fans, going to just have to spend regular seasons kind of just being like, all right, I guess. All right, whatever.
Yes.
That's a really fun part about this week. Aside from the actual good and positive reasons to cheer for your team, it would be fun to put that on somebody else.
Yeah.
To take whatever that bad Harden era, okay, you're awesome in the regular season, but let's just wait and see what happens in the playoffs.
Yes.
Juju, and put that onto Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson, MVP of the league.
There's every reason to believe that Lamar Jackson
That's a good analogy,
won't
Cody.
absolutely poop down his leg the way he has before in the playoffs because he's a different guy now with a different offensive coordinator. And yet, what?
He walks around the building bringing up the Super Bowl every 5 minutes.
Oh,
I don't know if you read the article.
Yeah.
He looks more dialed in this year.
He talks about the Super Bowl and winning it. Where did he learn? Did he have to go to a personal trainer
I'm
to learn
ashamed
that?
of you, Seth. You were in the league for 10 years. Don't you know when a quarterback has that look in his eyes?
Yeah.
That he's going to go win these games.
Yeah, I forgot about how important the look in the eye was.
I'm ashamed of you.
Yeah.
I'm ashamed of you. Bobby Slowick. Here was Bobby Slowick at his press conference on Wednesday when he was asked about this upcoming game in light of the fact that he's getting a lot of interest from several NFL teams for their head coaching vacancies.
Same as last week, very grateful for every consideration, grateful for the opportunities, grateful to D'Amico, to Nick, to the Texans organization, for giving me this opportunity. But right now, I couldn't tell you what's going on. I'm entirely locked in on the Ravens. I know coming up here pretty soon, that process is going to start pretty quick, but I'm going to cross that bridge when I get to it right now. Right now, I'm just Baltimore.
There's no interviews yet.
That's correct.
Okay, so that was as of Wednesday.
Yeah.
That has changed. Mm-hmm. Bobby Slowick, according to reports, took 2 Zoom interviews since that press conference. One with the Carolina Panthers In which I heard he just was cackling and laughing the whole time. That may or may not be true. I'm just joking.
Dave Tepper was like, how do you feel about meddling and undermining? Is that something you're into?
Yeah.
What size gimp suit do you wear? I would love for you to come be my gimp / head football coach, so I can tell you what to do and how to play your quarterback and what plays to run.
First question, what size gimp suit do you wear?
Do you have low self-esteem? Are you interested in...
Sir, Mr. Slowick, you're not checking any of these boxes.
I would play... I'm going to tell you what. I'm going to come up... I toyed with the idea of just concocting fake stories about Bobby Slowick to make him a less desirable candidate. But that would be wrong. What I can do... Obviously, that would be wrong. What I can do is maybe just really put it out there how miserable all these locations are. Honestly, Bobby Slowick's a pretty bright guy. If that's where he chose to go,
Carolina,
to go to the Panthers,
do you lose respect?
I would lose complete and total respect for him. Yeah. I look like he just slept with a carny for $7.
That's
had to pay the rent.
Hey, man. I said I needed to lose my virginity by age 35. She was there. All right.
I tried to hook Meltzer up with a carny once, and when we were in West Virginia.
Oh, I remember that. The State Fair was in town when we were at the Greenbrier.
It's like Mike needs to live life. Mike needs he's got to get out there and mix it up a little bit. So we were at the State Fair, and we met this the young woman.
Okay, so that was my question.
Yeah.
Did you go?
Yeah, it was a woman.
Did you?
Yeah.
No, my question was going to be, did you go with that intent in mind, or was there a specific woman that you identified, like, okay, this is it, Mike?
Oh yeah, no, I saw her. She was working. She was working one of the booths. She hadn't moved up to heavy machinery yet. It was like one of those goldfish booth or something.
Okay.
And she was attractive enough by carny standards, and she was pretty. She was really pretty, and we started having a nice chat with her.
Okay.
And I was trying to move things along, and she told us about how she was on the road and. She didn't have custody of her children, but she had a nice attitude.
Attitude.
Yeah.
Right? She had a nice attitude. That's what I thought you were going to say.
Mike wasn't into it.
No, go figure. You don't say.
She would have broke Mike out.
Oh, my God. A carny? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
The other interview, speaking of toothless carnies.
She wasn't toothless.
Oh, okay. I just
assumed.
I mean, they crooked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, she was fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not fine, but she was fine.
Right. She's right.
Girl, you fine. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. No. I mean, you're fine.
Like you're average.
Yeah.
You're good. You're not mediocre. He interviewed, Slowick did, with the Tennessee Titans. This is an easy segue from carnies to the Tennessee Titans.
A state full of carnies.
Right. He interviewed.
Basically, all itinerant carnies they sleep there for a few nights and then on.
Would you lose respect for Bobby Slowick if he took the Tennessee Titans head coaching
I wouldn't lose nearly as much respect for him there.
Yeah.
I would never talk to him again.
Right.
We've never spoken, but I never would I talk to him again. But he that one makes a little bit more sense. No, Amy Adams Strunk, as much as she annoys us all, and as much as they've had some drama in their front office and all that, it doesn't seem like over-the-top, atypical drama. Every damn NFL team is dysfunctional in some way.
Yeah.
They seem like they have a normal amount of dysfunction, whereas with the Panthers, that is some red-hot Daniel Snyder level dysfunction.
That's forever dysfunction.
Yeah.
That's forever dysfunction. Titans is fixable dysfunction, I think. Or I'll call it manageable. You're never going to fix it, but it's manageable dysfunction.
You have an owner in the Panthers that has all the looks of a psycho head case.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he calls the shots. And he loves calling the shots.
He's almost like a character out of a superhero movie, and not one of the good ones.
No.
Like the villain of some sort.
Yeah, he's Bane without the mask.
He's definitely got like a room full of mutants, like brainless mutants hanging off of hooks, like just waiting to be enacted or something. I'd give
the order.
I'd bet my 401k on it.
We better start moving this football, or mutants are coming out. Okay.
Yeah.
When people are hyped for this game. Ben, people want more like kind of hype music for this.
Yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, I'm not mad at Ben. I'm just letting him know what the people want.
Get on their Jock Rock CD. Put it in.
We're getting a lot of requests for music.
I got a Jock Rock box set. We're gonna bring it in there.
Hey!
Not that one.
People, no, not at all. Yeah, that's people want a little like Eye of the Tiger. Or Burning Heart from Rocky IV, where he's running up the snowy mountain. like cheeseball hype music that we love.
So as far as Bobby Sloak in this game.
Yeah.
Okay, so without Marlon Humphrey playing, that does theoretically open things up a little bit. The biggest thing about the Ravens is if you try to describe their defense, it's impossible because they're very, very versatile.
Yeah.
They can kind of do it multiple different ways. They don't blitz a bunch, but if they decide to blitz, they can blitz the hell out of you. Yeah. But they really spread the love around. Like almost every guy on their defensive line has a sack or 7. It's just that kind of a very complete football team. Yeah. So Marlon Humphrey being gone detracts from that versatility a little bit. And a lot of it really, honestly, is going to come down to more so it's not a matter of attacking weaknesses. It's okay. Can you catch them? Can you catch them shifting? Can you catch them moving? And much like with the Browns
last week.
Yeah. Can Bobby Sloak scheme some guys open?
Yep.
Because I think Nico's going to get his. Some of the rest of it is scheming guys open with that scheme that's running much more like really ever since that go ahead drive versus the Browns or versus the Colts actually. Really starting to look exactly how they would have planned it back in week 1 versus the Ravens when it obviously didn't work out that way.
Which matchup is the biggest concern to you? There's so many ways, as you point out, that the Ravens can wreck this game. As tongue-in-cheek as we're being on some of this stuff with the disrespect and everything, they're a damn good football team, especially defensively and offensively. Damn it. Which matchup is the biggest concern to you?
I would say, Andrews coming back theoretically, the tight end. If he comes back and they're able to use him heavily, just that dynamic versus the Texans linebackers and safeties, and just like how quickly they adjust to all that. So Isaiah Likely has been very good as Andrews has been out. You get those two guys back. And Lamar Jackson's always been very good at getting the ball to the tight ends, and this year's no exception. That's something that's shown improvement, and yet it's going to be a concern until they show that it doesn't need to be improvement.
Yeah.
A concern.
The linebackers are a big concern.
Yeah.
Matabike is, for whatever reason, my concern, this goes back to, this probably is PTSD from CJ getting concussed against the Jets. I feel like every week for me, a key has been the interior of the Texans' offensive line. Holding up, and they held up well last week against Cleveland.
The biggest thing about that is that Matabike, the defensive tackle for the Ravens,
second team All-Pro, really good this year.
The biggest thing about that is that Slowick's been really just throwing bodies at the problem, and it obviously helps when you have Laramie Tunsil, and if George Fant can. What was he out with yesterday? Just illness?
Illness. Okay. Yeah.
He should be unill.
Tummy hurt? I don't know.
Should feel better by tomorrow. I'm hoping.
I think so.
Like having a fullback in there, using 2 tight end sets, all of that stuff, that's throwing bodies at the situation has worked pretty well since CJ's been back. CJ's been better at getting rid of the ball, but it's a huge mismatch and it's a problem. The biggest thing to remember is that the Browns, it's interesting. The Browns play a lot of man, had a very, very good defense. Had a cornerback get banged up right before the game, and what did Bobby Slowick do? He tested Ward right off the bat.
Right out of the chute.
Ward, the defensive back, was banged up. They tested him with Nico Collins immediately and got the ball to Nico. So I think likewise here with Marlon Humphrey out, they're just they'll test the cornerbacks and see exactly how they respond and everything.
Yeah, man. First throw.
You can't come in bashful. I don't expect the Texans to come in bashful.
That's the last thing I expect.
I think sometimes the phrase "house money" is overused because psychologically it's nobody's going in thinking like, oh yeah, nothing to lose here, nobody expected us to be here. I do think that you can go in with that attitude of like, oh, okay, these guys are overlooking us again, huh? And you know what, nobody's counting. It's us against the world, and we're just going to go for it. And who gives a damn? And the defense is good enough that I don't think you have to worry about, if you try that tactic and you have an awful defense, then there's a really good chance that you're either going to win or there's a 90% chance that you're going to lose by 40.
You're going to win 24-23, or you're going to lose 51-7.
Yeah, like this isn't that type of team. No. They can just go for it on offense, and frankly, just come in and be like the smaller, undersized guy that punches the big dude in the mouth.
Yep.
And see how he responds.
People are hyped. Baltimore stinks is a text message.
There you go.
Baltimore stinks.
Yeah.
Regular season heroes between the Ravens and the Orioles. Trash in the postseason.
Orioles.
Yeah, it's a city thing. It's a culture thing with them. we have a championship culture here.
That's true.
Minute Maid Park, baby.
Yeah.
Astros. Rockets back in the day. Now it's the Texans' turn. Mid-90s. Two banners.
That DNA is still
I was here
there.
for one of them.
Yeah, that's still the aroma of those championships is still wafting around.
The hype video still plays before every game.
Yeah.
It's wafting, yes.
Yeah.
The ghosts.
The Ravens championship is stained.
Mm-hmm.
We know what it's stained by.
Deer antler spray.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
IGF-1, baby.
Yeah, that's it.
You guys got, what's your version of deer antler? Is Hugh Jackson going to save your ass pharmaceutically this year? I don't think so. Joe Flacco ain't walking through that door.
I can't wait to talk about this press conference on our TV now
Mike
in the
McCarthy?
studio. Yes. We're going to do it. We're unveiling a new segment in the 7 o'clock hour.
Do you think people in Baltimore think that Joe Flacco is better than Lamar Jackson? I bet there's a portion of them that do.
I think I bet within a big faction of the fan base, he's more well thought of than Lamar Jackson.
You think so?
Yeah. I mean, you turn on a YouTube and you know he's not a better football player than him or more talented football player. Yeah, rings will do crazy things to people, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they think he's better.
Do you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, good.
I think they do.
Okay.
I think 78% of Baltimore fans really think that.
I'll roll with you on this one.
Feel like
I'll go with you on this one.
I wish Flacco was in here. I think 78% of Ravens fans wish they had Joe Flacco.
Instead of Lamar
present
Jackson?
day Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
They watched him up through last week, and they don't blame him for last week either. And they say, oh boy, if Flacco is just ice under pressure. Yeah, not like this Lamar Jackson character.
Just had 5.
Yep.
All right, let's get to headlines. We'll get you up to speed on this game in headlines. Bill O'Brien is back. Not in our lives, thankfully. He's kind of in C.J. Stroud's life, though. We'll explain that. The Astros are going big game hunting in free agency, reportedly. So we got a lot to get to in headlines. We'll do that next. I want to tell you right now, Yellow Rose Distillery, we were there last night. John McClain and I had dinner there for steak night last night with some awesome dudes. The Parsley family, the Parsley brothers. They sound like a musical group. But they bought an auction item to have steak night with me and McClain at the Yellow Rose Distillery. And boy, the staff at the Yellow Rose Distillery took great care of us. The steak night there is awesome on Thursdays. You got to go.
D&M Leasing before you buy.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to Texans and the Ravens. Let's start with the injury report. I'd say it looks pretty good for the Texans. Couple questionables. Andrew Beck, questionable with a back injury. George Fant was suffering from an illness yesterday. He's listed as questionable. Other than that, a lot of guys banged up but ready to go.
Yeah, for the most part, as healthy as you could hope to be at this point in the season.
That's a good way to put it.
Well, except for the big ones are Will Anderson. Ever since that Baltimore radio host called him Willie Anderson, I'm having a hard time not saying Willie Anderson. Except for Willie Anderson. Will Anderson and John Grenard. Those are the two big concerns, as they were last week and the week before that, because they really are key to this effort. The Baltimore Ravens offensive tackles, including Ronnie Stanley, who's very, very good, they've been very banged up, so they've been very inconsistent this year. And just as it was in week one, where Grenard had some really nice rushes against Ronnie Stanley, there's opportunity there. And now you add Derek to the mix,
Derek
too.
Barnett.
And it's so that's just like last week versus the Browns, where I told you guys, all right, the edge rushers are going to be key in this game. Yet again, they are very, very big in this game.
Here was John Harbaugh, Baltimore Ravens head coach, with an update on their injury situation.
It could go there. Duvernay looks good. I'd say he's going to play for sure. Mark is still up in the air. Marlon, it's a little dicey right now with Marlon. He hasn't practiced. I don't know if he'll make it. He's probably the person I'm least optimistic about right now.
All right, so and with good reason. The Marlon he's talking about is cornerback Marlon Humphrey. That press conference took place before the injury report came out late yesterday afternoon. Marlon Humphrey will not play in this game. That's good news for C.J. Stroud, good news for Nico Collins, good news for Bobby Slowick. Their top corner is out. The mark he's talking about is Mark Andrews, their Pro Bowl tight end, who's missed the first game against the Texans in week one, actually, and then missed a big chunk of the season with an injury.
The broken leg, right?
Yeah. He's back. He's set to be activated, and he's listed as questionable, and as John Harbaugh just said, up in the air right now as to whether or not he'll play. I would guess, Seth, even if he played, it's not going to be one of these things where he's playing 80% of the snaps or something like that.
I don't think they're going to go in and just expect him to give you the full-bore effort. Of course, the broken leg, you can, who knows? It's, you're either
football players.
No, you're either healed or you're not. You know what I mean? It's more of a conditioning issue, but it's not like a hamstring or a groin or something where you have to be touch and go with it.
Yeah.
If the bone's healed, he's good to go. It's just about what his endurance is.
Right.
The big thing, really, if people ask about this team versus the 2019 and 20 Ravens, and where they were disappointments in the playoffs, one of the biggest differences, aside from the offensive coordinator, which means they're just way more diverse as an offense. They're less predictable. They can attack different ways, but they also just have a better crew of receivers. Without just absolutely blowing you away or anything, they've got more depth and kind of diversity amongst the receivers, with Odell Beckham Jr., Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers especially. That's one big difference with Lamar Jackson now versus then. It's the stuff around him. It's the offensive coordinator more so than Lamar Jackson himself.
All right, we'll dig back into this matchup at the top of the hour. We should also mention Bobby Slowick, who, as of a couple days ago, had not taken any interviews yet, did between now and back then has done two of them yesterday, I would guess. That's when they were reported.
Zoom, Adam Schefter reported that he completed a Zoom interview with the Panthers and the Titans.
Yes.
One of those I would be incredibly shocked if he took. If he's trying to be selective and maybe he coaches, maybe he doesn't, I'd be really shocked if the Panthers are the one that pulls him in, unless they just throw an obscene amount of money at him. It's all obscene money if you've never had a head coaching job before.
For sure.
But I think the Titans are maybe the bigger threat there, especially because Ran Carthon, the GM, has a background and familiarity with him from the 49ers. Doesn't mean they're best buds or anything, but Ran Carthon is interviewing him for the head coaching job, so he's definitely approves of him on some level.
Yeah, and I guess, whereas yesterday you and I were talking when he said he hadn't taken any interviews, I think you and I both kind of arrived at a place where we're like, okay, well, that makes me a little more optimistic than maybe he's sticking around. He's taking interviews now.
I saw people crying hypocrisy, or that he was being inconsistent by saying that at the moment that he answered that question that he hadn't really thought about it too much. I don't know. I guess he might have just I don't think it's inconsistent. I think what happens when he said that is a lot of people assumed that he wasn't going to be talking to anybody until after this game.
Yeah.
Where it may have been as simple as, okay, yesterday is like a Friday in your normal game week.
Bingo.
He may have told his agent, all right, just set things up for Friday, and I don't want to think too much about this, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you tell me, isn't kind of the hay's kind of in the barn at this point when it comes to all the game planning?
Yeah, in a lot of ways, yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like he's doing it in the middle of Tuesday or Wednesday this week.
In the regular season, you start kind of scouting the next week's opponent on Saturday, but you don't, obviously this week. Well, they do that with both potential
Bills and the
teams,
Chiefs. Yeah, the advanced scouting guys for sure. So Bobby
the coaches
Slow,
themselves too, but yeah, that's always been weird to me. I never knew under coaches' ability to start thinking about the next week. As a player, it always felt weird to me.
Yeah. So Slowick took a couple of interviews, Carolina and Tennessee. Meanwhile, speaking of new hires, Bill O'Brien. This dropped last night. A lot of reaction. He is the new offensive coordinator at The Ohio State University.
Yeah, so finally Ryan Day will get some help for that struggling offense.
Right. I know, when I think of Ohio State, I'm like, God, if they could just get a Bill O'Brien in there.
Bill O'Brien on offense continues his masterful job of finding jobs that he can kind of glom onto something, and then he can glom onto something that's already good. Sometimes actually make it a little bit worse, but then get another opportunity to create something. He doesn't create it, but then he goes back to something that's already really good. And and so it shall continue for the next 30 years.
But yeah, right.
Yeah.
People laugh at me when I say this, but because they think of Bill O'Brien in the drops that Ben just played, in press conferences, blustery.
Doesn't matter what it looked like.
Exactly. When you get Bill O'Brien sitting down in a one-on-one setting or a private setting where you're having a conversation with him, he can be very charming. You know what I mean? He can be quite the salesperson. He can be very engaging is probably a better word than charming.
Yeah. Because
he's a little rough around the edges, but he can be very engaging. And for those of you that are skeptical about that, the body of work that he's putting together in terms of getting hired for jobs backs up my contention with this. He keeps getting very good jobs.
So what happens to Brian Hartline, who is kind of maybe sort of the offensive coordinator sometimes?
Okay, well, I guess I'm supposed he could keep that title.
But not always. Yeah. Or no, but he's he's listed. He'll be listed on various websites as the offensive coordinator for Ohio State.
Yeah.
So he was but it was never really nobody ever really thought of him as the actual offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
He's just downgraded to. So now Bill O'Brien is the new fake offensive coordinator. I suppose, or maybe Ryan Day wants to offload all that, and
I can't imagine Bill O'Brien taking a college job where he's not calling plays.
Yeah,
right.
Might be some drama coming up.
There will be. There's always drama. It's Bill O'Brien. Yeah. What do you think Laramie Tunsil is telling C.J. Stroud about his alma mater's new offensive coordinator? Because Laramie's the only one in the locker room that's been around Bill O'Brien.
I don't know. I mean, how long was Laramie around Bill O'Brien?
A season and change.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you have an issue I don't know.
I'm just curious.
I don't assume that he dislikes him or anything.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering, as far as a play caller goes and things like that.
Yeah. I don't know because, but it was starting to work. Everything was starting to click for Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
And in that year in 2020, and it ended up being Tim Kelly for the majority of the year, they're running Bill O'Brien's offense. So I don't know. I would imagine Tunsil feels okay about it. I mean, he did O'Brien brought him here
and gave
him a big time contract.
Yeah.
And by the time Tunsil got here, Deshaun Watson was starting to come into his own. So I'm guessing that I'm guessing he's fine with Bill O'Brien.
Yeah. I'm not asking the question looking for you to trash Bill O'Brien. That's what I was looking for. I'm curious because C.J. Stroud's probably asking people in the building today, okay, he loves Ohio State University. Yeah. Tell me about this guy who's the new OC for this team I sit down and watch every Saturday.
Yeah. I think that, I think Deshaun was cool with O'Brien.
I think the players are cooler with him than fans were.
I think there was an assumption by some that it was Deshaun that wanted O'Brien out of here, and that is not the sense I got at all.
No. And publicly, he always backed Bill O'Brien. Real quick, Astros reportedly, according to Chandler Rome, who's citing sources, going after Josh Hader. one of the best closers in baseball. That's an interesting little topic. We'll dig into that a little bit later. But, man, what does that mean for Ryan Presley? That would be $20 million a year they'd probably have to pay for a closer, which is completely out of left field for a team that's like, we're up against the competitive balance tax, but now we're going to go sign the most expensive closer in baseball. So something to keep an eye on with the Astros as the offseason continues to unfold for our local team here. All right, paint me a picture, guys, on the text page. He wants us to paint a picture of what a Texans win looks like. And, man, D'Amico is getting a ton of love nationally for that viral video that dropped a couple days ago of him coaching Christian Harris. We'll hear some of that next. But first, West Point Lincoln. This is a good weekend to go check out some of the awesome vehicles at West Point Lincoln. The Lincoln Aviators, the Lincoln Nautilus, which is what my wife drives, the Lincoln Navigators, if you need that big dog. West Point Lincoln has a huge selection of over 500 new and certified pre-owns on the lot at West Point Lincoln. You're going to absolutely love them. You're going to love the people there. Ryan O'Kane, the general manager, is amazing. Chris Poulos, the owner, fantastic. He was the VP GM there himself for a couple of decades. Now he owns the place. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, they make everything effortless there. The buying process, if you want a car brought to you to test drive, they will bring it to you. If you buy a car online at westpointsales.com, they'll bring it to you. If you need service, they'll come to you for service. Like that's how easy they are to work with. That's what you deserve. They know that at West Point Lincoln. Katy Freeway, exit Kirkwood. If you want to visit in person, again, make note the website westpointsales.com. It's West Point Lincoln.
CJ Stroud is ready for the challenge in Saturday's divisional round.
The Ravens are a great defense. I mean, definitely.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour we go. All right.
That's exactly what's happening, by the way.
What's that?
What Middle Screening suggested on the text line.
What did he suggest?
Basically that Marlon Humphreys and maybe Mark Andrews, like the Ravens are probably like, well, we don't really need these guys this week.
It seems like how Baltimore's kind of treating the Texans right now.
So I'll be surprised if Andrews plays because I think Harbaugh will be like, Texans, we don't need them.
We need these guys for when we play the Bills and the Chiefs next week.
Yeah, we need these for the real teams because we're just going to roll over the Texans. Oh, boy, they're really setting themselves up.
I choose to believe that. Good job, Middle Screen.
They're setting themselves up.
Yep.
Marlon Humphrey's going to be sitting there smoking a cigar up in the press box or up in a luxury suite. Just figure like, I'll just watch my team do their work. Yeah. Mark Andrews would probably just be getting a massage during the game or something.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to come in and be like, Mr. Andrews, they're losing.
They need you.
He's like, I can't. I've already been deactivated because we're going to roll over the Texans.
I don't know if you know how the administrative work happens with this stuff, but when you're deactivated, I can't just go down there with a cape on and bail us out because we're trailing 17-0 to C.J. Stroud.
So they're cocky, and we'll see. We'll see how that plays out for them. I mean, the Browns were pretty cocky too. Yeah.
Paint me a picture, guys. Here,
okay.
He's asking you to put on your beret.
Yep.
Get your afro fluffed up like Bob Ross. Get your palette out, your paints, your canvas, and he says, "How do you guys see a win happening for the Texans?" Sort of a paint me a picture scenario.
Okay, a lot of it, much like it was for me last week, is going to be more based on the Texans' defense because I do think that much like last week, what you're going to have to do is try to expose some weaknesses or exploit some weaknesses and then also create turnovers for the Ravens. So there's some things working for the Texans right now, and one of the reasons that they beat the Browns as thoroughly as they did is that this defense is evolving, and it's different than it was even a few weeks ago. And it's in this way. The Texans they're disguising their coverages a lot more than they had before, especially when they blitz. And I think it was something that D'Amico maybe was nervous since they were having so many mental errors and blown coverages to begin with that he didn't really trust that guys could pull off some of the stuff they've been pulling off. But both those pick sixes, including the one that D'Amico was telling Christian Harris exactly what was happening.
Yep.
I don't want to get too technical here, but basically on the first interception by Steven Nelson, they were lined up showing zone, and at the snap, they rotated to man, and Blake Cashman blitzed from a normal linebacker alignment. It wasn't crowding up. He disguised it really, really well. And then on the very next series, they did the exact opposite, where they showed man, and Blake Cashman was up at the line of scrimmage, and at the snap, they rotated to zone. Blake Cashman dropped off into coverage, and because Flacco thought they were in man, he thought that Christian Harris was going to be locked on the running back in coverage, and he was not.
No,
he was just sitting and lurking and waiting. Yeah. So Lamar Jackson has had trouble when they change the middle of the field look. Basically, just when they go from zone to man or man to zone, it's sometimes more complicated than that, but whatever. That's sometimes created problems for Lamar Jackson. And it's a new look for the Texans. They're doing it more frequently now, so there's not a lot of film of them doing that. Mm-hmm. They've grown and advanced a little bit over these last several weeks as a defense. So the opportunity would be in getting a pick or making Lamar hold on to the ball a little bit. And he gets the dropsies himself at times.
Yeah.
He's tied for fifth most fumbles in the league. It wasn't awful. He had a bad stretch early in the season where he turned the ball over as many times as he's had passing touchdowns.
He had a bad one against the Texans in that game.
Yeah. And he got that under control. But that, again, that's part of it. And then the other part of it is just from a pure four-man pass rush. Those offensive tackles for the Ravens, Moses and Ronnie Stanley, are both very good players. Ronnie Stanley has been extremely good in the past. This year, he's been plagued with injuries. He's had a concussion. He's had lower body injuries, and he's been kind of shuffled in and out. They've given both those guys have had to take series off in games before.
Wow.
So they've been very inconsistent, and the offensive line as a whole has gotten better over the last third of the season, but they're not as stout, I think, as maybe some of the statistics suggest, but especially at the offensive tackle position. So just like last week, John Grenard and
Will
Anderson, thank you, are going to be vital in this effort.
Throw Derek Barnett in there,
and Derek Barnett, God, I keep forgetting Derek Barnett. I'm sorry, Derek.
Yeah.
Derek Barnett's been incredibly productive, damn it.
He's been very consistent, no doubt. That's interesting. So in you painting a picture, I was expecting the painting at the very end to just be a picture of C.J. Stroud with a smile on his face.
Yeah.
But instead, I've got a picture of an ensemble of Will Anderson and Steven Nelson and the defensive side of the ball.
This is the thing about the defense. And this is where Bobby Slowick, man, if he has a good game versus this Ravens defense, it'll be... I did feel like he's. There's no chance he won't get a head coaching
He'll get an
job
offer,
or an offer.
right.
Yeah,
it's a huge stage
because they've
for
been
him.
against. Okay, last week the Browns statistically were a top 2 defense. Now they're facing the statistically a top 2.
They go out and put 30 on the Ravens. Yeah,
yeah. That. So they're just very, very well balanced. Yeah. I mean, if you ask what the weakness of the Ravens defense is. Right now, it's that Marlon Humphrey, the cornerback, is going to be out.
It's an injury.
That's an injury, and that's out. So if you even try to describe what their style is as a defense, it's really hard to say because they change from week to week to week. You look at the predominant coverage they run in various games, and it changes. Like at week 1, they ran a whole bunch of cover 6 versus the Texans, and that was the last time all season that was their predominant coverage.
They're a game plan defense?
Yeah, they're a game plan defense.
They are what Bill O'Brien promised us on offense 10 years ago.
So what they do really well is disguise, and they're very, very versatile. So the challenge for both CJ and Bobby Slowick is, okay, what's the disguise and what is it after the snap? And that's where some of the opportunities are going to have to come. And you know where the real challenge there, too, is on the wide receivers. And, Robert Woods' ability to kind of read and diagnose, Nico Collins, obviously, aside from his physical ability, just how much has he grown as a veteran and his ability to adjust to coverages, especially if they're shifting and changing. And then Dalton Schultz. So that's there's no one person you can pick on. It's really going to be up to, it's Bobby Slowick versus that entire defense.
We've talked very little about Devin Singletary this week.
Yeah.
What's your optimism level that they're able to run the football on that?
Okay, of relative strengths. I don't want to call it a weakness for the Ravens, but that's not one of their relative strengths. It's a relative weakness compared to what everything else they do.
Yeah.
Now, part of it is, and this is the interesting thing. This is the hard part with CJ. CJ's going to have to be very, very careful and pick and choose when he decides to attack, because what the Ravens are really good at is just kind of not playing. I don't want to call it bend but don't break, but it's almost bend but don't break, but they're really good at it, so there's not as much bending. But they're going to try to just almost lure you into situations where you feel like you have to force it. That classic, okay, look, we'll let you have a few first downs.
Yeah.
And, sure, go ahead and take these underneath routes and just wait for somebody to make a mistake and to pounce. So for CJ, it's a lot of just that trusting that the defense is going to take care of their business, and then just be very judicious when you do take your shots.
Yeah, patience. He's shown the ability to do that as the season's gone on this year. So, D'Amico Ryans, you mentioned that play with Christian Harris. Let's replay that here real quick, the audio. Ben, we don't need to play the referee at the end either. Just we can chop it after Todd Blackledge gets done talking. Here was D'Amico Ryans coaching. This got a ton of attention this week nationally, and I'll tell you what it feels like in just a second. But just to refresh, here's D'Amico Ryans coaching up Christian Harris on going and getting a pick 6.
You just hang right there and just play the quarterback. Play the quarterback. As soon as he snap, step in front of it, go pick. Yes, sir. I'm telling you.
4th and 2 from the Browns 33. It's picked off. Here we go to the left, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Christian Harris. Second pick 6 of the game.
Zone defense. So here's Harris. His eyes are on the quarterback, and at the last minute, he breaks underneath in front of the intended target, Harrison Bryant.
This got a lot of attention yesterday, particularly on the McAfee show. AJ Hawk, Chuck Pagano.
Yeah.
We're going to hear from them in just a second. This reminds me, though, of when everybody was marveling at Sean McVay's recall.
Play.
Whoa, this guy's next level. He could name 3rd and short in week 3 in the third quarter.
You know what's annoying about that in hindsight was when I listened to that Play Callers podcast this summer about Kyle Shanahan and his tree and all of those. McVay is a big part of it because they're all young coaches together.
Yep.
They're talking about back when they were either in Washington or Houston or wherever. They'd work out and they would kind of they'd always have these contests. They were just all hyper competitive. But the thing McVay always wanted to do is name all the calls on the call sheet this week. And I don't remember it was LaFleur or some people I can't do that. It was no, let's do it. Let's do it. He's like the guy that always wants to have push-up contests because he knows he can win. Hey, that's what it sounded like. It sounded like the guy that's stronger than everybody else and wants to arm wrestle all the time. And then it was...
But a mental version
Yeah,
of
it sounded super annoying.
See, I feel like I've been that guy at certain times in my life.
Hey, you want to play a game?
Yeah.
You want to play a game that I'm really good at?
Yeah. I feel like I've done that. Let's name the last 20 Heisman Trophy winners.
Yeah.
And everybody at the table's like, you can go ahead and do it to yourself, bro. See, now I like McVay a little bit more. I feel connected to him.
So, a little bit like that. He's a seer.
Yeah. See, D'Amico is,
Except D'Amico does not have that type of personality.
Not at all. No, he's not annoying.
D'Amico would more be like, let me show you some arm wrestling techniques so you can beat your next opponent.
That's
Maybe
right.
me. Maybe me.
Possibly me. Yeah. Here's AJ Hawk, former linebacker himself, yesterday talking about D'Amico Ryans.
D'Amico seems to be a guy that he is the rare combination of being an X and O guy on defense, as we just watched. When you can show something to a player and instantly make him better, and especially in a huge game like that, and all of a sudden, boom, you execute it, that'll stick with you for the rest of your life, I think. But D'Amico has that rare combination of able to do that and help you out with the X's and O's and all the stuff inside the game, but also be a leader of men and lead the whole squad and kind of keep them all together. So that's very, very hard to find, though. There's not a lot of those guys.
Dude, I'll tell you what, honestly, as he's saying that, I was thinking of that whole, when somebody gives you something like that, I like Todd Grantham, who is here as my defensive line coach. And I know a lot of different various college football fan bases that don't like Todd Grantham. I will be loyal to that dude to the rest of my life.
Gates of hell.
Because he gave me, he's the one that taught me how, I was a better football player in Houston than I was in my previous 5 years, mostly because, between Vic Fangio and Todd Grantham, they just taught me how to figure out exactly what the offense was doing 25% of the time. And all of a sudden, it was I had the cheat code. I was like, oh. Between
where have you been all my
between
life?
Alignments and stances and formations and knowing what coverage was playing behind me and everything, they just gave me the key. They gave me the answer key to the test, and it was just all of a sudden I just started making tackles for a loss and everything. It was crazy. It's awesome. Yeah. So that's what D'Amico does for linebackers, especially, is he gives them the cheat codes.
Yeah.
He gives them I got all the answers to the test. I know exactly what's coming.
You can relate to Christian Harris.
So that's where it's that's the exciting part, is that it does you learn how to look for that stuff, and then you've got it. So hopefully D'Amico's here for another 10 years. But those Fred Warner, Fred Warner learned all that stuff in San Francisco, and he still got it.
Yep.
And I think hopefully CJ, whatever Bobby Slowick's been able to impart to CJ too, with a lot of the lessons he's learned this year, if he loses Slowick, hopefully he has that again.
Here's one more. This is Chuck Pagano on the McAfee Show, echoing what AJ Hawk just said.
Nothing more fulfilling as a coach to be able, in that deep, going back to Christian Harris, a kid out of Alabama, being able to show somebody, you break the stuff down hours after hour after hour after hour, and you show them, and you come down to a situation, down in distance, it's 4th and 2, and you've already gone through this in the meetings, right? Your 3rd down meeting, your 4th down meeting, and said, okay, they get in this formation, and this guy's sitting right here. Read the quarterback's eyes. We're going to be step right in front, and then when it happens, you got that guy for the rest of eternity. Number one, from a credibility standpoint, and for D'Amico, that's all you do, right? He's a player's coach, and he just wants to put those guys in the best position he can to be successful. There's nothing more fulfilling. There's nothing more rewarding.
Well, yeah, and then you saw D'Amico on the sideline in that clip. If you guys haven't seen it, just Google D'Amico Ryans, Christian Harris. And it's he's so on the sideline, he doesn't even look like he's celebrating. He looks like he's running with the football.
He's running it back. Yeah, that's a great point.
That feeling because he saw it coming too.
He did
on the sideline and knew exactly that part was really cool. Yeah, that Fred Warner too. he did it. Fred Warner did a really good interview with I think I want to say it was Baldinger and Kurt Warner, and talked about DeMeco teaching him just how simplifying NFL offenses, and DeMeco or Fred Warner basically saying look, everybody's running the same stuff. They just get to it different ways. Mm-hmm. So you just, all right, after a while you start to see oh, okay, you kind of classify things in your brain. You start to see, okay, this is the window dressing, but this is the actual play they're going to run.
Yeah.
And guys, for the most part, people have the same benchmarks on their routes and everything. So you start to get a feel for, and this is again, for Christian Harris, who I was so worried that he just wasn't going to figure it out and get it, because it looked like he just wasn't quite understanding some of the concepts in pass coverage and stuff. He's getting all that stuff now, and he knows where his spots are, and he knows what to look for, and all of that. That's the effect of DeMeco on him, and he might end up being really, really good, because he has all that same athletic ability, and now it's just getting that mental side of it down. That's why so many. Boomer. We heard Boomer do the Sports Minute the other day about it's weird. All these linebackers seem to really have a knack for coaching. Vrabel, Antonio Pierce,
sure.
DeMeco.
Yep.
There is something about linebackers, because it's the blend of all those. You got to have a kind of the grittiness of a defensive lineman. You got it, but you've got that athletic side of you, to where you're, you can relate to the defensive backs a little bit. But then you got to direct everything.
Yep.
And they just the mental side of it makes a huge, huge difference with those guys.
That's interesting. All right, let's get petty for a little bit here. Let's take pleasure in other people's pains.
Yes.
And I'm talking to you, up I-45. The Petty Cast. We unveil the Petty Cast next.
Bayway Chevrolet unveiling a great way for you.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Seth and I were texting yesterday, and we're like, boy, there's a lot of good stuff to take pleasure in.
Yeah.
In pain that others are experiencing right now.
You know when I noticed it? I noticed it when I was, for some reason, a bunch of mock drafts came on my timeline because I saw other people that I follow were discussing mock drafts. I'm like, yeah, losers. Yeah, you're consumed with mock drafts this time of year.
Yeah.
It's playoff time,
right?
You losers.
Yeah. Mock drafts.
I would never do like mock drafts, power rankings, or anything.
No, we would never ever do a segment called mock draft.
We would never do a segment every single day on mock drafts for 3 whole months. Yeah,
we did that last year.
And it was popular.
They liked it.
I was completely surprised.
Yep.
I think it was because we pulled it off all right. We didn't make it dry,
No, we kept it fun.
It also helps when you're choosing at the top of the draft.
Choosing 2
everybody
and 12.
knows the names you're talking about.
Yeah, that's true. And you need a quarterback.
Yeah,
that helps. But so you noticed this yesterday as all these various fan bases, the other 24 poverty fan bases.
There's 2 things. 1, the poverty fan bases, and 2, the press conferences from the coaches who had been ejected in the playoffs. We're sitting there, it was Thursday. A lot of these guys hadn't done a press conference until yesterday.
Right.
Like, it's like, what the, were they hiding in a cave or something?
Yeah.
I can't remember who this guy was, and if he was, he had a bucket of chicken with him. This Mike McCarthy
Mike
fella.
McCarthy.
Yeah.
So
looked like he'd been hiding in a cave with a rib roast. He comes up to the podium with barbecue sauce on his
How would that be
chest.
how would that be different than any other day? So you and I were texting about this and let's be really petty tomorrow about this stuff. We need a name for this. And you walked in this morning and I saw you and you're like, so what segment are we doing? The Petty Cast. And I'm like, that's it. That's it.
The Petty
Seth,
Cast.
you magnificent genius, you.
We got to make it somehow. It sounds kind of like Pendergast, so we'll work out some branding.
We'll see where it goes. Yeah, maybe some merch.
Yeah.
So the Petty Cast. Let's take pleasure in other people's pain for a little bit here. The Mike McCarthy presser yesterday. I watched while trying to put myself in the shoes of a Cowboy fan.
Yeah.
And after about 6 seconds of it, I'm like, boy, this really sucks.
Yeah. Very few Cowboy fans wanted Mike McCarthy to be the coach next year.
Right, in the first place. Let's skip right to 2, Ben, here, because I want to make sure we get the other stuff in. This is Jane Slater asked this question. Why should fans buy into you as the head coach of this football team?
I believe that the direction, the leadership, everything is in place. And I'm not very comfortable talking about myself, but I came here to win a championship. I didn't come here to get another contract or anything other than that. I came to Dallas to win the world championship, and that's why I'm standing here and buy into us.
So
into us.
Why should they buy into you? Because I want to win.
Yeah.
Okay. Why should I invest my money with you? Because I want to make money too. Okay. All
That's
right.
what that
cool.
is.
That's your expertise right there, is it? Okay.
The cut that was making the rounds quite a bit yesterday. I think the initial one where you and I started texting about this was this is Mike McCarthy's message to his players when they get hit in the face with the last 2 decades of futility for the Cowboys. McCarthy 3.
I'm going to tell you this, too. I will take no responsibility, and I tell our players this, too, then they have no responsibility on what's going on here the 20-plus years before that. We're responsible for what's going on in our program. And I know it's disappointing to the fans. But we are in position to learn and grow from this and build off it. And that's the best answer, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now. This is a lesson, everybody. Like the first part of a sentence makes a big deal.
What you're gonna say.
It makes a big deal in like how people are going to receive the message.
Yep.
Never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, start anything by saying, "I will take no responsibility."
Bingo.
Stop. As soon as you say that, people in their mind are like, oh, "This guy's he's not accountable."
Dude.
They don't hear anything that comes after that. It doesn't.
You are doing a cannonball into the deep end of the headline pool.
I will take no responsibility. And people's amygdala is already triggered, and they're kind of like, this guy's a bastard.
Yeah. That's your coach, Dallas. That's your coach.
That's the human skills. Those are the people skills you got with your football coach up there in Dallas.
Ben, let's play McCarthy 1. We don't have to play the whole thing. There's just a certain part of this that I need to hear one more time. And I'll down cue you on it, Ben. This was Mike McCarthy's message to the fans.
My message would be this: we have established a championship program. It's just not the world championship yet. We know how to win.
Okay, you can shut it down. It is the NFC East Championship.
We did back our way into the NFC East this year.
Is that not AFC South champs?
We were less atrocious than the Philadelphia Eagles versus good teams. That's the whole. We managed to beat a couple of those teams that nobody knew whether they were good or not either. That's
what I needed LeBron to say after they won that stupid in-season tournament this year. Yeah. We have a championship culture. It's just not the world championship. It's the in-season tournament championship.
I got to go back and listen to the entire thing to hear what question that was in response to the last 20 years. Did you hear the actual question?
I listened to the whole press conference. I don't recall the exact question.
Yeah,
it was. I will say this. It was sort of a non sequitur off of an answer to something else.
That seemed like he just jumped into that.
He did. I only cut up that part of it.
There's a way to have that. That's again. It goes back to the whole okay. Do you actually know how to communicate?
Verbal
with people?
Diarrhea, man.
This is a guy who openly admitted in a press conference that he lied to Jerry Jones to get the job.
While sitting next to Jerry Jones.
Yeah, that's which also makes you feel and wonder. I saw this. With Joe Buck interviewing, this is Joe Buck interviewing Michael Irvin, and the first clip is just think about this as a Cowboys fan, from a Cowboys fan perspective, hearing this. First, this is Michael Irvin on who he was more upset with over the Jimmy and Jerry divorce.
I was probably more upset at Jerry for allowing it to happen than Jimmy, because you understand, I understood the business side of it, and I remember even when the people would come in trying to get interviews. I mean, I was off the chain. I was throwing garbage cans at the people. They would come in trying to get out of this locker room and throwing garbage cans. And I was just so upset.
They showed a clip of it. He was.
Was he really?
He was, yeah.
Jimmy is Jimmy Johnson, kids.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson and Jerry Jones. They'd won 2 Super Bowls, probably could have won like 3 more, but they couldn't get along. And this is the part that, Cowboys fans already know this, but it's got to hurt to hear just even more confirmation of it. This is Michael Irvin telling Joe Buck on what he thought started the rift between Jerry and Jimmy.
Jimmy wanted to run such a tight ship. Jerry wanted to make football bigger than life, which is what he's basically done. You know what I mean? He wanted to make big ball. You cannot argue that. And he wanted to bring in princes and everything. And Jimmy wanted that locker room door closed, especially if we lost. He was not in any mood to let Jerry bring all these people around, and I think that was what started it.
Yeah, and just imagine, that's what goes on now. That's the qualification for a coach. Any coach that wants to try to run any program like Jimmy Johnson might have run, it's not consistent with what Jerry's goals are.
Wow.
Which honestly, this is if you're a Cowboys fan, honestly, and I think you know this already. But I think sometimes maybe you say it, but you don't believe it. Your owner genuinely doesn't care about winning championships.
Nope.
He cares about making money.
Yep.
To the point where he's already seen it. He cares. He made that choice specifically. And say whatever you want. We make fun of Bob Kraft speaking like he's on the slow record speed and everything. But he let Bill Belichick be Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
That's why there's no way in hell Bill Belichick would ever take the Cowboys job.
Right.
There's no the owner is not committed to winning at all. Just doesn't give a single damn about it.
Wow.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that's some really good Michael Irvin audio right there.
That's on Audiorama, which is it's like a Greg Olson podcast company.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. And Joe Buck's got a pod.
Joe Buck's got a pod. I thought this was the old Joe Buck show when it first came up on my timeline.
Artie Lang was on after Michael Irvin.
Yeah, on the Joe Buck show.
Yeah, remember that?
Yeah. So Audiorama is the. I found it on the YouTube channel, but they have podcasts and stuff too.
We gonna hit this Daniel Tosh too?
Okay, so this is just for your enjoyment because I know you haven't heard this. This is the comedian Daniel Tosh on his podcast. He's a Dolphins fan. He's talking about how he feels about the other teams in the AFC East.
Okay.
I hate the Jets. I just hate the Jets. I've always hated the Jets the most in the AFC East. You didn't hate the Patriots? Well, sure. I hated Tom Brady. I hated that every championship they won was because they were the best at cheating that year. Buffalo, they're obnoxious. But you lose 4 Super Bowls, and I have a soft spot for you. I hope for Buffalo. I hope the current Buffalo Bills. I hope they do a 30 for 30 about that 2.5-year period they had potential. Wouldn't that be a riveting 30 for 30? Remember that 2.5 years the Buffalo Bills had potential? You know why the tradition started by Bills Mafia jumping on tables? Do you know where that originally came from? Originally, it was so they could die. Because that's how fucking horrible living in Buffalo is.
It was so they could.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That belongs in the petty cast.
I should have waited until if Buffalo got eliminated to play that.
We can always replay it on Monday.
Yeah. But that is how that'll have to be remembered. If the Bills, if they can't sustain this, it'll be that 2.5-3 year period where, man, it looked like they really could be a Super Bowl favorite.
Yeah. Man, that's going to be. And as we say that, everybody's picking the Bills up on the TV screen in here on ESPN.
Yeah.
Boy,
Pat Mahomes on the road. If Pat Mahomes. If he look, they've got all kinds of issues. Look, they got drops.
Chiefs?
Everybody's got drops. Yeah, the Chiefs too. Hey, everybody's got drops. You know what? You know what the issue is, Patrick Mahomes? You are the issue. You've got that contract and that salary, which isn't even that startlingly big by quarterback standards anymore. But the team. Like, as a quarterback, after you get paid, the degree of difficulty gets harder every single year because it's harder to fill that team around you, and you lose some of the momentum you had from, like, even after Tyreek Hill left. And this all falls on Pat Mahomes' shoulders, frankly, their offensive ineptitude. I don't care about the drops.
Yeah.
Throw a more catchable ball like Tua.
That's right.
Tua throws a catchable ball, bro. Tyreek will tell you about it.
Stop yelling at everybody, man.
Yeah, quit being so sassy.
Stop yelling.
You're not a sassy guy.
No. You sound silly. I promise. All right. We're going to do the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. We got 5 Reasons I Hate You for Baltimore coming up at 8:25. Up next, I think the Texans have already served notice to the league that they're going to be a factor. If they win this weekend, I think there's going to be another big reason why the league is going to be on notice with the Houston Texans. We'll tell you what that is next. First, though, West Point, Lincoln, and Sugar Land. That's the newer of the 2 West Point Lincoln stores here.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Ravens, Texans, 3:30 kick right here on Sports Radio 610. Tomorrow, one more night of sleep, and then we've got playoff football back in our lives.
It's really, it feels a little bit Astros-like in that I'm not sleeping well. You get into the playoffs with the Astros, and you're staying up late. You're thinking about stuff. You're tossing and turning. It's starting to feel like that.
Yeah. I'm feeling pretty good about it. The game.
Look, it's going to be a hell of a football game, I think. I'm kind of surprised that just like last week, it does seem like people in Baltimore are just completely assuming victory and domination, despite having been through this before. Like they've had an awesome regular season before and come up short in the playoffs. And I fully recognize that Lamar Jackson is a different dude right now. But regardless of all of that, just respect the playoffs, respect the NFL.
Absolutely.
Understand and know that there are huge upsets all the time, that the bottom seeds do win, and the Texans aren't even a bottom seed in this. So, they
are a division champion.
Yes, something that Mike McCarthy would tell you is most certainly a champion, if not a world champion.
Right, they're a championship program, just not a world championship program.
Yeah,
yet.
They
may very well be. We just need 3 more games to find out if that's the case.
At this point, I don't know if I even care about anything after this game. I just want to shut up the Ravens. Yeah, there's a certain. I fully believe now that Marlon Humphreys is out just because they don't think it's that big a deal for him to play.
I like where your head's at.
They're like, what do they got? They got Nico Collins and these other guys now. We don't need Marlon Humphreys.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark Andrews, I know you want to play and everything, but we got real football teams to prepare for next week. So why don't you just sit? If Mark Andrews sits, I will be convinced wholeheartedly 100% that the Ravens just don't think they have a single thing to worry about with the Texans.
I think at a minimum, regardless of what happens tomorrow,
yes,
I think at a minimum the Texans have established themselves as one of those teams where you look at the AFC going into next year, and most of the league, most of the conference looks at them and goes, they're a problem.
Yeah.
They're above that. They're a problem line.
Like the Mariners.
A little bit.
When the Astros played the Mariners in the playoffs, where it felt like, oh gosh, these guys are coming on, and then it didn't quite work that way. So it feels like that. Now you got to be better than the Mariners were this year to pull that off.
Yeah, I think probably like you started feeling about the Bengals a couple years ago. I mean, now they made the Super Bowl, so they made a deep run.
Yeah,
but where you go, okay, well, this team, as long as they got that quarterback, and as long as they don't really screw up putting things around him, and more importantly, able to manage the cap once you pay that guy, they're going to be. That's a team that's going to be a 10-win team.
That's what people think, but that's where my inner football coach in me starts to be like, okay, wait a second, guys. It's not as simple as you just continue this momentum.
Yep.
Jaguars, sure. It's not as simple as you just cruise on
100%.
Up. Like 2013 Indiana Pacers.
Yep.
Remember the Pacers were about to take over?
Paul George,
Roy Hibbert's just going to be.
Yeah.
Look at that verticality. Woo! Yeah. They were going to be. They were. It's just a matter of time until the Pacers clicked.
Yeah. LeBron's like, nah.
Yeah.
Nah. I'm just going to go to the finals every year for a decade, if that's okay with you, Indianapolis.
But yeah, the quarterback is now, and that is the difference too. Is like CJ's running an actual NFL offense, whereas Trevor Lawrence was doing a whole bunch of cute little Doug Peterson get rid of the ball before I have to actually start thinking type of stuff.
Yeah, here's what I kind of teased into this segment. This is a cool thing to me about where the Texans are at, regardless of what happens tomorrow. The cool thing about where they're at, ESPN had an article this week where they ranked all the rookie draft classes this year from 2023. The Texans were number one. They had the best rookie class, largely on the strength of C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. But when you look at just if some of these guys had been healthy all year, Tank Dell was having a near Pro Bowl caliber season when he went down with a broken leg. Juice Scruggs, I think, has come along nicely in the last month of the year, and I'm guessing he'll be your starting center next year. Jared Patterson was your starting center and did a nice job. He's a 6th-round pick. Dylan Horton, Henry To'oTo'o, all dealing with various ailments, things like that along the way. My point with this is that I think the Texans have established themselves as being above that line of this team's going to be a problem, and they're probably a year ahead of schedule on that at least. Mm-hmm. They're doing it with the most important guys on this team. It feels like by and large are guys that are 1st and 2nd year guys. When Cincinnati had established themselves as that with Joe Burrow, it was with Joe Burrow as a second-year quarterback. Keep in mind, C.J. Stroud's a rookie. Joe Burrow is in his second year. But they had already gone through their splurge of spending on veteran guys like DJ Reader and Hendrickson and Mike Hilton on defense.
Yeah.
The Texans haven't even done that yet.
This will be the thing to watch. Okay, is the Patriots forever got away with really hardly putting any resources into offense at all. They would use them first-round pick on an offensive lineman here or there, but like free agents and whatnot, whatever.
They'd have let Nico Collins walk.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess that's the thing to watch is just, okay, how much support do they actually give Nico Collins over time?
Or they would have traded him this offseason like they did with Brandon Cooks.
Yeah.
They traded Brandon Cooks because they didn't want to pay him.
Is Caserio, who would have?
The Patriots.
The Patriots did, yeah. The Texans, unfortunately. Oh, you know what? All right, we've already answered that question. The Texans paid him and then let him go.
Oh, the Rams paid him, and then
no, but the Texans paid Brandon Cooks. Again. They gave him new money.
Yeah, they gave him.
That was him. So. Like at the very least, okay. In that regard, I think Caserio has been already maybe a little bit more aggressive, even if it was errantly so.
Yeah.
In bolstering the offense, and I think that was more of a Belichick thing than a Caserio thing.
Agreed.
Maybe more of a defensive bias. Plus, look, we got Tom Brady, in their minds, as much as they love to supposedly downplay how good Tom Brady was, like Tom Brady was probably worth about 4 or 5 offensive starters. So they figure, like, all right, we're going to, okay, we can make do with 4 or 5 schlubs because Tom Brady makes up for that.
And he was taking a 50% discount on his services.
On his actual salary,
actual services.
So he was worth 10 actual starters on offense.
Yeah, it's crazy. Somehow I don't think David Mulligetta is going to let C.J. Stroud do that. Hometown discount so they can sign more guys.
Yeah. I don't know. You know what I always remember that the agent works for the client. Like Jose Altuve. I mean, Jose Altuve is re-upped twice before he had to, even though his agent is what's his face there?
Scott Boras.
Yeah, thank you.
Scott Boras.
Scott Boras, notorious for, his guys testing free agency. He works for Jose Altuve.
He does. You know why I think this is going to be a good weekend? I had a good day yesterday. I got a check from a class action lawsuit that I didn't even know that I was part of the class.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How much was it?
$183.
Was it a cell phone, a medication, or a vehicle?
Okay, take a guess. It's one of those 3.
Cell phone.
Maldonado versus Apple.
Yeah,
good guess.
iPhone?
Good guess, I guess.
Okay,
yeah,
I don't even
know. It was a check.
Was it our Maldonado?
That would be awesome. You know what? If Martin Maldonado sued Apple, I would completely rethink the 2023 season.
That'd be awesome if, like, all of a sudden you open up Wall Street Journal on your computer and there's a picture of Maldonado leaving a courtroom with his suit, like, fists pumping in the air, fingers painted orange. He's like
spiking iPhones as he's walking out. Yeah, I'm guessing it's something that has to do with, like, Apple Care or something like that. Like something didn't get reimbursed. But here's this is a lesson, kids. Okay. So this check shows up in the mail yesterday, $183. First, I had to make sure it wasn't one of those ones you get from like one of your credit cards or banks that if you sign the back and cash it, it's really just a cash advance on your credit card.
29% credit.
Never done that before.
Or interest rate, that's the word.
Make sure
I can't believe that's legal to send a 19-year-old.
Why are they sending me a $10,000 check? This is amazing.
I mean, when it says this is a check,
right?
Whenever something doesn't have to say this is not a check, yeah, watch out.
Yeah. So, $183. I double checked. I read. I'm holding. So you can see the check is gone. The perforated part.
Yeah, you deposited it.
I cashed the check, but I kept the letter because I wanted to show you what a hero Martin Maldonado is for suing Apple or one of his relatives. But apparently, this class action lawsuit had already paid out at one point in the last year. So I probably got a check for $82.12. But a lot of people, as it turns out, in a class action lawsuit involving millions of people, don't cash their checks. Or the checks don't make it to them or whatever. And by law, apparently, Apple has to pay out the full amount. So what they do is after a certain period of time, they go back to the people who actually did cash the checks, and they go, let's redisperse the rest of this.
That's cool. That's nice of Apple.
So the lesson is, kids, when you get a check in the mail, cash the damn thing. Because you never know when more checks are gonna show up.
I was part of a really big class action suit that I didn't really have any say in or anything, but it's a huge payout. Here's the catch. I have to either get Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, or CTE for the NFLPA settlement.
Do you have to?
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
But fingers crossed. I'm just waiting on the Parkinsons to start rolling in. It's so depressing. You see the numbers and you're like, oh, wow. Well, that's a good amount of money. Let's see here. Oh, if you get Parkinson's or CTE, which can only be diagnosed after you die, my heirs will be so.
Oh, Brandy's
so
got to be pumped.
Brandy's just. She's like, oh, he put the cereal in the fridge and the milk in the cupboard again. Yes.
It's happening.
Yes.
This is happening. Do it again.
Do the whole imitation.
Oh, I'm Seth Payne. I like to ramble on and tell dumb jokes.
That's my play. This interview is over.
That's the long form version.
That was recorded on an Apple phone.
Yes. Yes. Which netted me $183.26.
I forgot about the interview is over part.
Is there a statute of limitations on your Parkinson's CTE?
Yeah, when I die. That's
No, but then, like if you get Parkinson's or Alzheimer's, and you're still alive.
I've got Alzheimer's in the family, so there's a
and you're still alive. I don't want to make light of this, but you're still alive, and somebody on your behalf goes to cash in on this lawsuit. There's no chance of them going, no, sorry, the expiration date on these payouts was.
No, I don't think. If anything, I think
in perpetuity.
I might be off the cutoff for. I don't know. There's some kind of like. There's some people that are in the groups or not. I don't say. Yeah, I'm sure. By the time I have Alzheimer's, I'll look into it. Okay. I'll sit down and sift through all the papers. Okay. I'll take a detailed look at all the legalese. That's all taken care of, Sean. I'm fine with it.
Hey, what's Seth doing over there, Brandy? Getting paid? Getting paid. Oh, man. So I say all that to say $183 extra going into the Houston economy this week. And I'm putting that into savings.
Yeah, that's right. You're going to spend it at the watch party.
Found money. Dude, that'll be spent by 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Where's our watch party? I have to be there.
It's downtown.
Okay.
It's right in front of the convention center.
Sounds like it's going to be our Apple Watch party with your all that money you got coming in.
Yeah. But you need to be there. Doors open at 1:30. At 1:35, I'm going to stand at the front of the stage and just make it rain.
Make it rain.
Yep, just with my $183.
Yeah.
With Steve Jobs' money. Rest in peace.
Kind of messed up that they sent you a physical check when they could have just deposited it into your Apple account.
They probably. Oh yeah, a little Apple Cash.
A little Apple Pay or something.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, well, it's in my account
it's like
now.
the same way you have to fax your doctor's office.
Sprint it over to the ATM and put that bad boy in there.
You have to fax your doctor's office and okay, let me go sign up for an e-fax service for $12.99 so I can send you something that could easily be emailed. Yeah. So it's safer this way. Oh yeah, I trust Marge. Yeah. Yeah, Marge would never take a photo and send my personal information elsewhere.
All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. The 8 at 8, the Ocho. Let's get these 8 stories going.
One.
All right, let's start with the Texans. Texans-Ravens, 3:30 tomorrow, right here on Sports Radio 610. As Seth pointed out, 12:30 Texans Countdown. We will be live at the Texans watch party for Texans Countdown. And we hope to see you out there. It should be fun. Certainly will be a little warmer than it's been earlier this week, so we hope to see you out there. Injury report, starting D-line, ready to go. Grenard, Will Anderson, Sheldon Rankins, Malik Collins, all with no label on them, no questionable, no doubtful, no out, most importantly. They are all good to go, ready to go. Probably hurting a little bit, especially in the ankles for the 2 defensive ends, but Texans injury report is about as clean as you could hope for this time of year.
Yeah, it really is. Will Anderson and John Grenard, just the biggest question there is, they're good to go, but how good to go are they? Will certainly looked pretty damn good to go last week. Jonathan Grenard left the game at one point, so I don't know if that's how ankles go.
Yeah.
You can just sometimes you tweak it and it feels like you re-injured the whole thing altogether, and then it's fine again afterwards. So
Grenard is our player in the player spotlight tomorrow.
Oh, that's right.
And it's 9 minutes long.
That's a long interview for a player spotlight.
Innings, it's the longest one of the season. So I don't think he would have done a 9-minute sit down with Drew Doherty if he was truly kind of in that place where man, I don't know if I can go.
Yeah. What's his connection to Lamar Jackson?
They went to Louisville together.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
They were teammates.
Oh, were they? I didn't realize Grenard was that old because Grenard was at Louisville and then transferred to
Florida for his last year.
I guess you know what it is.
He's a grad transfer.
You know what it is? I forget that Lamar Jackson is that young.
Yeah.
Because it feels like he's been in the league forever, doesn't it? And he also looks like he's 40.
Yes.
So, I that kind of blows my mind that those guys were teammates together.
Lamar drafted in 2018. Grenard drafted in 2020.
Yeah.
So they crossed over by a few years. I'm sure that'll be part of the interview tomorrow.
2.
Quickly, by the way, too, Marlon Humphrey, cornerback, out for the Ravens. We'll dig into this game a whole lot more, I promise, in the next couple hours. Number 2, though, Bobby Slowick, Texans offensive coordinator. After disclosing on Wednesday that he had not had any interviews yet with the several teams that have requested permission to interview him, news dropping from Adam Schefter yesterday that Bobby Slowick has indeed conducted, Seth, 2 Zoom interviews with potential head coaching jobs for him. Carolina Panthers, Tennessee Titans.
Panthers are of no threat or consequence to us.
You said earlier you would lose respect for Bobby Slowick if he took the Panther job.
I would. I would feel like I would feel like if I were a girl in college whose roommate was going on kind of a binge of low morals and stuff, I would be like, girl, what are you thinking, girl?
Why are you dumpster diving?
Why are you? Yeah, you're better than him and him and him and that guy and that thing. You're girl. That's what I would say to Bobby Slowick.
What would you say to him about the Tennessee Titans?
I said, I don't know, girl. I'd be careful. I'd be careful. He's got an ex who seems kind of crazy. That Mike Vrabel. He seems like a little bit.
He is. Yeah, that's
true. He might not want to say goodbye.
Vrabel's a crazy ex. I love that. I love that. Now the good news is Vrabel, it looks like, might find love with somebody else this cycle. You know, it might be he's no longer a threat because he's fallen in love with Seattle.
He would totally never still simultaneously stalk his ex.
I don't think Vrabel holds a grudge.
Guy who was once arrested for stealing beer in a convenience store, who somehow got his Super Bowl ring stolen in West U. He seems like a real stand-up guy. Yeah.
My favorite is when you position it as him getting his purse stolen in West U.
He got his purse snatched in West U.
Yes.
He basically got his chain snatched in West U.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not I know every now and then something goes down in Kirby Village, which is weird, but still, like in West U, in the residential area there.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that kind of thing goes down.
3.
What do you think about Kirk?
Actually, to be clear, I don't even know if it was in West U. It
might have been Bel Air.
Fiction
Yeah. Sorry, West U Police Department.
Sorry, everybody. I pulled you all into the fiction I had in my brain without disclaiming that.
Dude,
yeah.
You might be getting closer to that lawsuit settlement.
That's going to be my proof.
It says living in an Alzheimer's fantasy world.
A slowly degrading radio performance over the course of 6 to 12 months.
Brandy's rubbing her hands together listening right now. Cliff Kingsbury is reportedly interviewing with the Chicago Bears to be their offensive coordinator, which many are reading as a big tell that Caleb Williams is going to be the first pick in the NFL draft by the Chicago Bears.
He's going to have to talk some smack about Kyler Murray if he's going to get that job, because they did not ever progress much further beyond just trying to be some kind of facsimile of his Texas Tech offense. That's just, it wasn't an NFL offense. They just kept bringing in more wide receivers to try to throw athleticism at the problem. And was it that Kyler Murray wasn't willing to learn, or was it that Cliff Kingsbury didn't know what to teach him? I don't know.
That's an interesting take. He might have to throw Kyler Murray under the bus to get this job.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say where he might not have to is that Cliff Kingsbury could say, look, I was the head coach. If all I'm focused in on is just calling plays, I'm not saying it's true.
No.
I'm just trying. I'm workshopping.
I'm thinking of you being Cliff Kingsbury with that strategy, and me, one of the McCaskies, looking at your resume with your Texas Tech record on it.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, as a head coach.
Yeah.
Honestly, can anybody please just stop for a minute and think about the fact that an NFL team hired Cliff Kingsbury to be a head coach in the NFL after he hadn't had a winning season in the previous how many years?
5, 6, whatever it was.
What what the hell? Yeah. What the hell was going on? How the hell am I going to prove I've got Alzheimer's someday when you got actually viable NFL owners hiring Cliff Kingsbury to be there?
You just have a touch of it.
That's the dude that should be in a lawsuit for his mental capacities.
Maldonado versus Kingsbury.
His family should be suing him to prove that he's incompetent.
Absolutely. But that would be my excuse if I were him. Like, look, if all I'm focused on is just calling my ball plays, then I'll be fine. I don't have all this other stuff that goes with being a head coach. I won't be distracted.
I like at Texas Tech where I was magnificent.
Yeah. Next. 4. Bill O'Brien. The hits keep on coming. Bill O'Brien, new offensive coordinator at The Ohio State University.
Which is weird because I haven't dug into this at all. I just know that Brian Hartline was the kind of offensive coordinator. Yeah. On again, off again. Like Ryan Day said, I just can't quit you. But now I guess he's permanently demoted to passing game coordinator, and Bill O'Brien's the head honcho now. And I guess Ryan Day, this is interesting. I wonder about the personality types and control of the offense and all of that. This sometimes doesn't go as... I feel like these guys might have gotten together for a coffee or a beer and thought, like, you know what, we should team up and join forces. It'll be cool.
Well,
it sounds really cool on your 9th beer, but, man, I don't know.
I think they might get along well. Remember Ryan Day was the one... We meant to find this audio, Ben, for later in the show. Remember Ryan Day was the one who was visibly agitated with Lou Holtz after the win over Notre Dame.
That's right, yeah. Talk smack about an old man.
Where is he?
That's right.
Where is he?
I'll take on that old man.
Yeah.
You think I'm scared? I'm not scared of Lou Holtz.
This actually might be bad. Like if you have Ryan, if that's what Ryan Day is, and we know what Bill O'Brien is, that someone might die. That might be Thunderdome in Columbus.
I feel like O'Brien would at least pick worthy adversaries. I feel like Ryan Day feels like he'd pick a rap battle with Moby or something. But I feel like O'Brien would actually,
I love that. So, do you think O'Brien's last 3 jobs since leaving here, OC under Nick Saban, OC under Bill Belichick, now he's the OC under Ryan Day, do you think part of him taking these jobs is with the hope that what just happened in Alabama and New England happens at these places, which is they decide to move on? Either the head coach himself decides to move on or the team decides to move on from the head coach and somehow O'Brien weasels his way into that job?
No, I think he honestly... Okay, there's 2 parts here. If I set aside the petty for a moment.
Yeah.
I do think that O'Brien, because he's talked about this and it's actually, like, he's given some really good interviews about this. I think there is that part of him that's like when he took that first job as a quality control guy, or it was like a glorified quality control guy in New England, it was for a huge pay cut. And it was like a special assistant or something like that.
He was investing in himself.
At the time, he was an offensive coordinator at a Division I program, and he decided to go take like a lower level coaching position and to invest in himself and to learn. So I do think that it's it's good positioning and it's a good situation and to hopefully springboard to something else. But I do also think that he genuinely likes learning from really smart people. So I think when he gets together with these guys on their interviews, it probably goes really well because he's a very, very bright guy when it comes to scheming and all of those parts of football. I think there's a bit of from just the way his offense is operated, I felt like there was more of a teaching issue and an execution issue, maybe sometimes biting off more than you could chew schematically versus what players could handle. But the actual football philosophy side of things, I think that people probably really enjoy talking to him.
Yeah, no, I bet he's a great interview.
So him and Ryan Day together might end up actually being a really good combo.
Yeah, and he's going to have a ton of talent. I
feel like I just had 5 beers with him.
5.
All right, this is from
You
Chandler.
got a place to stay tonight, Slugger?
Chandler Rome and Ken Rosenthal.
Never been with an Irishman.
The Athletic.
Wait, is Ryan Day Irish too? Is there that?
He looks Irish. He's got those rosy cheeks. Yeah.
You people. Pendergast.
They're my people. They're my people.
Jesus, yeah.
What do you think of the Astros reportedly trying to sign free agent closer and former Astro farmhand, by the way, Josh Hader, considered one of the best closers in baseball? Bullpen is an issue for the Astros. I didn't have them paying $20 million a year for multiple years for a closer on my Astro bingo card this offseason.
Man, I don't know. Like, I feel like if I was a staunch Ryan Presley defender for a long time. This year, the numbers dropped.
Regular season
because he's never been a classic closer, which I was A-okay with. I was cool with. A lot of people just want a guy that comes in
hammer,
just an absolute monster.
Yeah,
I was cool with it, but like this year, you can see the beginning of the end for Ryan Presley. I'm all for it. I say to hell with Jim Crane's money. I don't care how he spends it. Except they do have this little problem of the CBT.
Well, but if he's ready to go over, then that's cool. Like
if he's ready, that's the key.
Yeah,
is he ready to go over?
Yeah.
To recapture and reclaim like whatever remains of this specific window.
It's not a salary cap. Like doing this doesn't then prevent you from making other moves as long as you're willing to pay the tab.
What's the TV? But the TV deal isn't as lucrative as it could be, right?
Their current one?
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah. It's got a lot of money, man. If you're just ready to go pay the ticket, then pay the ticket.
6.
Hard Knocks. The 3 teams who could be forced to do Hard Knocks have now been determined, obviously, because the season is over.
Yeah.
You can get forced to do Hard Knocks if you haven't made the playoffs in 2 years, if you haven't been on Hard Knocks in the last 10.
And if you had 5 beers with Bill O'Brien.
And if you have 5 beers with Bill O'Brien. Oh, or if you have a first-year head coach.
Okay.
Chicago, Cleveland, New Orleans.
I'm just pissed off.
Those are the 3 teams. Those are the 3 teams.
It's got to be Chicago.
I think so. They draft Caleb Williams,
Was
right?
this last year the first year a team was forced to do it? The Jets were forced to do it,
The Jets
right?
were forced. I'm guessing others.
They
have been.
usually find somebody to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to that. But if you had to choose.
I would choose Chicago. Well, I would actually like the Browns, but I think the league just consciously tries to stay away from Deshaun Watson now.
I know. That's why I would like that one.
Yeah. Well, but you know how it goes, though. The star players usually aren't a huge part of it.
Yeah.
So, with Dennis Allen and whatever their quarterback plan is and all that, I feel more juice. And there's just way more juice in Chicago.
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah, and who knows what? They're either going to have a young rookie or Justin Fields or whatever, so there's a lot more intrigue going into it.
7.
According to X, formerly known as Twitter.
Oh, real quick.
Yeah.
Plus, your buddy, the GM there,
Ryan Poles,
is going to be all over that.
Dude, he would kill to be on Hard Knocks.
It's going to be just like the Browns Hard Knock.
Yes, with
where
Dorsey.
Dorsey was just all about being up in that camera.
Yep.
Yeah. So you'll
take it back. I don't want the Bears. Not a Ryan Poles guy. According to X and the algorithm and people tweeting things like "I hate you" and "most despised," Draymond Green is the most despised player in the NBA.
It's an incredible shock.
Yeah. Does that pass the smell test for you?
It smells as bad as Draymond looks like he smells. Yes. I was amongst those probably in whichever algorithm and however many emails they secretly spied on to get that information. Yeah, I'm not a huge Draymond Green fan.
Draymond Green 1, LeBron James 2.
Oh, that young fella?
Kevin Durant 3.
A child.
KD passes the smell test.
KD's Durant's behind LeBron though, huh?
Yeah, Durant and then John Morant 4 because of Ja's various
pretty
issues.
Good getting up. That's pretty impressive that he got up that high.
He's not like
the fourth. He's not the fourth most recognizable basketball player.
James Harden 5th.
Oh boy, that's a whole lot. You know what? I feel like I don't know if there's as much widespread hatred for James Harden around the league as much as it is in Philadelphia, especially. It is a focused hate. And nobody hates quite like Philadelphia hates, ironically enough, the city of brotherly love.
Amy and I are going to James Harden's return to Philadelphia in March.
Just for that? Just to enjoy
we're going on a trip. Amy's big Christmas present was a trip to New York to see Billy Joel on a Thursday night in late March. But the Sixers play the Clippers the night before in Philadelphia on Wednesday, so we're going down to that game. Okay. Got to be there for that.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah, we get to boo with Philly fans.
Did you take the train down?
We are going to drive down, I believe.
Oh, okay.
I believe so, yeah. But like booing with Philly fans, that's like running through the streets of Barcelona with the Bulls.
It's like an
Pamplona.
Is Philly more hateful than Boston? Well, if you take race out of it. If you take
definitely more hateful than Boston.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Boston,
it's a complicated
different type of hate allegedly up in Boston.
It's a complicated hate.
So just for more sports hate. Like Philly. Your classic sports hate.
Philly,
okay.
yeah. I mean, I've basically lived in both, like in or near both places in my lifetime. I have relatives from both places. They're all hateful people, but the Philly ones are more hateful. Absolutely. All right, let's get number 8 is Max Picks. Yes, because that's what we do on Fridays. It's 8:15 on a Friday. Those are your 8 at 8 right there. 8 stories to get you going. We'll do 5 reasons I hate you shortly. Speaking of hate. But somebody who does, there's no hate when it comes to this guy. He's the owner and founder of Gallery Furniture. We do max picks. This is big. This is the divisional round of the postseason. And so we got to get max picks for the postseason. But if you've been listening on the station here, big promotion going on right now for you fans of the local football team here in the next 24 hours or so that you can take advantage of. Mac, tell the people about it.
They do have big motivation. If the team from Houston beats the team from Baltimore on Saturday, you come out to Gallery Furniture, buy $4,000 or better mattress, Sean, or mattress and adjustable base, or you buy a $6,000 room full or house full of furniture. If our hometown team wins a big game in Baltimore on Saturday, you purchase free. Lots of excitement. I hear lots of people buying. So if you hadn't gotten this promotion yet, drive out to Gallery Furniture. 3 locations or buy online either way, and we'll get that furniture delivered to you today in time for the big game. You'll watch the big game in total comfort. And if our team wins, it's free.
Love that. Love that Mac's all over the Houston teams and getting people behind them even more than they are right now to win. All right, Mac, let's get to the picks. We'll get to our hometown team last here. We'll finish up with them. But let's start with the late game on Saturday. You got Green Bay in San Francisco. San Francisco laying 9.5. Who do you got?
9.5. It sounds like another team I know. I'm going with the upset. I'm taking the Green Bay Packers.
I love that. A little Jordan Love and Packer action right there. Love that. All right, let's get to the Sunday games, the early game. Tampa Bay in Detroit. This is a battle of 2 upstarts here. And Detroit they've not experienced a lot of success, Mac. Detroit favored over the course of their history. Favored by 6.5. Who do you got?
Got to go with Detroit. Too much speed for Tampa Bay. Although I really admire Tampa Bay. They're kind of like a hometown team. They're overachieving. Good for them.
Absolutely. And they got a lot of Texas guys on that team, too. Let's get to the primetime game on Sunday. Chiefs going on the road for the first time in the playoffs in the Patrick Mahomes era, facing the Bills. Bills minus 2.5. Who do you got?
Got to go with the Kansas City Chiefs. It's going to be cold up there, but the Chiefs are used to it. That's Buffalo's main advantage, and I think Mahomes is slightly better than Josh Allen. Should be a great game, but I got to go with Mahomes.
All right, and the last one, Mac, hometown team from right here in Houston, headed up to Baltimore. You just alluded to it, 9.5. Baltimore minus 9.5. Who do you got?
Got to go with our boys from Houston. It's definitely a feel-good story for all of us in the city. They've done a great job turning things around this year, and let's face it, they're on a roll, and the other team's quarterback has had some problems in playoff games. He's 1-3. Our guy's 1-0, so I'm rolling with the hometown boys.
Let's do it. And you said it's a feel-good story, and people are going to feel really good if they get behind our hometown team and they buy furniture, buy a mattress at Gallery Furniture this weekend. Tell them about it again, Mac.
The purchase is free. Buy a mattress, 4,000 plus Tempur-Pedic. Buy an adjustable base, sleep great for years to come. Buy a room full, house full of furniture, 6,000 plus. Get it delivered before the big game on Saturday. Come out today, all day Friday, while the deals are the best and the inventory is the best. Buy that furniture. Our boys win the game. Your purchase free. It's a deal of a lifetime. Don't miss it.
Yeah, don't miss it. Mac putting those promos out there, getting us behind the Houston teams. Love that. Mac, enjoy the games this weekend, and we'll talk next week.
Let's go red and blue. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mac. Appreciate you. Yeah, get on out to Gallery Furniture and take advantage of that huge sale. It has the divisional round game this weekend right there in the crosshairs. You just heard Mac talking about it. If you go out there and you're going, okay, I want to get all this furniture, I might need to pay for it, though. What if the hometown team loses? That's fine. Mac will get you financed quickly. Over 90% of the people getting financed right there on their trip to the store at Gallery Furniture. Second chance financing. He's got all kinds of financing packages for qualified purchasers there as well. And the big thing, the huge selection of furniture. Whatever room it is you're looking to get upgraded. Maybe you got people coming over to watch the game. You want the place to look great. He can have it delivered to you today. Today. Delivery free. And, of course, the great promotion going on right now. If our hometown football team wins, you can get your mattress, your furniture for free. Out of Gallery Furniture, I-45 North between Tidwell and Parker, it is Gallery Furniture.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, real quick. My wife just sent me a picture of a letter that one of her students wrote. They're writing thank you letters to C.J. Stroud.
Aww.
In her first grade class, or one of the first grade classes.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Good idea by Amy.
Dear C.J. Stroud, hi. I wanted to thank you for working hard for Houston. It means a lot to me when you recognize your teammates.
Wow.
This is like first grade.
First grade?
Yeah. I also want you to know that I love you very much. Sincerely, Melanie.
I recognize Melanie's vocabulary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's acknowledge Melanie real quick, Ben. Can we give
acknowledge?
Spelled recognize?
You did.
I can barely spell recognize.
I know.
2 seasons there, right?
Yeah. And an S.
Right.
All right.
That's a good idea. That's smart by Amy, because she can indoctrinate those kids into being Texans fans, which is job security for you.
Huge job security for me and for her. And they do. You know what? A lot of the teachers are doing now too. They're using sports as a way to teach math. If my math teachers had done that, I would have been a sports fan way earlier than I actually became one.
Yeah.
They were doing it in like kindergarten.
You probably would have built a better nuclear bomb eventually.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it's probably good they didn't do it. Kept me in a nice, safe job like this one. All right, let's get to the 5 reasons. 5 reasons I hate you, Baltimore edition. John McClain is joining us in the next segment. John couldn't join us on Wednesday, so he's joining us today. 5 reasons I hate you, Baltimore edition. Let's get this bad boy moving. Here's number 5. Jacoby Jones. Did you guys know that the Ravens are trotting out Jacoby Jones as their Ravens legend for this game?
He's basically the guy that, I don't know what they do up there. They throw a crab in boiling water or something at the beginning. Like they blow a foghorn.
Like the ritual?
Yeah.
Like our cannon?
Right, yeah. I don't know what they do.
Yeah. This is actually
they murder a terrapin, whatever that is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pull the head off of a this is actually a decent chess move, which is why I hate it so much, because not only is Jacoby Jones a hero of their most recent Super Bowl run 11 years ago, he is also the author of one of the, I would say, in postseason Texans history for sure, one of the 3 or 4 worst moments. The punt that bounced off his face early in a game against the Ravens of all teams. Handed the Ravens a touchdown in a game that wound up a 7-point game.
They know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
They know exactly what they're doing.
Bastards.
Now, it is like they also are probably hoping that, okay, unlike their quarterback, here's a guy who doesn't choke in the playoffs. Or he learned how, that's the big one. He learned how not to choke in key games. So he was a choker. And then he ended up being, like, arguably could have been the MVP if Flacco hadn't had such a good game of the Super Bowl itself. So
he returned that kick for a touchdown at the beginning. It was coming out of the half, right?
Yeah.
God, he was good that postseason, man.
Just remember Ray Lewis did like the little like speaking in tongues to him on the sideline, and
we'll get to
Jacoby afterwards was like, Jacoby, he talked to Meltzer and I about it. Or no, he basically replayed it. I can't remember but he basically was like, "Hey, look, I go to church. I don't need you to."
That's funny.
I don't need you to be my preacher, man.
That's funny.
Which everybody, guys that play for the Ravens would say, you're kind of into the Ray Lewis speeches, or you kind of stood off to the side.
You and I are thinking of one former Raven that we have in common that said that. I'm not going to say who. All right. Number 2, or I guess number 4. We're counting down. That's number 5, Jacoby Jones. Number 4. As you pointed out yesterday, Seth, this delicacy of theirs in Maryland crab cake.
Maryland.
I'm looking at an article from 2015 that unveils the fraud. A report from a conservation group named Oceana finds that your tasty Maryland crab cake isn't safe from seafood fraud.
Nope.
A full 38% of Maryland crab cakes that the group tested contained imported crab from places as far away as Indonesia and Thailand and the Gulf Coast instead of Maryland blue crab.
Texas crab.
You've
taken its soul from it, dressed it up in purple and black.
Called it your own.
Mm-hmm.
Thieves, all of them.
Get your own thing to be proud of, not our crabs.
Yeah, I mean, I've been to Baltimore. I know there's not a lot that kind of fits what Seth's talking about. Like, go find something to be proud of in Baltimore.
You've got
good luck with all that.
You've got a naval yard.
Yeah.
You've got the Naval Academy. So there you go.
Yeah, that's Annapolis. I don't want. The last thing I want to do is go after our.
No, I know. I'm saying they have that, but that's about it.
To be proud
which
of,
is really
yeah.
federal. I mean, it's not even. Isn't even technically? Isn't a military base actually like federal land? It is in my argument.
For purposes of this segment, it is.
Yeah, go get your own thing.
Right.
Instead of me paying tax dollars to give you something to be proud of, not to mention giving you 38% of your crabs.
Yep.
Sick of me.
Edible crabs, yes. So number 3. That's number 4. They're frauds when it comes to their crab cakes. Number 3, I'll just call them the Violent Rays. Ray Lewis and Ray Rice.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's safe to say these are two fairly violent individuals, or at least they've had a history of violence. Ray Rice, it's on video. Ray Lewis, there were some bloody clothes.
Yeah.
Something happened there with the Super Bowl in Atlanta. It's not just that they were Baltimore Ravens, but the Ravens like to glorify them.
Mm-hmm.
They made Ray Rice the honorary Ravens legend a few games ago.
Oh, yeah.
And we got to be beaten over the head with all these mouthpieces for the Ravens organization about what a changed guy Ray Rice is, which I think is awesome. I think people can change.
That's what they said. They actually said that we're going to have him beat you over the head with this.
Yes,
it was really
on video,
it was tasteless.
In an elevator.
It was
really tasteless for a guy who supposedly had changed his ways.
Yeah.
But this is a franchise that glorifies violent people with the first name Ray.
It is, yeah. Of all the evil billionaires in the world, this one might be up there in the power ranking of top evil billionaires.
Yep, he's certainly climbing the rankings for sure. That's number 3. 5 reasons I hate you.
Crab cake peddler.
Yep.
They probably sell fraudulent crab cakes in that stadium.
Oh, for sure.
We've got people from Houston. For one, by the way, Baltimore is trying to bar people from going to Houston. They closed the airport down. And for the second, those people from Houston, if they ever are allowed into Baltimore, they're going to be up there eating crab cakes from whence they came.
That they could have gotten at Papa Do's or something.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. There's a bunch of angry people sitting at the airport this morning, supposedly, because of the flights.
Really?
My buddy actually was able to get on one up there, but I guess there's a certain type of plane that they're flying out of here that doesn't fly well in snow. And, yeah, that's what he told me. He texted me. Certain type
I'd like to not have that plane next time.
Flying to Baltimore.
Where might an airplane ever encounter freezing temperatures?
Yes.
There's like 20,000 feet where it's always freezing.
Yeah. Number 2, and this is one that came up earlier this week. The Ravens pawned David Culley off on the Texans and got 2 third-round draft picks for it as part of the Rooney Rule. I don't hate the Rooney Rule, just to be very clear. I hate the fact that John Harbaugh and Ozzie Newsome were talking about David Culley like the Texans just hired Bill Belichick or something.
Yeah. Hey, I know he coached Deshaun at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
And he's a hell of a guy.
Do you want to hear John Harbaugh's quotes after the Texans hired David Culley 3 years ago? David Culley is a prime example of the term servant leadership. He is singularly focused on conducting himself in a manner that brings out the very best in everyone around him. God, this is the most prepared statement of all time. Who actually says a sentence like this? He is singularly focused on conducting him. Hey, John, what do you think of David Culley as a coach? Well, I'll tell you what, he's singularly focused on conducting himself in a manner that brings out the very best in everyone around him.
I think what's pretty obvious is the Ravens are one of the most analytically advanced organizations in the NFL.
Yeah.
And 2 or 3 years before now, they were using AI before everybody else was to write these things. That was AI.
That was AI,
and I know it. Yeah.
Harbaugh goes on to say he's one of the finest communicators and teachers I've ever encountered.
The most important thing about football is the football.
Right.
It's true.
Yeah.
You can't deny that.
That's true. That part's true.
It wouldn't even what would it be called? What would he even call the game if there was no football?
What have you said? The most important about football is the uprights.
What would you even call this game in which the ball is minimally touched by the foot if it weren't for the football?
That's a really good point, Seth. That's a really, really good point.
What a stupid name for this game.
So David Culley.
This is America's pastime.
I know.
It's the dumbest name ever.
Foot touches it like 5 times a game.
And it's the most reviled player on your team.
Yeah. So, but look, I preface number 2 here by saying we all love David Culley. He's a great dude. But these quotes about him, like the Texans just actually hired a really, really good head football coach, those bothered me at the time. And for purposes of this segment, they bother me again.
Honorary mention to
an offense that's going to be an offense.
So, honorary mention, since we're talking coaches.
Yeah.
A couple members of their staff, Mike Devlin, offensive line coach.
Yep.
George Godsey, tight ends coach. Now, Anthony Weaver is still their defensive line coach, too. We like Anthony Weaver.
We love Weaver.
Yeah.
Yeah, we love Weaver. Weaver's getting some run for some head coaching jobs this time around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weaver would be a good head coach. All right, let's get to number one. This was the Vinny and Haney show on 105.7 The Fan in Baltimore. You want to know what kind of disrespect the Texans are getting up there? They are basically planning for the AFC title game next week right now in Baltimore.
The Ravens are much better than Houston.
I mean, talent-wise.
Overall. They're just, Bob, Houston is a team that, how many Pro Bowlers does Houston have?
Well, now.
I'm going to say if it wasn't for, if the quarterback won, they had none. Maybe Tunsil. I don't even think. No, I wouldn't even say Tunsil. I would say no Pro Bowlers. I mean, this was a team that was picking number 2 in the draft last year. So I mean, talent-wise, the Ravens are much more talented than defensively. What do we want to take? Theirs or ours? Other than Willie Anderson, probably all of the Ravens guys, especially the linebacker for sure.
Pressure starts to make diamonds.
Yes.
Or turds.
Turds, nah.
Guy sounds like a half-baked Seth Payne wannabe. You need better analogies than that. Yeah.
Half-baked Seth Payne wannabe. Here's the thing: they were picking number 2 in the draft last year. Yeah, that was last year. They sucked last year. Like, I don't know if you've looked, but they're going to be picking somewhere in the high 20s this year.
The casual dismissal of Laramie Tunsil kind of annoys me just because, if you want to look at where the areas of opportunity are versus the Ravens, yes, overall their roster looks a whole lot better. Ronnie Stanley, the left tackle, has had a rough go of it this year, and Jonathan Grenard kind of took Ronnie Stanley to the woodshed a couple times in that game. Really, just bulldozed him back like he was a juvenile. And, that's an area of opportunity. So to kind of just dismiss as Laramie Tunsil is not a Pro Bowler, which he is, that kind of shows you the level of arrogance and dismissal by a team that's the Ravens are going to play the Texans, a team that just 1 week ago faced a Browns team that honestly came in here and acted like it was no different facing C.J. Stroud than Case Keenum.
That's right.
I'm watching. I went back and I watched that Ravens game, the Brevin Jordan touchdown again, and I'm watching these defensive backs and linebackers just sleepwalking on the Browns. This is a Jim Schwartz defense. Jim Schwartz, cocky as hell.
Yep.
And those guys came in there and they just thought that they thought they were going to do what those radio hosts just did.
Absolutely.
We've got more talent. This will be easy.
Yeah.
The dumbest thing you can never do in the NFL. That's why Vinny Serrato there, former GM.
He's doing radio.
Honestly, how are you talking about an NFL team like it's as simple as this team's way more talented than the other team. Have you not watched games in the NFL?
Right.
Have you not seen the upsets that happen every single damn week and every year in the playoffs?
Yep.
My God. I love it. I love that Baltimore, and I would include the quotes from the players who kind of almost smirk when they talk about, hey Lamar, are you confident you guys can score enough points? It was all he could do to keep from laughing.
He said extremely confident at the end of the cut.
And it wasn't even that. When I heard the audio, I was like, well, he's just expressing confidence in himself.
He's got a smirk.
I went and watched it. Oh, yeah. It was almost just restraining himself from bending over laughing.
He's got a
over
smirk.
whether or not they could score points versus
that
this
should
defense.
piss off the Texans. I'm with you.
This Ravens team, honestly, they are going to come in mentally unprepared. They're going to come in overconfident. They're going to do just what the Browns did. Yeah. Browns, in many ways, a superior defense to the Ravens. Everybody knows that.
Yep.
It's commonly known.
Yep.
They're going to come in and act like, the Browns just had bad luck.
All right, John McClain is going to join us next. Normally Wednesday, today Friday. We'll get John's thoughts on the Ravens and the Texans coming up next.
We certainly will, Sean. Johnson Fitness and Wellness is going to get you ready for this new year when you.
Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, normally joins us at 8:25, thereabouts, on Wednesdays. Shuffle the schedule around a little bit this week. John McClain, the Hall of Famer, and our senior columnist at SportsRadio610.com joining us on the program right now. John, how are we doing this morning?
Doing great. I'm working on my 5 things to watch in the game and all the things that could be a difference. And it's interesting because the Ravens are tied for first in the NFL with 31 takeaways, and we know who has committed the fewest turnovers. That would be the Texans with 14.
So what are you feeling on that then? This is kind of the irresistible force meets the immovable object. Who do you think comes out in that battle with the turnovers between these two teams?
The Ravens are plus 12, first in the NFL. Texans are plus 10, tied for third, and then they were plus 2 against the Browns. In that first game, Lamar Jackson didn't play all that well. Now, maybe it's because of his long layoff since he was hurt for, I think, the last 7 games last season. It could have been new offensive coordinator Todd Monken's new system for him, but he had an interception and he lost a fumble. And Stroud did not have a turnover, and we had no idea that he was going to be as great as he's been at protecting the ball. So I would assume that Jackson will be better, but, man, the Texans have been hard to beat because they don't beat themselves.
Yeah, I guess, John, the other thing, too, is the way the Texans defense has gotten a little bit more aggressive over the past couple weeks. And they've been good against the run all season long, except curiously versus the Indianapolis Colts. How do you feel about them versus this new revamped offense and this version of it, not the one they saw in week 1?
I'll tell you an amazing stat. You guys know how much the Ravens love to run the ball. John Harbaugh demands it. They're number 1 in rushing with 156.5 yards. But they have run for 26 touchdowns. Gus Edwards had 13, and they've only given up 6 rushing touchdowns. And if they have a weak point, and they don't really, but if they had one, it would be against the run. They're giving up a little over 100 yards. And to give up only 6 rushing touchdowns is amazing to me. And if the Texans could get 100 yards rushing or more, then they're 6-1 during the season, 3-0 when Devin Singletary hits triple digits. And I'm not sure what the wind's projected to be. It's supposed to be cold as sunshine, but the Texans, Bobby Slowick, he's going to try to run it whether he can run it or not. The Ravens defense under Mike McDonald, who, like Bobby Slowick's getting a lot of interviews for head coaching jobs, their defense has been great. Number 1, sacks. Isn't it unbelievable? Jadeveon Clowney's like a mercenary. He goes from team to team. He ended up with 9.5 sacks, tying his career high that he set here. And they've got 3 players with at least 9. Justin Madubuike from A&M has been outstanding. But if the Texans' offensive line, to me, was the story against the Browns, Laramie Tunsil shutting down Myles Garrett and the linemen not giving up any sacks, very few pressures, 1 hit. George Fant replaced Charlie Hack, who'd been worked over big time in the previous Cleveland game, and George Fant played well. They need that kind of performance up front, and if they get it again, Texans have a chance to pull a stunning upset.
John, paint me a picture of what it looks like if the Texans beat the Ravens.
Oh boy, it'd be the first time they've ever been.
I guess paint me a picture of how it happens.
Yeah, what's the most likely scenario?
I think that the Ravens, who haven't played a lot of starters, including Lamar Jackson, since the next to last game, they come out of sync. We've seen that happen before. I remember one year the Colts were so good. Tony Dungy gave them so much time off by the time they played. They were like the first game of the season. They were totally out of sync. Lamar Jackson's not a real accurate passer, and so maybe he comes out of sync. They commit a turnover. Texans score early, and that kind of takes the crowd out of the game. And then they have to play the run like they did against the Browns, like they did all season, except for that Colts game 2 weeks ago. And then keep it close and hope Kaimi Fairbairn could win a field goal battle with Justin Tucker.
I like that scenario. I do think a fast start is going to be key in this game. We don't know. Seth's pointed this out multiple times this week. Lamar Jackson coming from behind, it's not been great. That's really not the game script for them.
Yeah, like the Rams game was the one where there haven't been that many times where in the fourth quarter down the stretch they've really, really needed him to deliver, and he did in the Rams game. But like some of these things that people I feel like people are just almost assuming that he's going to be fine in the playoffs because he's been a different type of quarterback this year, but he hasn't necessarily been tested in the same way that some of these teams are going to test him in the playoffs.
Yep.
He's 1-3 in the playoffs. He's 0-2 in divisional games. And what the Texans need to do is what the Titans did after the 2019 season when he was MVP. The Ravens were 14-2, and they played them, and they got beat 28-12 because they just weren't sharp for the same reasons. And it's happened before, even though Jackson's a totally different quarterback now. If he starts early, say he has an interception early, then that's got to put some doubt in his mind because he knows what his record is. He's been reminded of it all week. It doesn't matter how many MVP awards you get. If you want to be considered a great quarterback, you got to win some playoff games, and one is not enough for him.
Well, especially when you're the top seed. They've put themselves in this great position. John, just shifting gears for a minute, I know your take on Bobby Slowick pursuing head coaching opportunities has been that you think eventually that he'll come back here for another year just to get a little more seasoning before he takes a head coaching job in the next job cycle. He conducted 2 Zoom interviews yesterday, one with Carolina, one with Tennessee. Do you still feel the same about that, knowing that Bobby is getting so much interest and now he's actually doing some of these interviews?
I'm the only thing I've got to go by is D'Amico did that, and Kevin O'Connell did that. Ben Johnson did it last year. And I'm guessing Bobby knows he's been a play caller 1 year and that he's going to be a play caller as a head coach. And one of the reasons he left the 49ers is he was not going to be the play caller. And to be a head coach, he told Kyle Shanahan, I need to experience play calling, the success and the failures, so I can learn. Well, is one season enough learning for him to become a head coach? And it's interesting to see what his dad, who's been a defensive coordinator for 4 teams, what advice his dad would give him. And I think we all believe that if he comes back, they're still going to be good, maybe even better, and he might have better opportunities for more money. And sometimes it's like D'Amico said, make sure you get the best opportunity. Well, Carolina is not the best opportunity. Even Washington, where Josh Harris, the owner, says he wants minor partners involved. Magic Johnson's tweeting after games about how bad they are. They bring in Bob Myers from the Golden State Warriors. Now they hire a GM, Adam Peters, who worked with him for 6 years. But, even Peters should be worried about the setup that they have there with so many, as they say, too many cooks in the kitchen. So Titans, I'm not sure about that, about if he would go there, even though he knows Rank Hawthorne. And just because they know each other doesn't mean he likes those guys. But he's got 2 of his former guys from the 49ers who are now GMs. And the fact of the matter is, the way the 49ers get people taken every year, next year there might be a couple more GMs. But maybe I'm just hoping. But I'll tell you this, the coach who spent the most time with C.J. Stroud is not Bobby Slowick. It's Gerard Johnson. And the guy who spent even more time with him behind the scenes is Case Keenum. And Case has had a really strong influence on his season, even though he doesn't get a lot of credit. So hopefully Slowick will stay one more year, and if he doesn't, we'll say, Bobby, we hardly knew you.
Yeah, well, and if he and look, if he's taking head coaching jobs, it means he had a hell of a year as an OC for the Houston Texans.
Absolutely.
So we'll take that. John McClain, our senior columnist, SportsRadio610.com. John, you and I will have a Utopia podcast for the people following the game late tomorrow night. What do you got going on the website? I'm guessing a report card will be coming down the pike after this game.
Oh, yeah, I'll have a report card. I'll have a column. I'm working on 5 things to watch right now, and I have a column yesterday about the Texans can make Houston football history if they win this game and why that would be the case. Guys, thank you very much. Have a lot of fun tomorrow.
All right, John, we appreciate it. We will have a lot of fun tomorrow. Hopefully a lot of fun by the time this game is over between the Texans and the Ravens. All right, we head into the 9 o'clock hour. We are getting down to it, man. Game tomorrow at 3:30, kickoff here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I will be out at the watch party in front of the convention center starting at 12:30. Gates open at 1:30. We'll be out there 12:30 for Texans Countdown tomorrow. Let's take a look, not just at the Texans, but there's 3 other games this weekend. Which of these games are we most looking forward to and why? We will dig into the other divisional round games. We'll do that coming up next.
When you call Mokaram Law at 281-222-2222, they will answer the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That means nights and weekends too, because Mokaram Law knows that accidents don't just happen Monday through Friday during normal business hours. A lot of attorneys try to sell you on this fancy lifestyle, fantasy of big jets and fast cars. In Mokaram Law, they just want you to get taken care of. If you've been in an accident and it wasn't your fault, you deserve compensation. The best way to get that compensation is to call Mokaram Law. You can go meet with them in their office on the West Loop. They can come to your location. You can meet via Zoom, but just get the process started. Give them a call.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
One thing I had forgotten when John McClain was just on with us in the previous segment, and he was talking about the various job openings out there that Bobby Slowick could eventually have. I forgot that Magic Johnson is one of the owners in Washington, and then he tweets after games.
Does he? He does the same way he does with Lakers games?
Does.
Okay.
Yeah, and this was a bad football team this year.
So it was painfully obvious stuff like, Washington, we just needed the Commanders to score more points.
Right, which isn't a big deal. It's just more of an annoyance than anything else.
It's a big deal just in that it, like, honestly, there's so many Hall of Famers that, like, say pretty, like profound stuff at times, like or when they speak, people listen.
Right.
It's Magic Johnson says those things. He says those things, or he tweets them, and it feels like he thinks it's a great point
Hot
he's
take,
making.
yeah, good
where it's
take,
just like the most surface level obvious thing possible.
And I guess my question would be like, okay, if Magic Johnson is involved in the ownership group, then it's really just because Josh Harris, the owner, wants to hang out with Magic Johnson, because it's not like Josh Harris needs Magic's money to close the deal.
Right. Well, but that's also something that they do with lots of ownership groups. I mean, every NFL team has an ownership group with minority owners, like that are and for anybody that's not familiar with the terminology, that means percentage minority.
Right.
So, I don't know. It's because he's super, super successful as a business person.
He is. I'm just, I'm guessing Josh Harris has plenty of people he can involve in this deal if he wanted to. It's just interesting. He must just really like hanging out with Magic Johnson. That's my point.
Like, it is almost like a friend group with a lot of the ownership groups. It's like, okay, this guy owns 1%, this guy owns 1%, this lady owns 1%.
Right.
Yeah.
And if I were a billionaire and I involved a bunch of my friends, I would prefer that I don't involve my friend who's tweeting things about the team and drawing a lot of attention to the team.
I think, honestly, that Magic Johnson, much like other people we know, has a different, I think he's just got a different Twitter personality than actual personality.
Okay.
I've never once seen an interview with him where I'm like, well, this guy just doesn't say, I never watch an interview and think the same thing I think of when I read the tweets.
No, he's very sharp.
Yeah, so that's what, it's just weird. Some people on Twitter or on social media are just completely different. I think with Magic Johnson, it almost might be like it's almost like he's doing something which is very smart, is sometimes try to make your message palatable to a 12-year-old. If you can make it palatable to a 12-year-old or understandable to a 12-year-old, then everybody gets it. And I think it's almost like he might almost consciously be doing that.
There's lessons we can learn from Magic Johnson.
If you do, like, the best
Maybe we're a little too smart for our own good, Seth. To dumb down the show a little bit.
By Twitter standards, everybody's too smart for, like, the Magic Johnson's level.
Fair.
So that's where it can only be that, because there's no way. I would never, having watched Magic Johnson in an interview for years, there's no way I would have, if you showed me this Twitter account and had me pick whether it was like Magic Johnson or two other, schlubs or something, there's no way I would think it was Magic Johnson's Twitter account.
Right. Which of the other three games this weekend? We'll dig more into the Texans game this hour. We're going to dig heavy into it as we close out the show.
Oh, Bills Chiefs. I don't know what your question is, but Bills Chiefs.
You're the Family Feud guy that hit the buzzer before the question even got out.
Yeah, it's got to be. Like, you were going to ask something about, like, what's most intriguing? What are you most
Which are you most excited to sit down and watch?
I mean, this has got the two premier quarterbacks. This has got a quarterback, one of whom is having a down season. The other, in Josh Allen, was having a statistically great and yet curiously difficult season through a combination of bad team mistakes, but then also an inconsistent offense. Like, I would classify it as, like, not an offense you could rely upon, even though they were leading the league in points margin and all that other stuff. They fired Ken Dorsey after a really ugly loss against the Broncos, which, again, wasn't really the offense's fault, but they fired the offensive coordinator, and it changed everything. And, so that's very intriguing to me. The other thing about this, too, that I hadn't realized is that the Chiefs' defense, as good as they are, they've forced very few turnovers, whereas the Bills' defense has caused a boatload of turnovers. Mm-hmm. I look forward to potentially, if we're going to talk turnover margin, and the Bills win it, like a blowout of Patrick Mahomes on the road.
Yeah.
A blowout of Pat Mahomes on the road for the first time in his career.
That's the biggest thing to me. The most I think this might be the most intriguing dynamic of the weekend to me is Mahomes going on the road for the first time.
To clarify that stat for people who didn't know it, this is the first time Pat Mahomes is going to be on the road in the playoffs, other than the Super Bowl.
Right. True road game.
Not the same as a road game.
Yeah, true road game. And about as tough an environment as he could pick to go to, right? In Buffalo.
Is it snowing again today? I think it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine by game time.
Yeah, it's snowing in Baltimore today, which is causing some problems, I guess I heard, for people at Intercontinental and Hobby today trying to get up to the game.
Sean Hockley's the ref in this game.
In the Buffalo-Kansas City game?
Yeah.
A big deal was made of that. Apparently,
he's super active.
And apparently Kansas City has done pretty well with him as the referee. I read.
Really?
Yes, I believe I read
Maybe
that.
now that they're not the pretty
There's definitely an angle with him being the referee.
Maybe now that they're not the pretty girl in town.
I'm going to look it up. Yeah.
Now that they're not the pretty girl in town, he won't show them as much preferential treatment. Those Hockley boys just love getting those biceps on television,
He's just as big as the old man.
Well, I mean, you'd expect it, right? He's got the benefit of Hockley probably just started lifting weights when he was 29 or something.
Yeah.
Back in the day, they didn't. Hockley's got to be old by now.
Do you think that was the advice his dad gave him when he said, "Hey, Dad, I'd like to be a referee like you someday. What would you suggest I do?"
Get yoked.
And Ed was like, "Get in the gym now."
There's something to it.
And he yelled at him and he scurried into a gym and just started grabbing dumbbells and lifting them like this.
The cold hard truth is that appearance matters. Sorry, kids.
Yep.
And referees.
Yep. Here we go. Bills fans are crying about Sean Hockley, and they should. This is a tweet from @Clay Wendler, whoever he is. In 4 games against Josh Allen's Bills, Hockley has called 40 penalties for 347 yards.
In 4 games?
In 4 games.
Against the Bills?
Against the Bills.
Okay, so the average is
10 penalties for nearly 100 yards.
The average is about 6.
Yeah.
And a team will commit about 6 penalties in a game, 12 penalties per NFL game. So that is way above average.
Yeah.
10 penalties a game against the Bills.
10 penalties for almost 90 yards, too. So these aren't cheapies. These aren't 10. These aren't 10 delay a game penalties or illegal contact. There's some downfield penalties.
Mahomes is getting the preferential treatment.
You want some more?
Yeah.
You want some more?
Yeah.
The Chiefs are 8-2 during the Mahomes era with Hockley as the ref, including 2-0 in the postseason.
That's a little tougher because they're probably 8-2 with any other given factor.
That's like those Saban stats.
Yeah.
2-0 in the postseason's a little curious, but whatever. It's a small sample size.
Yeah.
That's what my favorite. Like, hey, did you guys know Nick Saban is 17-1 when leading after 3? He's 17-1
for everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pick anything. He's 17-1. Yeah.
He's 17-1 in on Lincoln's birthday. I don't know.
Right.
It's just like those old Lincoln and Kennedy stats.
I'm with you on KC and Miami, or KC and Buffalo, I should say, being the most intriguing of them.
He's 10-5. Okay, this is a little bit more like juicy, or at least the stuff you like. Mahomes is 10-5 against the spread in the playoffs.
Yeah.
7-2 against the spread when he is not at least a 7-point favorite.
So when it's inside of a touchdown, he's 7-2 against the spread. That's if I'm Kansas City, that's kind of what I'm hanging my hat on, is the ability for Patrick Mahomes to flip a switch, maybe overstating it a little bit.
Yeah.
At least turn the volume, at least turn a notch or two back to old Mahomes.
I think playoff experience and a boatload of it, and then having had success in it does matter. Yeah. And it's just we've seen it. I mean, they feed into each other. The success begets more success.
Yep.
But I mean, we've just seen it with the Astros, where there's times where they just, especially in like in baseball, you get the long playoff series. They just grind teams down, and they never shy away from any of the pressure. Where I don't know, Buffalo doesn't strike me as a team that's for one, they have plenty of playoff experience, but like Josh Allen hasn't had that same clutch. That same clutch factor that Mahomes has had.
No, few do, but you're right about that. I will say this: they're playing much better football than the Kansas City Chiefs are over the last month and a half of the season.
The only other one is the Bucs and Lions as far as just quarterback stories go.
Yeah.
I do like a good underdog story, so I like Baker Mayfield in that.
Yep.
But I also like Jared Goff as a redemption story.
Well, the good news is one of them is going to be in the NFC title game.
But I also like a potential redemption story turned into a disaster, which is the Bucs blitz a lot, third heaviest blitz team in the league, and Jared Goff turns the ball over versus the blitz a lot.
He's horrible under pressure.
Yeah. This could end up being both a Baker Mayfield victory, so it would be that selection.
Yep.
And also, like, Jared Goff comes crashing down to earth.
Yeah.
I'd kind of like that, actually. I'd feel a little better, even just because I continue to hold a grudge against Jared Goff being the comp for C.J. Stroud.
Yes. Yes. They come here next year. Detroit does. We get to play a little Dan Campbell action next year here at NRG Stadium.
I wonder who they're going to practice. Will they have a combined practice?
The Texans?
They canceled the one this year. They canceled the Saints one.
Yeah, because they were so banged up. The Texans were.
Yeah.
I think they're definitely going to have at least one combined
I just remember
practice.
the Lions came in for combined practice when Patricia was the coach.
Yeah.
And they almost ran over Landry Locker's.
Poor Landry. Yeah.
Patricia was riding around on his four-wheeler because he had a torn Achilles tendon.
Yep.
Because he was idiotically playing basketball or something.
Right.
And he just was like, he was being total Matt Patricia. Just riding that thing around like he owned the place and almost ran over Landry Locker.
Almost ran.
Poor, innocent, pure as a driven snow Landry Locker.
Yeah.
Never wished any ill harm on anybody.
Landry would have gotten paid, though, maybe. If Matt Patricia runs over him, a little lawsuit, little Mokaram action.
He probably would have had to sue the Texans, though, I think.
Hey, wherever you get, their money.
I guess, that's
their
what they
money's
say.
green, too, man. I mean, if somebody gets my leg, if somebody chops my leg, I'm finding somebody to cut me a check for
I think
it.
every time I ask a lawyer, like, would I be liable for this? He's like, they're going to go after whoever has money, okay?
Now,
don't ask me whether legally you do or not. They'll come after you,
Is it going to be like my Maldonado versus Apple money that I got yesterday? Maybe not.
Carrying that thing around. The cheerleaders are here, and like you're holding your Apple settlement in your hand, like conspicuously.
I showed it to them.
You just
like, hey, Sean Pendergast, beneficiary of the Maldonado versus Apple lawsuit.
That Apple money.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I do. $183.26 worth of that Apple money.
He got that Apple settlement. He's got Velcro sneakers.
Bro, he got
but
that.
like in a retro way. If I didn't know, I would have thought he was just an old man, except he's got that Apple settlement.
Hey.
Those are retro Velcro sneakers.
Did you know that they don't even sell this red hoodie that I'm wearing right now? It was given to us by the Texans.
By the way, Sean's not wearing Velcro sneakers.
No, they have laces. My daughter got me these.
Those are nice.
These Nikes, yeah. I've gotten a lot of
because she works.
She
works still working there or no?
No. Well, she's a coach now.
I know she's full-time coach, but I didn't know she.
Yeah, it's a Nike school, so I think I think it may have gotten maybe a discount or something here and there. Yeah.
Tell her I've learned this when I was an athlete. Whenever you buy a gift for somebody, I would just tell them that it was from the from the equipment room. They get more of a thrill out of it.
Oh, for sure.
If they think it's like team issue.
Yeah. That's true. Okay, now I got to text her and find out. This might become retroactively an even better Christmas gift that she got me.
Especially the older you get, the more you appreciate if it was gotten for free. You're like, ooh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Oh,
you got the hookup.
Yeah, the only thing better is if it's hot.
Yeah.
Like, is it stolen? I don't think these aren't stolen. These are legit.
She beat up a kid for those. There's like a little bit of blood.
I don't know if she could. She would win the endurance battle, though.
I don't know if she could.
She wouldn't get gassed.
That is. I heard a distance runner talk about that once. We're like, other sports you can kind of like. You can imagine yourself like, oh, I'm a wrestler. Like, yeah, if anything ever went down, I could do this. Like, I'm big and strong. I'm a football player. Like, as a cross-country runner, you're kind of like, if somebody needed a message delivered in wartime.
Right.
Yeah, if the cloud ever goes down and we lose satellites, I could be a courier.
Cross-country. They'll never catch me.
Yeah.
Green Bay, San Francisco looks to be the one that is kind of the blah game for the weekend.
I guess so. Yeah. But then I'm falling into the same trap that people are falling into with the Ravens versus the Texans, I think, is that they just assume it to be what's the line on this game?
Same as the Texans,
yeah.
9.5. It's the same as the Texans, and the two quarterbacks, I think, are very similar that are going for the upsets in these games. Jordan Love, like C.J. Stroud, has been dynamite the second half of the season, been dynamite down the stretch. Their stats were identical in upset wins last week, literally identical in upset wins of the Cowboys and the Browns last week.
Yeah.
They're both capable of putting games together that'll keep their teams in these games, at least on the road against the top seeds.
So, Sorry, I got confused there for a second. When I was thinking, for a second, I thought you were saying that Brock Purdy and Jordan Love. All right.
No. C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love.
Yeah. Okay. I know, because I was just thinking about I was trying to figure out where some of that fit in.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about this game that's interesting is that they're both Shanahan guys. One of them, Matt LaFleur. The other one, Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
So they're kind of like, there's a lineage here. They're both Shanahan disciples.
Are you a Kyle Shanahan guy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Disciple.
I'm Kyle Shanahan.
Shanahan is a disciple unto himself. So who's got the advantage, teacher or pupil?
That's a fun angle to this game.
I think honestly the advantage goes to not teacher nor pupil, but to Deebo Samuel in his run after the catch, and just kind of those guys in the physicality of this matchup versus the Green Bay defense. I would have a hard time seeing exactly how the 49ers let this be the way they exit the playoffs this year.
You give a better chance to the Texans pulling off the upset or the Packers pulling off the upset? I do too. But a lot of it is my lack of trust in the Ravens. I think the 49ers are a more battle-tested team than the Ravens in the playoffs.
Honestly, I think that when the questions about the quarterback and scheme, I think I like Lamar Jackson as a quarterback better than I like Brock Purdy, and yet I feel like Brock Purdy is in a scheme and has weaponry around him that's just more devastatingly physical and just kind of has a methodically march down the field as a scheme, including the quarterback, more so than with Lamar Jackson, where the scheme is 10 times better than it ever was before. But it's a very diverse scheme, and I feel like there's just more moving parts to be screwed up. And so it's not – I like Lamar Jackson, the quarterback, better, but in terms of the entire team and the entire system on those offenses, I just trust the 49ers more. So now obviously they're not playing against each other right now. And I understand that the Ravens did just throttle the 49ers. But when it comes to an upset, I think there's more chance for tomfoolery with the Ravens in this week's
100%.
game than there is with the Packers versus the 49ers.
I totally agree with you on that.
Tomfoolery, I'm bringing it back.
It's a good word. All right. If the Texans are able to not only pull off the upset this week, but able to pull it off next week and the week after that, which would be the Super Bowl.
Actually, it doesn't sound like that much to do.
It's just three more games.
Just 3 weeks of upsets.
They played 18 of them so far. It's just 3 more.
Yeah.
If they're able to do that, it's going to look very, very familiar to Houston sports fans. I will explain next. But first, Suit Mart. Suit Mart for me. Yep. I'm going to tell you all about Suit Mart and their annual January clearance sale, which is going on right now. Huge sales going on Michael Kors, Lauren by Ralph Lauren, Ozione, Sergio Martini, Steve Harvey suits, $79.99 to $199.99 on select styles. If you're looking to get your suit game going again, trying to upgrade, get just something different, you got job interviews, you got parties, whatever the case may be, get to Suit Mart. North Freeway and the Main Street locations are open for this sale, the January annual suit clearance event.
Football Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Text message. What are you guys talking about? Mahomes being 4th all-time in road TD passes. That isn't even close. My goodness. That should be so much common sense that you wouldn't even think that could be the case. He's like 23rd or something, regurgitating something over and over that anyone with common sense would know is false.
That's confusing.
I read this text and I was like, this guy who's accusing people of idiocy is trying to text the 610 sports station in Kansas City.
That's the irony of the whole thing.
I was like, what is this being common knowledge about road TD passes? Whatever.
Yeah. Anytime I get confused, I just look to see if it's a 913 or an 816.
I think this guy has been on before because I've pointed out the irony once to him of like he loves calling people idiots. And I'm like, multiple times he's texted the wrong station.
Yeah. Yep. Irony, thy name is Rando Kansas City person. Absolutely.
We should put his number out in Houston.
Another texter says, oh, wow, typical Sean Pendergast wants money out of somebody. He's got all these sugar daddy friends, and he still wants more money, LOL. Is he referring to my huge lawsuit settlement that I received yesterday from Apple?
Yep.
It's really the hero in this is Maldonado, who sued Apple and was able to get me another $183.
You know what? If you wanted to really live it up, you could have taken out a loan against your future settlement. You should have called up our guy down there by the stadium there, our bail bonds guy. He could have hooked you up with one of the.
For sure.
Yeah.
Those short-term loans. Yeah.
And then somebody else asked if I think the NFL is rigged because I was getting PO'd about the officials. No, I don't think the NFL is rigged. I do think some officials have unconscious biases towards basically their star chasers.
You know why?
Well, I think
because they're humans.
They're humans, right? yeah, they're humans, which means they're fallible. I do think that some officials are swayed a little too much by personality.
Yep.
So that's not a league directive or anything. That's just bad officiating or not understanding your own weaknesses or blind spots.
I don't appreciate that text, sir, making me out like I'm some sort of money grubber because I'm bragging about my $183 lawsuit settlement. Someone said earlier, we've had a few people text in that they got $26 yesterday from the same settlement, and I'm guessing they only got 26 because they only have one phone. I've got like 8 jillion phones on my account.
Rich get richer.
Only one of them's mine.
Rich get richer.
Screw that. Only one of them's mine.
Yeah, but you got enough. You got people. It sounds richer when you say only one of them's yours.
No,
yeah,
I've continued to pay for the cell phone service for my adult children,
right?
Knowing that someday it's going to pay off. In a $183 lawsuit settlement. Yeah, that's true.
So the point is, there's a lot of people. A lot of those guys that got the only.
$26.
Poor souls that only got $26 aren't supporting an entire extended family of.
Thank you for checking me.
Yeah,
I should be happy with what I got.
Daughter's about to marry a Harvard-trained lawyer, and you're still paying for her cell phone.
They're not engaged yet.
Oh, I thought they were engaged.
No. It looks to be going in that direction, though.
Okay.
All signs are.
Is he in law school right now?
He's finishing up law school.
Where is he in law school?
Boston College, third year. Yeah. Very sharp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sharp. Do you know what kind of law he's going into?
I don't know.
Wait, what kind of lawyer is Sammy going to be?
He's working for a firm here in town that does a lot of construction and real estate law.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah,
he's finishing law school, but he knows where he's going.
He's got an offer. Yeah, he's working for a firm here in town, and they're big listeners. His firm.
Oh, they are
big listeners. Yes, I met one of his bosses, who was a big part of hiring him. I met him he came by the pregame show before one of the games. I think the Tennessee game. Mm-hmm. Good guy. Russell.
I remember when we were talking about something Sammy had done, which is kind of like a kid thing to do. Yeah. It was probably from way back when, but it was when he was like kind of out interviewing for jobs and everything, and Sammy had to tell you like, "Hey, Dad, maybe cool it a little bit on the irresponsible Sammy stories."
Oh, on the air? Oh, yeah.
So I was thinking about, so it obviously didn't hurt his chances with this firm.
It worked out. No.
There's a story from when he was like 17.
The firm he works for sounds like they have a good time there. I follow them on Instagram. Yeah, they look like they have a good time.
Wish I'd gone to law school.
I know.
No, I would have been a horrible lawyer.
You would have been fun to watch in a courtroom. Oh, my God.
No, I would have been horrible. I wouldn't be able to handle the stress.
I'm not saying you would have been good, but you would have been fun to watch in a courtroom is what I said.
No, you know what? I think I could be pretty convincing in front of a jury.
I think so, too.
I think I could charm a jury.
You're very honest.
I'm very...
No, you are.
I'm talking about being a good lawyer here.
Oh, yeah.
So, but I think I can be... I'm telling my version of the truth.
Yeah.
I think I could. People believe me about stuff. I have no idea why. But when I get in front of strangers, before they really get to know me, they really take me at my word.
Early on. Seth is very good early in the sales cycle.
I am.
You are.
I need to be. You'll need to hire me to come in for the initial meetings with people. Be like, this is Seth Payne. He's our VP of such and such. He's based out of Phoenix, so he's not around much, but he's here for this meeting.
He's just here. Very specific. Why does this guy just get involved at the very beginning of the sales cycle?
Yeah.
If the Texans are able to go on a title run here, am I afraid of looking ahead? No, because we've done it the last 2 games. Before the Colts win, we were like, so who do we want them to play in the first round of the playoffs? And then before the Browns game, we're like, okay, when they win this one, who do we want them to play in the divisional round? I ain't afraid to go looking ahead the whole rest of the way. And I was thinking about this today, Seth. To me, with the Astros and the Rockets, there have been 4 championships. 2 for the Rockets back in the 90s, 2 for the Astros in the most recent years. And I think the 2 most famous championships here in town were the second one for the Rockets, where they were the 6th seed. They had traded for Clyde Drexler. They were a heavy underdog to repeat, and they went on to win the championship. And I think of the 2 Astros championships, I think the first one has like more of a feeling around it because it was the first one. The similarities, because I said going into this segment, if the Texans are able to do this, it'll feel very similar to me to those 2 championship runs. Rockets 95, Astros in 17. In 95, the Rockets literally had to beat the 4 best teams in the sport to win the championship.
Yeah.
They were the 6th seed, so they had to beat the 3, the 2, the 1 in the West, which was Utah, Phoenix, San Antonio with David Robinson, and then they beat Shaq, the number 1 seed in the East, in the finals. They literally went through the hardest possible way you could go in the playoffs. This will be pretty similar if the Texans are able to do this. They win as an underdog at home against the Browns.
Yeah.
Then you got to go beat the number 1 seed on the road.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the Bills are going to beat the Chiefs. I don't feel great about it. But either way, you're going on the road to Kansas City or Buffalo. That's a hard putt right there. And then if San Francisco's sitting there for you in the Super Bowl, you've earned that championship.
You've earned that championship, but you are still looking at that first victory was versus the Browns.
That one I'm pigeonholing.
Yeah. I don't know.
I admit that.
I have a little bit of an objection to the whole theory of all of this because you're talking about seeding.
It was a home game.
Big names more so than anything else. But you did. Oh, that's right. It was a home game, wasn't it? I remember that minor detail.
Yeah. That's why I'm really pigeonholing.
Yeah.
Rockets never had home court advantage.
When it comes to, I guess, honestly, if I were to look at it in this playoffs, oh boy, there's so many flawed teams. I mean, the 49ers and the Ravens would really be the 2 teams. I feel like, honestly, if you just beat the Ravens and you beat the 49ers, that's like, okay, those are the 2 regular season studs, like the most completely constructed, the most well-rounded rosters, all of that. The Brock Purdy's becoming a name. I mean, he was one of the very best quarterbacks this year, but I don't know, he's not. But yeah, those 2 franchises would be, that's enough for me.
I think if the Chiefs.
And then if you beat Mahomes, it'd have to be the Chiefs, not the Bills.
Well, I think especially for the Astros part of the analogy. That was the Rockets I just did. The Astros' first championship run, I don't know that they were necessarily beating all the most difficult teams. I'd have to go back and look. But as you pointed out earlier this week, they were beating blue blood teams.
Blue Bloods, yeah.
Red Sox, Yankees, Dodgers.
Cleveland, the Yankees had upset Cleveland. Cleveland would have been the better team that year. But in terms of like the name brand franchises, yeah.
Yeah, so if you go Cleveland, I'm not pigeonholing Cleveland into this, but if you go beat Baltimore as the 1 seed, then Kansas City would be the one I think that would be more analogous to the Yankees than Buffalo. And then just as far as like being a big name brand, and although Buffalo's probably more analogous because the Yankees hadn't won anything in a long time and neither has Buffalo. But then you go beat San Francisco in the Super Bowl. Like there's a chance here. I say all this to say, I know we got to eat what's on our plate and beat the Ravens, and I know they're a huge underdog. I get all that. But they have availed us, the Texans, of the opportunity to dream for a few days.
Yeah.
And it's fun to dream. And if they are able to go on a playoff run and beat these very specific teams, Ravens, Chiefs, Niners, even Ravens, Bills, Niners, as good as the Bills have been, this will be the argument that we will now have will be where does this stack up in terms of title runs versus the other title runs that Houston teams have had through the years. That's how good this could potentially be.
That's interesting. So, like, because we bring that element into it, because Cleveland that year had won 102 games. The Yankees won a paltry 91. Pathetic.
Oh, my God.
Red Sox 93.
How did they allow them in the postseason?
No, but the Yankees upset the Guardians, and that's how the Astros ended up playing the Yankees. So that wasn't in terms of blue bloods and all that. It was more about the logos more so than the actual teams on the field that year.
Yep. Yeah, this probably resembles more the Rockets than the Astros title run, just because they're underdogs the whole way. Like the Astros weren't underdogs the whole way in those things. The Texans are going to be an underdog every game the rest of the way. They keep winning.
2017 though too. This is where sometimes people get it wrong with when they try to claim that Altuve was responsible for not stopping everybody. They were like, well, he's the team leader and this and that. Like, no. In 2017, they hadn't won a World Series. They'd had a disappointing year the year prior. Altuve was a relatively young guy on a team that had a bunch of older vets that were brought in specifically to be the leaders, and the guys that Altuve wouldn't be saying, stop this or stop that.
Yep.
And he hadn't won an MVP yet. So I think you got to take yourself back to what it was like in 2017. There was just zero actual confidence that the Astros were going to push on. Most people in baseball didn't even realize yet that the Astros weren't. I remember reading an anonymous executive saying that the Astros didn't have it because they struck out too much. And somebody pointed out, they actually have the best strikeout rate in baseball.
Yeah.
And he
was 2 years late.
He said, I don't believe you. Yeah, because they hit so many home runs that people assumed that they must still strike out a bunch.
Right. All right, 3:30 tomorrow. Divisional round, Texans, Ravens, right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get you ready for that. Final look at some of the matchups that concern us, some areas we think the Texans might be able to take advantage a little bit. I want to hear from Mike McCarthy one more time on the way out, too, with lessons on how not to answer questions. We will get to that next. But first, men's tea clinic. Today's my men's tea clinic day. I'll be over there.
Get it done.
Go get that syringe.
Participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Twin Peaks Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, we're going to get into this matchup. Ravens, Texans here in just a second. And we're going to pass the baton to In the Loop at the top of the hour. Before we get to that, this is where we remind you that whatever the outcome of this game tomorrow between the Ravens and the Texans, be glad that DeMeco Ryans is your head coach. He's out here basically seeing the future with Christian Harris last week. Meanwhile, up in Dallas, this is the message to Cowboy fans from their head coach yesterday.
My message would be this. We have established a championship program. It's just not the world championship yet. We know how to win. We know how to train to win. We have the right people. But we have not crossed the threshold winning playoff games. And it's extremely disappointing to be sitting here talking about it. But, I know how to win. And we will get over that threshold. I have total confidence in it, and that's why I'm standing here today.
He thinks that, okay, two things about that. One is he thinks Cowboys fans are idiots. Like, they know and understand that he's the NFC East champion.
Right.
They know that they've won 12 games a year the last 3 years. That's specifically the problem, is people don't trust that he can take them any further. And then the last part, what was the very last part he had said? The last part was...
just now?
Yeah.
He said something about having the right people in the building. He knows how to win.
No, yeah,
he said he knows how to win.
Yeah, sorry, Ben. It's getting too late in the show. But yeah, everybody, people know that. If people got that, wanting to win, isn't the same as just actually knowing how to win. Yeah, how
that's
to win
a tough spot. I will give McCarthy a little bit of leeway. So, what's your message to fans 3 days after you got blown out at home? By a 7 seed.
Here's the thing, a plan. People always just want to hear that you have a plan. They claim they want the details of the plan.
Said he knows how to win, Seth.
Yeah, this is the problem. They claim that they want to know the details of the plan. They don't actually. They just want to hear that you have a plan broadly outlined about how you're going to improve and where. And they're like, oh, all right, I hadn't really looked at it that way. He should know this by now. I don't understand how he doesn't know this by now.
You know what else they like? Is when a few minutes later you tell them what you're not responsible for.
I'm going to tell you this, too. I will take no responsibility, and I tell our players this, too. Then they have no responsibility on what's going on here the 20-plus years before that. We're responsible for what's going on in our program. And I know it's disappointing to the fans. But we are in position to learn and grow from this and build off it. And that's the best answer, in my opinion.
Nice empathy, bro.
I'll tell you this. I take no responsibility for the last 20 years. Okay, I didn't realize that was was there an op-ed about how McCarthy was responsible?
Yeah, that was not
for the
question.
2002 playoff collapse or something.
Yeah, that was
what the hell are you talking about, Mike McCarthy?
Right.
I will take no response. Let me tell you another thing, Sean. I'm tired. I am sick and tired of people blaming me for prohibition. Okay. I will not sit up here and act like your great-grandfather got booted out of the whiskey business because of anything I did.
100 years ago when you couldn't drink legally. That's not on me.
One thing I will not ever accept responsibility for was when that meteor landed in the Gulf and killed all the dinosaurs.
Nor should you.
All right? Yeah.
Nor should you. I've always thought it's lame that people have blamed you for that.
This is why.
And the previous 20 years of Cowboys football.
There's Mike McCarthy is just he's an offensive coordinator masquerading as a football coach, and that's who the Cowboys fans are stuck with.
Yep.
He's a really good offensive coordinator. He hired a really good defensive coordinator. They managed to just barely running on fumes win the NFC East. And Cowboys fans, the Cowboys fans aren't going to get angry when I say this because this is everything that they've been saying if they have a brain. So the ones who have brains know that, they're kind of screwed because Jerry Jones will bring them just close enough, but he can never actually want to bring in a coach that's got big, huge cojones that wants to do it the right way because he needs to control everything.
That's very evident now, keeping this guy around for sure. So be happy. That's their problem up there. We've got bigger things, bigger fish to fry here, as they say. Texans-Ravens on Saturday, tomorrow, 3:30. 12:30 Texans Countdown. Seth and I will be out at the watch party doing the pregame show, so hope to see you guys out there. Should be a fun day. Lamar Jackson. Boy, these guys are cocky up there, man. These guys are cocky. Let's get to, this is Lamar Jackson, who has been largely a miserable failure in the postseason for the Baltimore Ravens. He's got the second lowest QB rating of any quarterback in the postseason since he came into the league, ahead of only Mitchell Trubisky. It goes starting at the bottom, working up. Mitch Trubisky, Lamar Jackson, everybody else. Here's Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson, despite that amount of failure in the postseason, very confident that he's going to be able to score points on the Houston Texans.
Confident do you feel that this year's offense has the ability to put up the points you need to win in the playoffs?
I'm very confident. Very, very confident. Extremely confident.
Yeah.
It's that little laugh.
He had a little smirk on his face,
He
too.
did.
Like, he was just thinking about it.
Like he knows something.
Yeah.
He's like he knows something. Like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I know I've been trash in the playoffs before, but guess what?
Yeah.
I know. I'm extremely confident.
Extremely
The
confident.
score on this Texans defense, man. Bro, you haven't scored more than 20 points in a playoff game ever. Ever. MVP. All right? You know who else? Patrick Queen. Patrick Queen, linebacker for the Baltimore Ravens. He was asked about the confidence level yesterday.
Just so much confidence. Almost cocky, but it's definitely, everybody's humble about it. Everybody know the task at hand, what we can accomplish, and the stuff that we can do. But it's also a realization that we don't take care of business. It'll be all for nothing. So everybody's locked in. It's just electric right now, honestly.
Yeah, it's all the chuckling. It's the kind of like, I mean, of course we're confident.
Yeah.
Like the same way you were gonna, like the high school bully knows that if he has to fight this 98-pound weakling, like, of course I'm gonna beat him up. Like, whatever. Like that's what they think of themselves right now, which is just, it's alarming given that we just watched the Cleveland Browns come in and, like, honestly, at times on defense, they looked like they were incredibly confident they were just going to steamroll the Texans. They had just been bolstered by an earlier in the season victory that was pretty convincing. They just felt like, oh, we've already been there, done that. We've seen this before. Ironically enough, the Ravens beat the Texans pretty thoroughly earlier in the season, and it feels like they just think that they're just going to show up and win.
Dude, this 98-pound weakling knows jiu-jitsu, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's what the J stands for in CJ. I don't know if you knew that. It's Coleridge Jiu-Jitsu Stroud, the fourth. All right? That's what it stands for. Let's play one more. If you're just wondering how disrespected the Texans are by these Ravens, Lamar Jackson, their quarterback, Patrick Queen, basically their quarterback of the defense, Vinny and Haney exposed the quarterbacks of their daytime lineup on 105.7 The Fan up in Baltimore. This is what they think of your team, Houston.
The Ravens are much better than Houston.
I mean, talent-wise.
Overall. They're just, I mean, Bob, Houston is a team that, how many Pro Bowlers does Houston have?
Oh, no.
I'm going to say if it wasn't for, if the quarterback won, they had none. Maybe Tunsil. I don't even think. No, I wouldn't even say Tunsil.
6
I would say
alternates,
no
you
Pro Bowlers.
jerk.
I mean, this was a team that was picking number 2 in the draft last year. So I mean, talent-wise, the Ravens are much more talented than defensively. What do we want to take? Theirs or ours? Other than Willie Anderson, probably all of the Ravens guys, especially the linebacker for sure.
Pressure starts to make diamonds.
Yes.
Or turds here.
Diamonds. He's been waiting to use the word turds on the radio all day.
Turds.
Yeah.
Can I say that?
Can I say turds?
Don't bleep me, Ben.
Hey, they got a more talented team.
Edgy up here.
Hey, that's what the answer to that question is.
So he was referring to Will Anderson, of course, the defensive lineman. Not Willie Anderson, the Bengals offensive lineman.
That's right. That's right.
Hall of Famer? No, he's a Hall of Fame
he's
finalist.
He's always a finalist
close,
every year, yeah.
So Laramie Tunsil is a Pro Bowler. Laramie Tunsil is better than Ronnie Stanley is this year in particular. Ronnie Stanley, the left tackle for the Ravens, is a very good player, but he's been banged up all the hell this year and remains that way. He's not on the injury report, but it's been a constant battle with him with injuries this year. Moses, the right tackle, kind of had a pretty up and down year as well. And both Will Anderson and John Grenard had really good games against the Ravens in week 1.
If the Texans win this game on Saturday, you and I are going to come in on Monday, and at 7:25 we're going to acknowledge people.
Okay.
Acknowledge me. We're going to acknowledge them. If they win this game, who are we most likely acknowledging? on Monday? Like, who's got to – if they're going to win this game, who's the non-negotiable performers in this
I think Nico Collins will be acknowledged. Now, and that's where Marlon Humphreys, one of the starting cornerbacks, is out for this game. Sean, me, and many of our listeners feel that there's a very good chance the Ravens are just saying, like, we don't really need him for this game. I'm choosing to believe this.
Yeah, you convinced me.
Mark Andrews is supposed to come back, the tight end, but I could see if he doesn't play, in my mind, it's going to be because they're like, it's just the Texans.
Right.
Whatever. So, like Nico Collins versus, yet again, a slightly banged-up secondary. Now, before the game, it's no big deal to these people. But after the game, every Baltimorean will say, like, well, yes, before the game we were saying it was the greatest team that's ever played and is the best defensive ever, defense ever. But because we lost Marlon Humphreys, we couldn't beat the team that we acted like wasn't even an NFL team.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. All right, this really needs to happen
So
now.
Nico, we're going to need more than Nico. Give me one on defense.
Need Nico. You're going to need I'll put John Grenard out there, too, especially.
Yes.
Just because he's coming up on his free agency.
Yeah.
I'd love to see
and
that.
He's had success in this stadium this very season this year.
And let's remember
he was
that,
great in
look,
week 1.
Jadeveon Clowney plays for the Baltimore Ravens.
God, his
in a
name
very
hasn't
good
even
year.
come up today.
It would be really nice if John Grenard just flat out went off versus the Ravens in Baltimore.
Grenard, double-digit sack guy.
Yeah.
Clowney, entertaining.
I think he got 9. That's what he does on his best years. He's like,
9.5 this year.
I'll flirt with 10 and then see what happens.
I love that his incentive that he got was based on getting 9 sacks in a season with the Ravens this year. I remember because he was dancing around after he got it in Week 18.
Yeah.
He was one of the only guys they played. John Lopez is here.
Christian Harris and Blake Cashman.
Those are your okay. So on Monday, those would be the two that you think we would need to acknowledge. If the Texans are going to win this game, they need big games out of their linebackers.
If Mark Andrews plays, it's got to be more Blake Cashman, to be honest.
He's the coverage.
They are that. You know what? Everything does hinge on them.
Yeah,
and even because like Blake Cashman in the game against the Browns was key in that he was blitzing on the first interception, and then he was faking a blitz on the second interception. First, the blitz screwed them up, and then him faking blitz and then dropping into coverage is what really screwed. That's what D'Amico was talking about when he was telling Christian Harris why he was going to be able to get a pick. It was because they were showing blitz, and they knew exactly with the coverage they were tilting to where Flacco was going to go with the ball, and Christian Harris was able to just sit there and pluck it out of the sky.
Yesterday I said this, and I know it sounds weird because Lamar Jackson would be throwing him the ball, but I think Mark Andrews scares me more than Lamar Jackson. Just because of the big playability, the key playability, the middle of the field, which is where Lamar Jackson thrives.
That was the only thing that the Browns did against the Texans offensively.
David
was
Njoku.
2 big chunk plays to their 2 tight ends.
I'm saying Blake Cashman and Christian Harris, but probably more Blake Cashman.
Okay.
Cover guy.
Okay. I like that.
Yeah.
Someone says, I think Willie Anderson is Will Anderson with a skull cap and an extra cigarette behind his ear. That's pretty funny. Why does Sean try to impersonate all these people with his stupid voice? He sounds like an idiot. Who did I impersonate?
I don't know, but you're a really good impersonator. So that's
kind of mean, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't care. I'm just I'm curious more than anything.
Stupid voice. Yeah. I'm offended on behalf of you.
Yeah, you like my
Do
impersonation.
an impression of that guy.
I like your stupid
Read that
voice.
text in his
Why
voice.
does Sean try to impersonate all these people with his stupid voice?
Do it like Jim Irsay.
Sounds like an idiot.
Do it like Jim Irsay.
Why does Sean try?
We're on a hiatus from.
Thanks for setting me up for picking on a sick person, John.
Well, we don't know that.
Way to pull me in harm's way. Yeah. So you feeling good? Feeling good about this?
I am feeling good. I really am. You know, you tend to talk yourself into these things sometimes.
For sure.
But I keep trying to check myself. Am I really just talking, or is this real? I think a lot of the things that the Texans can do are real.
Yeah,
Man.
I don't think you're wrecking yourself.
Yeah.
I think you're just,
I'm checking myself.
You're a Houston sports historian. You've been covering the sports scene here for a long, long time. If they're able to go on this run and close the whole thing out, let's dream for a second. Okay?
You're talking win Super Bowl.
Win the Super Bowl. Would it feel... Which other championship run would it feel most like in this town? None of them.
None. I'm telling you, man.
That's a great answer.
Football's different.
That's a great answer.
Football's just different.
John just peed all over my analogies here. He's like, there is no analogy.
Yeah, well, you're so wrong.
Yeah,
you do have a stupid
Your opinion
voice.
is wrong. Yeah,
it was pretty like.
No,
I feel like John might have texted that one of my impersonations too.
Like nothing this city has ever seen.
Right.
Astros times 10.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mean to be dumping on the Astros because we all know how we feel about that squad, but like nothing ever seen before.
My big one was in terms of just the underdog nature of every game going to, it would be the Rockets in 95.
Oh, you're talking about the path and
the path.
and the story.
Yeah.
Probably Rockets 95.
Yeah, like just underdog the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that they had a home game against
and
the Browns.
down so bad.
Yeah, right.
Choke
Yeah.
City.
Yep, absolutely.
All that jazz.
All right, it's big, man. Football Friday for you gentlemen. Let's get it.
Let's get it.
This was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, I will see you at 12:30 tomorrow out by the convention center. Antibodies.
Can you send me 3 reminders?
I will. It's already got them queued up.
All right, antibodies to you.
Thank you, my friend. All right, it's a Football Friday on In the Loop. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They start now.
House money. It's already been a theme. Everyone's being asked about it. J.J. Watt was asked about it on McAfee. C.J. Stroud was asked about it during his meeting with media types. Let's hear from a GOAT of the past, J.J. Watt. This is J.J. Watt on the notion that the Texans, win or lose tomorrow, are playing with house money.
The opportunities in this league are so hard and so difficult and sometimes so rare to come by that once you have that in front of you and once you realize how special it is, like this is a chance to go out there and get something done. You're looking at the future and you're saying this is incredibly bright, but there's also that part of you that's like, let's catch lightning in a bottle. Let's do something special, unbelievable right now, right here, because maybe these young guys are naive enough to not even understand how special this situation is, so they don't get affected by the pressure. There is something to be said for taking advantage of that opportunity when you get it, because you don't know when it's going to come around again.
Well, what the Texans are trying to do is something that never came around for J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
And that's the reality of this situation. Like, yes, it's the divisional round. A lot of teams might yawn at that. But the guys that we glorify around here, the guys that are considered GOATs of the Houston Texans organization, the guys that we put on an appropriate pedestal, they've never been to the AFC Championship game. So I don't think it's hyperbole. I don't think it's blowing smoke. This is the biggest game in franchise history, because this is where you feel the best about your ceiling. Because for me, Lopez, and we'll get to the Lopez dramatic reading in a second, when you've had one, you haven't had the other. And when you've had the other, you haven't had the one. And that's quarterback and coach. Gary Kubiak was a Super Bowl quality coach. He didn't have the quarterback. No disrespect to Matt Schaub. I know Matt Schaub got hurt, and we wonder what could have been. But Matt Schaub's not an elite quarterback. So you didn't have that. And then when you had Deshaun Watson for a brief stretch, you didn't have the coach. You had Bill O'Brien.
All right,
now you have both. Now you have both of those things. Yeah. And that's why this is such a big opportunity. So I don't want to hear about house money. I don't want to hear about house money.
And I think that's kind of what JJ was saying. Like he's never been there. So he gets you don't know when these opportunities are going to come, come again. And I think that's where his perspective comes from.
Yeah. Let's get dramatic. It is time. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud on the back end of this. Last week left a little meat on the bone, I will say.
According to you.
But it is.
This is going to melt your face.
This is an opportunity for John Lopez. This is an opportunity for John Lopez to redeem himself. Or maybe if you suck, they'll play good. Maybe there's that type of thing.
This is going to melt your face. I'm not trying to overhype something because I think I'm underhyping it. You ready?
Okay. Well, face melts. Okay.
He represents the H from the bottom of the map. Born and raised at the bottom of the trap. Rolling with Nico, Devin, and Dalton. Time to put him to bed like John Boy Walton. We're talking H-Town streets, Washington Ave to 3rd Ward. Headed to Bmore, put him to bed like Jimmy Ward. Say what you will, but it's a changing of the guard. Inevitable and trill like a sack by John Grenard. Good luck, Lamar, but not today. Your Lombardi dream is going to have to be on tape delay. We're talking H-Town made. Queen Bee to Anna Nicole. 7 on his chest.
Could have left that one out.
Like the
shout out to Mr. Marshall.
Shut the hell up, man.
7 on his chest like the Exorcist, about to rip your soul. Underdog again. But don't be mad, y'all. He's about to break off a dub like Paul Wall. He represents the H, uptown, downtown, the Heights, 5th Ward. Still just a rook? Come on, bro, time to cut the cord. Yeah, he says it's all a blessing from the Lord, so don't be mad, Ravens. Blame it on God. He represents the H, where the traffic is up tempo. Headed to B more, where they're just overhyped, like El Tiempo.
Come on. Dump that.
This is the time. This is where it happens. This is Space City's time. Bayou City's time. H-Town's time. The dirty, 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 dirty South's time. It's number 7's time. The Cali cool dude whose game is sublime. We're talking H-Town made. Megan Thee Stallion and Dennis Quaid. Here's to things finally going our way, like the Bryce Young trade. No more next years, no more next times, no more BOBs and Jacks and all that slime. Here we go. Here we are. Here it is. And like a hurricane hitting Galveston when the tide starts ripping, come Saturday night, C.J. Stroud is still tipping.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Bars,
Jeez,
bars,
dude.
man.
Good
I'm rocking
Lord.
with it, man.
My God.
I'm rocking with it, man.
Sheesh. My goodness.
Those was Wilt Chamberlain numbers, man.
Man.
I like this one.
Nah, you brought that.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, man. So I went to the doctor today and got some blood work done. Just, you know, little maintenance. And sitting there with the lady that's putting the needle in my arm.
Right.
And all of a sudden, a sports talk show broke out. She was breaking down this game.
Really?
She was breaking it down, man. She didn't even know that I worked at the station. She
That's
didn't even have
That'd be the best.
Yeah, that's the best.
She was
And people be breaking down sports and have no idea
she was
that you do this.
She was breaking this game down. She was talking about how she was having people over tomorrow. She was excited. I walk in here in the lobby. People are talking about the game, breaking it down. This is just they're right on the edge. They're right on the edge because I watched Good Morning Football yesterday. Like, I go home sometimes and I watch Good Morning Football, and that's a 3-hour football show. You know how many times they showed the Texans logo yesterday?
On what?
On Good Morning Football. You know how many times the Texans logo even
How many?
0.
What? I thought I was going to say a lot.
0. They're right here on the edge. I know that the excitement's here, but 0. They did not show the Texans logo one time yesterday on Good Morning Football, and they are right on the edge. You are right on. You get into that Final Four. They cut down the nets in college basketball when you make the Final Four.
Yeah.
You make it to this Final Four. You've never been there. Gary Kubiak, love you. Shout out to Gary Kubiak. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. We know he does. He never went there here.
No, not
he
here.
Never went there here. J.J. Watt, you never been there, sir. You never went there. Andre Johnson, you never went there. Arian Foster, you never went there. They've never been there, and they are 60 minutes away. And the best way, I gotta say this again. If you put a gun to my head and you had me pick, I'd pick the Ravens. That would be right before the 3:15 kick, but I would not make dinner plans because I think the Texans have a very good chance in this game. I think it's laid out pretty decently for the Houston Texans to make this city proud and play very, very well tomorrow in Baltimore against a team that is an 8-10-point favorite, depending on where you get it.
Yeah, and you know, I was thinking this morning, you know, obviously the minutia, the little things matter, and we're talking about, you know, who might be, you know, some unsung heroes. We're talking about, you know, Sean and Seth asked me about like who's a must-have, a gotta-have player to perform. That minutia still.
Oh, y'all had the gotta have it guy.
Yeah, that minutia still is there, but it comes down to the quarterback. That's all it's about. They're all C.J. Stroud games. You heard what I just said, and you'll hear that again later if you missed it on why this H-Town time is here. There's one reason that it's here. I can't emphasize this enough. Everybody has a role. It's the leadership is great. The culture is great. The role players have done exactly what you've asked. You know, players have elevated the game like you've never seen before. Just go down the list. Nico and, you know, John Grenard. But it comes down to why. What's one reason? What's one reason that you think the Texans can win? There's only one reason.
There's two for me.
No, the reason for me is C.J. Stroud.
The reason for me is C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like on the field, one reason they will win is C.J. Stroud. That's what it comes down to. And it's no disrespect to Lamar Jackson.
He's got a body of work that's worth acknowledging.
Yeah.
He stinks in the playoffs. Like, that's the bottom line. Lamar Jackson stinks in the playoffs.
But even at that, no disrespect. He's great.
He's
great.
All the respect, but he stinks in the playoffs so far.
But even though he's great, I think it's C.J. Stroud that's going to make the difference. That's the reason. All the minutia, all the little things, great. They're going to matter. They're not going to be the reason. C.J. Stroud is going to be the reason.
Speaking of which, here's C.J. Stroud. He's asked about the house money. Is it just a great season no matter what? Here's the leader and the hope, according to John Lopez. Here's C.J. Stroud.
That's not my thought process or our team's. We're just doing our job. We don't really pay attention to what people say. It's not up to them on what goes on the field. So it's really just up to us to go out there and do our jobs. And we believe in ourselves, and we trust in ourselves to win games and hopefully win this game. We have complete confidence in ourselves. So we're not really worried about what everybody else got to say.
It's not just lip service. Like the lip service of, he has a different look in his eye. With Lamar Jackson, that's lip service. That's cliche. That's crossing your fingers and hoping. When you hear him say it, it's not. Because
you've seen it.
You've seen it.
You've seen it. It's a small sample size, but it's there, and most people see it. Ray Charles can see that. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. It is Football Friday. On the other side of things, they're jazzed up too. I got pumped up listening to some of their players talk. This is Roquan Smith. Bad dude, Roquan Smith. This is going to be his first time stepping on the field in a game of this magnitude.
Number 0.
Here is Roquan Smith talking about the vibes in Baltimore.
I think they're definitely improved, but hey, so have we. And yeah, they do a lot of good things. 26 is running the ball well. 7, he's very accurate. And then 12, the receiver, he's definitely coming on. So the offense is definitely clicking, but hey, we wouldn't want it any other way. We're prepared for it. We're ready to go to war. Pressure, hell, I don't feel pressure at all, but some do say pressure bursts pipes will make diamonds. And hey, I know a lot of guys in there like diamonds, so I would say we're in the diamond making business at the end of the day.
What do you say? Make diamonds. Look. That's a cliche, but I hear the Ravens, and I don't buy into they're looking past the Texans. That part I don't buy into. I do buy into Lamar Jackson is looking past the Texans. Lamar Jackson is about legacy. He's about I've got to get to a Super Bowl, and when your quarterback is doing that, that's a huge impact.
It's a massive impact.
Yeah.
And it's really it's the opposite of Lamar Jackson. Like, it's the opposite of Lamar Jackson. Like, at this point, I don't know what's so hard. I don't know what's so hard to see about this. On the YouTube, John Leedig, however the hell you say it, John Leedig, appreciate you for coming through. I said Lamar doesn't have the it factor. He says, how can a guy with 2 MVPs not have the it factor? I don't know. Why was Peyton Manning so bad in the playoffs early when he had 2 MVPs? Mm-hmm. Why is Aaron Rodgers win a Super Bowl early and get bounced in the divisional round 2 times? Why does Lamar Jackson's QBR go from 90 to 63-ish, which wouldn't even be top 50 in the NFL right now? Why is he 1-3 in the playoffs? I'm a Lamar Jackson truther. But the reality is they're talking about it in Baltimore. They're talking about it everywhere. When the game is the biggest, Lamar Jackson, whether it's 2019 against the Tennessee Titans when you're a double-digit favorite and the MVP, he got his butt whooped. He was terrible, despite the regular season success. Mm-hmm. C.J. Stroud, I don't think anyone – I think we have small context clues that when the lights are the brightest, he plays his best. Yeah. Lamar Jackson's the complete opposite. His QBR is worse than Bailey Zappi's if you take his postseason starts. That's not the it factor.
No, that's
not hard to understand.
You can win an MVP and not have the it factor.
I mean, look, you can be it. You can be the guy, but the postseason is a different world. It's you can transfer it to, players that are clutch in baseball, players that are clutch. I'm not talking about moments. Players that just elevate and have it. And
James Harden.
There you go.
James Harden's one of the best. Right? James Harden is one of the best. And on the text line, shout out to Timeout Houston. Or not on the text line, on the YouTube. James Harden.
Yeah.
Is anyone going to say James Harden has the it factor?
Yeah.
No, you're not.
That's my point.
You're not going to say that.
No.
You're not going to say that.
When the game is on the line, can you win me that game?
Yeah. And a lot of times there's been guys who you've said don't, and then they end up having it. That's not to say this is not a permanent statement. But as we sit right now, when you take the information that you have right now with Lamar Jackson, it's a 4-game sample size, he does not play good in the playoffs. It's indisputable.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean he's not a future Hall of Famer? No. Does that mean that he's like some of the stuff that other people say about him, some of the other garbage that people say about him is true? No, that doesn't mean that.
Yeah.
James Harden's going to be a future Hall of Famer. Nobody's going to sit there and say when the game is on the line that James Harden steps up.
When the lights are brightest. No, that's my whole point. Like, I have all the respect in the world for this cat. I just think the reason, and this is the spoiler alert for later in the show, I am picking the Texans to win this game.
Wait, say that again?
I am picking the Texans to win this game. And there's one reason.
Okay.
There's one reason. We know it. I started the week saying I can't bet against this guy. I'm going to end the week saying I can't bet against this guy.
And speaking of which, I think this might only add, based on what you've seen and what you've said, John Lopez, based on what you've said the last 17 minutes, you aren't even looking at your computer right now, are you? You aren't even ready for this. Don't look at it.
Don't look at it?
Don't look at it.
No.
Because you just said you think the Texans are going to win.
Yeah.
Crosstalk, I heard you say something.
What's that?
Let's connect these two things.
Okay.
Perhaps another break for the Texans here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Mark Andrews not playing tomorrow.
All right.
He is not being activated. So Mark Andrews, Texans have troubles with tight ends. Likely, by the way, a really good tight end,
he's
too.
Good.
So he's got potential to make plays, but Mark Andrews is not going to be on the field for the Baltimore Ravens.
Man.
Figgy, is the only way to put it. And by the way, Marlon Humphrey, too. I mean, those are two key pieces, but Mark Andrews, man.
We don't need Mark Andrews on the field this week.
What did I say yesterday, Figgy? He scares me more than Lamar Jackson. He scared me more than Lamar Jackson. He's that good. He's that big down the middle where Lamar Jackson thrives. That is enormous. And, boy, the little things.
Just sit this one out, champ.
How many times you heard me say this week and last week? The little things that are going the Texans' way.
I mean, from Tennessee helping you out and winning and giving you an opportunity to avoid the Buffalo situation that was.
Yeah.
To
not having to play in that blizzard.
Amari Cooper being banged up after going for 260 on you.
Yeah.
That's huge. No Mark Andrews. So I mean, you started out your day when you turned on your microphone today. The first thing you said within 10 seconds was, "I'm scared." I think you said, this might be a hot take, but you said you were more scared of Mark Andrews than Lamar Jackson.
I did.
You said that.
I did.
Then you said that you're picking the Texans, and then we got the news that Mark Andrews ain't playing.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And as I said when I was talking to those guys, yes, how can you say that when Lamar Jackson is the one throwing the ball to Mark Andrews? It's time and context of when Mark Andrews makes big plays. It's where he makes big plays. Over the linebackers, in front of the safeties. That would be Jalen Petrie. Oh, yeah, and obviously it would mean how big that Blake Cashman would be, how big Christian Harris would be. You're right. I mean, they've got a good tight end and Likely, but I mean this is not
Likely still a problem. And let's be fair, the Ravens were the best team in the regular season without Mark Andrews for a large chunk of it. So,
but I'd rather not have him than have him.
Ain't no doubt.
Yeah,
ain't no doubt. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio 610. Coming up, when you have had one, you haven't had the other. When you've had the other, you haven't had one. Things are changing around here in more ways than one. Let's talk about it on Football Friday, one sleep away from Texans.
610. Sports Radio 610.
Mark Andrews not playing. Mark Andrews will not play tomorrow for the Baltimore Ravens. Ravens, to their credit, have been the best team, one of the best teams in the league in the regular season without Andrews, but they were looking forward to getting him back. That's not going to happen tomorrow. So there you have it.
Am I crazy?
Maybe. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think
you
you're
don't
crazy.
even know what I'm saying.
No, like for picking the Texans?
No. For thinking this, what I'm about to tell you. Could they be trying to play chess?
What does that mean?
With Mark Andrews?
What does that mean?
Giving him another week. I'm serious. Like their goal.
I think so.
Hold up.
No. Let me finish. And then you can.
No, I know what you're saying.
Their goals are different.
So you're telling me that if this were the AFC Championship game or this were the Super Bowl, you think Mark Andrews would try to go?
I don't know if I think that. I'm asking. Am I crazy to have that thought cross my mind?
I mean, he was a full participant in practice.
That's the thing that got me.
He was jumping for balls in the air. Like they showed a video of him like leaping for a ball.
So you think they're giving him an extra week of rest?
I'm thinking that.
So you think they're overlooking the Texans?
That thought is crossing my mind.
You think they're overlooking the Texans?
I don't know if I think it or not. I'm asking. Am I crazy? Like in Baltimore, they began the year with a very high-priced quarterback and very high standards.
Yeah.
The divisional round is not that standard.
No, they're a Super Bowl or bust team.
Yes.
So you think that if this were what they considered a bigger game, like if he had the exact same physical state, Mark Andrews, by the way, not going to play tomorrow, the exact same physical state against Kansas City or San Francisco or something,
or in
he
the
would
AFC
go.
Championship game.
He's not treating this like he would an AFC Championship game.
I'm saying that thought has crossed my mind, and I'm wondering.
That would be a mistake. This is Patrick Queen. He threw out the C word. Not the one that'll get you fined by the FCC, but he threw out 2 C words, and one of which might add to your speculation that maybe the Ravens aren't treating this like a do or die, win or cry type of game.
Just so much confidence. Almost cocky, but it's definitely, everybody's humble about it. Everybody know the task at hand and what we can accomplish and the stuff that we can do, but it's also a realization that if we don't take care of business, it'll be all for nothing. So everybody's locked in. It's just electric right now, honestly.
Almost cocky, huh? Okay. I mean, look, they're the best team in the league. They're at home. So, I mean, there's confidence. I am surprised that Mark Andrews isn't going to try to go. I'm very surprised by that, especially being a full participant a couple of days ago.
Let me put it this way. If this were Travis Kelce and he sat out, I think we would be safe in assuming they were holding him out for bigger and better things. Right?
Perhaps.
I just in the break.
So you think there's a weird mindset there, or what?
Look at the video. I looked at it again during the break. He did a leaping. It wasn't diving, but it was a leaping.
He was a full participant.
Full participant.
They didn't even list him. They didn't that's what's weird is they didn't list him as limited. They didn't he was a full participant in practice 2 days ago. Now it's what is it like? Did he basically just go up to John Harbaugh and say, "Handle my lightweight"? Is that what he said?
I think it would be amazing if they did that, given what they know and will say they know about the Texans and how much better they are and how much is at stake here. But I'm also thinking, man, they might be doing that.
Here is Mark Andrews. This was him before the news dropped that he's not going to go. Here was him on his mindset heading into tomorrow's game.
There's a lot of different things I'm doing to Terrell Owens. He kind of had the same injury and, the hyperbaric oxygen chamber, all that good stuff, and doing everything I can to get back, get ready, and recovery, get swelling down. And it's how I feel, at the end of the day. But, if I feel like I'm going to be, helpful to the team, I'm going to go. I feel like I'm close but not there. Let these guys go and come back to this team and help this team win a Super Bowl. That's what matters.
All right, close and not there. Come back, help them win a Super Bowl. Okay, we'll see.
They're talking Super Bowl a lot.
Yeah, they are, and they should be. They should be a Super Bowl or bust squad. That's what they should be. That's where they are. So Baltimore feeling confident, maybe cocky, according to one of their team leaders and one of their best players, one of the best at his position in the league in an area in which the Texans struggle. Mark Andrews not going to go. You have the coach and you have the quarterback, and that has never been the case in this town. Gary Kubiak was the coach. Matt Schaub was not the quarterback. There was some bad luck sprinkled in there, but Matt Schaub was not the quarterback. You thought Deshaun was the quarterback. Bill O'Brien was not the coach. Now you have the coach and quarterback, which are the most important things in matchups like this. And that's why I think the Texans should be feeling pretty greedy right now. You said you're picking the Texans to win this game. I'm not quite there yet. I'm not confident they're going to lose, but I'm not quite where you're at yet. But you have what you need in D'Amico and CJ. And the other thing is, like, it just seems like if you give D'Amico all of this information with Lamar Jackson, and there's a certain way in which you can attack him, it seems like he's at least shown us. And in that Cleveland game, we saw the viral clip. He's shown us that he knows what the hell to do. Last time he was in this situation was 2021, when he was the defensive coordinator, the MVP of the league. Aaron Rodgers lost to the San Francisco 49ers. You know how many points they scored in that game? 10.
Yeah, I saw it, and I was trying to remember.
The Packers scored 10 points in that game, if I'm not mistaken. And D'Amico Ryans was the defensive coordinator. So he's been in that situation.
Let's take it a step further in this sort of soup that this stew that the Texans have simmering just perfectly here. They have the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, like Kubiak back in the day. They have the quarterback in C.J. Stroud, like or better than Deshaun Watson. They also have the coordinator. Keep in mind that 2011 to 2013 defense that the Texans had, that was Wade Phillips. They were the number one defense at one point in the entire NFL. Don't sleep on Bobby Slowick, because D'Amico is a defensive-minded coach. Bobby Slowick, what he's done with C.J. Stroud, the play calls that we've seen him make these last 2 weeks, they have all three elements. I wouldn't put you got to put Bobby Slowick in there too. I mean, kind of like what Wade Phillips did with an offensive-minded coach, he's doing for a defensive-minded coach.
Let's go to Jersey. Mark Andrews out. Let's talk to Dom from Jersey. What's up?
You know this has been a hell of a year because it's the middle of January and Dom from Jersey is still making Football Friday calls. And guess what? We here and we ain't done yet, baby. They told us we were 31st in the preseason power rankings. They told us we traded a top 3 pick to Cleveland. Well, I'm here to tell them they can enjoy watching us tomorrow in the divisional round of the playoffs. I am so juiced up, you have no idea. Before I go, I want to leave you with this. In 1519, General Hernan Cortez took a small army to the shores of the Aztec Empire. Following these words, Cortez's men took the treasure and conquered the Aztec island. If you want to take the island, you must burn the ships. D'Amico, lead the men. Storm the beaches, burn the ships. We do not leave Baltimore without the treasure, and we do not leave without victory. Houston versus everyone. Let's effing go Texans, baby.
Burn the boats, baby. Burn the boats.
There you go.
I love that story. Burn the boats.
Man. Confidence is going up right now, man. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of getting to where you're at. I don't know if I'm going to get there, but kind of getting to where you're at right now. But if they're going to do it, they're going to have to stop the MVP of the NFL. Coming up, one of the guys who could go from being good to an effing superstar speaks on the task ahead. That's next.
Join the drive.
973-7809.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
I didn't think this was going to be a topic of conversation, but we like to localize it, and it's very, very topical heading into tomorrow. Texans versus Ravens. Just tuning in. Mark Andrews will not be playing for the Ravens. Question is this, very simple. 713-572-4610. Embrace debate. Is Lamar Jackson James Harden? Look, you might laugh, you might think it's funny, but you look at what Lamar Jackson has done in the playoffs. It's a 4-game body of work. Statistically, he is doo-doo in the playoffs. Still runs the ball well, but he is bad. He wouldn't be top 50 in the NFL if you took his rating this year and put it in the playoffs. He'd be below Bailey Zappi. Bailey Zappi got benched in New England.
Yeah.
Back and forth. Is Lamar Jackson James Harden? That's the question. We'll probably get a decent display that can give us this answer, but the reason I say it is this. Early on in the James Harden era, we realized very quickly that this guy's one of the best regular season ball players that we've ever seen.
Yeah.
This guy's an MVP. This guy's remarkable. But whenever you get in the postseason, damn, that's kind of rough. That's not good. Okay, well, what do? You blame the coach. First, you blame the coach. Oh, it's the coach's fault. Let's switch coaches.
Yeah.
And Mike D'Antoni gets here, and James Harden elevates his play to MVP level. Okay? Oh, this is different. This is different. Yeah, he might have come up short in the past, but it was the coach's fault. It was Greg Roman, the offensive coordinator's fault, why he came up short. Look at him now. He's having a career year. He's going to go out there. Well, he wet the bed with Mike D'Antoni, too.
Yeah.
Then he went to another coach. Then he went to another coach. Then he went to another coach. That's not to say he's not great. But sometimes, just like you talk about guys who have the sense of the moment, some guys don't. That's why it's so remarkable when someone does. When you see a Tom Brady, when you see Joe Burrow come right into the league and go to Kansas City and get to the Super Bowl. That's why it's so great. That's why that it factor is such a thing, because not everyone possesses it. Even some of the best regular season players of all time do not possess it. They don't. Hell, you want to keep it local? David Robinson won MVP. David Robinson won freaking MVP. He held up that trophy, and then what happened? He got his ass busted by Hakeem Olajuwon. He got whooped up. So this notion that, because he's MVP means that, he's going to flip the switch, we've seen enough of a sample size to at least raise the eyebrows, and we've witnessed it very closely here to see that sometimes it just be like that.
All right, so I can't go there just yet with Lamar Jackson. But let me say this. First of all, get back to me Monday. but beyond that, I can't go there just yet. It is still a little bit too small of a sample size. But much like James Harden, it's hard to believe that he won't elevate his game. Like, how many times when James Harden was carrying this team to the postseason, it was just impossible to believe, okay, well, this time he's going to carry this team. Like, because he was
never happened.
But it's hard to believe in the moment.
And sometimes it does happen, but
no.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Like James Harden was so good, they got to the postseason and we're like, yeah, maybe he's just not a big bright lights kind of player. But this time he's got to do it. He's got to do it. Then they get to, we know the story with Golden State and all that. This time, it's just hard to believe that Lamar Jackson doesn't have it in him to carry that team to a Super Bowl. It's hard to believe. But as James Harden, gave us the example, sometimes it does work out that way. Sometimes they don't have it. So, first of all, get back to me Monday. But I just can't go there yet because it's so hard to believe that he can't do this. That's not to say I'm not. Well, I am. I'm picking the Texans because of C.J. Stroud. All I'm saying is he's so good, it's almost like he's got to make a run at some point. But if it keeps going, and especially in this game, when they are on, they are dialed in on a Super Bowl, then it's going to start.
Let's hear from Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson, MVP, likely two-time MVP. Let's hear from Lamar Jackson talking about how he's feeling right now about the Baltimore Ravens.
We had some time off to regroup, lock back in. I'm hyped, antsy, Cordell.
Talked about how much Houston has changed since week one. How much do you think your team has changed since that first game in September?
We changed a lot as well. Just getting better and better. With us.
You're getting into the groove,
yeah.
And then the bye week happens. How do you kind of stay in that groove? Like, how do you make sure that you guys are still in that groove?
Just preparing practice. Treating practices like we preparing for a game, and that's pretty much what we did last week. And then just to follow over for this week, because, actually we got the game Saturday, so it helps us out.
How much more confident do you feel that this year's offense has the ability to put up the points you need to win in the playoffs?
I'm very confident. Very, very confident. Extremely confident.
How confident?
All right,
Too
very
confident?
I don't know. I don't know if it's too confident or not. One of the guys that has a big opportunity here is Will Anderson. Will Anderson got a sack in week 1 against Lamar Jackson. Will Anderson was on with Chris Long a few weeks ago. It was actually before the season. And he was asked about what it takes to handle or contain, I guess you can say. You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. Throwback Sports Center.
Look at that.
Here's Will Anderson talking about the key to containing the likely 2-time MVP.
Rush. Honestly, in college, when we played faster guys, they would always say, condense the pocket or, don't let them get out the pocket. And it just slows you down because you think about, we can't rush like how we want to. One thing that I can say about this D-line group, we've been doing a really good job of learning how each other rush. If we're going to eat as a D-line, we all have to rush together. We all have to be on the same page, and that's how everybody eats. And so if everybody just rush together and nobody's being selfish and everybody know, how to rush, so just go out there and everybody do their best rush, but, be smart with it.
I do like that philosophy, because you're like,
it's easier said than done, though.
But on the edge, you're like, oh no, I gotta make sure he doesn't get around me. Got to make sure I don't want that on film. But if you just go, man, just go. Quit thinking, and that's a D'Amico Ryan staple. He said it from the very beginning. Swarm,
and he's the best. He's the best running quarterback of all time. It's between him and Mike Vick, and Lamar puts up better numbers than Mike Vick when it comes to that area, and he does do that in the playoffs. So. That's going to be something they're going to have to figure out. This could be a Will Anderson coming out party, man. We've been waiting for it. We saw it against Denver a little bit. This could be a Will Anderson coming out party. And I actually think the way the Texans' ends are athletically, from Anderson to Grenard, I think they can run themselves out of plays, but I also think that they can make some massive, massive plays against Lamar Jackson.
And as we've said a couple of times this week, sometimes I really think this is a factor, to be honest. I think one of the reasons that Lamar Jackson has struggled in the postseason is he tries to be something he's not. He tries to maybe stay in the pocket too long. I got to make a throw. I can't just run all the time, And if he does that, we've said it, he'll run into a sack. He'll wait too long, or he'll spin right into a sack or something. I really believe, and I'm thinking back not just at stats, like at games I've seen him in the postseason, where it's like, dude, just go. Just as a football fan, I'm like, just go, dude.
Yeah.
But he's like,
because every time Lamar Jackson plays, I'm rooting for him. When he's not playing the Texans, I'm rooting for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
There's never been a football game where Lamar Jackson has been a Baltimore Raven where they weren't playing the Texans where I haven't rooted for him.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is he's like, oh, no, I've got to make the perfect throw. I can't just run.
Yeah.
I think he gets out of his skin, and I think that's going to help.
Yeah. And and the reality is you in the playoffs, you have to do that. You probably have to do that a little bit more.
A little bit. No.
So we'll see how it goes, but I just think there is something to that 4-game sample size, and sometimes when you assume that, it was this was the reason, that was the reason, that was the reason. Sometimes it's just as simple as doesn't get it done.
Absolutely.
We saw it with Dak Prescott last week. Oh, this time it's different, man. Dak Prescott. Oh man, he's top 3 in MVP voting.
Did he have that look in his eye?
I don't.
I'm sure somebody said that. Oh, Dak is really focused. He's got that look in his eye.
He's ready to go.
Oh, here comes Green Bay.
Yeah, there it is. And the D'Amico factor too, man.
Yeah,
he's been in this situation. This is not different for him. The Bobby factor. Bobby was there in 2021 when they beat MVP Aaron Rodgers. He was there.
Yeah.
So
didn't they put 30 on him? What about 30? The San Francisco?
No, I think it was 13-10.
It was 30. Well, I might be thinking of another one. 22. They beat somebody big time.
It was 13-10.
Yeah.
It was in the divisional round on the road at Lambeau Field, and I'm sure people were saying MVP.
Yeah,
you got the MVP. Got the MVP of the NFL. It's the MVP. Who cares? Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything this time of the year.
Who cares?
Yeah, doesn't matter. Thank you, John McClain. Very much.
I was thinking the Seattle game.
See you in the slime off.
Put 41 on their ass.
Just don't think too much, John. I don't want you to get hurt. We got to focus on this. We got to focus on the task ahead.
Yeah.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, the Ravens' confidence level and the story that could overshadow a Texans win. Plus, Lopez has some unsung heroes. We've talked about the two biggest potential heroes for the Texans. What about the unsung heroes? We'll hear the OG next.
It's Regular price. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Are the Ravens cocky? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Mark Andrews, he's resting. I mean, he's not playing tomorrow against the Texans. This is Patrick Queen, hell of a linebacker. This is what he had to say about the Ravens' mindset heading into tomorrow.
Just so much confidence. Almost cocky, but it's definitely, everybody's humble about it. Everybody know the task at hand and what we can accomplish and the stuff that we can do, but it's also a realization that we don't take care of business, it'll be all for nothing. So everybody's locked in. It's just electric right now, honestly.
It just doesn't make sense with this so much on the line, and he was a full participant in practice. And one video I saw literally making a leaping grab for a ball. No issues whatsoever.
So you think he's resting?
Doesn't make sense not to play him.
You think he's resting? You think they're playing it safe?
I think it's on the table.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not John Harbaugh. You just heard Patrick Queen talking about almost cocky.
Yeah.
Like the entire dialogue in Baltimore is Super Bowl.
Right.
Lamar Jackson getting over the hump.
Which it should be.
It should be. It's been that since the preseason.
Yeah, they're Super Bowl or bust squad.
Like their standard is different. So if their standard is different going into the season, they have the best record in the AFC. They're the number one seed. They have the designs on getting to a Super Bowl. I could see where they're thinking that.
Here's the thing. I feel like the Texans standard is the same.
Well, it is now.
But they're not attacking it that way. If that's like – I feel like the Texans standard
don't have
is
the
same.
mindset like that.
CJ doesn't have the mindset. D'Amico doesn't have the mindset.
Yeah.
So I feel like the Texans have that same type of mindset. And I also think that if you look at what's going on right now, I think there are a few things that you need this time of the year. You need good coordinators. D'Amico's a respected defensive coordinator, and we saw what they did to the Browns. Bobby Slowick, everybody wants to talk to him. He's very popular. We'll get to that when we play the hits. And then you need a quarterback, and they have that. So I feel like the Texans have a similar standard, and things are different. Like things are different with the Texans. No matter what happens here, like things are different. Mm-hmm. You feel good about this team. Things are different. I'm being told that things are different with the Ravens. And shout out to all the Ravens fans in the YouTube. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Might want to help Excalibur out because he's got the football IQ of Jacoby Jones.
Oh, wow.
But, yeah, he's got the football IQ of Jacoby Jones.
Oh, I'm looking at him now, yeah.
But, yeah, he's not a very bright guy. I know I've interacted with some smart Ravens fans in the locker room stream. This guy's not very bright. But is it different for the Ravens? Like, that's the question. Like, with what we've seen in these situations with John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson, it hasn't been pretty. I think we can assume, like, is it different? It could be. And the two main reasons that you hear why this could be different is, number one, it's a new offensive system.
Mm-hmm.
So, hey, that offensive system that Lamar Jackson won an MVP in, it was trash in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, that same system went to 3 straight NFC championship games, a Super Bowl with 2 different quarterbacks. But, okay, yeah, it was the system. Okay, I'll take your word for it there. It's the system. All right. So, different offensive system, despite the fact there was a historic amount of playoff success when Greg Roman was calling the plays for Jim Harbaugh in San Francisco. All right, different system. Okay.
Yeah.
It's the system. Then I hear that he has like so much more around him, and the Ravens have all these weapons, and that Lamar finally has something around him. Do you really look at the Baltimore Ravens and say, damn, that's a lot of weapons there?
Dalvin Cook?
I mean, they just signed Dalvin Cook off his couch. They got the ghost of Dalvin Cook. They got the ghost of Odell Beckham Jr., who had 35 catches this year in 14 games.
Yeah.
They got Zay Flowers, who's awesome. He's right up there with Tank Dell. Some would say maybe he's even better. I'm not here to have that discussion, but Zay Flowers is a really good young receiver. 77 catches, 858. Their running back, their leading rusher is Gus Edwards. He has 810 yards. And then they have Keaton Mitchell and Justice Hill. So, and Mark Andrews isn't playing, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think that the Ravens, like when you look at weapons, do you look at the Ravens and say, damn, those are some incredible weapons?
Yeah, no,
I don't.
I don't. Mark Andrews was the one that was really scary. Zay Flowers is explosive. By the way, doesn't have very much, doesn't have any playoff experience, and it's Lamar Jackson. Like it's Lamar Jackson right now. That is going to be able to carry the load. They're going to want to carry the load.
But those guys aren't. I mean, you're not sitting
his
here
weapons
saying, wow.
aren't. I mean, he's made them better.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, like when they play Buffalo, I'm gonna be like, holy crap!
Yeah, look who they got.
Yeah, look what they got. I mean, those are weapons.
Yeah.
Kansas City doesn't really have weapons. Texans don't have weapons, but he has better weapons. Why? Because they pulled Odell Beckham off the couch after he went damn near 2 years without playing football on a torn ACL.
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Those are weapons?
No.
Zay Flowers? Mm-hmm. He's good. I mean, he could easily have a big game. But I mean, like that's your most explosive guy. Gus Edwards is your leading rusher? Okay. I mean, I don't see these weapons that everybody's talking about.
Yeah, and we're not here just to trash the Ravens by any stretch.
No, I am. No, I am. Like as far as the weapons, I am trashing it, and I'm also just I'm kind of rolling my eyes at the notion that a offensive coordinator, and maybe he didn't progress, maybe he didn't figure it out, but it's not like Lamar Jackson hasn't been MVP before. Like to sit here and act like it was just all that system that had 3 years of elite playoff success. Yeah, I am kind of rolling my eyes at that. A little bit.
Well, again, let me put it this way: we're not here to trash the Ravens like they're garbage, like they're just
no.
Not
they're the
good.
better team.
They're the better team. The weapons have been productive, if not overwhelming. But what we are saying is, are they looking at this offense saying we're good with no Mark Andrews? That's where I go with it.
I mean, they were in the regular season, but you know what? They were good in the regular season in 2019 when Lamar Jackson won MVP.
But that's what I'm saying. Like we don't need him. We can rest him. We have bigger goals. I wouldn't say that they're that good. I'm not trashing them, but they're not that good. They need everything they can get to get past the Texans, I think.
Well, I don't know that they think that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know that they think that.
Yeah.
I think Mark Andrews might be sitting here thinking, all right, are we going to play the Chiefs or the Bills?
Yeah.
Are you gonna play?
I'll be back for the AFC Championship game.
I'll see you guys next week.
Yeah,
right here.
I talked about that video that I saw yesterday. When I saw it, I was like, okay, he's playing. Like he's playing. Like that was a full go. Leaping catch, all that stuff. And I was like, no way he's not going to play. And then they sit him. It strikes me as weird, man. I mean, maybe they're counting their chickens, as people like to say, but that's not something they should be doing.
Andrew Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So we've talked about the stars. We've talked about Lamar, CJ. That's obviously what's going to draw eyes and create the talking points for sure. But Lopez has a list of potential unsung heroes for tomorrow's game, which kicks off at 3:15 right here on Sports Radio 610.
You know what got me thinking? You just mentioned his name about this. Was Jacoby Jones. Jacoby Jones was a playoff unsung hero. Dropped the ball all the time, got run out of Houston, gets the postseason.
Probably could have been Super Bowl MVP with Baltimore.
That's what I'm saying.
And I like Jacoby. I'm just taking shots.
I like Jacoby too, but he was an unsung hero.
Yeah.
Like there's always
he can party too.
Boy, he could. I actually heard about that.
My man can party.
I heard about that myself.
Him and Shikey.
There's always someone who steps up that you're like, no way. So let's get rid of the usual suspects, and that includes Christian Harris, because I think he's developed into a guy you're counting on it to make big plays. Guys like Nico Collins. I'm talking about the unsung heroes. I've got a list from 5 to 4.
Okay.
Number 5.
Number 5.
Have we forgotten how many playoff games Robert Woods has played? Have we forgotten that Robert Woods won a Super Bowl? Have we forgotten that he's an 11-year veteran, that nothing is really going to surprise him, that he's going to be ready for this? We're talking about Nico Collins and how they might try to take him away, some of these other receivers that are going to be able to play. Dude, Robert Woods has been there, done that, and was pretty dang good in the first meeting against the Ravens.
Yeah, he was a chain mover in the first one.
Big time. I think that's what he can do here. I'm going to say 2 words. You're going to roll your eyes, guaranteed. The weapon.
Who's the weapon?
Cameron Johnston.
I'm not rolling my eyes at that. I had to watch that weasel punt for 4 weeks without Cam Johnston, and the Ravens game was the start of it. That guy stunk.
You saw what he did against Indianapolis.
Yeah, and I saw what his replacement did against the Ravens. He was terrible.
You if he pins them like he did, what was it, 4 kicks or 3 kicks, something like that, inside the 14-yard line against the Colts? If he pins the Ravens consistently, that's not just a win in the moment. That's something that could sway the game. Like it did sway the game against the Colts. Like they had a long way to go, and heaven forbid they fumble, they turn the ball over, they get tackled at or near the end zone.
This Zettner guy, he had a touchback, and he had 4. He was averaging 44 yards a punt.
Yeah,
that won't win a punt, pass, and kick contest in the 12-year-old division.
It really won't. Andy Reid could do better than that back in the day. Here's another one that I think we're just kind of overlooking. Number 3.
Número 3.
Denzel Perryman. This guy is a monster against the run. He's going to get burned in the passing game. And it's going to come down to Blake Cashman and Christian Harris. We know all about the cover linebackers. He's a madman, and he can create turnovers. And we almost take him for granted now, Denzel Perryman. You mentioned their run game. I don't feel where they're like a big threat. Well, Lamar for sure.
Yeah,
but that's everybody on Lamar. Yeah, Everybody's got an eye on Lamar. I'm talking about the run game, creating turnovers. He's a madman on the field. Number 2.
Número 2.
There's going to be a Hall of Fame kicker on the field on Saturday, tomorrow.
His name's Justin Tucker.
His name is Justin Tucker. He's probably the first ballot Hall of Fame kicker there will ever be.
Yeah, he's good.
Kaimi Fairbairn has been Mr.
Don't do this to Kaimi.
Automatic.
Don't put him up there.
Kaimi Fairbairn is not Justin Tucker. But this year, I have all the confidence in Kaimi. If it comes down to a kick and it's Kaimi Fairbairn, I'm good. I think.
Why are you doing this?
Because it's real. It's true. He's missed 1 field goal.
He missed an extra point.
He missed an extra point, but he missed 1 field goal this year.
That could have screwed the game, too.
Yeah, we wouldn't
had
be
us
here.
sitting on our hands.
That's because of my premonition. I blame me for that.
Número 1.
Andrew Beck. This is
He's questionable, by the way.
This is
we don't know if Beck's going to play.
Big one. Against the rush of the Ravens, you got to have a guy in there. I wouldn't be counting on Brevin Jordan to pass block. I think Andrew Beck against the pass rush and with the Ravens secondary so good and good against the deep ball, not only is he going to be a big-time player, pass blocker, I think we're going to see him sneak out. He's done it multiple times this year. Make a big catch, maybe a red zone catch. I never in a million years thought I would be saying the words Andrew Beck could be an unsung hero. But he has made plays, and he's crucial for C.J. Stroud in the
hurt,
protection.
Man.
I know.
He's hurt, though.
I know. They're not going to rest him for the Super Bowl like they are in Baltimore. They're not going to be resting Andrew Beck, saving him for the AFC Championship game or the Super Bowl. Andrew Beck's going to be big. I can kind of feel that one in my bones. That's my Xavier Hutchinson in this game.
Yeah, you're going deep in the sticks. Huh?
You're still thinking you're still riding that Xavier Hutchinson horse.
No, I just think he's going to make a play eventually.
Well, that's riding the horse.
I just think he's going to make a play.
I think Andrew Beck could be big. Linebackers, the secondary is always good against the deep ball. He's going to protect you, and he's going to sneak out and maybe make a red zone catch.
What about Jalen Petrie?
Well, I don't think he's an unsung hero. I think he's he's a guy that's going to
What do you mean? He hasn't made an interception all year.
I mean, I'm saying
like if he makes a big play, it'll be surprising, right?
It's not a secret to say it's not something in the sticks to say Jalen Petrie is going to be huge in this game. It's obvious he's got to be huge.
Jalen Petrie should be taking this game more personal than anyone because Kyle Hamilton was in his draft class, and
Kyle Hamilton's a dude.
No, he's the dude. But like, and there's a lot of like, man, I wish the Texans would have gotten Kyle Hamilton instead of Kenyon Green, and then there would have been the snowball effect where you don't take Petrie in the second round.
Yeah.
Like, it would be nice to see a play by Jalen Petrie.
Yes.
Not a, hey, let's swarm and help the guy up after when 4 guys make the tackle and scream and yell like it was all you.
Jump on over the pile.
It would be nice to see Jalen Petrie make a play.
Yeah, no, this list I made is like the kind of under the radar guys that I think could be huge.
You know who mine is?
I don't think he's under the radar.
You know who mine is?
Who? Under the radar?
Yes.
Who?
Xavier Hush.
No. I'm not going to do that. Although I do think he has a big catch, 20-plus yards or something. I think Desmond King, man. I feel like Desmond King is built for this.
I could see that.
I could see Desmond King getting either an interception or a big punt return.
Yeah.
By the way, you talked about blessings in disguise. Javier Thomas not playing anymore, and then Desmond King being the unquestioned nickel guy.
He's a great story. He really now he fits this category.
He's mean as hell too.
But Jalen Petrie is not anything under the radar or anything
Desmond King could have easily picked up a big flag against Flacco.
He could have
last week,
yeah,
and he's been getting kind of picked on a little bit.
If Jalen,
he's had plays taken away from him.
If Jalen Petrie gets smoked, it could be a long day, man. So he's not unsung or under the radar. He is the focal point. Like he's got to be at least don't be a negative, man. Like that's the standard we have for Jalen Petrie. You don't have to be a hero. You don't have to make a big play. Be nice. Just don't get smoked. Don't miss a tackle and fall down.
I do wonder what Stingley does in this game. I'm not worried about Odell Beckham Jr. He might make a play or so, but he's a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
He's a ghost. Like Odell Beckham Jr. is a ghost.
Yeah.
That's okay. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not worried about that.
Zay
Flowers is who I'm worried about.
Well, he's explosive. You got the veteran Odell, like on those scramble plays with Lamar Jackson. That's where I could see him finding some space and making a play. But he's not going to go for 180 or something.
He gets the crowd hype though when he does make plays. It gets pretty electric there. It's gonna be a fun atmosphere. It's gonna be clear weather too. So
yeah, your boy, what was his name?
Who
on the YouTube stream? The dummy.
Excalibur. Yeah, the Ravens fan.
It's going to be 20 degrees. First of all, it's going to be 28 at kickoff.
Yeah,
and clear. That's nothing. That is not. What do you think? We live in a sauna? I mean, we do in the summertime, but it's 20. It's the mid-20s here.
CJ from California, so he's not used to playing this stuff.
Where's Lamar from?
Yeah,
where CJ played college.
Exactly. R.I.P. Ohio State.
I heard you the first time, man. Stop bringing this up.
Oh, you'll hear it again. You'll hear it again. The weather is going to be
the weather's not a factor.
Non-factor.
It's not Buffalo. It's not Kansas City.
Non-factor.
Yeah, it's not anything to be concerned about. Go hang out with The Drive. They got some awesome prizes. Last week they gave away 3 pairs of front row tickets. This week they're giving away signed jerseys at Tom's Watch Bar downtown. It's right by House of Blues. Tom's Watch Bar. The Drive will be live there from 2 to 6 with Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. Snoop Dogg has a take on your quarterback, and a former Texans coach just keeps getting jobs. What is going on? Could it be karma? Next.
The best football breakdown is... Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet going nuts.
Texans got a fan on Saturday. His name is Snoop Dogg. Once upon a time, C.J. Stroud played in Snoop Dogg's Pee Wee Football League. Snoop Dogg talked about Rich Eisen the other day, and you can tell Snoop's going to be rooting for the Texans, manana.
Reach out to Stroud every now and then? Do you speak to him?
I seen CJ when I was in Houston. I had a show when he came to see me.
Mm-hmm.
And this was like in the preseason when they had lost a couple of preseason games. But I could just tell that he was so, laser focused on what he was doing. And he's such a spiritual kid. He's so positive. That's what I like about him, is that he's pushing a different narrative than a lot of these other guys in the league. He's pushing a real narrative of spirit, love, and just being a voice of positivity.
Well, in terms of his personal life as well, I mean, a lot of folks might not know the story about him and his dad. Was that something going on when he was part of the Snoop Youth Football League?
Yes, sir. My guy, Coach Superfly, stepped in and became like his coach, role model, to assist with his mom and assist with his family. So, in my league, it takes a village to raise one kid. And the beautiful thing is we have so many great coaches and mentors and people who value these kids' time and put time into them. So when we see these guys successful, it's a group effort. It's a lot of people that put in that time and effort, and we're just proud to be connected to these kids.
By the way, internet going nuts earlier today. Mark Andrews out for the Ravens, so they will not have their tight end, Snoop Dogg, on C.J. Stroud.
Coach Superfly, huh?
Yeah, my God coach.
I like that.
God coach.
I
Huh?
like that.
Okay.
I got to get a load.
I see you.
Coach Superfly. Well,
you got to get a load of Superfly, huh?
Yeah.
Gracious. All right, you go get
you guys are ridiculous.
Go get you that Superfly load, man. Go get you one.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Well, you've heard me say it a couple of times now. It makes Figgy uncomfortable. R.I.P. Ohio State. R.I.P. It was a good run.
Man, why you got to bring this up, man?
It was a good run.
Bill O'Brien is the offensive coordinator at Ohio State.
What the hell are they doing?
This is how Ryan Day handles people being pissed off. You bring in Bill O'Brien. This is it. This is his last year.
Yeah,
you're done.
What the hell are they doing?
I have no idea.
What are they looking at?
I don't know.
Who are they talking to?
I don't know.
That's the thing that gets me. Like when you hire, you would think you pick up the phone. Hey, man, what was it like working with Bill O'Brien? Hey, what kind of guy is Bill O'Brien? Hey, what's the culture like with Bill O'Brien? Whether they're calling here,
don't even talk to the man,
or Alabama, or New England. Like, what were they thinking?
I kind of have like a thought on this though, about why this might have happened.
What?
Karma.
What do you mean karma?
I think this might be karma.
Oh, regarding what? What kind of karma?
Regarding someone who I think has sacrificed his dignity for B.O.B.
Okay.
Albert Breer has carried Bill O'Brien's water for damn near a decade. Albert Breer is a prideful Ohio State alum. Now we're going to see where you stand there, buddy. Oh, obnoxious Buckeye.
Yeah.
Obnoxious Buckeye. Big-time Buckeye, Albert Breer.
Well,
Huge
there you go.
Buckeye.
There you go.
I think this is karma for Albert Breer. You've been shamefully carrying Bill O'Brien's water all these years.
Hell, he might have had something to do with it.
Probably got him to
He might have had something to do with it.
It's easy to sit there and ignore the gray area and talk about how he did for the Texans. Let's see how you like him calling plays
Nobody's
for the team
talking
that you
about
support.
Guy.
Yes, slime ball. Karma for Albert Breer.
I think he might have had something to do with him getting the job. Like, this is like...
It's weird.
I can't believe this, man.
It's unbelievable.
They could have got Cliff Kingsbury. They could have got anybody,
They
man.
could have got someone who's like somewhat innovative. It's wild.
I just, like, I thought it was like the Onion.
Yeah, I would have got Maurice Claret,
When I
man.
saw it,
Hey, man, what you doing? You want to be OC?
I thought it was the Onion, man. I thought it was like, Ohio State hires Bill O'Brien. Ha ha. Gotcha. No, it's real.
Watch this. I got the internet going nuts.
Chase Young. Speaking of Ohio State, Chase Young. A lot of people thought perhaps the Texans could trade for Chase Young, maybe should trade for Chase Young. Yesterday, he met with the media types in anticipation of the divisional round, and Chase Young says that he thinks Brock Purdy is the best quarterback in the NFL. Your thoughts?
Chase Young thinks Brock Purdy's the best quarterback in the NFL?
He's the best quarterback in the league.
Look, man, I'm not going to say the guy's nuts. I don't think he is.
I am.
I don't think he is.
I am.
Brock Purdy has made some has had some pretty incredible games, but
not a good season.
I do not agree. I think, like, give C.J. Stroud those weapons. What's it look like? Kittle, Ayuk, McCaffrey. What's C.J. Stroud like with those weapons? And I know that sounds
Debo.
like Debo. Like I'm not going to disparage the good name of Brock Purdy and all the things he's done.
I mean, you're talking about him like he's God?
No, I think he deserves respect. I think he deserves.
I'm not going to.
I think he's
disparage the good name of Brock Purdy.
I think
in the world.
I think he's really, really good. He's not the best quarterback in the NFL.
He's not. Don't disparage the name good.
What's wrong with that?
I mean,
don't disparage the name good. Yeah, he is.
You just outdid Chase Young here.
No, I did not.
You tried to disagree with Chase Young, and you just outdid him. Disparage the great name?
I said the good name. He's a good quarterback. He's really good. He's one of the guys flirting with elite, but he's not the best quarterback in the NFL, is what I'm saying.
I got the internet going nuts.
So the NFL has announced its pregame lineup, and I don't like the way some people are treating Reba McEntire.
For the Super Bowl?
Yeah, for the Super Bowl.
Okay.
What they saying about it?
Like, come on.
Where are you finding this?
Where everybody finds everything.
Where you find this?
All over.
3 tweets?
No, come on. You know
3 tweets about Reba?
Hey,
and now people are disparaging her?
No.
Who the hell is talking bad about Reba?
I have seen it on the internet.
On.
I love Reba. I
think most people do, outside of a few people on Twitter.
But it's more than a few. I think you're being reverse straw man there. Like, she's too old, get somebody young for the Star Spangled. She's singing the Star Spangled Banner.
Yeah, she should. She's got a great voice. She's a legend.
Awesome.
She's likable. She's got an underrated sitcom. She's an icon.
She is. She
awesome
should in every way.
Who else is singing?
Post Malone.
Yes, sir.
Is singing.
Yes, sir.
America the Beautiful.
Yes, sir. My guy.
Which is going to be. That's going to be good. And Andra Day is
Grapevine
singing.
High.
Lift Every Voice and Sing is what Andra Day is singing. But like Reba,
ain't nobody talking bad about Reba.
Yes, there is. Do
man.
a search.
I mean, you can search anything.
Open the internet.
I don't believe that, man.
Yeah, this is crazy.
I was kind of excited when I seen she was singing.
I was too.
Ain't nobody
I ain't see a bad thing about Reba.
I'm not, as you know, I'm not a country guy, but I love Reba. I think she's awesome.
Can you give me a Star Spangled Banner right now? Just
No,
like
I can't.
your first 20?
Nope.
Just give me the first 20 seconds.
Nope.
Come on.
Not gonna happen.
Come on, Lopez.
Not gonna happen.
I've heard you sing. Come on, just once.
I'm gonna give you bars in a little bit though.
Come on, give me just one. Give me just
I'm
one.
gonna melt your face.
Give me one Star Spangled Banner.
No, the answer is no. You do it. You want to hear it? You do it.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
John McClain is foaming out the mouth. When the Texans were beating the Browns, John McClain decided that he was going to mention the Buffalo meltdown. I am telling you right now, John McClain is going to try to make this an Oilers roundtable if the Texans win. It is going to be comparing this to the Oilers days. I don't know how the internet is going to react, but I'm just warning you, it is coming. John McClain, it's going to be all
Just wait
Oilers all day.
Let Buffalo win. It's on.
Oh
then.
my God! Then
it's on.
Then it's going to be really on. I think it's going to be appropriate to mention the Oilers for the context of the AFC Championship game.
Okay.
But you're not going to find me doing any, nostalgic little trips down memory lane.
They weren't good memories, man.
Well, no, they were great memories.
No.
They were great memories.
In this situation, they weren't good memories.
Well, the ultimate answer was
they were bad memories.
The result was not.
You
a good
never
memory.
won.
But they were
good memories outside of that.
That was the greatest, football time in the city's history.
They did leave a quarter of a century ago, but
that's what I'm saying. That's why
45 years ago.
I think it's going to be more. I think it's going to be more than appropriate to mention the Oilers. I mean, it's been that long. It was the greatest time in football in this city's history. But I'm not going to be going, let's break down the Mike Renfro catch again. They could have gone to the Super Bowl. I'm not going to be doing that. But it is appropriate to talk about if they get there.
The Buffalo thing, though, I hate. Like bringing up the Buffalo thing.
The Browns thing.
And then he said he did it for he said he did it for what's it called? Impressions or whatever?
Oh yeah.
You'll hear that.
John McClain said he did that for impressions.
Yeah.
Like he literally said it. What the hell's wrong with you, man?
Yeah.
By the way, has he recovered from being iced in on Tuesday?
Well, I think he's still shoveling.
When he said he was iced in?
Yeah, it takes a long time for that stuff to melt.
I got the internet going nuts.
The last thing I needed to see trending this morning was Boeing 747.
The who?
And the airplane, Boeing 747. Did you see? It's all over right now. So a plane flying out of Miami last night, right after it took off. This is like the ultimate, most terrifying thing, one of the most terrifying things we could all imagine. It burst into flames after takeoff.
Okay. What kind of plane was it?
A Boeing 747.
Which is what? Like, is that
the
like
big
a normal plane?
The big one.
The normal plane?
The one that has two levels on the front? The big Boeing 747. It has like a two levels on the front.
But this is like something you would fly in at an airline?
Yes.
How many people were on it?
It was a cargo plane, so I think it was only like 8 people.
Okay.
But an engine burst into flames after takeoff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that is the most terrifying thing of all. Unbelievably, this guy turned the plane around and landed it in 14 minutes back at the airport.
I think the most terrifying thing is elevators.
Really?
Like, not like when you step in it, but like, have you ever seen like elevator videos where elevators malfunction? Brother, it is terrifying.
I ain't gonna lie, I get scared every time I go on the elevator down. I be thinking it'd never stop, and then just boom.
All right, let me ease your minds on this.
Okay.
I used to be friends with a guy that worked for a big elevator company, one of the ones that we all ride.
Yeah.
He said, like, if a 9 times out of 10, so 90% of the time, if anything breaks in the structure of an elevator cable, the elevators actually go up and they won't crash to the ground.
No,
they have counterweights.
Look, the videos are like extremes.
Yeah.
Like, this is like the door opens and there's no elevator, so someone like falls and stuff like that.
But what Figgy's talking about, like it crashing to the ground, 90% of the time it'll actually go up.
Okay.
If the cables break.
Coming up, the hits are lit and the Texans start the day off with some great news. Next.
CJ's It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit, and there's some good news for the Texans here on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Mark Andrews not going for the Ravens. Marlon Humphrey already listed out. All hands on deck for the Texans, although Andrew Beck remains questionable. But Jerry Hughes ruled out. Andrew Beck questionable. George Fant as well. Keep an eye on that, whether or not
he's
George
sick,
Fant
right?
goes. Yeah, he's got a little bit of a cold, or I don't know.
Something.
So yeah, but no Mark Andrews, who you feared and you should fear because the Texans don't guard tight ends very well.
No, I feel a lot better about this game, knowing Lamar is still there, knowing they have Likely, who's a very good tight end, because I thought Mark Andrews could break this game. I mean, I thought he could really kind of sway it in one direction, and that's big news. It's also strange news, considering what I saw yesterday from Mark Andrews. It's out there. It's a thought that crossed my mind.
You think he's resting?
I think the Ravens have made a decision with him. It's on the table. I can't say that they have. But I think it's on the table that they've made a decision with him to think about bigger things in the next game. Well, okay, do that. See what Jadeveon Clowney said yesterday?
By the way, confession, I forgot he was even on the Ravens.
We haven't even mentioned his name this
That's
year.
the first mention of his name this week, Jadeveon Clowney.
But it's worth
first mention. We like Jadeveon.
We haven't mentioned him all week.
Nope.
He having a good year, too.
Yeah, he's doing good.
Probably his best year.
Yeah, but it's worth mentioning this because it ties in.
24, too. It looks kind of weird.
It is, because it ties in with the Mark Andrews thing. He said, we've got 2 more games to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they should be counting down. Bobby said 4.
Oh, man.
Last week. Yeah, he's right. So did the Texans, though. It's the same thing.
I know, but
yeah, Clowney's focused, man.
They're it's like they're making plans, man. They're making plans.
C.J. Stroud, he remembers his first NFL game. It was in Baltimore. They got beat down. Now they got an opportunity tomorrow to go to the conference, the AFC Championship game. Here's C.J. Stroud talking about week 1 to now.
Great defense. I mean, definitely one of the top defenses in the league. Everything runs through really their linebackers and Kyle Hamilton. I mean, they're great players. The corners do their job. It means sticking in coverage. Their D-line gets a good pass rush. It rushes a unit. And really, that rang true week 1, and it reigns true now. So be on our A game, execute at a high level, focus on the little details, and just really when the moment gets big, that's when you execute and try to do your job. And really a new season since we played those guys. So they do blitz a lot. They do have a lot of different simulated pressures, fire pressures on like they have the whole 9. So seeing it week 1 is definitely good and fix those problems that we had then, which I think we've done, and just play our game.
Where does whole 9 come from?
I've told you. The whole 9 yards from World War II.
Okay.
When the machine gun on top of a Sherman tank, 9 yards of
full ammo. Okay.
The full 9 yards is how long the ammo was.
There you go.
Yeah.
CJ did not have as good a command of the huddle. It was very apparent in week 1. Rightfully so, it was his first game, but Robert Woods at times was having to tell them where to line up. And so we actually asked Robert about it.
Yeah.
And he said as much. So it does kind of feel like, I mean, CJ Stroud's obviously improved a lot, as have the Ravens. And it'll be interesting to see how they attack him. Now, on the other sidelines, Patrick Queen, he's got a lot of love for C.J. Stroud, and he's been a supporter of C.J. Stroud since before he even stepped foot on an NFL football field. Here's one of the Ravens' best defensive players, Patrick Queen, talking about your quarterback.
I always believed in CJ. Ever since me personally, I want him to go number 1 in the draft. Honestly, I think he was the best quarterback in that draft. So I'm a huge CJ Stroud fan. But after the game, I think I might have said it in the interview, post-game interview or something, that he was going to be great. Like you could tell, like he's poised. He can make every single throw on the field, even on the run, across his body. Just flicking his wrist, not even putting that much effort into it. So I think when you see a guy like that who don't care about getting hit, still gonna put the ball on the money and stuff, you gotta give him credit. He's definitely not playing like a rookie right now, so I definitely got a lot of respect for him.
Yeah, there's gonna be respect. There's always gonna be respect for CJ. Texans kick off the divisional week on ABC. Joe Buck, Troy Aikman. How about that?
3:30
tomorrow. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610, 7 o'clock on Fox. Green Bay at San Francisco. Then on Sunday, you got people were calling this the underdogs. Jared Goff and Baker Mayfield squaring off as Bucks and Lions kick off at 2 o'clock. I mean, they're both number one overall picks. Both of their teams decided they didn't want them anymore.
Mm-hmm.
They find themselves in this situation. But I don't really look at Jared Goff as like an underdog.
No.
Sure, I mean, they wanted to upgrade the quarterback position. Baker Mayfield, yes. Like no one saw Baker Mayfield winning a playoff game and having a chance to go to the conference, the NFC Championship game.
No, I think Jared Goff, though, he did exercise a few demons with the win last week. That's not an underdog.
Bro, he threw the ball backwards with two hands.
I understand that, but like he became like
you see that?
Yeah, you heard.
That's all system.
Dan Campbell.
That's all system.
When he gave him the game ball, he says, "You're Detroit now." I think that's kind of what people were talking about with him.
He
wasn't Matt Stafford.
Yeah, there's a ceiling there with Jared Goff.
He's really good, but there's a ceiling.
There's a ceiling.
There is a ceiling.
Very much
And,
so.
of course, I mean, the headliner is always going to be this week for sure, outside of here, is going to be Chiefs at Bills.
Chiefs at Bills on CBS at 5:30. I'm thinking, are we covering that one, I think? I need to listen to Westwood. I can't listen to Romo anymore. I can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's impossible.
He's getting destroyed.
I mean, he is terrible now.
It's like stating the obvious. Watch this, Jim.
He's not watching football anymore.
Yeah, watch this, Jim.
It's very obvious.
Well, we're all watching.
Yeah, he's just winging it. He's just winging it. It's terrible.
And then when it gets like close, he goes, "Here we go." Yeah, we are aware.
This was Bobby Slowick yesterday being asked about, or the day before, I should say, being asked about all the interest from other teams and potential job interviews. This is what your offensive coordinator said.
Same as last week, very grateful for every consideration, grateful for the opportunities, grateful to D'Amico, to Nick, to the Texans organization, for giving me this opportunity. But right now, I couldn't tell you what's going on. I'm entirely locked in on the Ravens. I know coming up here pretty soon, that process is going to start pretty quick, but I'm going to cross that bridge when I get to it. Right now, I'm just
maybe right after the press conference.
That's correct.
No interviews as of that. Well, he apparently interviewed with Carolina yesterday.
Be right back. I got to jump on the Zoom.
And then after he interviewed with Carolina, Bobby Slowick was doing a little dance that we've all heard before. This is what Bobby Slowick was doing yesterday. He got stanky. He talked to Amy Adams Stank. Tennessee Titans, Bobby Slowick. Guy he knows, Carthon from San Francisco, but I'm sure he got to talk to Amy Adams Stank. What do you think she asked him?
That's a great question.
What's John McClain like? Tell John I said hey. Well, never mind. I'll text him.
John thinks very highly of you.
Ooh, you think Amy Adams texted John McClain about Slowick? Yes or no?
Maybe.
Gun
probably
to
referred.
Gun to head. Gun to head.
No.
Gun to head. Has Amy Adams texted John McClain about Bobby Slowick?
No.
Figgy?
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
You?
Yes.
You think?
Yes.
I think maybe eventually, if it progresses, she'll talk to him.
Yes.
Hey, John gave me your resume.
Speaks very highly of you. This is come on, man. I mean, he's gone. It feels weird right now with talking to Amy Adams Strunk. But I guess you can't say that anymore about nothing. Laser focus on the.
I mean, he's fine.
Everybody has downtime. There's nothing wrong with it.
It happens.
Yeah.
Either that or watch TV or something.
Yeah.
It happens. Cliff Kingsbury, who interviewed for the Texans OC gig last season, he's interviewing in Chicago to be their OC. There's the Caleb Williams connection that everyone's talking about. Cliff was at USC this year. Cool, man. You know what? Kind of looked like he was a little bit off script this year with their
offense.
I don't know that I saw the way that offense was going.
Yeah,
and said,
it was
I
weird.
want that. But then again, Cliff Kingsbury's not calling the plays. It's Lincoln Riley.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe there's that element. Hell, maybe they're just trying to get background on Caleb. Maybe they're like, hey, let's just use this Cliff Kingsbury guy and ask him about Caleb.
Yeah, that's happened.
Yeah, you can do that. That would be smart. Mike Vrabel, former Texans DC, he interviewed with the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh had previously interviewed, so Chargers appear to be aiming high. Diana Rossini, she reports that the Falcons have now met with Bill Belichick twice, and more meetings are to come. What else are they going to have to talk about? How many more meetings do you need? What are we doing?
He's interviewing them.
Yeah, okay.
No, let's be clear. Like they probably said, we'd love for you to take the job. He goes, yeah, let me go back down there and check out a couple more things. No, he's interviewing them. I got to interview Bill Belichick. Come on.
What do you
yes.
How many interviews do you need?
What have you done? Yeah.
How many interviews do you need?
No, he's interviewing them. 100%. They're trying to convince him.
Bill O'Brien, he worked for Belichick last year. He's the new OC at Ohio State. That's wild. Mm-hmm. And the Astros, the Astros are apparently interested in bringing back Josh Hader. That was kind of one of the ones that got away. Little left-handed relief. Never hurt anyone. Dominic from Jersey, he called earlier today. Mm-hmm. He actually called the New York radio station yesterday. Sal and Brandon Tierney. He was talking crap about the Yankees, and it ended in them taking some shots at Houston.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
Wow.
BT, I love you, but you got to be one of the biggest homers on sports radio. BT, you love everybody that wears the Yankees.
No, first of all, you don't. Now, listen, it's all good, and you're a big Mets Lindor guy. Lindor, hater for a long time. We've gone back and forth, going back.
I still hate him.
I got you. I've got.
Hate Lindor?
He doesn't like.
I hate Lindor.
Oh, dude, come on.
He crushes him.
Sal, I can't stand him. I mean, this is probably wrong, but it's another guy I just absolutely hate. I think Aaron Boone sucks.
Well, Aaron Boone does not suck. I think you're being unfair to Boone. He doesn't suck.
Who do you like, Tony? I mean, my God, you hate everybody.
Well, I'll tell you what, dude, and BT, I haven't been around because my Houston Texans are still in the playoffs. So I've been on Houston radio a lot. So
yeah, great. Go back to Houston radio with these dopey attacks on me. I don't care about Houston radio.
Houston radio?
I know, God.
Get the hell out of here with that.
That's got to be
New York.
Poppin'. Houston, that's got to be popping. Houston radio, jeez.
Yeah, the Texans.
Well, that was mean.
Well, it is popping in Houston radio.
It is popping.
Hey,
we talking about playoffs.
You jerks.
Tierney's lost his sanity with the Jets. Those are the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, same vibes, different feels. How things have changed from this potential golden age compared to the one that we all love and may still be living. That's next.
Join the drive with Stoerner. Houston, insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Usually whenever we talk about some of the best memories of our recent lifetime when it comes to Houston sports, the voice you hear is Joe Buck. He's been the voice of the Astros' golden age, and to many, rightfully so, the golden age of a run in Houston sports history. It was Joe Buck. It's only appropriate that with C.J. Stroud and the Texans looking to get where they've never gotten before, the AFC Championship game, which, by the way, is pathetic. Like, let's just be serious. It's pathetic that they've been around.
Well, that's why we're feeling what we're feeling.
As long as they have and haven't been to an AFC Championship game. Let's just make that very clear. But you're going to hear Joe Buck, and there's a similarity. However, the biggest difference for me, and we'll get dramatic with the OG John Lopez, some of his best work coming up here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, one sleep away till the big game. Biggest difference here is, while the Texans might be underdogs, everyone's rooting for them that doesn't have a casual interest. That's not the case with the Astros. The H-Town versus everyone made sense for the Astros because, in large part because of their own doing, they were despised nationally.
Yeah.
So everyone was rooting against the Astros, it felt like. That's not the case with the Texans.
No.
It's a likable squad. People like D'Amico. People like CJ. So the H-Town versus everyone just really doesn't make a lot of sense in this situation. And quite frankly, the more the merrier. Root for the Texans. I like having a likable squad.
Well, it's rare that the Texans have had this kind of national appeal. Like, we've seen it now for weeks, but I saw they posted HoustonTexans.com or their Twitter feed, I should say, us versus the world, some players holding the hats and stuff. That's fine if that's what you want to use, but that's not the case. The case is this is a very likable team that a lot of people are going to be pulling for on Saturday.
Very, 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 very likable. Bobby Slowick, he's going to be auditioning. He's going to be doing his thing for the Texans, but he's definitely going to be auditioning. He's already completed 2 head coaching interviews, and he was kind of shell-shocked the first time these teams met, but he's evolved into a guy that people with head coach openings want to talk to. Here's Bobby Slowick talking about the evolution of the Texans offense, and in particular his relationship with C.J. Stroud from week 1 to tomorrow.
We kind of used it a little bit on offense as a little bit of a rallying cry. Like, we couldn't get out of our own way in that game. We couldn't even really get the ball down and set to snap it to even feel like we played. And that starts with me, and it starts with coaches. And we kind of changed what we did from after that point on. I think we evolved as an offensive unit and as a group from that point on. But then in between getting in our own way there, CJ, when the ball was snapped, and we were able to be where we needed to be, and kind of I got out of the way. CJ did some special stuff in that game that you don't always see a rookie quarterback do in his first game out there on the road, when you have to deal with crowd noise and good players on the other side and everything that's going on. Yeah, I mean, he was awesome once we were able to get into a rhythm. But that game, we didn't get into a rhythm. And then from there, it was unfortunate at the time, but it really set the table for what we became as the year went, and we grew a lot from there.
Yeah, don't underestimate kind of the process difference between what that was, because D'Amico said the same thing. Like, we had never worked with each other. I'm paraphrasing. It was kind of a fire drill. We're all trying to figure it all out. Slowick just said a different version of that. Don't underestimate that, because not only is clearly C.J. Stroud better, but it's smoother. The operation, as they like to call it. That's big.
I don't put a lot of stock in that first game, but I didn't put a lot of stock in the Cleveland first game either.
Yeah.
So I don't know how the Texans handle that mentally. It is good that they've gotten out of a bus and walked into that locker room and they have a memory of it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's good. I think that's valuable.
Especially the young guys.
Yeah, I think that's valuable. I don't know that the defense does much different. The offense, I'm told this system is set up for the playoffs. We will see. No, we'll see. I mean, it's, there's been a lot of times where guys have been chokers in the playoffs, and then, you switch systems, you switch coaches, and they still are chokers in the playoffs, which is, let's just be honest, Lamar Jackson, small body of work, and I'm a Lamar Jackson truther. Might be hard to believe with the way I'm speaking right now, but he's been trash in the playoffs. I mean, I think he even knows that. He's been bad. Terrible. We don't need to go through the stats anymore, but we'll see. We'll see what he's got around him, and we'll see what this offense looks like, and we'll see if the Texans got a shot. One guy who did believe in the Texans, though, John Harbaugh. He after that game, he said this team's going to win a lot of games.
He did.
And he wanted to toot his own horn while talking about that Texan squad the other day when he met with the media.
They're just 17 weeks better. I think they do a good job. Obviously, they've steadily improved every single week. I thought they were a very good football team week one. I think if you go back and check your records, you'll find that. They haven't surprised me, or they haven't surprised us. They've done pretty much what I thought they were going to do. They're a very good football team. They're very talented. They play very hard. They execute at a high level. CJ's just doing a phenomenal job. Nico Collins, Michigan guy, man, he's a go-to guy for him. A lot of skill players, good offensive line, playing very physical. Defense is all over the field, as you'd expect, just a really good football team.
Yeah, and playoff DeMeco's defense is going to be another big part of this. What they try to eliminate, how they try to eliminate some of those things, whether it's Zay Flowers or try to keep as best they can Lamar Jackson in check, whatever it is. Playoff DeMeco is going to be huge as well.
Playoff DeMeco 3 years ago was the defensive coordinator against an MVP. It was Aaron Rodgers, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
His defense, they held Aaron Rodgers to 10 points. Different situation, obviously.
Sure, not that long ago.
But, and you're talking about an MVP.
And he certainly elevated his game as a coordinator.
And he elevated his game as a coordinator, and we saw him do that against the Browns.
Yeah.
Now, Lamar Jackson's obviously better than the ghost of Joe Flacco. We know that. But there is that experience level. Like DeMeco Ryans has pulled up to a cold road atmosphere against the number one seed, the MVP. Bobby Slowick was there too. They got out of that bus, and they held them to 10 points, and they ended up winning the game.
Yeah.
It's happened. Meanwhile, Lamar Jackson, every time he's gotten out of bus in the playoffs, he's wet the bed. He's wet the bed, period.
Three games under 200 yards passing.
So maybe that brief history, that history that is different than what we're going to see, maybe that changes, or maybe it doesn't. And maybe we're a few days away from talking about the Texans doing something that they've never done before, going to an AFC championship game. It is time for the John Lopez. Some of his best work, I will say. The John Lopez playoff reading/writing divisional round edition.
He represents the H from the bottom of the map. Born and raised at the bottom of the trap. Rolling with Nico, Devin, and Dalton. Time to put him to bed like John Boy Walton. We're talking H-Town streets. Washington Ave to 3rd Ward. Headed to Bmore. Put him to bed like Jimmy Ward. Say what you will, but it's a changing of the guard. Inevitable and trill. Like a sack by John Grenard. Good luck, Lamar, but not today. Your Lombardi dream is going to have to be on tape delay. We're talking H-Town Maid. Queen Bee and Anna Nicole. 7 on his chest. Like the Exorcist about to rip your soul. Underdog again. But don't be mad, y'all. He's about to break him off a dub like Paul Wall. He represents the H, Uptown, Downtown, the Heights, 5th Ward. Still just a rook? Come on, bro. Time to cut the cord. Yeah, he says it's all a blessing from the Lord. So don't be mad, Ravens. Blame it on God. He represents the H, where the traffic is up-tempo, headed to Bmore, where they're just overhyped, like El Tiempo. This is the time. This is where it happens. This is Space City's time. Bayou City's time. H-Town time. The dirty, dirty, dirty South's time. It's number 7's time. The Cali cool dude whose game is sublime. We're talking H-Town Made, Megan the Stallion, and Dennis Quaid. Here's to things finally going our way, like that Bryce Young trade. No more next years, no more next times. No more BOBs and jacks and all that slime. Here we go, here we are, here it is. And like a hurricane hitting Galveston and the tide starts ripping, come Saturday night, C.J. Stroud is still tipping.
And you're picking the Texans. Let's not even bury the lead. John Lopez is picking the Texans to win this game.
I am picking the Texans to win this game.
Explain yourself. That needs to be explained.
You just heard why.
Because El Tiempo's overhyped?
Yeah, because El Tiempo's
I don't agree with that anymore. Half and half margaritas, fajitas, Wednesday fajita night. I disagree.
No, well, you just heard it. Because this is a CJ. They're all CJ Stroud games. You've heard me say that a lot lately. This is the epitome of what takes a guy to another stratosphere, and he's already real high. We can talk about all the little things, and some of them are bigger than others. Mark Andrews is pretty big. You know what Nico Collins, how they defend him, how he plays is pretty big. But we can talk about defense, linebackers, Blake Cashman, how are you going to defend things, pass rush, injuries, safeties that are hurt, whatever you may say. Jerry Hughes is not there. All the little things do matter, but it's about C.J. Stroud. And I just continue to say it because I believe it. I can't bet against him.
I'm going to agree and disagree with you because I 100% agree that it's CJ is the reason for the hope in this situation, along with D'Amico. But as far as guys that are going to step between those lines, CJ is the reason. But the reason that I'm optimistic about this game and the reason I feel better about it is because against Indianapolis, I did feel like it was all CJ. Like CJ handled his business and Nico Collins, and that was it. But it wasn't just CJ against Cleveland. He was a large part of it. Now, the thing about it is, if it needed to be CJ, I think it could have been. Yeah. Like if the defense hadn't shown up and you would have needed CJ Stroud to throw for 450 yards and 5 touchdowns,
could have.
Very confident that he could have done that.
Yeah.
He did over half that in the first half. Mm-hmm. So I feel like it could have been all CJ, but the reason I'm where you're at is because I don't feel like it was against Cleveland, and the way that this team's grooving, the way that they're gelling, the way that D'Amico Ryan seems to have his defense playing, the way they seem to be a little bit more opportunistic, the fact that they've seen Lamar Jackson, the fact Lamar Jackson stinks in the playoffs, that's why I'm kind of leaning more towards being more confident than I probably would have been in the past, because it could have been all CJ, but it wasn't.
There were other,
which I may be agreeing with you, but I'm just saying I think there's even more to it.
No, I think the fact that you got the Steven Nelson pick six and the Christian Harris pick six, that's what made a blowout out of it. Like in a close, if you don't get those pick sixes, then it would have been CJ. So you're right. The other people are going to matter. Other elements of the game are going to be huge. But it's CJ, ultimately. I mean, you jumped out to that lead because of what the quarterback was doing in the first half and how he played, and then you just rolled it up.
I also think this, and this is, I mean, maybe this is like going way in the sticks, but not like the analytical sticks. I just feel like teams that have tried to troll the Texans, it hadn't worked out too well for them. Hell, the Titans ended up losing twice, and Amy Adams Stank ended up firing Mike Vrabel. Jacoby Jones is your pregame legend.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, I know he had a good Super Bowl and stuff, but you're Jacoby Jones? What is that?
Yeah.
Oh, because he played for the Texans and he choked in the game and did his thing?
Yeah.
Jacoby Jones?
Jacoby Jones.
Come on.
They got better players than that.
I mean, you think?
Come on.
You think so?
You think?
We got Jacoby Jones. Are we serious?
Yeah, that's what it is.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
We talk ourselves into a lot here, sometimes just foolishly. It's weird because I'm to the point where I don't expect them to win because it's going to be a wild game. I mean,
you just picked them. What do you mean you don't expect it?
I'm picking them to win. I'm not going to sit here and say, lock it up. But what I am saying is, like, when when they have their fingers crossed and they're trying to hope and pray that Lamar Jackson can break out of a funk, nobody here is doing that. And I think that's the difference. C.J. Stroud's going into that game. These Texans are going into that game, from D'Amico to everybody else, just feeling like we've got to show them what we are. They're like hoping to prove what they are. And that this whole thing with Mark Andrews is a little bit weird, and they're talking about Super Bowls and everything else. Man, that's a good way to get in trouble.
Figgy, you where he's at? You going to do this?
I am, man. I got the Texans winning, man.
So you both of you guys are picking the Texans to win.
I am, yeah.
Okay.
You're not?
No, I'm not. I'm picking Baltimore, but I'm not overly confident in it.
Mm-hmm. So why are you picking Baltimore?
That's a good question. Like, what are the elements? Like, mine is clear.
Because the Texans got the quarterback advantage.
Yeah. I think they have the coaching advantage. John Harbaugh hadn't done anything lately. Like, there's. I mean, maybe I'm talking myself.
Hey, the past couple years, he kind of been wetting the bed in a lot of games
man.
They
wet the bed in the playoffs. Like, it's typical.
I know
Mike McCarthy won a Super Bowl and he hung his hat on it for damn near however long, and he kept coming up short every time in the playoffs. Every time.
I know we look at Lamar, but
Tomlin,
he been wetting the bed too, man.
Well, I mentioned this yesterday.
You know what? I'm not there yet.
I mentioned this yesterday. John Harbaugh is a great coach. Don't mistake that. Dude has had 18 different players make a Pro Bowl since Lamar Jackson has become a Raven.
Yeah.
And hadn't done squat. The Texans have one Pro Bowler.
Yeah, they've won one playoff game.
One.
Yeah.
He's had 18 different guys make the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, and I think sometimes there's guys that are I think sometimes there's guys who are good students, and then there's guys who are good test takers.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, you got it early on. Why did that happen now? Like, you had the core that the Ravens had. It was smash mouth, all that. Now it's a little bit different. So we'll see. Lopez and Figgy, they're picking the Texans to win. So there you go. I'm surprised Figgy didn't drop that Texans radio drop on y'all, but I guess it doesn't qualify. When it's
jump on board, man.
I'm thinking about it, man. Like I said, I think they have the quarterback advantage. I don't disagree with that. I'm worried about the weaponry, man. Although I don't think Baltimore has a lot of weaponry.
Hey, I think Baltimore going to be a little rusty, man. I don't think they're going to come out on fire.
There's that too.
They're going to struggle with the first couple series.
Y'all are making a good case. Maybe I'll get there. We got some time.
Now, it's Texans All Access.
Coming up, lunchtime confessions. This guy didn't even cross my mind, despite being one of the most polarizing topics that we talked about for a long, long time. That's next.
It's Divisional Round Week. Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Watch this. These are my confessions. Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. One sleep till Texans versus Ravens. Slime off coming up at 1:20. But in the meantime, it's time to confess. Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think they're resting Mark Andrews. At first I was like, okay, the thought has crossed my mind. But then you keep going into these things and you listen to how they've been talking. One of our texters on YouTube stream said Judy Batista was talking about it, how they decided to rest. I haven't found it, so this could be bad secondhand
They're
information.
resting Mark Andrews, and you just used it.
No, I'm saying
no, it's real.
No,
it's not a real report. Let John Lopez report.
I literally just said I don't know if it's real, but
I'll read it.
But it's out there, and I believe it. I believe that they're resting Mark Andrews.
Yeah, he said. I mean, he looked good to me. He was a full go. Who knows? Maybe they're looking ahead. Maybe not.
This is disrespect. Like that term is overused in sports. They disrespected us. This is disrespect. 100%.
Put it on the billboard.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions. I got to confess, I've laid out a lot of things that I think are in the Texans' favor heading into this game, including the most important. I think they have the quarterback advantage. I've laid it out. I haven't gotten any real logical pushback from it, except he's the MVP.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll give examples of MVPs losing, including Lamar Jackson, in this very round. So I've laid that out. But I'm sitting here and listening to you two, Figgy Fig and John Lopez, and I'm listening to you two pick the Houston Texans to win the game. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, why am I not even able to push back much on that? And I think it goes back to my notion that yesterday would I have picked the Ravens to win the game? Yes, but I wouldn't make dinner plans after the game because I don't know if I would live.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to convince myself, too, that the Texans have more than a puncher's chance to win this game.
Yeah.
More than a puncher's chance to win this game.
Yeah, I obviously agree.
And everything's going their freaking way.
The little things.
The entire injury report is clean yesterday,
Yes.
and now Marlon Humphrey and Mark Andrews are out.
Yeah.
And I know Mark Andrews wasn't there in the regular season, but this isn't the regular season.
No, and they don't, as you pointed out, they have weapons. I mean, they're good. They're the best team in the AFC by record, but their weapons aren't scary. You know, Odell Beckham, okay, he might make
Zay Flowers is their biggest threat.
Zay Flowers is a big threat. Their running game, they just signed Dalvin Cook.
Yeah.
I mean,
Gus Edwards.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Yeah.
Watch this. Talking me into it.
This is another thing that people always say, but I think it's more true in this game. And I got to admit, I've been thinking this for a while now. I don't think it's ever been more important for the Texans to score first.
Okay.
Score. Now, that's a cliche mostly. Oh, you got to score first. Well, of course you want to score first. But in this game, with Lamar Jackson talking Super Bowl, with all this hype about he's got a different look in his eye, and it's all crap, by the way, because I can't believe he didn't have this look in his eye when he was in the postseason before. All this stuff about Jadeveon Clowney saying, we got 2 more to the Super Bowl. Okay. All this stuff about resting. If you score first, especially a touchdown, obviously, I think everything kind of gets twisted up in this game, and Lamar gets a little bit tight. Texans get a little loose and start really kind of humming.
Tight and loose, baby.
Yeah.
Tight,
They
loose.
get tight, you get loose.
Watch this. I made a wager on the game. I made a wager on this game. That's my confession. I gambled on this game.
And?
It's a parlay that I feel about as good about as I could possibly feel. And it's a 4-thing parlay that needs to happen.
Oh, wow. What are you going to get paid?
It's $25 to win $112.
Okay, so it's reasonable.
$25 to win $112. This is the parlay. Texans don't even have to win, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So Texans plus 9.5 points.
Okay, you went spread.
Plus 9.5. Texans team total over 16.5 points.
Love it.
So they have to score 17 points. CJ Stroud over 240.5 yards, and CJ Stroud over 1.5 touchdowns. 25 to win 112.
Say the last one.
CJ Stroud over 1.5 touchdown passes.
I like that. I like all those.
Even if they're like losing, I mean, it's plus 9.5, 17 points. CJ 241 yards passing wins, and then 2 touchdown passes wins.
Yeah,
might have that by the first half.
Well, come on now.
Might have 3/4 of that by the first half. I would have last week.
You would.
That was supposed to be one of the best defenses. We had the 3 touchdown passes. We had the 246.
Yeah.
Would have hit that in the first half last week, my friend.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think everybody, including me until this morning when I started looking at this, is sleeping on Robert Woods. Everyone is.
Robert Woods.
We've talked about this with Nico. How are they going to do it? Well, maybe Mechie this and maybe Dalton Schultz that. And, dude, he is an 11-year veteran that has been in a lot of playoff games, has won a Super Bowl, played well in Baltimore in week 1.
Nah, he was out for that Super Bowl, though, but he was there.
Well, he won a Super Bowl.
Part of it.
Yeah.
And he played in one. He played in one when they lost to New England.
Okay, there you go. Played in 2 Super Bowls, et cetera. Robert Woods has got, nothing is phasing him here. He is.
But what can he do?
He can move those sticks, man, and he might be able to make some big play. We haven't mentioned 2 people this week until today, Jadeveon Clowney and Robert Woods.
Yeah.
We literally never mentioned Robert Woods.
Yeah, one of my confessions was going to be Jadeveon Clowney didn't even cross my mind.
Yes,
I almost forgotten he was on the team.
There's 3 former Texans on the team, right?
I know Anthony Weaver's the D lineman and assistant head coach.
I think I'll have to look, but I think there's a couple of players too. But Robert Woods, what do you need? In these types of games, been there, done that.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you need that though?
Some.
CJ hadn't been there.
No, I'm saying you need some. You need some complementary pieces that can kind of. Be and by the way, all year long, Robert Woods has been the guy that's talked about we're keeping the wide receiver group together. We all rely on Robert Woods, et cetera, et cetera. What are you laughing at?
Text line 0061.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, anytime it's 0061, you know it's going to be a zinger. Sometimes you can't read it on the air. Please, God, let us win. I'll do anything, even subscribe to the Utopia podcast. Please, Lord.
Man. Oh, man.
That is mean.
Watch this. By the way, be sure to subscribe to the Utopia podcast. But that does lead me to my next confession, and it is about the Utopia podcast with Sean Pendergast and John McClain.
Okay.
I love you, Sean. I love you, John. But McClain's got to maybe like even move like 3 feet to the right to where his background is not antique plates.
Dude, it looks
he
like
already
Grandma's
sounds
house.
old. He looks old. Like he's a legend, all that. But do we really need to look at the antique plates that were in Mama Joe's house? That was my granny's mom down the street.
Exactly
she had that exact setup. Like McClain's rich. Like maybe get a backdrop or figure something out. But try not to record in front of the antique plates anymore.
That I agree. That again, I'm looking for like those Hummels. Remember those little figurine, those porcelain Hummels? And
Figgy
stuff
thinks that background's hard that McClain has, the antique plates.
I think somebody like that should have some type of media room or
You're
something,
John
man.
McClain,
Why
man.
doesn't he?
Yeah.
You do like 100 shows.
He should have the sound, insulation.
He should at
and
least
all
have
that
a green screen or something,
one of
man.
these good mics.
I know he got a
Man's
bunch
like
of
a plate back
I know
there.
he got a bunch of trophies and
It's all
stuff.
echoey and
Put something in
everything.
the background, man. You should have a room that's strictly for your media hits.
Yeah.
I mean, they give the cat a damn TV.
They do.
Look at this, man.
He should
He's
not
got
be-
the antique plates in the background.
He
right
should not
there.
be at the dining room
And
table.
Sean's got his couch pillow. Sean's like
Well, he's
sitting there with
showing
his
the
couch
TVs,
pillow
though.
and the
He
TVs.
wanted-
That looks good.
Yeah.
You got to move the pillow though.
Yeah.
He should not be at the dining room table, man.
That is.
My man
Come
is
on,
my
man.
man is sitting there at the dining room table with the mic.
And he
right
be in
there.
that same spot when
And
he's
on
on
the
national hits.
And on the left, he's got those stacked. Why is every antique plate blue and white? Have you noticed that?
Those old blue
like,
and white
there's
ones.
a lot. Like, I don't mind looking through antique shops, but a lot of times there's like different variety. Why is it
Or
that
pink.
every
A lot of pink ones.
every effing antique plate is blue and white?
Yes. Yes. You know those little porcelain Hummels or whatever? You know he's got some of those.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm sad. I knew it was coming. And it's going to keep coming. But I'm sad.
Why?
A big part of my youth, your youth.
Oh, mine too.
Figgy's youth.
Mine too.
Is gone forever.
Well, it looks that way.
Sports Illustrated.
It looks that way.
Fired everyone. They laid off everyone. Do you realize how much I looked forward to Thursday afternoons when I got home from school and I knew Sports Illustrated was in the mailbox?
Dude, it was the best thing in the world. And before that, for us, it was Sports Illustrated for kids, man.
And Sports Illustrated
and
for
they'd
kids.
have those 9 baseball cards and all that. It was sick. It was beginning to end. Read all that.
My big sister
so sick. I
got me.
subscribed.
My big sister got me a Sports Illustrated, subscription.
I got the Yao Ming one signed
when I was 9.
The Yao Ming one signed,
and
baby.
I kept it every year since until I started working for them.
I used to try to get Sports Illustrated signed by players. Shaq.
Yeah.
I got a Shaq Sports Illustrated.
I got the
all
Larry
kinds.
Bird cover.
Yeah.
I got covers now, man. I got
Remember the
some that
Ricky Williams in the dress?
Hell yes.
All those, like, they were always sick, man.
I
And then
got-
the preview editions, that was your only source for, like, college football previews. I mean,
Yes.
until, like,
Texas football.
Athlon and Streets and Smith and Texas football came
Yeah.
out.
But that's sad. I don't care what you say
Oh,
about
it's
this
sad.
or that. It's sad.
They
a
stopped-
big part of all our
And,
youth.
and you know what I think their biggest mistake was, Sports Illustrated's?
Well,
I'm
the
not
internet.
I'm not trying to get too deep. No, the internet too, but I still think they could have made it work.
Mm-hmm.
They started treating the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition like a damn experiment.
What do you mean?
I mean, we're gonna have heavy women on there. We're gonna try to figure this out.
See,
Just-
that's
just
a
put
factor,
Tyra
but
Banks
that
on
wasn't.
there.
I think what
Come
it
on,
is-
man. That like some people subscribe just for the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue. And we're deciding we're gonna put like.
Did it get too political?
We're gonna put Monique on there. Like we don't
Woke,
need. I don't
think
need
is
to
the
see.
word you're looking for.
I'm not looking for
It got
any of
too
that.
woke.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, there's nothing wrong with me opening it up and seeing Heidi Klum and Tyra Banks in there. We don't have to fix that.
No, that's a factor. But to me, they stopped
Got
hiring
Rosie
good,
O'Donnell posing.
They stopped hiring good writers. Like Dan Jenkins wrote for Sports Illustrated. Frank DeFord.
Riley was sick too.
Riley, Frank DeFord. Like they had awesome writers.
Peter King.
Then they started, cutting back.
Yeah.
John Lopez.
Well, I also think Sports Illustrated decided that they were just going to make it like a freelance thing.
Yeah.
I mean, to where like it's basically like it was like just freelance, and it's like, oh, I work for Sports Illustrated. Really? Brother, come on.
Yeah.
Damn shame, man. I remember that Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, man. And some of you people.
Like, I legit was sad.
You had to go to the mailbox and get it before your parents got it. And and then maybe look at it and then put it back on in the mail like you never saw it.
I'd practically run home from school.
No, because
Thursday afternoon.
Thursday. Yep, see?
Thursday afternoon.
Thursday.
As far like I was 9 years old, man. I had to cover Muhammad Ali against Joe Frazier. Sports Illustrated.
Remember the Jim Brown and Ricky Williams? I remember the Ali cover. I had like a whole box of Sports Illustrated.
My favorite is the Larry Bird, the two cheerleaders doing the shush sign, and he's in the middle in his Indiana State uniform. That's a classic.
I saw like a sick ass item. I was watching. It was like some Netflix thing. There's like this guy who's like a head of a collector's thing, like elite collectors, like just insane crap, like that you can't. Like Karl Malone gave him. I guess Karl Malone somehow, when he was on the Dream Team in '92, Karl Malone somehow was able to get everyone's jersey and shoes.
What?
Everyone's jersey and shoes. Karl Malone got
on
all
the
of
original.
Them. All of them. He had his whole hallway. It was all of them. I guess they just set it down, and Karl Malone just said he went around with the trash bag.
Yeah.
He had everyone's jersey.
It must have been
shoes.
a bet or something.
No, he just grabbed it. But Karl Malone had everyone's jersey and shoes, and he went to this guy to like help him sell it. And this is like a small item. Like I think this might have even been above this guy because he's like so big time. Like that's the scale of what he gets. Peyton Manning, because Peyton Manning like is a partner with him.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning, I think this would be so sick. Like if I were just like rich and I just wanted something, this would be cooler to me than maybe like the big time collector. Peyton Manning had like the college football preview when he was at Tennessee. Remember that?
Yeah.
He was on the front.
Yeah.
And it was addressed to him, like to his house.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
Cool. Yeah, that would be sick. Yeah, so it was his subscription as the Peyton Manning. Yeah, like at the bottom,
address.
At the bottom where it says the address, it was the Peyton Manning address.
That's pretty sweet.
I would buy that if I were if I were rich, I would buy the hell out of that. Coming up, unsung heroes in this game. We'll talk about that next.
All right, let's go, man. Next week, January 24th.
Labonte? Here. Scotty Logan? Here. Billy Madison?
Oh, boy.
Roll call time, baby. It's roll call time here. We know the stars will be there. But what Texans unsung heroes? Role player roll call here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. That's where the memories are made. John Lopez has a list. I have a list of my own.
Think you get in on this.
Give us yours, 713-572-4610. People we're not talking about enough leading into this game that could have a significant impact on the Texans going where they've never been before.
The Larry Brown Award, so to speak. Wasn't that the DB from the Cowboys?
Yeah, he won Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
Neil O'Donnell should have won it.
You think?
He threw it to him. Twice. No one within 50 yards.
But, like, out of nowhere. We're not talking about Nico and all those guys.
What if someone was so bad they did vote him MVP?
Like he won the game for him.
You sucked.
Yes. Could have happened. Robert Woods. I mentioned him in the last segment, so I'll mention him first. Right
you're
here.
a Robert Woods guy.
When
did this happen?
I never have been.
My
like
man is a Robert.
I've never been like, oh, love the guy. He's big. He's spectacular. I don't think he's any of that. I think he's important. Like out of nowhere important in this game. You know what they're going to try to do with Nico. You know what they're going to try to do defensively with Dalton Schultz, who's the second weapon, I guess. Robert Woods, man, experience. I mean, he's won. I got four more. I want to hear y'all's. The weapon, Cameron Johnston.
Yeah, they didn't have him last time. They had that weasel punter.
Yep. And he had a bad game.
He sucked.
Yeah, he was awful. And I go back to that Indianapolis game, that was key. I mean, that was a very close game, obviously.
Yeah.
And for him to
this is big, man.
Cameron
Johnston's big.
Put him inside the 10-yard line.
Really big.
2 or 3 times. Maybe they drop the ball somewhere. Maybe you can get a safety. I think Cameron Johnston, that could be like, hey, man, who was that Texas punter, the Longhorns punter? So
Michael Dixon.
That dude was badass.
They won an MVP of the bowl game.
Yeah, something like that. Denzel Perryman. I mean, we're all talking about like the cover linebackers in Harris County and Blake Cashman and all that. Denzel Perryman is a mean mofo. And if anybody can make a big play in the run game, maybe even force the ball out, I think Denzel Perryman. We stopped talking about him.
Okay.
You know? 2 more. Andrew Beck, who could be a true epitome of out of nowhere. Not only protecting C.J. Stroud, but he's had some pretty damn big moments in the passing game.
Yeah, he scored a touchdown.
Kind of out of nowhere. Like you don't expect it. Oh, wow, that was Andrew Beck. And then Kaimi Fairbairn, man. I mean, I don't think he's going to blink in the presence of Justin Tucker. Justin Tucker's first ballot kicking Hall of Famer. That's how good he is.
Yeah.
Kaimi Fairbairn is having a terrific year.
He is.
Terrific year.
He is. I'm nervous. I'm not confident with Kaimi.
Not yet?
He's had a good year, man. After that missed extra point, it just completely flipped. It just showed me that it's just a kicking thing. It's not.
Yeah.
It's nothing personal.
Yeah.
I'm confident, but you missed that extra point, and it could have easily
Oh, it looked like it
2
was.
inches away from us still talking about that, complaining about it.
Yeah, just right there under too low.
No, I love Kaimi, though. We'll see.
So who are your, out of nowhere?
I have 3. Number 1, Des King.
I agree.
Mean guy. Nasty. Lines up in that slot. Ravens like to move guys in the slot. Also returns punts. There's been times where he's just seemed kind of close on that punt return. Also seems kind of psycho enough to enjoy this type of atmosphere. He's got the Detroit roots. There's been some plays taken away from him that could have been big plays. The strip couple times. So Des King is number 1 on my list. Number 2. Now, you're going to laugh because this guy, I think, has been playing at an elite level.
Elite.
I think Derek Stingley gets an interception or a pick 6.
Well, but that's not under the radar. That's kind of
John, we don't even hear his name anymore.
Well, that's true.
We don't even mention Derek Stingley.
Yeah, but he's a star.
No, but I think everybody's going to know he's a star after this game.
Yeah, you're talking about a national
This is going to be a Revis Island type of coming out party for Derek Stingley.
Okay.
I think Derek Stingley, I'm not just saying he has a good game. I'm saying he has a pick 6
game breaker
or a huge interception.
Game breaker.
So that's where I'm putting Derek Stingley there because we don't mention him because he's been so damn good. Final one. John Mechie.
Oh, he's your new Xavier Hutchinson?
3 catches for 44 yards.
He was actually on my list.
He was?
We've been waiting for this for a while. John Mechie, he seems kind of frustrated by the lack of production. John Mechie, I'm putting him on this list.
That would be big.
I'm putting John Mechie on this list. 2nd round pick, step right up, had moments last game. Give me John Mechie.
Figgy?
So I had John Mechie as well. Another one, I think I kind of like him in this role, man. Damian Pierce, a kickoff return, man.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that's
snow. He might have some returnable stuff going. You might get a returnable kick.
Damian Pierce would be out of nowhere, like couldn't come out of nowhere more. And
I like him returning kicks.
Who did he break the one against?
Cleveland.
The first game. That's right. And he's kind of like he's going to have to be on the field. And in that weather, it's not going to be wet and wild, but it's going to be cold. I think that's a pretty good one. I think Damian Pierce could that would be a Jacoby Jones kind of like performance.
How many reverses is Bobby Slowick going to run in this
7.
game? He's kind of toned it down a little bit on the reverses.
I want to ask him after the season because I don't think it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's so obvious. He loves reverses. Loves them. He's called at least 2 in every game. Or end arounds, whatever you want to call them. But we're going to see it. I wish there was a prop bet for reverses.
For how many reverses he would run? He loves them, man.
Take the over. He loves reverses, man.
He loves it very much. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. The 2 rally cries for the Baltimore Ravens outside of the captain obvious. Oh, they're the best team in the league, and Lamar Jackson's the MVP. It's a new offensive system, and they got more weapons for him.
Yeah,
really. I'm looking at these weapons, especially with the notion that J.K. Dobbins got hurt the first game of the year against the Texans. And Mark Andrews isn't going to play. They got awesome weapons there? Really? Is Zay Flowers the ghost of Odell Beckham Jr.? Likely.
I mean, they're good.
I would say awesome.
What they got at running back good. I mean, Lamar is one of the best weapons in NFL history. So I'll give you that. And you look at the running backs different because you have a guy who's rushing for over 800 yards.
Yeah.
But weapons, really?
No, I wouldn't say
that's where we're at.
I mean, look at Buffalo. That's weapons.
Yeah, that's weapons. I don't look at this squad and say, "Dang, oh my God, how are you going to stop this guy?"
Text board is reminding us. Talk about a romantic sort of fitting end coming full circle about an unsung hero. I think it's possible. Kareem Jackson.
Doing what?
Making a play.
What kind? A tackle?
Or a fumble or a breakup or an interception.
Oh, Kareem, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kareem Jackson has been good. Like,
he's been all right.
He's been good.
Fine.
And that would be like the full kind of the romance of football, the romance of sports. Went from Houston and did all this and came back and made this play.
You know who always seems to be around?
Who's that?
And he's not even necessarily making a play. He just always seems to be around.
Jalen Petrie jumping on the pile?
No.
Okay.
Houston Carson, man.
Yeah.
He just always seems to be there.
He made a play the other day.
No, he just always seems to be there. And they like him.
Yeah.
DeAndre Houston Carson. Always there. And I don't know where the hell this guy came from. He's 30.
He's 30?
Damn. He's 30. He's been in the league for a while. This dude was on the Bears from 16 to 22. Then he was on the Ravens in 23. Then he was on the Texans
Ravens,
in 23.
you say?
Yeah, he was on the Ravens before. They cut his ass.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for Houston Carson. I could see this guy doing something.
That's another good one.
I like Houston Carson. He just seems to be there.
Yeah.
No Barnett? Or is he qualified as not even an unsung hero?
I don't think he's an unsung hero anymore.
Wow.
What about Brevin Jordan?
I don't think he's
kind of a tweener because he only has 2 touchdowns. I say only, but
I feel like he could give you one good play, one important play.
Yeah.
Well,
he did the other day.
76-yard touchdown.
Yeah,
I'll take it. Although that guy chasing him, I don't know what he was doing.
And he got destroyed during film.
Man, I watched that.
I think the dude that was chasing him used to play here.
Who was
that? Okra, something.
Did you see how he was running?
Man.
Oh, Oakham?
Yeah, I think that was him.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was doing, but he looked like
he played
was
here last year.
I mean, I don't know. That was a slow dude right there. Good Lord.
Yeah.
I've made one Monique reference earlier today. She could beat him in a race in flip-flops.
You made Brevin look like Tyreek Hill.
Usain Bolt is what Andre said.
You say that. He did look like Tyreek Hill compared to those.
He did.
Yeah.
Coming up, let's go around the NFL. There's a lot going on, such little time, including some good news for the Houston Texans. Coming up next, let's go around the league. First, I want to talk about Orchard's win-win program.
Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
This is J.J. Watt talking about the opportunity ahead of the Texans tomorrow and the notion that they could be playing with house money.
The opportunities in this league are so hard and so difficult and sometimes so rare to come by that once you have that in front of you and once you realize how special it is, like this is a chance to go out there and get something done. You're looking at the future and you're saying this is incredibly bright, but there's also that part of you that's like, let's catch lightning in a bottle. Let's do something special, unbelievable right now, right here, because maybe these young guys are naive enough to not even understand how special this situation is, so they don't get affected by the pressure. There is something to be said for taking advantage of that opportunity when you get it, because you don't know when it's going to come around again.
I think sometimes like some memories that are at the time some of the best that we've ever witnessed, like over time, I personally, this is me, I don't want to speak for you, I look back at him as almost sad. And J.J. Watt's interception in 2011 against the Bengals, it's sad to me when I think about it, because in that playoffs in 2011, he had 3.5 sacks. He had the interception for a touchdown. And over the course of the remainder of his entire career, he had 2.5 sacks in the playoffs and never had another interception. As a matter of fact, in the rest of J.J. Watt's playoff career combined, outside of that first one, he had 11 tackles in 2011, and he had 10 for the entire remainder of his career in the playoffs. That kind of speaks to taking advantage of the opportunities. Now, you have the quarterback and you have the coach, so you probably feel a little bit better about the future. But at that time, I don't think anyone was watching that and saying, man, this is going to be as good as it gets. But I'll be dang, it was as good as it got. And I think J.J. Watt's a prime example of taking advantage of opportunities.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't look at it that way. Yes, ultimately it's like, wow, what happened after that? I get it. But what I'm looking at it after listening to him yesterday is he realizes how fleeting this is and how rare. And so it's like, hey, guys, here we are talking about how good C.J. Stroud's going to be for the rest of his career. Probably. Here we are about DeMeco Ryans, probably, but they're here right now. Like he didn't finish the job. They didn't finish the job when JJ made those plays.
I mean, they didn't even get to the AFC title game. Right. They've never been.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he gets it, and he's saying, like, just finish the job now, man. And if it becomes, more, great. But get there now, because I know, trust me, I'm J.J. Watt, and I know how hard it is to get back.
Going around the league here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. This was Mark Andrews talking with the media yesterday. This is what he said.
There's a lot of different things I'm doing to Terrell Owens. He kind of had the same injury and, the hyperbaric oxygen chamber, all that good stuff, and doing everything I can to get back, get ready, and recovery, get swelling down. And it's how I feel, at the end of the day. But, if I feel like I'm going to be, helpful to the team, I'm going to go. I feel like I'm close but not there. And let these guys go and come back to this team and help this team win a Super Bowl. That's what matters.
And now we got the news that Mark Andrews is out. By the way, Terrell Owens waited till the Super Bowl. But, his injury was a lot closer to this point than Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews not going to play. John Lopez thinks it's kind of disrespectful.
I think it's disrespect if, in fact, they are resting him. And you just heard him say, we're going to talk about it, and if I feel like I can't help, I'm going to wait for the next one. Well, there might not be a next one.
The environment in Baltimore. This was Derrick Henry. He was on Bussin' with the Boys with Will Compton and Taylor Lewan. This is Lewan and Derrick Henry describing the best atmosphere they've been in, and it's one that the Texans are going to be in tomorrow.
Kansas City's really loud. Seattle's really loud. I have never seen an environment like the Bank in that game. That specific game, when the crowd was so loud before. Like after the national anthem, it was so loud it was deafening, as if it was 3rd and goal for the game.
Oh, I got chills, bro. I got chills
right now. They have, when they're announcing players, and there are people getting the loudest eruptions. Let's talk about a center getting the loudest eruption. Some guy who's like a tight end just getting a loud eruption. Lamar comes out, towel around his neck, and the place blew up.
Crazy. I was like, oh.
Well, spoiler alert, the Ravens got their butts whooped in that game. So as great as the atmosphere was, they lost by 16. Lamar was the MVP, and the Titans ended up getting the dub.
I think, look, there's snow up there right now. I think the crowd's going to be – it is a great stadium by all accounts. I've been there a couple of times. It is a great place to play. I also feel that this is not going to be a big deal, like in the postseason. It's going to be clear. It's snowing now, today, like literally right now in Baltimore, but it's going to be clear. It's going to be partly cloudy. It's going to be mid-20s, high 20s. It's not going to be a big – home field advantage. There's going to be noise, but nothing that they haven't seen before. Certainly not,
it is going to be like I think it is like something that they've never seen before. They've never experienced this.
I'm talking about the noise, the level. I mean, they've been in loud stadiums.
Not like this.
We'll see. But I know
unless you want to say Indy, but not like this.
Indy was damn loud.
Yeah, Indy was loud, but this is going to be different.
I think the bigger thing is the environment. This whole Texans playing in cold weather, that's a pile of crap.
There's a little snow. I saw some pictures in Baltimore.
Today it's snowing.
Yeah,
but tomorrow's going to be partly cloudy.
Bobby Slowick, he talked to the Carolina Panthers in a virtual interview yesterday. He also got Stanky. He talked to the Stanky one, Amy Adams Stank, in the Tennessee Titans. So 2 head coaching interviews for Bobby Slowick. Does that make you feel any type of way that Bobby Slowick is interviewing as the Texans are heading to Baltimore?
Yeah, it just kind of verifies what we know. He's probably going to take one of these jobs. He should take one of these jobs. The Zoom interviews, they passed a rule last year. You can't do the in-person until after the divisional round. So all you can do is Zoom. And you can do that, while you're waiting for dinner to get there or something. That's not that big a deal. It's not taking away from preparation or anything like that.
Yeah, I have no problem with it. I mean, I don't think he's in a hurry either. At all. Yeah. I don't think that Bobby Slowick is in a hurry. I think he's doing his due diligence. Mm-hmm. It's like D'Amico did last year. I mean, he's got experience in this.
Yeah.
I have no problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
Figgy did yesterday. He got called out for being a slime ball.
You were a slime ball, Figgy?
What did I do?
Figgy tweeted that Bobby needed to focus on the
oh, yeah.
On the Ravens.
I did do that.
Yeah, he tweeted that he said he needed to focus on the Ravens.
LOL at the end.
Oh, okay.
He was kind of kidding.
You had that LOL. You're good.
Yeah, he got someone got in and told him that this is why the Texans fan base doesn't know how to handle success.
Oh, brother.
Yeah.
Fun police.
Marlon Humphrey out for the Ravens, as well as Mark Andrews. The schedule for the playoffs, got Texans at Ravens, 3:30 on Fox. A little Joe Buck, Troy Aikman action. Never Heard Anyone on ABC/ESPN. The Packers are in San Francisco to take on the 49ers. That's on Fox. You like the Greg Olsen crew, the Fox crew?
I do. I think he's been consistent.
You think they're great?
Great's thrown around a lot. Man, I do like them.
Are Troy and Joe great?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I like this game. Bucks at Lions on NBC.
Who's calling that?
Collinsworth and Tirico.
See,
don't tell me you're going to crap on Collinsworth.
No. My wife loved Collinsworth because he kind of simplifies everything, and she liked that.
Yeah, I like Collinsworth.
Last time we were watching the game and Collinsworth was calling it, she goes,
I feel like Jan's getting hot takey.
No. She goes,
he's got fire now.
He just talks too much. Like, you don't have to say something on every
His son is awful at play-by-play.
Oh, really?
At play-by-play?
I know I've heard him.
He broke the internet.
His son is the worst play-by-play guy I've ever heard.
I've heard him, but I don't.
It's awful.
Yeah.
I don't mind him doing like the hosting, like the sideline before hype. But the play-by-play, it's actually insulting.
But when somebody tells you something.
With all these play-by-play guys that are grinding, it's insulting.
When somebody tells you something they hadn't really thought of before, you can't get it out of your mind.
Yeah.
She likes Collinsworth, but she goes, he just talks too much. You don't have to say something on every play. And ever since she said that, I'm like, yeah, he talks a lot.
Hey, I thought of something. So the Texans' last game, you talk about avoiding disaster. They would have faced Buffalo had Tennessee not beaten Jacksonville.
Right.
I just thought about this, and we weren't really talking about this, and rightfully so. So, by the way, Todd Blackledge is good. He's freaking
been good.
No, but he's freaking good at NFL. So they had Noah Eagle, and they had Todd Blackledge. You realize that would have been the Al Michaels slot if he hadn't been benched?
That's right.
So the Texans almost had, in that Browns game, Al freaking Michaels calling the game.
That's right.
How does that make you feel?
Better now. Better now. And then, of course, Nance
and Romo, they're going to call Chiefs-Bills 5:30 on CBS.
Does anybody like Romo anymore?
See, the thing about Romo, though, is that he's actually okay during Chiefs and Bills because they've been going head-to-head for the last 4 years.
He loves Mahomes.
So that was when he actually watched games.
Yeah.
He doesn't watch games now. Like when he calls a team that you actually have to do work on, it's obvious that he's not paying attention, but you get in the Mahomes, Bills stuff.
He goes over the top on Mahomes.
Do you think Chiefs fans like Tony Romo?
Yeah.
Just because they're always good when he's there? Isn't this Pat Mahomes' first road playoff game?
Yes. Yeah.
First time on the road, man. That's actually impressive. Mm-hmm. That's actually really impressive.
That's a credit to them.
No, it's a credit to him, them, all that. And by the way, could I interest you in a stat?
Of course.
If the Chiefs win, they'd become the second team ever to advance to 6 straight conference championships. The Patriots went to 8 straight from 11 to 18.
Unbelievable.
That's wild. Chase Young, we mentioned the San Francisco 49ers. They're a double-digit favorite against the Green Bay Packers. Chase Young, he was in trade rumors. A lot of people thought maybe he could end up in Houston. He thinks he has the best quarterback in the NFL.
Rock that dude, man. Probably the nicest guy in the locker room. Shitless guy. He just go out there and throw that ball. Confident guy. I feel like most confidence guys know how to keep their composure, so I feel like that just comes naturally for him. Best quarterback in the league. Happy he's on my team.
Okay, best quarterback in the league, huh?
You had me until best quarterback in the league.
That's nice of you, Chase.
Yeah.
Mike Vrabel interviewed with the Chargers. They've already interviewed Jim Harbaugh, so they're aiming pretty high.
So it's Vrabel if Harbaugh doesn't get the job, right? It's got to be.
I don't know what they're doing.
It's a great job, man.
Is it?
And I was just assuming Harbaugh was going to get it.
You think it's really that great?
Yeah, I do.
Really?
Yeah. Quarterback, defense, playmaker.
Who, Keenan Allen?
And Bosa.
I thought you were talking about on offense.
No,
Keenan Allen, Eckler, Williams. Kind of feels like those weapons are getting a little.
Yeah, Eckler's getting a little older.
Yeah, he's a free agent.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah.
Give me one of these backs. Eckler, Derrick Henry, Saquon, Josh Jacobs, Tony Pollard. Give me one of these backs. And bring back Singletary, too. Let's run the rock, baby. Let's get a real committee. Y'all said y'all wanted a committee. We ain't got no committee around here. Cliff Kingsbury is interviewing in Chicago. USC, whatever the hell he does out there, quarterback coach. I know Lincoln Riley calls plays, but he's interviewing in Chicago. Also interviewed with the Texans last year. Thoughts?
Did he interview with the Texans? I mean, they spoke with him. I don't know what the heck it was.
Offensive coordinator.
I don't know if it actually was.
So
I don't know. Who knows?
What were they doing?
They said they had a conversation
about
with
what?
I don't know. I don't know.
Hair?
But whatever. Either way.
We had a conversation.
No, remember they were like, well, never really. I don't know if it was an interview or not, or like, hey, what do you think about what we're doing or whatever. And then I think he wanted to be the offensive coordinator.
Did I ever tell you the story that Cliff Kingsbury told me when we had like a serious 4-week stretch of literally hooping together every day.
Mm-hmm.
He was in Lubbock working out for the offseason. He brought like someone else with him. There was like a couple guys in the NFL, and it was like a serious hoop club.
So good hoops.
Yeah. Oh, it was intense as hell.
Yeah.
But he told a Bob Knight story.
No, you didn't tell me.
He said he was golfing. Like Lubbock has like a real underrated golf course called Rawls Golf Course.
Mm-hmm.
Sick.
Yeah.
And he said that Bob Knight, like Cliff Kingsbury, was putting, like they were literally putting. He said they play at a decent pace, but they were putting on the green. And I guess like starting at like hole 3, Bob Knight, like you could hear him cussing, telling him to speed it the F up, like just yelling. And they were playing fast. He's like, dude, we play pretty fast.
Yeah.
So he said they got to like hole 7, and Kingsbury said he's about to line up a putt, and Bob Knight had just shot the ball right in the middle of the group, like on the putting green, and then like coming over, like yelling at him, telling him to get the F off the putting green.
I'm about to putt myself. Well, that's on brand.
You imagine that? You're just playing golf and Bob Knight is like cussing at you.
I almost hit Earl Campbell with a golf ball.
He wouldn't have given a damn. He probably picked it up and eaten it.
But
you probably got your ass whooped though.
I was going to say I was a little uncomfortable. I was like, sorry.
What would you have done?
What do you do? Nothing. You say you're sorry.
Man.
It like bounced right by his leg. Like right by like he could feel the breeze.
Cowboys hate. Cowboys hate. Could I interest you guys in some numbers?
Of course.
So the Cowboys lost on Sunday. There was a lot of drama. There was a lot of speculation. There was a lot of gloating. This Monday, ESPN shows they posted record ratings on Monday on the heels of the Dallas Cowboys playoff loss. First take, 1.5 million, most ever. Get Up, 979K, most ever. The Pat McAfee Show, 811K, most ever. NFL Live, 937K, second most ever. Cowboys hate, man. Moves the damn needle.
They love it. Absolutely.
Moves the damn needle, man.
By the way, did you see Peacock? All these people, I can't watch the game.
They did well.
Record. Well,
yeah, for Peacock.
For Peacock.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was the least watched NFL game,
like,
but they did
like
well.
11 million.
They weren't that far off from the Texans.
It was like 11 million people watched it.
Look, man, if
works.
If it's a good product, you pay for it. If it's a bad product, you don't pay for it.
Like, why are they doing this? Because they knew you'd buy it.
It's like and I hear like Charles Barkley was hating on it, calling it greed and stuff. You don't think the NBA would do this if they could?
They can't.
No one even wants to watch your games when they're free.
Yeah.
Same with MLB.
Yeah.
Like, y'all can't do that. NFL can do it.
It was like 11.5 million.
Yeah, people want to watch. Yeah. So, like...
Oh, they're just greedy.
That's where they are. Yeah. Yeah,
they won.
NBA got games on Max.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell me what league is more popular and better run.
Yeah.
Like, that's what they are. ESPN Plus, they tried to make you do ESPN Plus.
Roger Goodell's up there saying, nah, we shouldn't do that. That's just greedy. Come on, man.
They can do whatever they want.
They can do whatever the hell they want.
Did you catch RG3 going at it with Jay Gruden?
Yes, I did.
What is this guy doing?
Why?
What is with this effing guy?
Why does he do that?
Remember when he said the Browns should sign him this year? Said he ran a 4.2 still or whatever?
Somebody like me.
This guy, the problem with RG3 is he's not authentic. He's a clout chaser. He's still pretty good, so he's still going to have a platform. But it is awful what he's doing. And what he's doing, and this is why when Stephen A. had that beef with Jason Whitlock, I was like, man, I hate this. First of all, I thought Stephen A. should have been above it. It was weird.
Yeah.
But also now the guys that are like clout chasers are going to do crap like this. And now RG3's no one gives a damn about your career.
No.
Jay Gruden going at him. Apparently Jay Gruden's doing a podcast today.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, I'm going to have to check that out.
Well, RG3 has never been sincere about anything. He's a fraud.
Yeah.
You know,
I used to love him, man.
Fraud's a little harsh, but his public persona that
changed.
he projects.
Back at Copper's Cove,
he's
man.
a different guy.
He's corny.
He's from Copper's Cove,
He's
man.
just a corny dude.
Went to high school with my cousin. He was like number 2 in his class. He was
he like
track
this in high
star.
school?
Nah, man. He just kind of changed a little bit. The cloud will get you, man. Cloud will get you. It's gotten him. He is very, very unauthentic. It's sad. I liked him.
Yeah.
What's up with that book he was writing too?
Yeah, Surviving Washington. He's going to tell all the secrets. It just went away. He did like the drop of Surviving Washington.
Did he do like an excerpt or something?
Dude, he did like a. Do you really want to know what's going on behind the scenes?
Yes.
I'm going to let you know what they don't want you to know. Blah blah blah, and it's gone. Bye bye. Coming up next, it's time for the slime. Do we really need to connect the Houston Texans and Houston Oilers? Is it necessary? I'm asking. 713-572-4610. We'll hear John McClain do it. I think we can all agree this was slimy. That's next.
All right.
/contests. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Texans Ravens tomorrow 3:30 right here on Sports Radio 610. Mark Andrews and Marlon Humphrey out for the Ravens. Jerry Hughes out for the Texans. The line right now around 9, depending on where you get it. We'll talk about our confidence level. 2 out of 3 people on here feel very, very good. And we'll try to talk it out before one sleep till the game. But in the meantime, it is time for the slime.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
All right, so the Texans were whooping up on the Browns the other day. C.J. Stroud was doing his thing, and NRG was popping. Twitter was popping. Everything was popping. Everything Texans was popping.
Positive.
Ours were popping. NRG was popping. Good vibes. Then John McClain decided to tweet. For all the Texans fans that feel good about this 4-possession lead, I got one word for you: Buffalo! ! I immediately got multiple DMs. I got multiple screenshots. And I got told this guy is a slime ball. Your thoughts on the initial tweet, and then we'll hear his explanation, which I think really increases the case for potential slimery.
Weren't you like me? I said, why?
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Why are you doing this?
What are you doing?
In this moment when they're like truly in like literal years, that no Texan fan had felt as good as they did in that moment. And you're like, hold on, I got to go get a bucket of cold water and just dump it all over your head. Remember Buffalo? Yes, we remember Buffalo.
Figgy, what'd you think of that?
The first thing I thought about was, why are you bringing up the Titans organization?
Oh, yeah?
The Titans ain't playing. The Titans at home. So why are you bringing up their loss?
Yeah, but that's a little iffy because it was Houston then. But, yeah,
That's the Titans organization.
It is.
John.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago, man.
It was 1993.
Like, why are we still bringing this up?
Not only was it a long time ago, but it's another team at this point. This is a whole nother organization, man.
I mean, that's my thing was just like,
unless you think it's a city curse or something.
Why now?
You know how many days ago that was?
How many?
When he tweeted this, 11,333. Like, move on. Like, really, like, quit bringing up the Oilers. It was 11,333 days from when he brought that up. Like, move on, John.
Yeah.
Like,
why?
And next week, I don't want to hear about the Oilers if the Texans advance either. It's a new day.
Well,
it's a new day. It's a new time. I don't need to hear that. That's 11,338 days. Come on.
Well, brace yourself for the Oilers because it will be mentioned.
Why?
I'm not saying. I said it earlier. I'm not going to talk about breaking down the game or, recapping.
You know how many days ago that was? That's 16,000 days ago.
In
the
January,
Oilers were Steelers.
79,
like 16,452.
Yeah,
Come on, man. Days. Move on, man.
Why are we bringing up the Titans, man?
Jeez, man. I don't know. These guys just won't let it go.
We're talking about the Titans.
They keep bringing up the Oilers, man.
Who are these guys?
You and McLean.
What did I just say? Do you not listen?
Sometimes I don't, but I know you're going to do it.
No,
I don't need to hear it. You're going to do it.
Okay, so here's the plan for next week, Figgy. A Houston football team goes to the AFC Championship for the first time in 45 years.
Yeah.
Let's not mention that. That's what I'm saying. You got to mention it. You got to mention that it's been 45. So you're not
for me.
So we're not going to do it.
No, for me, For me, it's going to be this is the first time the Texans have been to the AFC Championship game.
And the city of
Houston. If we want to talk Matt Schaub and all that, I can do that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not.
Why are you talking Matt Schaub?
Well, because that was the example of the Texans.
Talk about a hardo. Dude, this city is hundreds of years old. It's been to the AFC, hadn't been to the AFC Championship game in 45 years.
Okay.
I'm going to mention that and how awesome it is.
Okay.
You can be a hardo
Buffalo.
and say, let's look forward.
Mention Buffalo.
I just want to look at the next game.
Mention Buffalo.
Let's talk about Buffalo.
Mention Buffalo then.
Or Kansas City or whatever. Nah, man. But I'm not going to be talking
11,400 days from when the Oilers blew the game against Buffalo.
That's significant. That's worth mentioning. I'm not going to talk about breaking down Guido Merkins dropping a pass and Mike Renfro inbounds and, Mike Barber having a good block. No, I'm not going to break down games and go back that and be nostalgic, but it is absolute. I think that's part of the Texans story. I think the part of the Texans story of going to an AFC Championship game is that it has been 45 years.
I think it would be had they come back the Oilers. Like for the Browns, I think they can do it because they left just like the Texans.
I think it's fair for this to bring it up as a city.
That's what I'm saying.
But this is a whole different organization.
No,
I don't think it's fair to bring up that Buffalo game with this organization.
No, well,
that's not the same organization.
We can disagree on that, but if they make it, I guarantee you this city's going to be nuts and talk about how long it's been. But that's beside the point here. The point here is, what the hell were you doing? Why did you have to do it then, John McClain? Like the highest.
I don't even think C.J. Stroud's parents had met yet. I don't even think his parents were born when this happened. Like, if we're going to go back to that AFC Championship game, they might not even been born yet.
They might have been. It's close.
You think his mom was born in 79?
I don't know how old she is.
She could be. But she probably is born in the early 80s.
Is his mom 45 is the question.
She was maybe in kindergarten, if that.
Yeah. Right.
All right.
What does that have to do with anything with the Houston history?
Whatever.
Like, why are you talking about that?
We got off the tracks, okay? Let's get back. Let's get back on track. I blame myself for this. Deservedly so. But this was John McClain's explanation of why he brought up Buffalo. And I got to tell you, it's one thing to be an old historian that just wants to mention Love You Blue every time we talk football. But you're a weasel-ass modern-day teenager, too. This is John McClain's explanation. John McClain sent this tweet out during the Texans game. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but for those Texans fans getting confident with a 38-14 lead with 4:06 left in the third quarter, I'll say one word: Buffalo! ! John McClain is a slime ball for tweeting this during the game.
I can't figure. Why would I be a slime ball tweeting that exactly in the third quarter when it happened in Buffalo? Plus, it got so many retweets.
Yeah, it did.
And engagements.
Oh, wow. You're going for the engagements now.
Yeah, it did.
The one that I put out that got the most was one where I said I'm an idiot because I picked the Browns to win.
Stop this. He's going for engagements now?
Let me tell you why I did it. Engagements.
What in the hell is that?
Yeah.
You could get a lot of engagement getting roasted.
Yeah, you get a lot of
it. Ain't breaking news.
Yeah, you can.
Goodness gracious, John. That's your goal? Good Lord. That's contestant number 1, John McClain. Contestant number 2, Rodney Terry, head coach of the University of Texas. They blew a 17-point lead, and the opposing team did horns down. This is Rodney Terry after the game.
You know, I'm a big believer in, you win the right way, you lose the right way. And whether you win or lose, you win the right way. You lose the right way, you carry yourself the right way. You don't go through the handshake line or proud to get into the handshake line and have about 6 or 7 guys putting the horns down. It looks very classless. And it also looks like you were just hoping to win. We never go into games trying to hope to win. We go into games expecting to win. So we don't act like that. You know, we expect to win. We don't jump up and down like we won a national championship. We sure don't step on anyone's home court deal and act crazy. And that's what I was angry about. And I was letting those guys know you don't do that. But we're not going to let you act that way in our building. You're not going to do that. You're not going to put your horns down.
Okay.
Okay, cowboy.
All right, dude.
Here's the thing.
That's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing, but I'm gonna use the definition of this segment: slime ball.
Yeah, that's pathetic.
This is just an eye roll. This is, like you said, it's kind of pathetic. I kind of think it's silly, but it's not slime ball. Slime ball is what John McClain did. Slime ball is like nobody's ever felt better in years. Yeah, well, let me tell you what happened in the Buffalo.
Tell you about Buffalo.
Let's talk about Buffalo.
Let's talk about Don Beebe running out of bounds and catching the rock.
Yeah.
So I take it your vote is for John McClain?
John McClain.
Figgy?
Of course.
All right, yeah, I'm going McClain. This one's unanimous.
That's funny.
I can't believe he tweeted that, man.
I was like just in disbelief.
Well, he got his engagements, though, man.
He did get engagement.
I mean, he literally...
Which, by the way, is what it's all about, isn't it?
Apparently for him. Man, why don't you... well, he's going to have some fun during election time then, I guess, if that's all he's trying to do. Good Lord.
Engagements.
John McClain, the champion.
How's he going to get engagements this week?
I don't know. Maybe the Texans will be winning, and he'll be like, man, I haven't felt this good about the Houston Texans since right before Matt Schaub got hurt.
You better hope CJ don't pull a Matt Schaub.
Maybe the Ravens should just leave town like the Oilers did.
Yeah, he'll probably do something like that if he wants engagement.
Yeah.
Like, who knows? God. This makes me think. No, never mind. I'll move on from that. Coming up, the confidence level. My gosh, it's high on this show, but can it be unanimous? Plus, John Lopez's best work ever will get you as excited as you've ever been for the Houston Texans. Even John McClain can't ruin this. That's next.
It's divisional round week. The Texans face a tough test in
33-33.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Football Friday playoff edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Texans.
Let's get ready for this mofo.
Versus the Ravens. Get us ready, John.
Let's get ready for it.
We do it before every game. I would say this is your best work. This is your best work right here.
I'm pumped.
I'm excited, man. We are, 26 hours away? 26 hours from now, each team will have probably had a possession.
What are you going to be working with, food and drink?
I'm actually going to I'm going to try to eat healthy, so probably like a shrimp cocktail.
Come on.
Shrimp cocktail, little
oh, that's okay.
Baked chicken.
That's football-y.
I'm going to go get me one of those chickens, those big-ass chickens that they have at Costco.
Figgy, what are you going to be working with?
Wings.
You already know, man.
Yeah.
I might switch it up. I'm definitely going to do some chips and queso.
Okay.
That's a good call. Yeah. I'm going to go dino ribs. Right after the show, I'm going to go pick up
What are dino ribs?
Those big ones like that. Remember that tailgate we went to where that guy pulled that big bone out with the...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
do me a favor and save me one of those,
I'll save you one. Because here's the thing.
I pay you.
Someone's going hard.
My kids aren't going to be able to come over because we're doing like a brunch for my middle son's birthday the next day.
A what?
A brunch.
Like at your house?
Cafe Brussels, baby. That place goes hard.
Okay.
So they're going to kind of do their own thing for the game. So I'm just going to be us. I'll bring you a dino rib, man. I'll bring you some.
Yeah, I pay you.
Yeah, come on.
I got you,
That's
man.
a fake offer.
Come on, man.
It's a fake offer.
No, it's a real offer, but he knows better.
Nah, it's fake.
He knows better.
I realize I got to pay to get what I want.
Oh,
man.
brother.
Because if I just ask for it, I ain't going to get it. So if I pay somebody,
you're not talking about
then
me.
They're going to feel obligated to to give it to me.
You're not talking about me. I know
fake
that.
offer right there, man. My guy said.
If I tell Landry, let me borrow that hat, he probably be like, all right, but won't do it. But if I send you 50, you're going to have to give me that hat.
Buy your own hat.
Yeah.
So let's get ready for this. Then we'll cuss and discuss the confidence level before we talk to Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley. Set the scene, Lopez.
Let's go. He represents the H from the bottom of the map. Born and raised at the bottom of the trap. Rolling with Nico, Devin, and Dalton. Time to put him to bed, like John Boy Walton. We're talking H-Town streets. Washington Ave to 3rd Ward. Headed to be more. Put him to bed, like Jimmy Ward. Say what you will, but it's a changing of the guard. Inevitable and trill, like a sack by John Grenard. Good luck, Lamar, but not today. Your Lombardi dream is going to have to be on tape delay. We're talking H-Town made. Queen Bee and Anna Nicole.
Anna Nicole.
7 on his chest. The Exorcist about to rip your soul. Underdog again. Don't be mad, y'all. He's about to break him off a dub like Paul Wall. He represents the H, uptown, downtown, the Heights, 5th Ward. Still just a rook? Come on, bro. Time to cut that cord. Yeah, he says it's a blessing from the Lord. Don't be mad, Ravens. Blame it on God. He represents the H, where the traffic is up tempo, headed to be more, where they're just overhyped, like El Tiempo. This is the time. This is where it happens. This is Space City's time. Bayou City's time. H-Town's time. The dirty, 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 dirty South's time. This is number 7's time. That Cali cool dude with a game that's sublime. We're talking H-Town made. Megan Thee Stallion, Dennis Quaid. Here's to things finally going our way, like that Bryce Young trade. No more next years. No more next times. No more BOBs and jacks and all that slime. Here we go. Here we are. Here it is. And like a hurricane hitting Galveston and the tide starts ripping, come Saturday night, C.J. Stroud is still tipping.
Mark Andrews out for the game. Marlon Humphrey out for the game. John Lopez ain't just writing it. He's feeling it.
I am.
You're feeling a dub.
I am. And I've tried to check myself several times. Am I just like swept up in the moment? I don't think I am.
I want to say yes, but I mean, I just, it all makes sense. It makes sense to pick the Texans. It makes sense to pick the Ravens. I'm not getting as much substance, though. I'm not getting as much substance outside of, well, they're the better team. They have the MVP. I'm not getting as much substance when it comes to picking the Ravens.
Your mom ever told you, when are you going to learn? Has she ever told you that?
What do you think?
When are you going to learn?
What kind of question is that?
So that's kind of where I am with this. See, Lamar Jackson is awesome, man. But
he's not in the postseason, though.
Well, but he's not in the postseason. Not. But, like, I'm asking myself, when are you going to learn? And I said it on Monday. I'm never going to bet up against this guy again. C.J. Stroud. Can't bet against him.
Yeah.
I've learned.
Yeah.
You know?
It's kind of like Joe Burrow.
Kind of like your mom telling you.
Yeah, for sure. Figgy, you're picking him, too.
I am, man. Going with the good guys, man.
Did Sean and Seth pick him?
I didn't hear. Do you know?
What were you doing? Listening to music?
No, they didn't do it when I was in with them. I switched to music.
Welcome to the show. My name is Nick Russo. You're riding with 100.3 The Bull. Make no mistake about it.
Now that sounds familiar.
Look, I want to be as and we pride ourselves on being as objective as possible. And I understand that the Texans are a 9-point dog. I understand how good Baltimore was in the regular season. I understand how much of a problem Lamar Jackson poses to this squad, but there's no Marlon Humphrey. which makes it harder for them to take away the one receiving threat that the Texans do have, like potentially elite in Nico Collins. There's no Mark Andrews, and likely still a hell of a player, but Mark Andrews is a guy who would be able to. I mean, he kind of pushes likely back to where there's two tight ends that can beat you.
And yeah, that's the thing. It's like, sure, he's still good, but there's still no Mark Andrews.
There's also a body of work with this Texans team to where we've seen them in the winner-go-home situations where they're underdogs, and they've won both times. We've seen C.J. Stroud when he had to play in the Georgia Dome against Georgia, and he was a missed field goal away from pulling off that upset because he elevated his game. And we've seen Baltimore with this coach and with this quarterback, we've seen them come up short when he's been MVP and when they've had a good regular season.
Yeah.
I don't look at the Ravens and their weapons and say, all right, this is just – they have one weapon that is elite, and it's the guy that struggles in the playoffs. It's Lamar Jackson. Like, Lamar Jackson is the weapon, and that covers a lot of ground, and that's one of the best weapons that we've ever seen in the NFL. But let me ask you this. Is James Harden one of the best offensive players in NFL in NBA history?
That's the one that he's flirting with that.
Yeah. Is James Harden one of the best?
Absolutely.
If we talked about the best offensive players in NBA history, would James Harden be on the list?
100%.
Yeah, no doubt, right?
Yeah, how'd he do?
He comes up short, whether you switch the coaches or not. Like there's context clues that Lamar Jackson might just be a regular season guy.
Now it's smaller. To be fair,
it's a lot smaller, and the defense is complete, and he has a completed team around him, and it is a team game, and one guy can't do it by himself. But there are those context clues. Me personally, I'm picking the Ravens.
Okay,
I don't feel like I'm not confident in it. If I were betting my life on it, I've said this 100 times. If I were betting my life on it, I would not make dinner plans tomorrow because I feel like the Texans can find a way to win this. But me personally, I'm picking the Ravens, but I give the Texans more than a puncher's chance in this game because I do think the Texans possess the most important advantage. Maybe advantage is, but the most important advantage you can have this time of the year, and that's the quarterback advantage. I think C.J. Stroud has that it factor. Up to this point, Lamar Jackson has not. So because of that, I'm not picking the Texans, but I'm not going to be surprised if they win.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
That's where I'm at.
I just think we're going to see something special tomorrow, and I think you could tell in how I felt about where that's going to lie. I think it's going to be C.J., but if the Ravens blow out the Texans,
I would be surprised.
I'd be shocked.
I would be really surprobed by that.
Shocked.
Yeah, I would be surprised by that outcome for sure.
They can win.
Yeah,
obviously
for sure. Yeah, and I mean they probably feel like they should. So that's where they're at. Let's talk to Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley. I know they're feeling it, man. They love this place. They got some more good gifts for the folks as well. They're doing their thing out there, fellas. Tom's Watch Bar downtown. Kind of felt like there was a nice vibe. I know Clint's probably got him a tall boy with a brown bag, and I know it's right by a House of Blues. How y'all living?
Yeah, Clint's slipping. He just got a Sprite. So he needs to pick this up.
I'm still settling in, boys. I'm still settling in.
Warming up, toe touches.
Yeah, I mean they're still shaking my hand around here instead of dapping me up a little bit. I'm still.
They didn't feel that. They didn't feel
I'm kind of letting these folks know before I hit that tall boy with that brown bag on it. And they all know at that point. So I'm still settling in. Fellas.
Hitting you with that head coach come across the field handshake.
Yeah, real firm.
A real firm handshake. Yeah, man. No, man, it's a good spot. You said we got some things to hook people up. Come on down. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Got an autographed helmet from C.J. Stroud.
What?
Got an autographed football.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's the big one. Autographed football from Derek Stingley Jr. And then a game jersey, Laramie Tunsil. All you got to do is get down here and have yourself a chance to win one of these.
Man, say that again. Say that again one more time.
It's that real deal helmet too, man. Ain't one of them little miniatures.
So we have a signed C.J. Stroud helmet, a signed Laramie Tunsil jersey, and a signed Derek Stingley football.
Yep, that's right.
All right, so, man, you talk about the Texans coming a long way. I remember not too long ago when you guys were giving away Whitney Merciless footballs.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, and Whitney was playing for the Packers at the time. So, I mean, it was We are.
Yeah, that Cunningham, that Tennessee Titans linebacker, Zach Cunningham jersey, and a Whitney Merciless Green Bay.
That's right.
I think at the beginning of the year, you guys gave away a Moran Norris jersey.
Somewhere, man. I'm telling you, man. It was. See some shorts slid in here. I'm telling you, man.
Hey, don't be messing with the Hamburger King, man.
Man. The work that young man's doing out there in them games every Sunday at NRG is special.
Yeah, it is.
Fantastic. Hey, real quick before we move, I do want to say that we'll do our picks and talk about the game coming up. But what you guys were talking about before you came to us, that is one thing. Like two things that to me would absolutely surprise me if this happened is if C.J. Stroud looked like a rookie and laid an egg.
Yeah.
That would surprise me. If he looked just like the moment was too big and he was overwhelmed, that would surprise me. And if the Texans just get boat raced, right? Like that, you guys talk about like if we sit here and we're sitting in the second half in the third or fourth quarter and it's never a game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That would, if they're sitting there like they did with the Browns last week, that would surprise me too as well. So those two things right there, CJ not answering the bell, and then this team just getting absolutely demolished.
Yeah,
that would surprise
we're not going to see Josh Johnson in the fourth quarter taking snaps for the Ravens.
Let's hope not. That would be if Lamar. Now I'm not going to lie to you, Lamar. They have probably had 6 games this year where Lamar was not taking snaps late in the fourth quarter. But I'd be surprised if that were to happen.
Yeah, they've tapped the brakes off some teams, and crazy enough, a couple of those run the Texans system, which I thought was pretty interesting. Looking forward to it, fellas. Those giveaways, those are not.
No, yeah, they pulled out the big guns.
Yeah, those are elite. I might have to go.
Well, unless CJ was here himself, I mean, it just don't.
Yeah,
they don't get no better.
All right, guys, looking forward to it. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. Football Friday. We're one sleep away from Texans versus Ravens. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we appreciate you jumping on with us on this Football Friday playoff edition presented by our great friends at La Michoacana. As we said, we got you loaded up. We got gift prizes. We got things for you to win, so come on out, and all you got to do, and we'll have that raffle box ready for you here soon.
Yeah, just give us a couple.
Just give us a couple
we
minutes.
don't give nothing away to that raffle box.
We'll have that to you. We'll have that soon for you. But we got prizes. Once again, if you missed it, that Laramie Tunsil jersey. I think we'll unload that one first. I've made that decision. We'll unload the Laramie Tunsil jersey first. Game jersey. He signed that puppy. You got a chance to win that coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Also, Derek Stingley Jr. and autographed football, the real deal, the Duke that they play with on the field on Sundays. And then the big one, which I believe I'll save for last, the C.J. Stroud autograph helmet. And I'm going to tell you this right now before you start texting in and wondering, yes, your ass has to be here to win it. Okay, you can't come in here, sign that puppy, and then leave, and then think, oh, they pulled my name and I won. No, you got to be here. You got to put some effort in here. So you two, if y'all want to win one of these, you might have to be here till 6. And that means you need to go ahead and get you something to drink as well. You two as well. The lovely folks here. So come on out. If you're wondering where we are, we're at Tom's Watch Bar downtown, right next to House of Blues, where Caroline and Dallas, that street meets. We're right here. Be here till from 2 to 6, and it is a great spot. We were here last week. Clint, you'll be a little upset. I did have the salmon before you got here.
Oh, you grabbed the salmon. How was it?
It was good.
Why would I be upset about it?
It was good. I'm just saying, normally I have been eating in the car. I've been bringing my meal in the car first, so I don't get in here and get in. But the salmon and the salad was a good, nice little choice, good little vinaigrette. It was good, man. It was a good shot, man.
Well, good to know your own schedule, and you hadn't jumped ship before the show ever started.
That's right.
I'm down to about, 3 hours and 59 minutes that I got to keep you on track here. I got you.
That's right. So get on down here and have
Anybody try to hand Ryan Hughley a drink, a shot, you might draw back a nub.
Yep. We're 0 for 1 right now. Already as we already rolled through here. All right, some big news here right off the top concerning this game before we get into some things, Clint. And this is coming out from Ian Rappaport. And this is a bit of a surprise because we've been seeing this all week long, that Mark Andrews has been trending towards playing. He has been on the IR. He has missed a long stretch of the year, probably the last 6 or 7 weeks. He's been out with an ankle injury, gruesome injury he had against the Bengals earlier this year. But he has been a full participant the last 3 days of practice. Real quick, I want to stop a little breaking news right now that I just saw go across. Chris, who is in the building with me, if you can help see this, I just saw that the Astros have signed Josh Hader. Breaking news. Is that a 5-year deal, $95 million? Is that what I'm seeing correct there? 5 years, $95 million. The Houston Astros have just signed the best closer on the market. I'm gonna make sure I just saw that. That's what I'm telling you. Being here at Tom's Watch Bar, I got a TV everywhere. There it is. The Astros have agreed on a 5-year deal, $95 million, according to Jeff Passan, in that bullpen. Hell yeah, go Big Fish Hunt, baby.
You said it
go
yesterday.
Big Fish Hunt,
man. You said
man.
it yesterday. Don't
Come
play
on,
around.
man.
Go.
Man, you can't. You can't have the Rangers come up here and win in your building, and then just sit back and have Jake Myers in center. You got to do something to combat that. That's a big move, even on this big day. We'll get back to it, but once again, I'll let you jump in on this, Clint. Josh Hader, 5 years, $95 million. The Astros and Dana Brown lied to you again and said, we're not going to do nothing big here. We're just going to play around. Big move for the Astros.
Huge move. And for those out there wondering, the Josh Hader move is the contract is actually considered a record. Diaz's $102 million deal is actually worth $34 million. With deferrals, whatever the hell a deferral is, this is just so you know, the Astros and Jim Crane just went and paid arguably the best closer in baseball, a record-setting deal. And I'm gonna tell you, as an Astros fan, all that matters to me, literally all that obviously I love the upgrade and I love what it brings to the table. But as a fan, to hell with the window closing.
No.
To hell with the thought of the Astros aren't going to pay the guys that they need, and the Astros have done all the winning they're going to do. They're now going to try to skimp, and they're going to try to get by, and all these moves are going to catch up with them, and they're not going to be able to put it together. And look, I don't know if the Astros are going to be able to keep up the pace of what they have. Odds are they're not, because they've been the hottest team in baseball for years, right? But when it's all said and done, the front office with this move is telling all of us as a fan base, hey, we ain't done yet. Dana Brown is coming in swinging, and he don't plan on this World Series window, if you will, closing anytime soon. This is a big-time deal. Again, as an Astros fan, for me, beyond what I just said, you couple this bullpen with the starting rotation that the Astros already have, the surplus of starters that the Astros already have, whether you want to move some of those guys into the pen, whether you want to move some of those guys to bring in other pieces, whether that be offensive pieces or pitching staff, now they can play ball now, Ron. They're in position right now to – well, but I mean, the question, you had to sit back and think of, like –
well, this was their big weakness right here, the bullpen right now. And now it may be the strength of the American League – or in baseball right now. This is the best bullpen in baseball.
But the point is, Ron, if you sit around and the bullpen is the biggest weakness, and you look around and we don't know what the hell Framber Valdez is going to be. Are they going to pay him or not? We don't know what they're going to do with Tucker. Are they going to pay him or not? What are they going to do in center field, right? What are they going to do with Bregman? What are they going to do with Altuve? And you, as a fan, you can sit here and you look at it and you go, well, hell, I don't know what their plan is. Are they just going to try to ease off the gas a little bit here and just kind of coast through a few years and get things back to a point where they can go on a spending spree, or are they just going to keep on keeping on? It looks like, according to this move, that the plan is to stay in contention and not backslide one bit.
Yeah, I see people on the text line. We just said you just didn't have time to hit the breaking news sounder. All right, I just saw that at the corner of my eye. We got to go. We got to go with that. 5 years if you're jumping in. Josh Hader. The best reliever on the market, and some would argue at least a top 5 reliever in baseball, has been signed to this team. We'll get back to the Texans here in just a bit. Clint, I think a couple of things. One, I am so glad because some Astros fans have just accepted that the Astros are going to just walk around here and operate like they are a middle market team, like they can't go up and jump up and go out and make big moves each year. Like they have to get old players like Abreu for 3-year deals. No, they can go and make moves, and this has a chance to be one of the best bullpens that we've seen in a long time. You got 3 straight-up closers right there. Ryan Presley obviously has been the closer for this team and closed out championships for this team. Brian Abreu, who was this team's best reliever last year and one of the most lethal relievers in the American League last year, and now they add this nut, this lefty that is, I think, one of the best closers in the game. This is a nasty, nasty bullpen right now. Nobody wants to see the Astros after the 7th.
This might be Ron's moment.
This is done it for me.
I don't know if I've seen an Astros move turn you on as much.
Well, really, and I want that person on the text line a couple of weeks back who came hard at me about, oh, you don't know anything about the money. The Astros are near the luxury. You, as I would say respectfully, your mama, and you're wrong. Right? So I'm just letting you know, come back with your apologies now and say, you know what, Ron, you were right, man. They can make that move. They are going to go do it. They're doing it. I love it. It is a great move, and as I said, it makes me feel better about center.
Quit asking the folks to stroke you, Ron.
It's not asking. I'm telling him. I'm telling him. That's just an instruction to that particular text.
You were right. Oh no! We talk 4 hours. That happens from time to time, man. I just like the fact that you're excited.
I am.
I mean, these damn Astros making moves. I mean, Verlander comes back, and Ron, you get a little excited.
I can't wait to watch that
hell yeah right there had a little more to it.
That's nasty. I love it.
It is. I'm gonna tell you, for a guy that doesn't like to sit through the old school traditional 9-inning baseball game where you feel like you're sitting there forever, your damn feet go to sleep. I can sit through 6 innings, definitely the way the game's being played now, being sped up. But I can sit through 6 innings knowing that there's a potential of Abreu, Presley, and Hader rolling out there.
Their biggest problem right now is who's going to be the closer. Somewhere Dusty Baker is pissed. How come I couldn't get this?
Yeah.
How come I couldn't get this?
I wonder that is that we talked about this yesterday. That is the dynamic, right? Of Ryan Presley has been absolutely tremendous in the playoffs. I mean, best closer in the playoffs. He's been unbelievably good in the playoffs. And you wonder if Presley's going to feel some kind of way about being moved out of the closer role, if indeed that's the route they're going to go.
Well, you would think they've talked to him, right? They've had conversations about this.
I mean,
I would think.
This was a big enough need and a big enough upgrade to where you go, hey, man, I'm going to talk to you after the deal.
Well, I'm not saying
this ain't Patrick Mahomes. Damn.
I'm not saying that this would prevent you to stop making the move. I'm just saying out of respect to Ryan Presley, we're going to sit here.
Ryan strikes me as a dude that
I don't think he cares.
Yeah, he just wants to win, and I don't think he would have a problem being an 8th or 9th, I mean 7th or 8th inning guy, whatever they choose to do. I would think an 8, right, and set up Hader and then because we've seen Abreu all over the place. But nonetheless, the point is the only thing that could get in the way of this is if for some reason somehow, Presley feels slighted or Abreu feels slighted and it gets into one of those clubhouse, rifts, and which I don't see it happening with this group anyway. But that is something to at least cuss and discuss.
All right, big news coming out. The Astros on the eve before the Texans take on the Ravens in Baltimore in the divisional round, they make a huge move, and they bring in Josh Hader, who is the reliever, the bullpen. That was their biggest hole and weakness right now. They filled it in a major way. All right, I do want to get to this news that was only trumped by Josh Hader coming to Houston. This news in the game tomorrow. The Ravens, this report from Ian Rappaport, NFL Network, the Ravens are not expected to activate star tight end Mark Andrews from IR to play against the Texans. They're saying word is he is not quite ready to return from that significant ankle injury, perhaps next week, as they could have a potential AFC Championship game appearance. Could be when he returns. So Mark Andrews, we heard Marlon Humphrey is out for the game, their best corner. Now it looks like from reports Mark Andrews may not play in this game, Clint. And I know this is a big deal to you. You said tight ends were your number one concern.
Well, I'm still worried about Isaiah Likely because, as I said when we talked about it 2 days ago, it's not the Mark Andrews is the best player on the field dynamic that scares me. It's all the eye candy that Baltimore can throw at you, and then the tight end sneaking up the seam or the tight end running one of those pump over routes and then getting back the other. That's the aspect that scares me. And Isaiah Likely is plenty capable of that. So I'm still worried about the tight ends, but Mark Andrews not being there, there's no way to sugarcoat that. I mean, that is a huge loss for Baltimore. And I needed this news, Ron. I had a rough morning. I had a rough morning. I get a call about another leak in a rental property, and I mean water rolling in, and I can see it. I can see it on the floor.
Every time I talk
coming
to you,
through the wall.
You squash my thought of buying
Bro,
rental property. Every time I talk to you.
I had 13 years of. I mean, now I neglected the property because it was so good, but I had 13 years of not a thing. And the last year has been a tough run at it for me. But I'm not quitting. I'm not a quitter. But that happened. My 2-year-old was on one this morning. I mean, just ripping and roaring. My Peloton instructor.
Okay.
My Peloton instructor.
Peloton instructor.
You know what really bothers me?
The hell is this dude talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. You got a Peloton. My Peloton instructor. I did a 30-minute hip hop ride, and I'm getting it. And she. Was not a hip-hop gal and was trying really hard. And it annoyed me for 30 minutes instead of sitting there going, I'm going to get my grind in. Every time I looked up and she was trying to do some kind of dance, and it was just like,
that's your fault.
You're just not a hip-hop.
You should have stopped early.
She was like R&B facing me.
But you should have
with
stopped
hip-hop
early.
music.
5 minutes, 2 minutes in, you could tell
I can't
this was going to be a problem.
That's weak. That's weak.
No, it's not. What?
That's
weak is what you
a
did
strong
to
man.
yourself.
A strong man sits there and gets through it for 30 minutes. But it was unbelievable.
You didn't
Ron.
have to when you got options.
It was unbelievable. And then all of a sudden, I look up at the screen about 20 minutes into it, and I see this report. Ravens not expected to activate, and all my worries went away. I forgot about that damn leak up there. In fact, it's probably still running out of the wall.
It's still running.
Yeah, we'll get that figured out later. But the other thing I didn't appreciate about this, and it looks like this is copied and pasted directly out of Ian Rappaport's report. Is that correct?
Yep.
Because I've had enough of this. They could have just said he's not ready to return from this significant ankle injury. The Baltimore Ravens aren't a good enough team for folks to be ending these kind of notifications with perhaps next week as a potential AFC Championship game appearance.
It says perhaps a potential.
No. We don't need to talk about it. They're not good enough to run around talking about AFC Championship games.
Sure they are.
No, they ain't. They ain't done nothing. They've done nothing but mess the bed in the playoffs.
We're talking about this year. Are they good enough this year?
They have a regular season. I mean, juggernauts in the regular season. So are the Cowboys. And what are we talking about them? We're trying to fire their head coach and kick their $200 million quarterback out of it. They ain't done nothing in the playoffs. Talking about AFC championships. You got a game. I'm over the Baltimore. Like, it hit me today. I'm over all this Baltimore crap about how good they think they are and all the respect they're getting and the disrespect the Texans. I'm over it. I mean, I've had enough. I looked up there in Ian Rappaport's tweets on my TV. My 80-inch, by the way. And I can see it real.
Wow.
I can see it real big. I think it may have been 82. I'm not sure. And I look up there, and this jackleg's talking about he'll be healthy for the AFC Championship. That's essentially what that's saying.
He'll be healthy for perhaps
Just
a
end
potential.
it. Just end it. He's not active this week,
for
man.
Potential
Move
AFC
on.
Championship game.
Hell, you ain't done nothing but wet the bed in the playoffs for 4 years, since 2020.
713-572-4610. Do you feel that the Texans are being disrespected? That the best team in football, by the way, this is the same person yesterday, Clint Stoerner, who said this is the best team in football. The best team in football that's 10-1 in their last 11 games when Lamar Jackson is the starter with the league MVP and a top 2 defense. Do you feel the Texans are being disrespected by people picking the Baltimore Ravens like this? 713-572-4610.
See how you really piss me off.
I'm just phrasing.
See how I ain't mad at nobody picking the Ravens. You can pick the Ravens all you want. I mean, right after that, I'm watching NFL Network, and Devin McCourty says, "Oh, the only way I see this game even be, I can't remember. He may not have said competitive, but the Texans even having a chance in this game is if Baltimore just comes out and plays their worst game of the year. Baltimore's not that good.
I agree with that. I agree
you
with
agree
that.
with what?
I agree that's not. I don't think that's accurate.
It's disrespectful.
Text line, they're definitely disrespecting us. You're right, Dirty. Hell yeah.
I've
been
been
waiting for you, Clint.
I knew that text line.
Been waiting for you.
I don't typically.
No BS, Clint, with a K. I don't know if they think you're a Kappa. They better quit looking past us. What the hell?
Look,
the text
I'm not going to get carried away with it. I'm just telling you, and it's more about Baltimore's and it's not arrogance because they're not the ones saying it, but it's like the. I mean, give me a break, man. They had some good games. They beat some good teams. They had a great year. Okay. Damn, the Texans just did in one half of football what you ain't done in the last 4 appearances. Do we realize that? Anybody want to talk about that? Anybody want to talk about that?
Yeah, and I would say Lamar is a different player today than he was in his last playoff appearance 3 or 4 years ago. But, yeah, we could run that. Or we can talk about this year where they have clearly been the best team in football, right? If we want to say Lamar is still the guy who was playing in year 2 against the Titans.
The conversations are like we're talking about Pat Mahomes. I mean, we're not talking about a guy that's made it to the play and a team. Really, it's not about Lamar. It's about the team.
Yeah.
We're not talking about a team and an organization that's just in the playoffs every year and threatening for a Super Bowl every year. We're talking about an organization that has had several really good regular seasons, and they get in the playoffs and they wet to bed. And all of a sudden it's like, they're just going to have to flop. They're just going to have to lay down for anybody to beat them in the play. Oh, man, come on.
I don't
you
know
be
people
kidding
are
me.
saying that. But, all right, let's continue. We're on fire. Clint's on fire. Clint had a rough morning, but he's happy because of an injury potentially that's occurred with Mark Andrews, or at least he won't be able to potentially play coming up. It's on fire.
Good.
And
Mark, sit your ass on the bench and watch, Mark.
Here goes Clint. He's ready to go. He's fired up. You're not playing tomorrow, but you might be able to get some snaps. We also got prizes for you that you'll have a chance to win. C.J. Stroud signed helmet, Tunsil jersey, Derek Stingley Jr. football. Come on out as we'll be here till 6 o'clock at Tom's Watch Bar downtown right next to House of Blues. Coming up. All right, we did this Wednesday. It's Friday. What is your concern meter today in terms of the Texans winning this game? 10, high level of confidence that the Texans will win, and then 0, 1, 0. Nah, man, I got it. Texans going to win this thing. Texans going to win this puppy. What is your concern meter on the Texans winning in Baltimore? All of that coming up next right here live.
Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on this Football Friday Playoff Edition presented by Lamisha Wakanda. We're here at Tom's Watch Bar downtown. Come on down here as we've got the raffle boxes here. There we go. The raffle boxes in the building. There you go. Clap it up now. Anybody in the building, go ahead. Get in a line right here. All you got to do is fill out these sheets of papers. Don't have to write your address or your Social Security card. Many of y'all get a little fearful when you look at that and think we trying to do something to you. We're not. Just trying to let you win some prizes. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box. We will do our first drawing of the Laramie Tunsil signed jersey in the 3 o'clock hour. In the 3 o'clock hour, we will do our first drawing there. So all you got to do when you come in, if you're in the building, is sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win a Tunsil jersey, a Derek Stingley Jr. football, and then the big one, a game-sized helmet, C.J. Stroud signed helmet. We will be hooking you up with here until 6 o'clock. And if you were in the building, Clint laid it down late in the show. If you missed it, one time. Write your name in there one time. Don't try to enter 6 different times, 6 different sheets of paper.
Keep an eye on
in
them
there
over there, Lex.
one time.
Keep an eye on them over there, Lex.
Right there, man. This lady in this fanny pack, she seems like the type that'll try to put it in 3 different ones. No, so come on out, have a good time, and hang out with us. I posed this question on the other side. We do this. We did this Wednesday, and Clint, you were at an 8. Your concern level. 10 being very, very concerned that the Texans aren't going to be able to win this game. 1 being very confident that the Texans will win the game. Clint, you were at an 8 on Wednesday. I was at a 7. Tyler was at a 6.8. I talked to Tyler today, Clint.
Okay.
At 713-572-4610. Those on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in that way. Where is your concern meter at now that it is Friday, 1 sleep before the game? Tyler went from a 6.8 on Wednesday to a 3.6 is what he told me today. So, I mean, he has just –
he cut him in half, huh?
some kind of confidence he has gotten from Wednesday to today at this point. He is at a 3.6. I see some people here on the text line. I'm at an 8.5. I think they mean the other way. Texans going to win. 100% confidence in a win. I'm at an 8 on the text line. I'm nervous about Lamar. I'm at a 5, right in the middle. It could go either way. Clint, you were at an 8. Where are you at today on Friday?
Well, but before I got pissed off a little earlier, I was already moving towards the Texans, and since then, my digging, my research that I did had me leaning towards the Texans, and then as we talked about in the first segment, the
Mark Andrews, that's a big deal.
Mark Andrews news is a big deal, and then I thought a little bit more and did a little more digging on that Baltimore playoff struggles. I was at an 8, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm down to a 6 right now.
Wow!
Big move, and I feel pretty good about it too.
Wow!
I feel pretty.
6.
I moved last week, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't feel good about it. I didn't feel really good about the movement, but I felt like there was justification, and then clearly the Texans went out there and whooped that ass, so it didn't matter. This one, I'm moving from an 8 to a 6, and I feel like I've got some pretty solid research behind it. And
well, I mean, help us. What got you to? Because that's a jump.
Well, here's the deal. Baltimore is one of the worst teams in the league in yards per rush allowed in terms of what opponents have been able to do running the football against them per rush. Now that doesn't tell me that the Texans are going to go out there and just roll up this Baltimore defense, but that coupled with when I watched the Rams game, which Baltimore won in overtime, but I watched that Rams game, and I'm going to tell you, man, the Rams got away from the run. The Rams were giving it to them.
They got a really good run game, too.
They were giving it to them, Ron. So I'm more confident that the Texans can go in there and have an effective run game. They don't have to go in there And as I said, I don't expect the Texans to ever go in there and roll anybody up. But you and I have talked about this before. I don't think this is a game where the Texans go in there and have 40 yards rushing, and we're like, what in the hell is going on here? I think there is it's much more likely after doing some digging, in my opinion, that the Texans go out there and can generate enough of a run game that the play action is then effective. And when the play action is effective with C.J. Stroud, this offense is hard to stop. And so that first and foremost is the biggest moving factor for me, along with, as I said, I look back at some of those playoff struggles, and they've just not been good in the playoffs, man. And there's enough of a sample size there over a 3-year span. Lamar Jackson's got more turnovers than he does touchdowns. There's a couple of really good games in there, but it's at the end of the day, there are some real struggles in Baltimore in the playoffs, and maybe that doesn't mean anything because it's been in the past, but until they prove me wrong, I'm damn sure going to lean into that. And so I look at it as I saw the Texans against arguably the best defense in the league do in one half of football what Baltimore hadn't done in 4 tries. And it's easy for me. It was easy for me to move those 2 spots. I'm at a 6.
So you're at a 6. Yep. All right. As I see other folks roll through, my concern level is a 1. Somewhat Texan. I was at a 6.5, but Clint sold me on the disrespect of Ian Rappaport's report, so now I'm down to a 3.9.
I appreciate that. I was convincing, huh? I was convincing. I love it.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's healthy that I can swing you that much. That wasn't what I was trying to do, but I love it.
Hey, there you go. I was at a 7 on Wednesday, and I'm at an 8. My concern has heightened at this point for the Texans in terms of winning this game. I think a lot of things that people are clinging on, and there is data to back it up. There is data, as you just talked about, is that I've heard Lamar is the NFL's version of James Harden. I've heard that he's not going to show up.
Is that how Lockdog and Lopez got to Harden earlier?
Well, they're not the only ones I've heard say that. But they said that before. I've heard that before. As you just said, there's struggles in the playoffs. Now, I would also say he has not played in the playoffs in 3 years. And I think he's a much different player. I think Lamar Jackson has probably had about enough of hearing this. And I think he's a great player. And I think great players are itching to get to this game. I don't think Lamar is sitting back in like, God, I hope we get through this. I think Lamar cannot wait to get on the field and that he cannot wait to shut people up. And the Ravens have the better team. I think the Texans, I said this to my father-in-law driving in, I think the Texans are a great story and one of the great stories in the NFL that we have watched this year. And C.J. Stroud is one of the great stories we've seen. I think the Ravens are a great team. And I think the great team will win out here. And they're at home. And, yes, they've had that game against the Rams, but I watched them against the 49ers, and that was – I hadn't seen the Niners get dominated up front the way they did. I think many people think Lamar Jackson could be the reason why the Texans may have a chance to win because he has struggled in the playoffs. For me, I think the league MVP and the guy that's been the best player in the NFL this year can't wait to get out to show that. So I've got more concerned, and I've watched him. He seemed really calm, cool, and ready for the moment. Anytime he's been on camera, he's been talking, he doesn't appear nervous. So I know many of you, I'm not even going to look at the text line. I've already had somebody to ask me if the Texans win, will I leave Houston? And I'm sure many of you will have an issue with that, and that's fine, baby. You love your Texans, you root for them. This isn't personal. It is just the way I feel. This has been the best team all season, and they've had the best player and the talent. I think there is a talent discrepancy here, so I'm a little nervous here, even more than I was on Wednesday for this game. All right, coming up as we continue rolling here live out here in at Tom's Watch Bar. Come on, hang out with us as it is right next to the House of Blues. You can't miss it. Come hang out with us. You can enjoy yourself here with us. I do want to get this point. We've talked about this, and you can text us in. If the Texans do win, if we sit here after the game and we're looking at it and the Texans have won, how? How is it that you think the Texans would have won? We'll discuss that coming up next.
CJ Stroud.
hooking up people giving away these prizes. The first one will go in the 3 o'clock hour. So if you're in the building or you're on your way, we've got the raffle box right up front next to where we are set up. And all you got to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win starting at 3 o'clock. Once again, 3 o'clock, that Laramie Tunsil autographed jersey, as Clint said the other day, that's a good one to go ahead and hang up and put in the man cave. That's it.
It's sewn on, man. Them letters, them numbers are sewn on, baby. That's the real deal.
Yeah, it is.
NFL logo at the what's at the neck right here.
Yep.
That's the real deal.
Yeah, you know it. You wore it. You wore one of those.
Yeah, just like that. It stayed clean. Just like that. All of mine were pretty clean, just like that, Bob.
Not that time Strahan was chasing you down.
Nah, not that time. Hell, I think he snotted on me.
All right, so come on down. Have a good time with us. I said this on the other side. We did this, and I think this is a good exercise because, listen, I think the Texans can win this game. I'm not saying this isn't a 116 in the NCAA tournament. And to the point you said earlier where, hey, the Ravens just have to come in and play their worst game of the year to win this game. No, I don't think it's going to take the Ravens turn the ball over 5 times and they blow 3 coverages for touchdowns. No, we've seen CJ and this offense be able to do things in this defense as well. So I think they can win the game. And I pose this out, and you can throw your thoughts out as well. If the Texans do win this game, what happened? How did they win this game? If the Texans win this game, because I think last week you were pretty spot on when you said how they would have to win against the Browns. If they win this game, how does it happen? What would have happened after the game, and you'd be talking about on the post-game show with Sean? What happened?
Well, I think C.J. Stroud has to have a monster moment. I mean, if we're being honest, last week was impressive. The first half, he ended up with 270 and 3 touchdowns. I mean, it was impressive, but
it was Bobby's day.
Correct. When you look at it, and I'm not minimizing what C.J. did at all. I mean, that was the day when I watched it. My immediate response was, Bobby Slowick is cooking, man. I mean, there are throws in the ocean. Even when guys are making plays, they're making one guy miss and taking it to the house. They're not making one guy miss and then getting to the second level, making a linebacker miss, and then having to deal with 2 seconds. I mean, it was an unbelievable first half by Bobby Slowick and an unbelievable second half by D'Amico Ryans. I think it's going to take C.J. Stroud being absolute, on fire in the second half. I mean, this is going to be – I think it's going to be a high-scoring ball game.
And I think that works in the Texans' favor. I think they need it to be up in the –
Look, here's the deal. I watched the Rams game again, one of a handful of games I watched from Baltimore I'm talking about. And that was a game where it was, 37, 31, or 30 – they were in the 30s, and it was an overtime game. And Lamar Jackson did not play well, and they still put up 30-plus points is what I'm saying. You know, you look up, and I'm like, dang, man, Lamar's struggling a little bit here. But he did hit a double move for a touchdown, and the Rams blew a coverage for a touchdown.
Some funky weather.
And I look up, and they've got 20-some-odd points, and I'm thinking, damn, I don't remember them. I mean, how'd that happen? This hadn't been pretty. They're going, whether it's pretty or not, I think they're going to score points. And I think the Texans are going to have to score 30-plus to beat them. And I believe that, again, whether Lamar Jackson is on fire, seeing everything clear and distributing the ball, and they've got a great plan, or he's having to extend plays and guys are finding voids in coverage and he's getting big plays using his legs, they're going to score points. They're going to cross the 50-yard line. You can bet it's 3 points. Tucker is nothing but, he is nails.
Yeah, the kicker.
Right? And so I think they're going to have to score points, and I think it's going to be a back-and-forth game, and I just believe in the second half we have to see the best C.J. Stroud that we've seen. And I ain't talking last week C.J. Stroud. I'm talking Tampa Bay C.J. Stroud. I'm talking Georgia in the college football playoffs C.J. Stroud. I'm talking make something out of nothing type of stuff with C.J. Stroud. For me, that's the way this happens.
Yeah, 713-572-4610 on the text line. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, I see you jumping in. Also, if we come out of this game, if we're looking at it, Saturday and you're in your car and you're listening to Sean and Clint on the postgame show right here on Sports Radio 610, and they are out here celebrating, and we are getting calls, and people are rolling, and we're preparing for the Houston Texans to get to a place they have never been in their franchise history, and that is the AFC Championship game. How did it happen? I see some people texting in, Clint, that the Texans' run game is effective, that Singletary has gone for 100.
If you want to go a little, I don't know, hundreds is healthy, but with this run team. But if you how they get there, how they get to that fourth quarter and they're in this thing and it's a high-scoring game and C.J. Stroud has the opportunity to put it on his back, if we want to really get down into the weeds of how it happens, I think the most important thing is that Devin Singletary runs the football effectively early in this ball game. Like they're going to have to. I don't know if establish the run is the right way to put it. In my opinion, establish the run is an aggressive move towards running the football. I think they're going to have to run the ball to the tune of, and again, it may just be a handful of rushes. It's not line up and ground and pound, but they're going to have to run the football early on at a high 5 yard clip, 5 yard per clip.
Yeah, to me, I look at this and I said this a little bit on the other side, that I do think. I mean, I think Baltimore, talent-wise, they've got more pieces right now, at this point right now with their guys. Even with the injuries, like the Mark Andrews thing is a big deal also. But they played without him the last 2 months, 2+ months, and Isaiah Likely has been a really good fill-in for him. They've just got dudes, right? You look at their weapons, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Odell's like a fourth option on this team, right? Zay Flowers is nasty, and they've got talent throughout. Number 2 defense, in this offense. So I think to make up for that, 2 things. One, D'Amico and Bobby have to be difference makers in this game. They have to find ways to help their big players on offense and on defense to help make plays, find matchups, and find situations. And then to the point you made, this has to be a over-my-dead-body type of performance from C.J. Stroud. I think C.J. Stroud, to help make up for that talent issue that the Texans have, he's going to have to pick him up and throw him on his back. I think it's going to be like when they played the Bengals and Joe Burrow, and if we remember at that time, the Bengals were rolling. They had just won like 4 out of 5, and people started looking at the Bengals as being the next, and they went on the road to play that team. And C.J. Stroud, that was to me when he really entered the MVP discussion conversation, because he walked in there and looked him in the face and outplayed Joe Burrow. Joe was coming. Then C.J. was going. He forced Joe to have to chase them, and then when Joe finally caught up, he then made the plays to win the game. I think, to me, you have to make up for the talent gap. The coaching, those 2 guys on offense and defense, and then C.J. has to be he has to be the best player on the field, to me, for them to win this game.
I wholeheartedly agree. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I think you got the better. To me, I think you got the better play caller on both sides of the ball.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
I think I do believe that. I personally, I know you don't. We talked about this earlier in the week. I think there's an argument to say that you got the better quarterback, and there's no doubt that Baltimore's got the better squad, top to bottom, like you said. So that quarterback that we're talking about and in play, that quarterback's got to be special. He's got to be really, really special.
They've got to somehow compensate for that difference there. And now, look, the thing is, we have plenty of examples, and that one, the Burrow one we're talking about, and another team that is still alive, the Buccaneers, we have examples of C.J. flat doing that, like flat out throwing him on his back and going and just make big plays. We've seen it.
Here's the thing with C.J. and Bobby Slowick in this offense. If you get to the fourth quarter and the plan's been good enough to score some points, and C.J. has executed well enough to score some points, at that point in time, I feel really good about a one drive to win it. Whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, I feel probably better than I should, if I'm being honest with you, about one drive to win it for C.J. Stroud. The problem with the Texans has been when it's just like the New York game. You know, you look up and Quentin Williams is wrecking shop, and they ain't done nothing the whole game. Like, once they get rolling, they roll. You know, they may get outscored, but they roll. And so if they're rolling enough early on to keep this thing tight and make it a higher scoring game, I really like their chances down the stretch, and I got faith and confidence in C.J. Stroud to get the drive done.
Yep, he's got to play big. And as you said, he's got to have a moment. I think that's what you said when you opened it up. All right, as we continue rolling here on this Football Friday playoff edition presented by our great friends at La Misha Wakana. Come on down, as I see many people are still filling out their raffle cards to try to win this Tunsil jersey coming up in the next hour.
It's about tall boy time.
Is it tall boy time?
About that time.
Yeah, get one of them bullets.
About that time.
Time to get one of them silver bullets. It's that time. All right, Clint needs a tall boy.
Wolf killers.
That's right. There it is. So come through. So I'm gonna text in. Father-in-law's in town. Is it time to buy him a shot? Yeah, we said he's here. Load him up.
We're gonna get Stan. We're gonna get Stan on the air here in a minute. We're gonna get Stan on the air here in a minute. Tell us about.
Don't give him his dream.
He ain't gonna talk about Ron. I'm asking about show. He ain't gonna say nothing about you, Ron.
Don't give him.
He ain't saying about you, Ron.
Don't give him his dream.
I want some more show stories.
Don't give him his dream.
He moved down here, Stan. He done grew up a little bit. See, we rubbed off. He done grew up and became Ron.
All right, man. Stop, man. We got to go to break here. Coming up, big news with the Astros. They have made maybe arguably one of the biggest moves they've ever made in the offseason here.
Somebody bring me a brown bag, too.
Somebody bring him a brown bag. That's what Clint needs. Huge news. We'll tell you about that. And big news for tomorrow's game that definitely helps the Texans. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1 first. Welcome in as we are live here at Tom's Watch Bar. Let me hear the people out here. There we go. Yeah, it's a party out here on this Football Friday as the Houston Texans look to get to a place they've never been before, and that is the AFC Championship game. They'll travel and play the Baltimore Ravens tomorrow. Clint, we're 30 minutes from will be game time tomorrow. Here, this game will kick off at 3:30 tomorrow. Yeah. So we're almost 24 hours away from that game tomorrow. We will get to that. A couple of things coming up here after this segment. Your chance to win a Laramie Tunsil autographed jersey. We will do that raffle coming up after this segment. So if you're in the building and you have not entered the raffle, you might want to do that. If you're on the way, you might want to hurry up and get there. You got about 15 minutes before you can do so.
Weren't we supposed to give away some VIP tickets to something?
You know, I did hear that. I'll have to check on that.
Am I speaking out of turn again?
No, you're not. I heard there was some watch party VIP tickets that the Texans are having a watch party coming up tomorrow. Where is that at?
Discovery Green.
Discovery
It's
Green.
Right here.
Right.
I mean, we're right near it. I don't know my directions. I'm directionally challenged, maybe, but it's right here somewhere.
Yeah, right behind us.
Apparently, they're shutting that whole joint down, and there's balconies that are overlooking it, and there's gonna be a big screen, and the Texans watch party is supposed to be absolutely big time. In fact, Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne,
but they were going to be doing
the pregame show from down there, and so there'll be a bunch of folks down there early on, and it'll be a hell of a time.
We'll check on that VIP passes to make sure that I know included food and drink from what I was told, but we'll check on that. You got a chance to win prizes.
We drank you.
There you go,
Isn't
man.
that what old Sly said?
That's what it said. Oh, Sly, the former mayor, baby, as he doing this earlier this last year.
That's a classic.
It is. It always will be. But you got a chance to get hooked up. But before we get to the Texans, big news out of the Astros camp. They are signing the top reliever on the market and one of the big gets in free agency this year, and that is star closer Josh Hader, who had an ERA under 2 last year with 33 saves with the Padres. Josh Hader and the Houston Astros have come to an agreement on a 5-year, $95 million deal. Jeff Passan of ESPN reports that. And Brian McTaggart, he got this from the owner of the Houston Astros owner Jim Crane to MLB.com, says on the Hader deal, we think we have a good team, and it adds a big piece to the back of our bullpen. With Presley and Abreu, you have 3 quality guys in the 7th, 8th, and 9th wherever they pitch. We think it gives us a nice chance to get to the playoffs and make a run at another World Series. That is the owner, Jim Crane, who went out and said, cut the check, and they go out and get a big fish out there. Josh Hader, 5 years, $95 million. As he said, there's somewhere in the back half of that bullpen with Presley and Abreu, could be this team's new closer, whatever it is. He's a huge weapon, and it's crazy, Clint. Going into it, it was their biggest weakness was the bullpen. They lost 207 innings. Hector Neris was a key person in that 7th inning for them, and they lost him. Kendall Graveman had surgery. He's going to be out for the year. They lost other pieces. And now I think they have the best bullpen in baseball with this addition. With those 3 guys, Clint, this is a major move by the Astros.
Yeah, and a few things, man. Just as a fan, it just tells me that this organization's mindset is on keeping this World Series window open as long as they possibly can. This kind of 5-year deal, which, by the way, it is the largest present-day value contract for a relief pitcher in baseball history. So while Jim Crane still hadn't handed out any 10 or 12 or 14-year deals, he damn sure is not afraid to write the check. And it just tells me that, again, as a fan, I'm going to be able to watch the Astros, and the entire organization is absolutely swinging for a World Series. There's no lip service and them telling you what you want to hear, but yet not making the moves that you just need to make to even sell the fact that you're going to be a World Series contender. They're out there putting a check behind it, and as a fan, it's a beautiful thing, man. It's easy to sit here and talk about now, what are they going to do in center field? You know, what are they going to do with Bregman when that time comes? What are they going to do with Altuve? What are they going to do with Tucker and Framber Valdez? And, man, with this bullpen.
Yeah, if you can play the game in 6 innings, then, you know, it increases your chances.
Yeah.
And Jake Myers in center field. Now, you know what? I can roll with that. I can roll with, hey, let's see if we've got something with Jake Myers in center. Let's see what we could do there. I can roll with that when you have reinforcements.
We need to save an entire segment for that, not 3, because you're going to mess around. You're trying to piss me off in the 3 o'clock and the big 3 at 3.
I'm just saying I can swallow that more. I can swallow that more when you can offset that with, hey, man, you get the lead in the 5th.
Yeah.
Teams are going to start. I'm just telling you, I've seen it with a team that I covered. The Royals had the best bullpen in baseball, and it was the only thing that they were – defense and bullpen were the only things that they were, I would say, above average at consistently, and it helped them win a championship. Yeah. When you can, it would be, we would watch teams in the 5th inning start pitch hitting. It would do crazy things to try to at least be tied or grab the lead, because the game would be over. And I think this bullpen has a chance to be better than that one.
Well, all I need with this bullpen now, the starting rotation that you have, and the surplus of starters that you have can get me really good and excited about this Astros team. Now all I need is some good Lance McCullers news. What is this? What is the latest on Lance McCullers? I know he's not giving his weekly updates because the media's not.
Why are you doing this to yourself? That's a luxury, Lance.
Well,
man.
No,
you just got to wait.
But I'm just telling you, like, look, this is one of those, man, where once again Lance is going to be in the crosshairs. I mean, once again, hey. If that dude comes back and is a quality starter, middle of the rotation starter, it is a game changer for the Astros.
I just don't want you to do that to yourself.
No, well, the only reason I ask, Ron, is because I just don't remember. Like, I don't recall what the latest is on him. What was? Do you know the latest reports of how many months he was going to be out? Or
no, I hadn't heard. I know he.
Come on, Lance, talk to us, man. Let us know what the hell's going on.
I hadn't really heard since he got those bone spurs removed or whatever. I hadn't really heard much. I know they expect him to be going in spring training. I mean, that's the least I've heard. So,
well, I mean, you look at it. Does Hunter Brown take the next step? I mean, Christian Javier, who is he? Framber Valdez, can he get back to normal? How long can Justin Verlander last? Does Lance McCullers show up and at least be a middle of the rotation type of starter? What is Jose Urquidy and Luis Garcia and J.P. France? I mean, you start rattling off all these guys. I mean, they're 7-8 deep of guys that you at least would trust to chew up innings in the regular season.
Yeah, Ronel Blanco, keep an eye on.
I left old Ronel out, didn't I? My bad.
Don't leave Nail out now. Don't leave Nail out. Big move, Jim Crane. Jim Crane, I as a competitor, as competitive as he is, I didn't think him just sitting there and watching the Texas Rangers walk in here and win games 6 and 7 and then go on and win a championship was just going to sit well with old Jim, and he was just going to say, yeah, let's just ride.
What do you think Hader's walkout music is? My man's got shoulder length, got a full sleeve on that glove hand. I mean, tall, lanky.
But he could trick you, man.
He got to come out with something. Like you can't come out with that look and that appearance and not come hard with the walkout music.
That look could go either way, though.
Where's he
that
from?
Look could go some kind of hard rock, some sort of maybe even some country that you might be into, and then you could see him strolling out with some hip-hop.
Well, he's got a real Stanek vibe to him. Now, Stanek could do it either way. Remember, his was Dre.
Yeah, his was Dre. So I don't know. We'll have to learn from old Josh Hader.
He's born up in Maryland.
I don't know. Maybe he's a Pharrell Williams fan.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the big thing here while we're here on this Football Friday is the Texans as they face the Ravens. And the big news coming out of that right now If you're just getting in your cars, I know many of you getting off in the 3 o'clock hour, just jumping in, big stories. You heard about Hader. The other big story here for this game for the Texans, Clint, is Mark Andrews. Mark Andrews, who has been out for a couple of months with an ankle injury, he has been activated from IR, or was activated from IR, practiced in full all week, Clint, which kind of tipped off to thinking that he was going to be able to play in this game, and I think a lot of people assumed it. But this coming from Ian Rappaport of NFL Network, the Ravens are not expecting Mark Andrews to activate him in this game from IR to play against the Texans. He's not quite ready yet, and they're going to keep him on the shelf. They do say perhaps maybe next week as a potential AFC Championship game appearance was the goal. So it looks like Mark Andrews will not play. And, Clint, if any of you all missed it, earlier this week we did our top concerns, our number one concerns coming into the game. Clint, you said it was tight ends. And it was Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely in the middle of the field, and tight ends are a spot where the Texans have struggled. They've given up big yardage at the tight end spot. How big is this? How big is this that Mark Andrews, even though he's been out, they haven't been playing with, how big is this to you?
Oh, I think it's huge. I mean, you're talking about one of the best tight ends in the league, and a guy that can put his hand in the dirt and be a force there, and a guy that can obviously is a mismatch in the pass game as well. So it's huge, generally speaking, for the Texans to not have to face one of the best tight ends in the game. And because you couple that guy with Lamar Jackson, whether we're talking about Lamar on schedule or we're talking about Lamar off schedule, it's a problem. And so it's big picture, but it doesn't change where my concern is, right? When you talk about Baltimore's offense, my concern is squarely with the tight ends. I think DeMeco Ryans is going to have a plan. I think he's going to have a plan to spy Lamar. I think he's going to have a plan to stop the run. I think he's going to have a plan to contain Zay Flowers and all of the above. I don't think he has a problem bringing guys down and taking the risk of getting a bunch of defenders around the line of scrimmage, and that'll defend a lot of what I just talked about. The problem is Baltimore's going to eat. They're going to get theirs, and when they do in the Zay Flowers screen game, Zay Flowers left to right run game, the run game right at him from the backfield, Lamar extending plays, it's the tight end that scares me. When you get into the red zone, we've seen the Texans struggle with covering the tight end, and hell, I'll be honest with you, sometimes that's really the only time I've ever questioned DeMeco Ryans of like, man, you lined up from the jump and let them get Denzel Perryman on their tight end, and their tight ends, they've been beaten by some good tight ends. If that happens in the red zone, Isaiah Likely's going to get them. If in between the 20s when they're boat racing, I think there's a chance that them tight ends are the ones that could sneak behind the defense and give the Texans a problem. So doesn't change my concern about the tight ends, but definitely a huge plus for the Texans.
And then I want to go ahead and put this with Sharpie. Jamison Hensley, ESPN reporter for the Ravens. Ravens tight end Mark Andrews was not activated off the injured reserve, which means he will not play in Saturday's divisional game against the Texans. Andrews said if he didn't play Saturday, that he would look forward to being ready for the AFC Championship game if the Ravens advance. That was from Jamison Hensley. So this is official. Mark Andrews is out. He is out for this game, was not activated. Practice all week, which is interesting. So the Texans do not have to deal with him.
It's a plus. That's win Texans right there. I mean, how many of these do we have to get? Their best corners out, their best tight ends out, who's one of the best in the game. They hadn't been good at the playoffs, and I look up here at ESPN, and we're still giving them an 80+% chance to win the game, according to the advanced stat nerds. What we got to do here?
Wow.
I mean, is there anything that can sway
Lamar being injured? I mean, Andrews has.
Obviously.
I mean, to them, I think for them, it's Andrews hasn't played for 2+ months, and Marlon Humphrey's been in and out. And to the point I think you're making, I don't think that they believe that the Texans are the team that can stop them with these injuries. Because they're saying to themselves, they beat down the Niners, they put 56 on the Dolphins in their last two games that they played there with their starters. those are the last 2 games they played with their starters, and Mark Andrews wasn't there. I think it does help the Texans, though, big time, because you would assume D'Amico and them were probably game planning for having to deal with Mark Andrews.
I would think, yeah.
With this week with what we've seen here. So that is the latest here. Mark Andrews out for this game. That's been made official as the Ravens do not activate him. All right, coming up, we're going to hook somebody up with a Tunsil jersey coming up as soon as this segment ends. As we roll through, let's help out with our good friends at Mo Karam Law. The injury report, as we'll give you the official injury report from the Texans and the Ravens. We'll have that coming to you next, and our Mad Dog playoff picks. Tyler has already sent his in. Myself and Clint, we will pick our Mad Dog playoff picks coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, if the last couple of years has taught us anything,
Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on this Football Friday here at Tom's Watch Bar. Congratulations to Jerome. Congratulations to Jerome, who was our first winner. He wins the Laramie Tunsil autograph.
Ain't nobody clap but Jerome.
Yeah, Jerome.
Everybody's mad because Jerome won it.
Pissed out of here. Jerome won the autographed Laramie Tunsil jersey. Coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, a Derek Stingley autographed football. The Duke, the real one they'll play with tomorrow. That'll be coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. And if you're coming in, sign your name in, as I've seen people continue to run through and sign their names in. And remember, you have to be here to win. You cannot sign up, have your name drawn, and duck out and still think we'll keep drawing. All right, so you gotta be here to win it.
Did you have that coming up where like that NFL, no one likes a real ball, like the real leather, like it's hard to not want to play catch with it?
Oh yeah, you get it in your hand.
Man, I thought it was the coolest thing, man. You get a real football, and then like at an Astros game or something. I never caught a foul ball when I was younger, but somebody next to you, and you get to look at a real one, man.
You want to go play catch?
Oh, I wanted to touch it. And hell yeah, I wanted to play catch, man.
I go play catch.
I did. However, it's not my wife at the time, but I did save my girlfriend at the time's life with a foul ball.
Really? Stopped it?
I reached around her head and backhanded that sucker.
Wow. She probably thought you were the one.
Well, we'll go into that later on. But there was it was a high foul ball, and she was on my left, and the batter and everything was on my left. We were on the first base line, and the ball was going to land like right where you're at, right? And so we just sat there. It had a spin on it, and when it hit them seats, it shot right at her head. And
quick reflex.
Your boy just backhanded that thing like that.
Oh, you called it?
Right there, yeah.
Wow.
Yep. I wasn't a kiddo, though.
That must have been a good night.
Well,
we don't have to go into that.
Nah, we don't need to go
into that.
No,
we don't need that. No, we don't need to do that.
I told you, Ron, it wasn't my wife.
I know. I'm just saying. I just think in my head you just created a scenario, and I would imagine that had to probably go through it as a really good night.
Well, those kind of moves always work out well.
Absolutely. And you know it. You got confidence the rest of the evening. All right, no other way to segue to that than to go segue to our good friends at Mo Karam Law. It is your Friday injury report brought to you by Mo Karam Law. I think it is more significant with the Baltimore Ravens, but we'll go through this one as it is right now. One out, Jerry Hughes. Jerry Hughes is out for the Texans. He didn't play last week, has not practiced all week. He is out with that ankle injury. 2 questionable. George Fant, that's one we need to hear a little bit more about. He had the illness situation. Usually when you see illness, you feel like he'd get there and be able to get out there by tomorrow, but we'll see. He is listed as questionable. And Andrew Beck, they do expect to play. Reports have come out, but he is listed as questionable. Everybody else is good to go and ready to go. No designations injury-wise for anybody else with the Texans. I think the big stuff now is we do know the Ravens will have no Mark Andrews and no Marlon Humphrey. Those are 2 of their top players, their best corner, and Lamar's favorite weapon and their best weapon. Those 2 will be out. So those are the big ones, even more important. I'm sure Texans fans would certainly trade Jerry Hughes for Mark Andrews and Marlon Humphrey. So that's who's out in this game. And people we need to look at injury-wise. That's your Sunday, which will be Saturday. Your Saturday injury report brought to you by Mo Karam Law. Injured, call 281-222-2222. Call 281-222-2222 at Mo Karam Law.
Yeah, Mo Karam Law, man.
There you go, man.
Premier personal injury law firms in the country, and they're right here in our beautiful city of Houston. Ron, had lunch with them, drank a couple cold beers with them, watching the Texans game.
I know it.
Good people, man.
Just warming up for that hit a little bit later on.
My bad. I thought you wanted me to tell the folks about Mo Karam Law Firm. I didn't know you want to talk about that. Yeah. You knocked it out of the park on the injury report. I do have a little bit of a concern with George Fant there. I mean, that still concerns me a bit. Living in a day and age that we're in right now, that's I'd like to know a little bit more about what the heck's going on with him. I would imagine that he's going to play and he'll be fine, but it wouldn't be a shock if this was some kind of deal where the illness, turns into exhaustion and weakness, and all of a sudden you look up, it's a Saturday game instead of a Sunday game, and he can't go. That would be a concern for me. But right now, I'm just going to let myself believe that George Fant's going to play, and everything else is gravy.
Let's do it. Let's get these Mad Dog player picks in. By the way, has anyone heard from Tyler? I've heard from him a little bit, but I just, he's in Vegas. I don't know if he's laced up. By the way, shout out to Chris Santiago. OBD is in the building holding it down as he always does. But, Tyler's in Vegas. He got there last night. I mean, I'm certain he's got to be. I mean, he's drunk right now.
We got to – did he get there last night? He got there tonight. He's leaving,
oh, that's right. That's right. He's leaving today. Never mind.
Yeah, he got a
he's probably not drunk.
We got a tweet on the Josh Hader move, so he is alive.
He is alive and with us.
He's alive. His phone is charged.
It's charged. He's ready to go. Yeah, he's about to get on this plane and get it going. By the way, he sent in his Mad Dog player pick. And by the way, clearly,
I didn't know you decided you're going to let him pick first.
I did. I mean, he just does it. He sent it in. He sent it in there. Yeah, here he goes. He just texted us. He's leaving for the airport now. A dedicated listener right now. That is Tyler.
P1
listener. Tyler's probably on the text line, going back and forth. If I know Tyler, never seen anybody more on their day off go back and forth with people on the text line like Tyler does. But he sends his in, and by the way, he put the records down. Clearly, he gave you the L last week because he's at it.
I don't listen. I don't look at them records.
And he's got you at 4-3 right now. All right, he's going with Dalton Schultz, Clint. Tyler is going with Dalton Schultz.
I mean, this guy's got 20 victories down here somehow. We ain't played but 18 games. How in the hell does that work?
He did it midway. I don't know.
I mean, I don't even know if we had one the first couple games because you brought the Mad Dog the first time.
Mid-season.
What the hell are you doing out here, T?
All right, he's going Dalton Schultz. Who you picking? By the way, if you don't know it, Mad Dog Mondays. When the Texans win on the drive, we drink Mad Dog. And whoever's player that you pick is the least productive, that person has to buy the Mad Dog. And last week, I didn't lose, but it was tight. Your Texans won, so I went ahead and bought the Mad Dog. Tyler's going Dalton Schultz. Who you got, Clint?
Well, I'm going to lean into this Baltimore defense that, from a per carry standpoint,
who you going?
Is allowing 4.5 yards a carry.
You going for him?
I'm going to lean into it, man. Devin Singletary is my guy.
You going Devin Singletary?
I'm going Devin Singletary, yes, sir.
All right, I said this. I said this yesterday, where I think a lot of people are looking at Week 1 and saying, "Well, we shouldn't really." There's not a lot to take away from it. That was a completely different Texans team. That was a completely different Baltimore team, especially offensively, trying to find themselves. But I did say one place that I think you can look at, and that is the pass rush, and I'm going to go with 5-2. I'm going to go with Jonathan Grenard in this game. And I know Lamar can be tough to get down at times, but Jonathan Grenard gave Ronnie Stanley fits. And that's as healthy as Ronnie Stanley could be. It was Week 1. He gave Ronnie Stanley fits, and I know he still has the ankle thing, but he looked pretty good moving around last week. It didn't we saw Will Anderson, who had the high ankle sprain. There were times when you could really see that Will was kind of favoring his ankle. It looked like Jonathan Grenard looked a lot better on his ankle, so I'm going to go with Jonathan Grenard in this game. I like that matchup. Earlier in the year, he seemed to put a lot of pressure coming off that edge against Ronnie Stanley. I know Ronnie Stanley's really good, but I like Jonathan Grenard in that spot. So I'm gonna go with old JG. Jonathan Grenard is my Mad Dog player pick, baby.
I like it, man. He's gonna get plenty of opportunity because there ain't no doubt about it. Lamar Jackson will hold the football. The problem is Lamar Jackson will also disappear on your ass. That's the problem. You'll be tackling air, but I like it, man. I think because when you talk about Jonathan Grenard as well, Ron. I mean, there's a factor there with him of his ability to play sideline to sideline and like really roll up tackles and even be able to help corral and maybe catch Lamar from behind a couple of times. He's got the twitch and the explosion to be able to potentially do that. And so I think it's a good pick.
Yeah.
It's a good pick.
Yeah, so that's our Mad Dog player picks. Clint is going with Devin Singletary, Tyler with Dalton Schultz, and then I am rolling with Jonathan Grenard on the defensive end of the ball for the Texans coming up. All right, more on this. We do need to talk about, I did want to get your thoughts a little bit more. I want you to go a little deeper, a little bit more in this game. Because we have not – this is one thing we just haven't talked about all week, and I think it's for a certain reason. Haven't talked about it all week. I want to get your thoughts on that, and we're going to look at the other divisional games. This should be a fun weekend of games coming up. We'll take a look at those games and see where we are there. All of that coming up next.
All right, y'all check.
Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are live here on this Football Friday, presented by the great people here at La Misha Wakanda. We're at Tom's Watch Bar here downtown, right next to House of Blues. So get on down here as you're getting off work. Right now, I mean, it's Texans fever right now, and hell, the Astros are doing things to make you excited. If you missed it, they went out and signed Josh Hader to a 5-year deal, $95 million, to create what I believe is the best bullpen in baseball. So it's a lot. It's a lot to come down and celebrate with. Hell, Bill O'Brien's getting jobs, so it's a lot.
Yeah.
Ryan Day, that's an interesting decision, right? Ryan Day, if you missed it, Ohio State, they hired Bill O'Brien to be the offensive coordinator. Boy, I didn't know if Bill was going to be able to work in college again after Jalen Milroe came out and said what he said about him.
How about that?
After he basically,
it's
how would
wild,
you feel
man.
how would you feel if your coach told you sucked?
It's wild, and the most, what makes that so believable too, and not.
I can't believe Bill.
Well, no, yeah, obviously knowing, but I'm just talking about if you don't have any skin in the game whatsoever, any knowledge of either guy, like that just kind of came out after the fact. You know what I mean? Bill O'Brien was already long gone. If he wanted to complain about it, he could have done that well before. That just kind of came out in general conversation as a response to an answer well after the fact of Bill O'Brien being gone. And it's just, how does that guy keep – I mean, it's wild, man.
No, you wouldn't fool with him at all as a – I mean, you think he'll be all right at Ohio State as an OC? I mean, Ryan Day's going to be running that thing.
Look, it's like asking if he'd have been all right at Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, these guys. You're going to go somewhere. You're going to be a position coach with a program that every week you walk out on the field, you are significantly better than your opponent, from in every aspect of the game. Yeah, he'd be fine. But it's like how you sit there and one of the most highly regarded college coaches in the game goes, "That's the guy I want in charge of my quarterbacks." The guy that we sat right here and watched him square peg, round hole Deshaun Watson, right? The guy that then goes to Alabama, and recently that Alabama quarterback that took him to the college football playoffs tells the world that this guy told me I should change positions, told me I sucked. And then he goes up to Bill Belichick and goes back to where his old stomping grounds, and that quarterback situation is an absolute mess. It's just one of those, like, what has to – I mean, what gives, man? I mean, I could see.
It is crazy where he's fallen, though. Like, where he's come from being a head coach here to college to the NFL. I mean, what's this, his third job that he's had since he's left here? Alabama, New England,
he went Alabama, New England, Ohio State, yeah. It's just I guess you could say that, yeah. I mean, he was an NFL head coach, and now he's fallen significantly. It shocks me, even at Alabama, like why you wouldn't. I could see where that guy brings real value, because look, Bill O'Brien, obviously he's good at what he does, or he wouldn't have reached the heights that he reached here. Like I could see in the world of college football right now with these guys hiring all these consultants and paying these guys a ton of money to be consultants, kind of deal. That would make more sense to me than given the last 3 years and go, that's my quarterback coach. All the quarterback coaches out there, that's the guy.
That's it.
That's an interesting decision.
We'll see. Maybe we'll see if he can stay here more than 1 year. Maybe we can do that. See if he has some longevity.
If Day don't do something against Michigan, I don't know if Day's got too many years left in Ohio State.
Especially if Jim leaves. All right, let's look at these divisional matchup games. We'll go through and pick some of these, or pick the three of them. We'll do the Texans. We'll do the Texans-Ravens later. Real quick, outside of that Texans-Ravens game, which game are you most interested in? Which game intrigues you the most outside of that game?
Oh, man. That's a tough one, because the best game is Chiefs-Bills, and it's not even close.
Yeah.
Just sheer football in terms of the matchup and the magnitude and the players. And
those other two are interesting, though.
I don't really the Packers 49ers doesn't.
You don't think that's going to close?
That just doesn't do much for me.
I want to see.
The Bucs Lions
can do it again though. The Bucs Lions now they're talking trash to Baker. It's
just you say what you want about Baker. I mean, and Baker may fall flat on his face, but Baker also may go out there and throw that skin around the field now. And he's got some dudes. I mean, he's got some guys that are absolute problems, and he's gonna throw it into the wind, so to speak. I mean, he is gonna let it rip, and so that thing's got real shootout written all over it.
No, it does. Yeah, both defenses can give up points.
Yeah,
and offenses are really have the ability to be really explosive.
And I will be absolutely stoked. The other two games really don't move me in terms of who wins. Like, all right, cool, let's go to the next game. If Baker makes it to an NFC Championship game, I would be absolutely stoked. And if Dan Campbell makes it to an NFC Championship game in Detroit after what he's done. Or what? No, not him. After what the organization's been through the last 30-some-odd years, that'll be a hell of a story. I'd love to see that.
The Lions got that Cubs that feel of
people feel sorry for them.
Yeah, feel sorry for them, and that you kind of want to see that run happen, with them. So that'll be a fun game. All right, let's pick these bad boys. All right, Packers 49ers. It's a 9.5-point spread. Is what Vegas sees this thing. Listen, Jordan Love, probably a similar thing last week with Dallas, and they went in and that thing was never close, never got close. Even when I thought maybe that Dallas would make a run, it never, ever, ever at all became close. And Jordan Love, they've won 4 in a row. He has been rolling, one of the best quarterbacks in football, but they're going against the rested 49ers. 9.5. You think this was close?
I'm going to lay the points. I don't think it's close. I think I'll take the 49ers minus 9.5. I think the 49ers blow the doors off of it. I think the Packers are a really good football team, and they're coming. They're ascending.
It's a good story.
It's a good story, but in last week, just threw gas on the Packers' fire. Right, everybody talking about them. Jordan Love, best thing since sliced bread. LaFleur all of a sudden is he endured having the MVP as his quarterback for a handful of years in Aaron Rodgers, and oh my God, how'd he do that? And all of a sudden he's got this young guy playing lights out. I think all that comes to a halt. I got the 49ers big.
Yeah, I think the 49ers win, but the longer Jordan Love continues to experience real positive stuff happening.
Yeah.
Like if they get off to a really good start, like they did against the Cowboys, like that cat's confidence just grows.
Yeah.
And is growing. So I think it's a big deal for the Niners to quickly shut that up.
Yeah. Well, I think you watch that Cowboy Green Bay game. It was a lot like the Texans Browns game last week from a standpoint of the offensive coordinators were cooking.
The coaches
there's a lot of – and don't get me wrong. I mean, Jordan Love is spinning – he throws it well. I mean, really well. You can see why everybody likes the kid. But, I mean, he was – and the offensive coordinator, they were on one last week. I mean, it was – I know exactly where I'm going with the football. I'm throwing everything on time. I'm throwing to receivers that are butt naked, that are just wide open. I mean, it was, which is great for them. As I've said before, I mean, there's good coordinators. You're going to have a few of those throughout the season. I just don't think the 49ers are going to present the same opportunities.
The way she looked at you, ma'am, they're going to still have clothes on. They're just gonna be wide open. The way you said butt naked, I mean the smiles just started rolling.
Look, I mean there's some things in this world.
I won't put it past them. I mean I don't know, man.
Hey, man.
Who knows, man? Maybe Romeo Dobbs will be butt naked out there.
You start talking about butt naked, and I mean a happy, level-headed, out to have a good time on a Friday night individual smiles and laughs about it, man. It's just something about it.
All right, you talked about it, the game of the weekend, Chiefs-Bills.
You ain't going to like this, Ron.
Outside of –
You ain't going to like it, Ron.
I want you to give your honest truth, man.
You ain't going to like it.
I don't give a rip. You give your honest truth. The Bills are, as of the latest I've seen, a 3-point favorite. Started at 2.5, moved up 3-point favorite at home. Chiefs-Bills, where you see this one?
I like the Bills big in this one, too.
Oh, you say big?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
Yep. I think all three of these games are
put the knife
favorites.
down, Paul.
stand side-eyeing me, man. What happened?
Get close.
Yeah, I like the Bills big in this one right here, man. We've talked about this before. I think when Josh Allen is being used the right way, when he's not being asked to drop back and just rip this thing vertical down the field all day and take all that risk with the football, instead they're more calculated risk, and he's running the football. They're using his legs in the run game. All of a sudden, Cook gets rolling. I think the Bills are one of the teams to look at. I think they go big. I think they go big this week.
Yeah, this is the first time the Chiefs have played a road game since 2015.
That too
in the playoffs, and I think it's meaningless at this point. I know a lot of people will say homer pick. I look at who's got the better coach, the Chiefs. Who's got the better quarterback, the Chiefs. Who's got the better defense by a mile, the Chiefs. I look at those things, and those are major, important things in a game. And I think they have an advantage of being at home. But I'll take those advantages, the coach, the quarterback, and the defense. And the injuries on the defense for the Bills, I think, is the Chiefs' defense is the number one unit in this game. Both Bills' offense, Chiefs' defense, Bills' defense. The Chiefs' defense is the number one unit in this game. And if the Chiefs cannot shoot themselves in the foot, which they are fully capable of doing, Lord knows it.
Yeah.
But if they can minimize that, which they have done the last few weeks, I think that they go in. You give me the team with the best quarterback, coach, and defense, I tend to lean towards that, not to mention the team that has been the gold standard in the league the last decade with the best player in the world on their team. So, I'll lean that way. But, yeah.
Who's been the best quarterback the last 6 weeks out of these two?
You could say Josh, the last 6 weeks. Yeah. Who's you've been using the history. Who you trust in the playoffs?
Oh, there ain't no doubt. Pat's going to win that. You can put him up against anybody not named Brady.
Yeah. So
he's getting that.
Yeah, so we'll see here. Coming up real quick, Lions, Bucks.
I like the Lions in this game as well. I think these are all three. I'll take the favorites. Yeah. I'll lay the points and move on. In fact, I'm gonna call Tyler and put me a little 3-game parlay.
I think I'm rooting for the Bucks, but I think the Lions are going to win. All right, what you got coming up?
Well, it's Friday, ain't it?
That's right.
We got the NFL Hall of Famer John McClain coming up. We got some obviously that big Astros news. We'll see what he thinks about that. The big news that the Baltimore Ravens are going to be officially missing a couple of their best players. We'll see what the NFL Hall of Famer John McClain, see what he thinks about all that when we come back. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet. Right now, man, they got big time deals.
Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
That's right. We're down here at Tom's Watch Bar, Caroline and Dallas Street, downtown, right next door to the House of Blues. The place is packed. Come on down, hang out. We got breaking Astros news. We got the Texans to cuss and discuss. Big playoff game tomorrow. And my man Ron here, he's feeling generous today. He's giving away a few things. We've already given a Laramie Tunsil authentic sewn-on numbers, sewn-on letters jersey, by the way, deep steel blue. Jerome won one of those. I'm not going to give you Jerome's last name. I'm not real sure he is where he is supposed to be right now.
You don't know where Jim. I don't know if Jim's supposed to be here.
I don't know if his boss, whether I'm talking about the one he's employed by or the one at the house. I don't know if they know where he's at. But
both of them.
Anyway, he's whoever you are, he's coming home with a Laramie Tunsil jersey. We also got a football, a game, Texans game, not used, but a Texans game football, 4 panels, 8 laces, the real deal, the Duke, the Texans logo on it, signed by Derek Stingley Jr., as well as, which that'll be given away in this hour, the 4 o'clock hour. So if you're here, right, if you hadn't put your name in the raffle box, make sure you do. If you're out there listening, come on through. Get here ASAP and get your name in the box. Also, in the 5 o'clock hour, there is a C.J. Stroud helmet, Texans helmet that's signed over here. It looks like it has it's an authentic helmet, and then the guts of the helmet look like if you're I'm 46, so if you're probably 45 or older, it's probably the guts of that helmet, what was protecting your brain, and the chin strap very similar to that. So it is the real deal.
I mean, that's a hell of a description. Well, I mean,
it is the real deal. Well, you know, when usually you look at those signed helmets and it's like just almost like styrofoam in there a lot of times on autographed items, autographed stuff like that. And I pulled that thing out yesterday. And I looked at it. I said, "Damn, that chin strap looks a little familiar."
There you go.
So I got a couple of those at the house, and then I got to feeling around in the guts of that helmet, and there I'm like, "Damn, this may have been why my brain's a little scrambled. Speaking of, scrambled from back in the day. I almost forgot. We got John McClain on the line, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
John McClain, NFL Hall of Famer.
Patiently.
John McClain. Well, hell, you know he's a patient man. John, how you doing, brother?
Guys, I couldn't be better. That Astros trade with Abreu, Presley, and Hader is going to be like Dotel Lidge and Billy the Kid, who I hope is about to go into the Baseball Hall of Fame. And I tweeted that, boy, the Astros must have gotten tired of the Texans stealing their thunder because they just signed the best reliever in baseball, and people are so pumped. When I think about what Hader did last year and how he would fit in, I mean, he was great. Was 128 ERA, 56 innings, 85 strikeouts, only 32 hits. Josh Hader, who was part of one of the worst trades in Astros history, nobody envisioned it at the time because he came so great. Coming back, what a great move that Jim Crane spent the money, that Dana Brown pulled it off, and Joe Espada, the new manager, he must be turning cartwheels down Texas Avenue.
John, what is that?
I'd like to see that.
Which one, Dana or Crane?
Cartwheels being done down Texas Avenue
by who?
Espada.
Oh, Espada.
I'd like to see it. I'd like to see that.
Hey, John, what does that tell you about the I guess the mindset of the organization in terms of keeping this World Series window open?
Well, first of all, to me, this is a great sign that Jim Crane may open up the purse strings after letting guys get away. You know, the deals for Alvarez and Bregman and Altuve turned out to be team friendly. This is not team friendly, $19 million a year. And he's got Bregman and Altuve coming up. He's got Tucker coming up the year after. Most Astros fans that I talk to are like, Tucker, they're going to let him go like Springer and Correa. But I think this shows that Jim Crane is willing to take the financial gloves off because he wants to win. He don't want to lose games at home to the Rangers and watch the Rangers go to the World Series. And the Rangers were interested, and I have friends calling me Astros fans in the Metroplex saying up there, they're going, well, the Rangers aren't stupid. They're not going to overspend for Hader. And I'm saying, yeah, that's because they overspent so much on Jacob deGrom.
Yeah, that is true. They did overspend there, and obviously with Max also as well last year. So yeah, man, it's a great move for the Astros, and I love everything about that move. And they went from being the biggest, I would say, weakness on this team to the best bullpen in baseball when you look at those three that they can bring forward. But big game tomorrow. Big game tomorrow. This time tomorrow. We'll be watching and covering this Texans-Ravens game. And the big news off of that right now, John, is the Ravens are going to be without Mark Andrews. Now, they haven't been playing with him, but I don't know, it felt like him being a full participant this week that he would play. How significant do you think this is in this game, even though they have been playing without him the last couple of months?
Yeah, I don't think it's significant at all. Isaiah Likely's been playing really well. They've been pounding some of the best teams in the NFL. They're so good right now in regular season, at least. But what the Texans need for them to do is come out at M&T Bank Stadium the way they did in 2019 when they were 14-2 and earned home field advantage, and the Titans went in there and beat the hell out of them. They need them because they've had a lot of time off now. A lot of their starters, including Lamar Jackson, to come out not rusty, but just not totally in sync. Maybe an early turnover that C.J. Stroud is able to capitalize on. People ask me, say, well, boy, Stroud's under a lot of pressure. No, he's not. C.J. Stroud's not under any pressure. He's had a great season. I heard him on ESPN say this morning he's had the greatest rookie season of any quarterback in history. The pressure is on Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is 1-3 in the playoffs. He's 0-2 in the divisional round. He's going to win his second MVP award, but he can't have C.J. Stroud pull an upset and have one more playoff victory than he has. And Jackson is really good. He's a great runner. He's played well in Todd Monken's system. They're a great running team, number one. They're tied for first in turnover differential. They lead the league in rushing, sacks. They got a lot of great things going for them. So I think it would have to be turnovers. You know, the Texans don't turn it over. They're number one in the league in fewest turnovers. And it's supposed to be cold. There's snow today. It's supposed to clear up tomorrow, partly sunny and cloudy, depending on what time of the day it is. Be 27 high, and it's not the cold weather. You always worry about the wind coming off the harbor at this time of year. And if that's the case, they're going to have to run a lot. And I would expect Jackson to run like he usually does. And it wouldn't surprise me if Stroud doesn't run more than any time he's done it this season.
John, what do you think about the injury report in terms of the health of the Texans? Now, Jerry Hughes is the only one that's out. Obviously, the one that sticks out to me is George Fant being questionable after an illness. But is there anything else on that injury report with the Texans that concerns you at all going into this tomorrow's game?
No, they're about as healthy as they can be under the circumstances, certainly healthier than they were 2 weeks ago. Charlie Hack got beaten up real bad in that Christmas Eve game, so they put Fant in, and Fant played really well last week. Usually you don't see guys miss games because they're ill or they got a virus or something, so I fully expect George Fant to be back at right tackle. I told D'Amico, I said, Ron Hughley wants you to play Fant at right tackle, so make it happen. He said, okay, we'll put him back there. So, Ron, props to you for making that happen. And I think the offensive line's coming off its best performance in pass protection. They were outstanding. Laramie Tunsil dominated Myles Garrett. And if they could come up with a similar performance against a team that leads the league in sacks, that would give them a great chance to pull an upset. And one of the differences, the Browns just come up the field, where Mike McDonald, their defensive coordinator, he's really good, and they disguise blitzes, come from different angles. They're kind of like Todd Bowles with the Bucs, who's recognized as the best blitzing coach in the league, and that's what they do. So Stroud, I'm hoping, will roll out, do some bootlegs, move in pocket, and, of course, he got to get rid of the ball fast.
John McClain with us here as we're live here on this Football Friday at Tom's Watch Bar. John, the NFL Hall of Famer. John, you talked about all the things with the Ravens there. I'm curious from you, what advantage would you say that the Texans have in this game? Where are places where you're like, this is a spot where the Texans can maybe have an advantage against the Ravens?
Oh, boy, because the Ravens are good in so many areas. The fact is sometimes maybe they're too young and inexperienced to they don't know what they don't know. They go in there thinking, hey, we can win this game. I don't care what the spread's 9.5 points. Don't care that what Jackson's record is. We can win this game. They're not feeling pressure. So maybe it's mental. But what they don't want to happen is to fall behind early. And I'll guarantee you, if something happened like in 2019 when they went into Arrowhead and jumped on the Chiefs and then choked it, if this team jumps on the Ravens, they ain't choking it. It's not in their DNA because of who they are. The confidence, the attitude, the coaching, and coaching will play a big part in it. And even though I picked the Ravens to win, if the Texans were to pull an upset, I wouldn't be that surprised.
John, so you don't think there's anywhere where you feel like they have an advantage?
I was going to say, my man said.
No, do you guys find an advantage?
I guess Laramie Tunsil.
I'm talking. I thought you were talking about the whole offensive line.
I know what you meant. I know what you meant. It's a difficult one to me. I'm with you though.
Well, with Mark Andrews out, they still have two tight ends, Kohler and Isaiah Likely. But right now, the Texans have tight ends that average 56 yards per catch against the Browns. Now, they had only 2 catches, but they made the most out of them. I think Dalton Schultz is better than Isaiah Likely and Charlie Kohler, and I think that that's an advantage. You can't say special teams because the Ravens got the best kicker in history in Justin Tucker, so maybe coverage teams, I'm not sure. Maybe Damian Pierce can break a long one to give them good field position. Texans have the best special teams in the NFL for the second year in a row. But, boy, when you're breaking it down by position, I can make a case for a tight end, and they don't have a wide receiver like Nico Collins, not Odell Beckham Jr., not Zay Flowers. They don't have a Nico Collins. And so that's and Laramie Tunsil. They don't. Ronnie Stanley is not playing as well as Laramie Tunsil, even though he's a great left tackle. Tunsil's been playing tremendously. So maybe that's 3 positions, but that's not much in the whole scheme of things.
Who do you think's got the better coordinators?
Oh, well, Bobby Slowik's done it 1 year. Todd Monken's done it 1 year. Monken's been in college football. Bobby's been in the NFL. Mike McDonald's done a great job with their defense, and he calls the defenses. Matt Burke doesn't. D'Amico Ryans does. But I'm partial to Slowik, and I'm hoping that Bobby, after he does all these interviews, his head will be spinning. And he'll tell D'Amico, you know what, I need to do what you did with the Niners. I need to come back for another year as a coordinator and a play caller to get more experience before I become a head coach.
Boy, that'd be some beautiful news on top of a hellacious season whenever it is that it ends. John, where can the folks find you, and what are you writing about, my man?
SportsRadio610.com. I've got 5 things to watch. I got a column about Texans could make Houston football history if they win this game, and then I got another one about C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans. Guys, thank you very much. Have a great time. It's going to be an incredible weekend.
All right, that is the Hall of Famer. That is John McClain, as he is with us each and every Friday here on this Football Friday. I believe he said he picked the Ravens. Is that what he said?
Oh, he definitely picked the Ravens. There, I mean, I didn't need to score. I didn't need him to say he picked the Ravens. Hell, he couldn't find an advantage across the board for the Texans.
He said mental.
I did see I saw a tweet earlier from somebody else that said John McClain went on radio in Baltimore and just shredded the Texans.
Did he? You know what?
I didn't listen to it, so I don't know exactly. My only point in saying that is I'm gonna guess if somebody listened to what he had to say and got there, he picked the Baltimore Ravens. Is all I'm saying.
Give it a hand for John McClain. So we got slow golf class for the general, the Hall of Famer. So appreciate John McClain once again. As he said, you can catch all of his things on Sports Radio 610. as he is our senior writer there. Coming up, all right, let's look at this. C.J. Stroud, man. Clint has said it this week. This could be his moment. This could be a moment for C.J. Stroud. Many of you have texted in, C.J. Stroud on Saturday will be legendary. All right, we've seen different ways that the Texans have been able to win this year. What type of performance do they need from their quarterback, C.J. Stroud? What type of a performance do they need from him? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on this Football Friday Playoff Edition presented by LaMisha Wakana. We are here live.
By who?
LaMisha Wakana, baby. I tell you, man. Hey,
that boy
man, listen, hey, baby, the first 3 weeks, that was a struggle. That was a fight. All right, that LaMisha Wakana, I had to go stand in the mirror and really break that down, but now I got that
You got it,
now.
man. Hey, look here, Ron. You stick around long enough, spend enough money, buy us enough time, we'll get your name right.
I'm telling you, hang in there. You force me. I get you now. Now I need to holler at that meat market is what I need.
That's right.
Is what I need to. But no, come on down. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. It's starting to fill up. Let me hear the people. It's a party out here now. There you go. There you go. Shout out to my man Clinton. We love it when people have our same names. Him and his lady came in and took photos, had a good time to hang out. By the way, as soon as this segment ends, the autographed Derek Stingley Jr. football will be raffled out. So if you have just entered and you have not put your name in that raffle, you've got until the end of this segment before you get that Derek Stingley Jr. football raffle. And then in the 5 o'clock hour, the big one, C.J. Stroud and a game helmet will be raffled off. So that's coming up after this segment ends here at Tom's Watch Bar. Come on down here downtown right next to House of Blues. And if you're on your way in the building, you can come. Oh, Clinton pulled the damn thing out. Clint, now see?
That's the real
Clint,
deal, man.
No, do not start throwing this ball around here. Because I can see the look in your eyes.
I can't.
Like my man.
I can't.
And no, put your hands down. Put your damn hands down. Stop. No, you're not doing that. Everybody, my man down here low trying to keep his feet in bounds.
I would, but it's not mine, fellas.
No,
it's not mine.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
It's not mine. I don't own it.
That's the rule. Here we go. You put a football in an old quarterback's hand. He's going to start, and somebody's about to get out here and run a slant right now.
I still got a slant in me. I still got a slant in me. Just don't get beyond about 15, or I ain't got a chance. That thing's gonna hang a while.
No, don't do that.
Stingley's got a nice signature, man.
Oh, God.
DS24. That's solid right there.
There
Well done.
That's coming up.
That's gonna look good. Look, it's got the Texans logo on it. That's nice, huh?
There you go. There it is. It's nice. The Duke right there got a chance to win that
every post game, we do a post game show and somebody gets a game ball. Like last week, Christian Harris had a game ball and his pick six ball, and they come walking in that studio with that ball, carrying them like that.
Oh, they just carried it.
I so bad want to be like, hey, let me touch it one time.
And so you could throw it.
One time, let me like everybody else in here. It's good to know that there's some like-minded folks in here.
Yeah.
Like you just see 4 panels, 8 laces. Everybody's like, let me get it. Let me touch it.
My man down here trying to get it. Yeah. So that's coming up here in just a second. All right, I said this on the other side with the tease there. What type of performance do the Texans need from their quarterback, C.J. Stroud? We've seen many games. Like we've seen him become a game manager, and they win games. We've seen him against, I think, Denver in the second half. He just kind of no turnovers and did what he needed to do and allowed the defense to win. We've seen him go off like he did against the Buccaneers, where I call that the over my dead body game, where we're just not going to lose. I don't care what happens. I don't care what Baker does. We're not going to lose. He followed that up, the same type of performance against Joe Burrow in the Bengals. What do we need? My man right here just came to me, Rich out here who's in the building. He just came to me and said, CJ needs to just play his normal game. Just needs to play his normal game, and that'll get it done. For you, as you look at this game, Clint, you've been there, you played the position, you can understand in big games. You've had big games where you looked across and saw Peyton Manning and you felt like I got to play this type of game. What type of game do you think C.J. Stroud has to play for the Texans to win?
I think Rich is right.
Plus one or two.
Plus one. No, I think, and I mean that in a way of like it's going to take C.J. Stroud being surgical versus this McDonald and defense coordinator in Baltimore. They're going to run a lot of zone. They're going to move coverage. They're going to disguise some pressures, and CJ is going to have to be surgical, no doubt about it, and take what's given to him underneath. And what he's done all year long is at a high percentage, he's gone to the right place at the right time, immediately got the ball out of his hand quick. He eliminates the pass rush a lot of the time. He is absolutely going to have to do those things this week. But I think the plus one is whether it comes at the end of the first half or the fourth quarter or both, there's going to be C.J. Stroud highlight reel type moments that he's just going to have in order for the Texans to keep pace and ultimately beat Lamar Jackson and the Ravens.
Yeah, to me, I think he's got to be the best player on the field. I think potential, and maybe that is too much. Like I walk into this thinking the same way I felt about their chances to win against the Bengals, is he has to at least play to the same level as Joe Burrow in that game. And at that time, that was the first time we'd really seen CJ outside of the first game against Lamar, which they were fine. That's the first time since CJ had looked to be the guy we're seeing now have to go up against a top-flight quarterback. It felt like he needed to at least play at Joe's level because of where they were on the road and all of that. Well, in that game, he outplayed Joe, right? Joe turned the ball over multiple times. Now, he threw the pick at the end, but it was clear when you watched that game, the best player on the field, the best quarterback in the game, even with Joe Burrow on it on the road, was C.J. Stroud. And to me, it feels like it's got to be that level of performance against Lamar. I think he's got to at least play to the level of Lamar, and with the talent and with the defense that the Ravens bring, it almost feels like it's got to be a little bit more. Right. As you said, he's got to make some plays. Well, he's got to make some, when they're there, he's got to make some plays that maybe he wouldn't have to make against other teams.
Well, I just think like we're somewhat spoiled based off of what we saw last week. You look at the Texans' offensive performance last week against the Browns and the Green Bay Packers' offensive performance against the Cowboys, and they were very similar. Obviously dominant performances. But you watch them and you go, or at least I do, I don't want to speak for anybody else, I watch them and I go, the offensive coordinators were special. I mean, there's throws in the ocean.
Bobby too.
The quarterback knows exactly where he's going with the ball. That guy's open. There's throws in the ocean. There's 275 yards and 3 touchdowns over here. I don't remember Jordan Love's statistics, but I know there were guys running wide open all over the field. A similar game to that, but it's more about CJ making plays instead of the offensive coordinator's game plan being absolutely lights out.
Yeah, because it's hard to think like Bobby was on a heater. I mean, there wasn't nothing that he called.
Yeah.
When the game mattered. In the second half, they touched the ball. The defense had scored 2 touchdowns.
I mean, CJ ran 11 plays in the second half.
Yeah. So he was on a heater. So it's hard to. I think there are going to be moments in this game where McDonald has Bobby, right? Like whatever he calls McDonald has.
CJ's got to make him right.
CJ's got to do that, which we know he's capable of doing, Clint, which is a big thing.
You always say this about quarterbacks since day one and usually we're talking about is a guy a fixer or not? Let's be completely honest. This year with C.J. Stroud, I don't know that C.J.'s necessarily been a fixer as much. He's been good. Don't get me wrong. He's been really good. He's played in the pocket and he's processed at a high level. And Bobby's been great. And there's been great run after the catch, and he's been great. Don't get me wrong, but you mentioned the Tampa Bay game. I'll even say the Atlanta game late, that last drive in the Atlanta game.
Jacksonville in the second half.
Yes, there is going to be moments like that where, to your point, like McDonald's going to have Bobby Slowick. The play's not going to be perfect. And CJ's going to have to fix it. And in my opinion, those plays are going to come in critical moments into the first half, fourth quarter, and they're going to ultimately decide the game.
Yeah, it's going to be a big 3rd and 7, and somehow Roquan Smith comes free on a blitz, and is he able to make a play to continue a drive? The thing is, he's capable of doing it. We've seen him we've seen him do it. He's capable of doing it. I think that's the type of game we're going to need to see from him. All right. We've talked about this. I think this is a big one. Clint, on Wednesday, your concern on the Texans being able to actually win this game on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being extremely concerned, was an 8. Where are you at today? And I'll be honest, my numbers probably climbed up a little bit from Wednesday. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on.
Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yes, this Football Friday. Once again, congratulations to our latest winner, Rich Kaiser. Loyal listener wins the football, and Clint, he was able to pick up because old Juan Banda. I don't know where you are, Juan Banda. We done told you don't get to just put your name in the raffle and then just think you can leave and then think your name's getting drawn and you still going to win the prize. It ain't happening. And Juan, I hope Juan ain't in the bathroom or getting a smoke because Juan going to be pissed because Rich ain't giving that football up. I'll tell you that right now.
Nah,
that football is Rich.
Rich over there like Larry Tunsil last week. He got the clamps on that thing.
I'm telling you, boy, Rich was intense on that win.
Look here, man. Juan.
Come on, Juan.
Are you kidding me, man? 30 minutes, bro. 30 minutes. 30 minutes, man. You could have stuck around.
Yeah, man.
Juan D. Banda.
Yep.
713.
I thought you
832.
Come on, hold on a sec. Gonna read that man's phone number.
What in the hell is going on?
And I'm going to tell you.
I don't know what was so important, but she better be fine.
And I'm going to tell you, and the people that were here, hey, he tried it. He tried it, boy. He tried to hold on for it.
I checked the smoke pit.
He did, man.
I checked the bathroom. I held off the troops. Man, Juan's gone. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Juan D. Banda is late. Well, he's late.
It's late. We listed.
No.
I told you this is exactly what Damn it. Damn it. We lost out. We had to move. You got to be in the building.
We'll get it figured out. We'll get it figured out.
I don't know if
we'll get it figured out.
All right, as we're here live here at Tom's Watch Bar.
Hey, man.
Gets emotional around here with these.
Hey, Matt, let her know we'll make it right before she runs off. Let her know I'll make it right.
We'll figure something out. But it gets emotional around here for these prizes here. But
Derek, damn you, Derek Stingley.
Coming up, 5 o'clock hour. Rich ain't budged over there. Coming up, 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a don't damn show me. Hey, me. Coming up, 5 o'clock, your chance to win. And I'm Rod, damn it. Chance to win a C.J. Stroud helmet coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. Maybe put Juan's name back in there. I don't know. Maybe they have a chance in there. All right. It's Friday. Wednesday, we talked about this, Clint. We talked about this Wednesday, Clint. The concern meter for the Texans winning this game. How confident? Now, 10 being very, very concerned. Very, very concerned. And you were at an 8 on Wednesday. 1 being no concerns at all. Some people are texting in zero concern so far right now for this game. Friday, 1 sleep away. Where are you at now since you've had some time since the middle of the week to look at this?
I've moved a little bit, Ron.
Have you?
I've moved in the favor of the Texans a little bit, and I feel like I got some pretty good justification. I watched a little film. One of the games being the Rams game, and I watched the Rams run it effectively early on. Probably got away from the run too quick, and I watched them give Lamar Jackson some problems in the pass game defensively. I then did a little digging from a statistical standpoint and realized that from a yards per carry standpoint, Baltimore's in the lower quarter of the league defensively. Not obviously not offensively. Talking defense here. I took into consideration the struggles of Baltimore in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson in the playoffs, and right now I'm at a 6. I've moved to a 6.
A 6?
Yep.
I can't wait to hear your game pick coming up here in the 5 o'clock hour.
Well, it's
this ought to be good.
I'm going to explain it when that time comes, but I don't know. I got a feeling, man. I got a feeling.
What has dropped this from a 6? Because at an 8
to a 6
to a 6. Because at an 8, last week you said on Wednesday you didn't see a path for the Texans to beat the Browns. You're at 8. That's even higher than you were last week. What has been the cause for you to feel a little bit more confident about the Texans?
Well, one, the ass whooping that they put on the Browns last week and how easily they diced up the best defense in football, or one of, however you want to couch it. The way in which they did that performance, it's hard to not move pretty strongly in a positive direction for the – in favor of the Texans there. So I think the Texans inch closer to the better teams in this league overall, generally speaking. And then, I think I don't lean as much. They played great football. Don't get me wrong. They have played really good football. They've beaten the dog out of some really good teams. But I think all that stuff is for none. When the playoffs start, man, it's a different animal. And I think we've got a sample size of the Texans playing really well. We don't know anything other than the past with the Baltimore Ravens. I just feel like there's 4 or 5 things that I can go into that makes me feel better than where I sat 2 days ago at an 8, and I feel confident in a 6.
All right, 713-572-4610. Where are you at? Where are you at now in terms of your confidence? Someone texted they're at a 3. So they feel pretty good about the Texans winning this game. Tyler started at a 6.8. Tyler cannot give just regular numbers.
Yeah.
He texted me this morning. I said, where are you at now? He said he's at a 3.6. 3.6. He's down well under 5 now.
That didn't take long.
Not at all. Tyler is feeling good. I cannot wait to unveil Tyler's pick for this game. I already have Tyler's game pick for this
score and everything.
Oh, I cannot wait to unveil where Tyler is. Listen, I started the week at a 7 at this point right now. I started Wednesday when we did this at a 7. And right now, as someone texted in, Ron, I already know what you're going to say. Have you even watched the Texans this year? Every last one of the games. Watched every last one of them. Multiple times, to be honest with you. I have probably moved up to an 8. I'm very, very concerned for the chances for them to win this game. I don't think they're going to get embarrassed, but for the chances for them to win this game. I think Baltimore earned being the number 1 seed this year. They have been the most impressive team during this season, and they have not just wins, but as you said, blowout wins against the Niners, the other number 1 seed. They beat the hell out of the Dolphins when the Dolphins were kind of healthy, and Seattle when they were rolling. They beat them 37-3. The Lions,
Detroit,
the Lions, they beat the Lions where Lamar didn't play in the fourth quarter. And I think a big key for me is not only them I think being the better football team overall that they have shown all season long. I think a lot of people are looking at Lamar and the pressure being on Lamar, and I think there is, but I don't think Lamar is coming into it as he is feeling pressure. I think Lamar is excited as hell to get on the field. I think Lamar, because that's what great players are, right? People have compared him to James Harden, and I think that's ridiculous, to be honest with you. We haven't seen Lamar play in the playoffs in 3 years. All right, his biggest upset loss was his second season, and he is a completely different player than he was then. All right, they're fair criticisms. They're real. They're facts, so you can push that. I don't think Lamar comes in here nervous. I think Lamar comes in here excited, and you're going to get, to me, if I'm the Texans, and I know D'Amico's rolling in here thinking we're going to get one of the best games of Lamar Jackson. And when you see that, he's won the MVP or is going to be the MVP for the second time for good reason. I get really, really concerned even more. And he looks and sounds like he's ready to kind of shut the noise of the 1-3. The 1-3. That is all he is hearing, the 1-3, the 1-3. So I've grown even more concerned with this team and their chance to actually win the game. I don't think they're going to get embarrassed, but to win the game, I've moved up to an 8. 713-572-4610. Where are you at this point now? I'm still at a 3.14. Someone texted in. I think people are just embracing Tyler at this point. Someone texted in, Lamar, I'd love for you to touch this, Clint. Lamar has the same passing numbers as he did in his second year. even if that is the case, I don't even know if that is the case. If you watch Lamar, it's not even the same. He's not the same player, and they've got a pretty different cast around him as well.
I struggle with it because here's the deal: is I ask myself, you're right. He's not the same player. He's a different player. But the truth of the matter is Lamar Jackson in this system right now doing what they're doing? Is he better in this system than he was, and more dominant in this system than he was in Mark Roman's offense the last MVP year? I know they're great, and I know they've beaten up on some really good teams, and they can be great, and odds are they will be great. If they bump up against a great defensive game plan, what does that look like? Because I believe DeMeco Ryans is going to have a good plan. What does that look like? And that's where I'm stuck with Lamar. Yeah, I think he's a different player. I think this system in the long run is going to help him tremendously. But I don't think I'm not sold that this is a better version of the Baltimore Ravens than what we saw when they were
full run go.
Yes, indeed.
I don't know because
we'll see,
because that part he can always do. And it's in the playbook. They call it if they need to. That part, I think his improvement in reading defenses and how to, as you would say, distribute to those guys has kind of taken his game to the next level. For me, I don't think either one of the quarterbacks are going to choke in this game. I don't think this is going to be one where a lot of people are always 1-3. When you say Harden, you're saying a choker.
Yeah.
I don't think Lamar Jackson is going to go out here and choke. Right. I think if they win it, CJ and company is going to take it from them with them playing well, which I'm not saying is an impossibility. It can happen. All right, coming up, we'll get all the big news happening right now. The Ravens, they are going to be missing one of their stars. Also, the Astros jumping in, making big news, and big news with Bobby Sloak. We'll give you the rest of that coming up here as soon as we get back here on this Football Friday Live right here on The Drive.
It's the 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the Dilf, and Big D Santiago. Chris Santiago is producing as Tyler is in flight. Tyler is en route to Vegas, and he is up out of here. You good? Tyler, Clint just got a little cardio in. As we took care of a little business, Clint got a little cardio in. He's feeling good. See, that Peloton got you, and now you had to make it up outside and get a little run in.
Well, yeah, the legs were a little heavy,
Yeah, I bet they
along with everything else. But yeah, man.
Yeah, you did it. You did it in 6 minutes. How about that?
I like making things right, man, and we were able to accomplish that. Thanks to Big Rich over here. Rich or Rick? Which one was it?
It's Rich. It's Rich.
Yeah, it's Rich. Richie Rich down there, man.
We'll take
appreciate
care of
that.
Here we go. But coming up, 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win our final prize, a autographed helmet by C.J. Stroud. If you're on the way, you're in the building, sign your name, put it in the raffle. Your chance to win that as we get rolling. We're live here at Tom's Watch Bar here downtown, right next to House of Blues, where Caroline and Dallas Street meet. Come on in, have a good time, and enjoy yourself as people starting to get off work, people starting to fall in, having a good time and getting excited about this big game tomorrow against the Houston Texans against the Baltimore Ravens. All right, Clint, big news here for the Texans. We found out the news yesterday that the Texans would not have to face Marlon Humphrey, the number one corner for the Baltimore Ravens. Now we have found out that, according to the Ravens and reports out, the Ravens did not activate Mark Andrews, so he will not play in this game. And he is Lamar Jackson's number one target. Now, I want to see if you agree with John McClain. Earlier, John McClain said that he does not think it's a real big deal that Mark Andrews isn't available in this game because because the Ravens haven't had him the last couple of months, and they've beaten teams like the Niners and the Dolphins and other good teams without him. Do you agree with the Hall of Famer, John McClain, that Mark Andrews being ruled out for this game is not that big of a deal?
No, I don't. Not in the least bit. I think it's a big deal. I mean, you're talking about one of the best tight ends in the game right now. You're talking about regular season versus the playoffs. You're talking about a team that is one of the they are the best run offense in the league, and we're talking about a tight end that can put his hand in the dirt and block as well as is a mismatch in coverage. So, I disagree wholeheartedly with that. I think that if I've got to play the Baltimore Ravens, it's a simple question. Do you want to play him with Mark Andrews or do you want to play him without Mark Andrews? Do you feel like your chances are better of getting a stop on third down with Mark Andrews in the game or without him in the game? And I think that's an easy answer. Mark Andrews is a difference maker in this league, and so I think they're still a good team. Don't get me wrong; they've beaten some good teams throughout the year, and they're a good offense. And Lamar is the stir that straws the drink, so to speak. But Mark Andrews is a beast, and him not being in is advantage Houston, no doubt.
Yes, it is clearly an advantage for the Texans.
Yeah.
Right now. I don't think it's as big as he's Lamar's favorite target. I don't think it's as big of a deal as other teams right now if their favorite target left since he's been out for so long and they've been able to this isn't going to be foreign to them of like having to play without Mark Andrews. Right, it was just going to be they could do a lot of different things around Mark Andrews and probably create openings for somebody like Zay Flowers and things like that. They still have Isaiah Likely, who I know you are someone who believes that can definitely help hurt the Texans if they allow him to get going at the tight end spot. So they have been playing with him, and he's gotten a good rapport with him. But it is hard to say Lamar Jackson's favorite target, a guy that is a mismatch issue for teams not being available, isn't that big of a deal. I cannot get with McClain on that one. I don't think it's like if Nico Collins, wasn't able to play tomorrow, because the Texans are used to and needing to have him. I do think it's still a big deal, though. I wanted to get with you with something that really we haven't addressed that much this week, a little bit today. For you in this game, we have not talked about Motor, Singletary, the run game as much, Clint. How big of a factor do you think this needs to be for the Texans on Sunday running the football? They haven't been no one looks at them as a great run team, but there have been times where, if they can just run well enough to not become completely one-dimensional, it will help. We haven't talked about Singletary a lot this year. He had a pretty good second half. How important or big a deal do you think it is for him in this game?
It's big. I think and he doesn't have to be great. I think he just has to be a complimentary. Clearly, C.J. Stroud in the pass game is what this team's going to live and die with, without a doubt. But you've just got to be complimentary. If opportunity presents itself, and you again, I said it last week. You get a big completion down inside the 10-yard line. Boom, there's a horse collar. You get half the distance. You're on the 4-yard line. It's hard as hell to pass the ball down there against the average defenses in the league, much less Baltimore, right? And so now you're handcuffed severely. Although CJ's great, you're handcuffed severely if everybody knows, hey, you can't run the ball worth a damn, and you got to throw it 3 times and then kick a field goal or score. Obviously, CJ's good enough to get a touchdown, but the ability in those situations, whether it's inside the 5 or it's 3rd and 1 or 4th and 1, the ability to run the football in a complementary fashion is absolutely paramount in this game. It's huge in this game, and that's why I picked Devin Singletary, not Derek Singletary, Devin. That's why I picked him as my Mad Dog player, baby.
Yeah, Clint, because this team leads the league in sacks and pressures.
Yep.
The Ravens, they lead the league in sacks and pressures, and if they get to a point where they don't even care about the run, where they don't even think, if they get to, whether that is because the game dictates it by lead or because the Texans just, and we've seen the Texans have those games where they just can't run it. I mean, they can't run it. That, to me, is going to be a real issue potentially for them if Justin Madubuike and Clowney and 9-9, the other guy off the edge, and their blitz packages and all that, if they could just say, let's go, we're going to the quarterback. That's why I think they got to have something. Like you said, man, this can't be negative plays. You got to have something, man, like 3-4 yards a pop where you can do something and to slow down their number 1 pass rush in the league. So that's why I think it's big.
The Texans, to me, the biggest, most glaring thing about the Texans' run game is that there's been games this year where Bobby Slowick says, all right, I'm going to run the football. And good run football teams, the one thing you know is not going to happen is you're going to get immediate penetration, play side, and the guy's going to get hit 3 yards deep in the backfield, right? Yeah. You at least feel like you got a chance to line up in 2nd and 9. Yeah. And the problem is that there's just been several times this year where you just don't feel like if you run it on 1st down, you're taking a real chance of having 2nd and long. And that's why I think Bobby strayed from the run game a lot of the times, along with C.J. Stroud has obviously been special. So I just think it's got to be – I don't think this is a game where all of a sudden you run it 25 times with Devin Singletary. I just think it's a low run game as well in terms of attempts, but they're effective. Yeah. And that's where I think the Texans, and I do think there's something to that. Baltimore allowing 4.5 yards a carry. I think there's something there to possibly exploit by the Texans in the run game as well.
All right, a lot to get to. We'll have our picks coming up in just a bit. for this game as we continue to roll here. One sleep away for this game to see if the Texans can get to an AFC Championship game for the very first time in team history.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, big news, and this happened right off the top of the show. The Houston Astros said, "Nah, man, we want to jump into some of this Houston joy. We want to get in the party right now."
Hey, Cal. Hey, Hannah, hold my beer.
Hey, hold on, chill out now. Don't forget the people who got the 2 rings now.
Yeah.
Don't forget about the champs around here.
Don't forget these boys over here at Minute Maid.
Jim Crane said,
"We got the party started."
Jim Crane said, "Yo, Mr. Brown, go get him. Go get him. Do what it takes. Go get him." And the Astros, went and got the number 1 prize in terms of a reliever out on the market. They go and get star closer Josh Hader to the tune of 5 years, $95 million. Jim Crane, this is what he had to say: "We think we have a good team, and it adds a big piece in the back of our bullpen. With Presley and Abreu, you have 3 quality guys in the 7th, 8th, or 9th. We were wherever we want them to pitch. We think it gives us a nice chance to get to the playoffs and make another run in the World Series." And I'm going to tell you how I feel about this move. And I just as a baseball fan, I was touched by this move. First off, I love Jim Crane saying, "The hell with them Rangers. Not a chance in hell that I'm going to watch Bruce Bochy shuffle his ass back up into my stadium and celebrate a championship. No, this is not happening anymore. Not on my watch. We're going to do what it takes. We're going to go down fighting if it happens." Clint, I like this move so much to add this bullpen. I think this now, to me, makes this the best team in baseball. I think this move jumps the Astros over the Rangers, the Yankees. All right, let me pump my brakes.
I think say the
American League. Let me pull that. The American League, the best team in the American League. The Dodgers they're just cheating. What it seems like, with just going to get anybody they can get. But the best team in the American League. I thought the Rangers were still in front of them, but I think this is a move that solidifies this team and makes this a strength and makes them have 5-inning games. 5-inning games, because you better get the lead before the 6th. Because these guys, not only that, these are guys that can go multiple innings, multiple outs if need be. This is going to be crazy during the season and even crazier in the postseason if they get to it.
Well, you spoke to every aspect of the game from an X's and O's perspective. For me, as a fan, I just love the mindset of the Astros right now. Because if they wanted to pull the reins back and not spend a bunch of money and stay under the luxury to all that job, all that legal, financial mambo jumbo, they could. And, we would just have to take the success we've had and understand that it's going to be a couple more years. But instead, they said, "No, we're going to keep this World Series window open, and we're not just going to talk about it. We're going to put we're going to sign a check." Yeah. And this is, it's big, man. It just, for me, for the next 4 or 5 years in Houston, I wasn't real convinced what was going to happen with the Astros. A lot of the dudes that made this thing a reality for us and won World Series, they're coming to the end of the road, potentially. We've lost superstars along the way over the last 4 years, and I was at a spot where it's like I have no clue what's going to happen. I don't know which direction they're going to go. To me, this says we're going to do everything in our power, including inking checks, to make sure that this World Series window stays open. So, hell, I'm here for it.
The crazy thing is, I think when you look at bullpen, starting pitching, and lineup, I think they got a top 5 lineup in baseball, if not the American League, even with Jake in center. They've got a top 5 lineup. I think they got the best bullpen in baseball. And the biggest concern you have probably now is the starting pitching that includes Justin Verlander and Framber Valdez and Christian Javier. Yep. and potentially Lance McCullers. That's your biggest concern.
Come on, Lance.
And those are the guys they're rolling out there. And then outside of that, manager, who is a rookie manager. But if your concern is starting pitching and you can roll out that crew, because at any point, Framber Valdez can click it and be the best pitcher in baseball. Like, I mean, at any moment, like, his head case issues could roll. So this is crazy. So
I need to hear from Lance. I know I've said it multiple times today, but I need to hear from Lance.
Yeah, it's just work, man. Maybe just stop.
I mean, I really like the guy. I think he moves the needle from the fan base perspective. I think folks get amped to watch the dude play.
Yeah.
What's going on with you, bub?
Let's go. All right. That is the latest there as the Astros big move at Josh Hader.
Bury me in the H.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, I want to hit this one real quick. I want to get your thoughts on this, Clint, because I think I saw a lot of people having meltdowns on Texans Twitter last night, and I just think, like, guys, just calm down. The Titans finished up their interview with Bobby Slowick yesterday. It was his second interview, offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. He had an interview virtually with the Panthers, and then he had one with the Titans. And now people are wondering and questioning his focus level for this game against Baltimore. Had a guy text in and say, if they lose, I'm completely blaming this on Bobby Slowick. Now, Bobby Slowick is going to get blamed anyway because we know D'Amico and CJ are in God mode. It's not going to be their fault for another 5 years at least. So Bobby Slowick was going to catch it. Anytime this offense performed poorly, it was always on him. Clint, do you have any concerns that his focus is lost or that the offense will?
I don't have any concern about D'Amico Ryans and his football team and his coaching staff being distracted for this football game. No, I don't have. These guys are very, very convincingly locked in. Now, I don't know what the hell that means in terms of how they're going to perform, but I am convinced that he's got the locker room and his staff dialed the freak in. I'm not worried about it. But you want to talk about if Tennessee is smart, once again, I as a fan, I hate to say this and admit it, but it's reality. If Tennessee's smart, they'll come after Bobby Slowick because of what he's done with C.J. Stroud and hope like hell you can do it with Will Levis.
And take it from C.J.
Bingo.
Yeah.
At the same time, you're upgrading your team and you're you're hurting an in-division opponent that is clearly, I mean, on their way to being convincingly on top of this division with what's going on right now. You add to your squad, subtract from theirs, it would be a hell of a move that, to be honest with you, I mean, it would make a whole hell of a lot of sense.
Yeah. If the Texans' offense doesn't perform well against the number 2 rated defense in football, I do not think it will be because of the two digital interviews that Bobby Slowick had this week.
Agreed.
I don't think that will be the case. So, Bobby, man, live your life. Go get your dream, baby. Oh, y'all, stop hating on Bobby, man. Calm down, man. Let that man. By the way, the two coordinators, Malkin and McDonald, they've had interviews, multiple interviews as well. The Ravens coordinators, both of them, have had interviews as well. All right, coming up, we're going to do our picks. Tyler already has his pick in, and, folks, it is explosive. We will get our picks in on this game between your Houston Texans and the Baltimore Ravens coming up next.
The best football breakdown is Friday Playoff Edition on Sports Radio 610. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are partying here on a Football Friday. It's a playoff edition presented by Lamisha Wakana. We're here at Tom's Watch Bar downtown, right next to House of Blues. Come on out. Clint's getting tall, boys, baby. He's having a good time out here. Why not, baby? Running down people. You deserve it, man. Come on, man. Enjoy it now. Clap it up for Red. Come on, man. He deserves it. Dirty Red deserves it. There it is, man.
I appreciate
Just had
that,
his second child. Come on, man. Get this kid.
Yeah.
And slept all week. Come on now. He's even moved to his couch because he snores so much his wife can't sleep at night. Look at him, man. Give it up.
Spare bedroom.
It's a man right here who's working on. He's working on 12 hours of sleep this week, right here. Look at him.
Spare bedroom.
How about that?
Still sleeping on a bigger bed than Stan. Can't believe you put your father-in-law on a
full size. He's in the restroom. Let's calm down. But no, we're having a good time. Coming up, if you're in the building or you're on the way, you probably got 10 minutes before we do our final raffle drawing, and that drawing is for the C.J. Stroud signed game helmet. It's a Texans helmet. Your chance to win that. That's our final prize. As soon as this segment ends, we will be hooking somebody up with that prize coming up. So stay tuned. Here, if you're in the building, you haven't signed, you might want to do that if you're on the way. I wouldn't say you need to get dangerous and wreck or anything, but you ain't got that much time. I'm just going to say that to get your name in. This fella, he might get his name in, right? I don't think he's interested in C.J. Stroud helmet. I think he came
to
work and get some money here. All right, I do want to get to our game picks, but I want to hit this first, and you can also participate on this on the text line 713-572-4610. Those on YouTube and Twitch as well. Before we get to the game picks, I see many of you on there, Texans. I see 31-17. I see 27-24. I'm seeing all kinds of scores for the Texans. The Texans got it. I just want to know how. How does it happen? Like you had to sit there. I was at the gym today. Shout out to my man Kobe, who is one of the greatest bodybuilding bodies I've ever seen in my life. I know I will never reach that in my life. I said to him, "How they gonna win?" He said, "I give you two reasons. One, special teams. Two, I think we'll be able to make big plays on their defense." All right, I want to hear from you. Clint, I know you got it in your mind. Chris, I know you have it in your mind, but unfortunately, with our time constraints, you're not going to be able to let us and the people know why you believe the Texans would win the game, so you have to sit back and hold those to yourself. But, people, you can text in and let us know how you feel on why you believe they win. How? How will it happen? How do the Texans win this game in a game in which they are 9.5-point underdogs on the road at Baltimore? How does it happen, Clint?
Efficient and clean early with a steady dose of Devin Singletary. He's going to run the ball better than expected. And then it's all about C.J. Stroud in the big moments. At the end of the first half, I'll take a little something, but in the fourth quarter, it's C.J. Stroud being special and doing what we saw against Tampa, doing what we saw against Atlanta, doing some of the things that we've seen him do this year in terms of just, hey, the moment is here. Let me put a drive together. We saw him do it. Was it Indianapolis when the drive, I said the best drive of the year with the Nico Collins catches.
The Singletary touchdown. Yep.
That right there. So I think from CJ, just do what you've been doing. Be efficient, be clean, be on time. If they do dial up pressure, have answers. Don't try to do too much. And in the critical moments, big moments, into the first half, into the game, CJ's special. They win the ball game. But Devin Singletary is the key. If he's able to, which I think he will be, able to run the ball effectively in a complementary fashion, this Texans offense can score points.
Yep. All right. So efficient early, but CJ stepping up with Devin Singletary having to do some things.
Not worried about this defense from a pass rush perspective. Not worried about them.
The Ravens?
Yeah, the team we're playing this week. That doesn't bother me. I think we got a plan.
They did lead the NFL in sacks and pressures.
About 5 teams in the league are actually trying to win. The rest of them don't know what the hell's going on.
They're hiring defensive coordinators as offensive coordinators and quarterback coaches.
That's one team.
Well, I mean, that is a very good example of what a lot of these teams are doing. However, the one guy I am worried about is Justin Madubuike inside. That's it. I'm not worried about Clowney. I'm not worried about the pressures that they're going to dial up. I think CJ will be ready and have answers. Madubuike in the middle, double-digit sacks.
13.
He is an absolute problem. That guy's got to be handled up front.
Well, he's a problem because that's the problem area for the Texans. My man right here just asked, is this Ravens defense better than the Browns? I think so, especially when it comes to where the Texans struggles are, right? The linebackers are the best in the league in the middle of the field with what they do with blitzing and tackling and all that. And the game that we always look at, see, when you look at Myles Garrett and Zadarius Smith, they're actually probably going to the strength of where the Texans' offensive line is. That's Laramie Tunsil and George Fant. They'd have been better off maybe running Myles Garrett in the interior at times to let him go up against Dieter or Juice Scruggs. The game that comes back when you think about somebody in the middle is that Jets game, what Quentin Williams did. And Justin Madubuike is that type of a pass rusher from the inside. Like I said, 13-plus sacks this year and going to a Pro Bowl for the first time. Remember him from A&M. Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Real quick for me, I just think this has to be for me, the way the Texans win, if we come out, you and Sean are doing the post-game show, to me it's Coleridge, Bernard, Stroud, the fourth, just showed out. And he was the dude. He came out and outplayed Lamar Jackson, or at least played to the level of Lamar Jackson. And we're coming out with, talking about this dude like they talked about Patrick Mahomes, in his first couple of years, talking about him like they talked about Joe Burrow after he went in and beat the Chiefs and went to the Super Bowl. That's the type of performance that I think it will take for the Texans to win, that C.J. Stroud has been a dominant force in this game. All right, you want to give your score, or do you want to hear Tyler's first?
Oh, I'll hear Tyler's. Y'all go ahead.
All right.
I'm still thinking through it.
All right, Tyler, we gave our game scores. Tyler really jumped out early here with ours. Tyler Milner, he has the Texans winning 34-20.
T-Mill.
30 going on the road. Stop laughing. Going on the road. Tyler, and he's dead serious. It's a heart attack. I'm certain he just texted me. Yeah, he did. He just texted 34-20. In parentheses, Dalton Schultz, 2 touchdowns.
That's his Mad Dog player.
It is. It is. Yep. By the way, if you're looking, Tyler just sent us a video of him with an old fashioned. It looks like so. Tyler is ready to go in Vegas, or at least heading to Vegas. So 34-20. You ready? You want me to go?
Go ahead.
All right. Listen. You've heard me. I said I was at an 8. I do not think that this will be an embarrassing loss. I will be surprised if this is a blowout at all. But I think the Ravens are the best team in football right now, and I think they have the MVP, and I think they've shown to be the best team in football all year, and they've got a great defense to go along with their offense and their MVP. To me, 27-17, I'll go with the Ravens. 27-17.
Give it to him. Let him have it. Let him have it, y'all. Give it to him.
27-17.
Everybody that's here's been here for an hour. Y'all have heard exactly why I think the Texans have a legit shot. I'm going Texans 31-27. There you have it. Here's the Texans getting that dub. Everybody put that drink in there at one time. Go Texans, baby.
Yeah, Tyler, 34-20. What'd you say, 31-26? Is that what you said?
27.
31-27.
It's going to be a 4-point game. Take Justin Tucker off of it. It's got to be a touchdown to win it. Baltimore doesn't get it done.
Clint, Texans, 31-27. And I've got the Ravens winning 27-17. There it is. Our picks coming up. All right, Tyler, big time. And he said he was going to do Best of the Week, one of our favorite segments here. I wonder if I'm going to get out of here alive. As their best segments, we do it. Best of the week, that's coming up. And we'll finish things off getting you ready for this game tomorrow. All of that as we continue rolling on this football front. congratulations to Mackenzie, our final winner of the autographed football helmet from C.J. Stroud. Mackenzie wins our final winner. We hooked everybody up. We hooked somebody up with a Laramie Tunsil jersey. Congratulations to Jerome. And we hooked Rich up, who then hooked someone else up with a Derek Stingley Jr. Signed football, and now the C.J. Stroud helmet. So it's been a great time here at Tom's Watch Bar. You can still come down. It looks like they're just getting started too as well here as the drinks are flowing. The food is great. Come on out and enjoy yourself as we continue rolling here on this Football Friday. Once again, if you missed our picks, I haven't even checked the text line. I'm sure I'm getting lambasted right now on the text line. If you missed our picks, Tyler went for it all. 34 to 20 is where Tyler sees this game coming up on Saturday. Clint, he looks at the Texans and the Ravens 31-27. He's going with the Texans winning that game, and I got the Ravens 27-17 as we get rolling here. And hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully we are here and the Texans do pull the win off in Baltimore. Hopefully I am wrong, but we shall see. All right, Clint, you good? Tyler stepped up and did his job.
Did he?
Which we're proud of. He came in and gave us best of the week.
Best of?
He gave us the best of the week, and we had a great week. And he's got to step in, man. We get divisional round. You got to have it, which he does for sure. So one of our favorite segments we do each and every Friday to close out the week. Here is the Drive's Best of the Week.
The Best of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, it is, baby. Drive is live on this Reaction Monday. Good times out here. I see Tyler in his Victory Monday shirt. There he is. He's feeling himself right there, baby. All right, that's right.
Hey, rate that.
That's a white boy doing a Mexican call if ever I heard one, but absolutely A+ effort.
Gives a rip. I thought it was a beaut.
Hey, that's a gringo grito.
Hey, there we go. Gringo grito.
That's right, baby. It's everybody should be feeling good. Your Houston Texans are, as D'Amico said earlier, a game away from playing in a game that the Texans have never played in, the AFC Championship game.
And that's it. Domination to the divisional round. The Houston Texans take apart Cleveland 45-14 as the sensational season continues. The greatest playoff performance in Texans history just took place before our eyes. And now it's on to the next round.
Hey, them Texans won. Guess what today is, boy?
What is that?
6 weeks.
Boner alert.
Yeah, that's what today is. Saturday was 6 weeks. Not only do we have a kick-ass Reaction Monday lined up after a playoff dub.
Clint,
Hey.
Just need a few minutes, huh?
It's 6 weeks, boys. Woo! And we got a Texas dub. Get the hell out. And we got playoff football tonight live on TV. God.
We do. Listen.
Let's go and knock these three hours out so your boy can get to the crib.
You think Houston's the only place that plays 12 o'clock games? You affected the game. With your energy, you could see it from the players on the field. You affected the game. Take your ass in the stadium. Get there on time. Yeah, Ron, in Baltimore and Philly, it starts at 1. Okay, all right.
That man brought the time zones into the discussion. Shout out to Roosevelt for this time zone.
No, that's it.
Well done.
Get the Eastern time zone right, man.
If we're having enough fun at the tailgate, I am one guy that will entertain maybe being a tad bit late. I just am. I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
We're going to be out again, bud.
Where we at?
Well, what'd you think about Tom's Watch Bar? Tyler, you think we can talk to Boss Man? It's playoffs, man. You think we can talk to Boss Man into maybe letting you slide out there?
That'd be fun.
Maybe just half the show.
But I'm going to be in Vegas, my friend.
Yeah, he ain't going to be there.
I will be in Vegas on Friday. The drive will be Tylerless.
Not tireless, Tylerless. That is great. I'll be damned.
Our guy Brandon Scott joins the drive. He let the cat out a bit there. Is that not right? Let the cat out of the bag?
No, it was.
Oh, okay. Let the cat out of the bag. Oh, okay.
Hey, don't be like Cam Newton said, let the cat out of the hat. He go Dr. Seuss and nursery rhymes on you.
Man, what is him and Jay doing with that hair, man? Can they just get their hair? Anyway.
Cortez, Jenkins, Stroud.
We're not going to let the cat out the hat. Cat out the hat.
In-laws are hanging out. They're staying with us. Got the grandkids having a good time. We had a dilemma. We've got our room, and we have the king-size bed. My daughter, she's got a nice full-size bed.
You just put them both in a full?
We'll put them in the full.
I think you should put another cot or something in there.
If they want a king-size bed, if they want a bigger bed, they can go to a hotel.
They want to stay in the same.
You're dead ass serious.
They want to eat. They want to eat breakfast with their kids and their grandkids.
Get up early and get to the house.
They want to. Yeah.
If I'm under my own roof, I'm sleeping in my own damn bed.
You slept on a crapper before.
I didn't sleep on a crapper. That is a fib that you pass along to the listeners.
You took a nap.
I didn't take a nap. They shut the bar down while I was taking a dump.
Coming up. Let me tell you this. Don't lose focus, Tyler. If there is no best of the week tomorrow, I'm just going to snap. Damn, Tyler.
I like a good time. I like to have a party. You know?
I know you do.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well done again. As always, Tyler comes through the best of the week. I think my father-in-law sitting right here just missed that whole one right there. Just missed the whole thing. Hey, God, maybe he's got his hearing aids off right there, baby. There we go. He missed that whole thing.
Either that or he's just learned to tune your ass out over time.
There he is. He's tuned me smooth out right there. He tuned me smooth.
He's like, oh, hell, I've been doing this for years, man.
Oh, he does. He turns them down. I've said he's told me. I turned him down. He's turned him down. No, it's been a great week, and I'm getting I don't know why I get enjoyment out of some of the people on the text line when they roll through. Somebody said, Tyler, as if Tyler's here. Tyler, can we get rid of Ron and trade him for somebody from Houston?
Make a trade for Ron. It'd have to be a hell of a deal. I've been around Houston for a while. It'd have to be a hell of a deal. I'm going to be honest with you.
You better. Yeah, it'll take more than you think.
Yeah.
It'll take more than you think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can I tell you how sick and tired I am of this Baltimore hype? I am so sick.
The hype?
Yes. I mean, and it's not even. Look, I mean, Tyler's the don't disrespect the Texans. I'm not nothing against the folks that get pissed off because they take it as disrespect. I'm not taking anything as disrespect. I'm just sick and tired. I looked up there a while ago, 80% chance that the Ravens win. I watch NFL Network this morning. They're all picking the damn Ravens and then saying that it would take a Ravens, just disastrous outing for the Texans to have a chance or the Texans to win.
Yeah, I don't
Get the hell out of here.
I don't. Like I said, in my scores, I said 27-17. Coming up behind us, by the way, Texans All Access, John Harris has you covered. He'll get you ready. Only God knows where he is. Boy, he's probably Johnny's probably got himself. He gonna have himself in a real lather, ready for this game. I mean, Johnny gets into it. So John Harris coming up behind us, Texans All Access. No, I said this earlier. I would be surprised, and I think Baltimore is a really, really good football team. And they have, and I'll be honest, they have done this a lot. They have beat the hell out of teams where, like a lot of people, like to that person earlier who said, hey, Lamar's numbers are the same passing numbers or like CJ's numbers are, but Lamar has skipped about 6 fourth quarters this year because they have just been annihilating teams. So they've done it before, but I would be really surprised if this game gets away from it. I'd be surprised that if we're in the second half and it's over. That we're sitting in the second half the way we were last week with Cleveland, it's over. Like I would be surprised either way that happens. So no, I don't think this is just a boy, man. The only way the Texans can win is if they get 5 turnovers and Lamar sprains an ankle and he is not the same. Or no, I don't think that. But I do think they're a better football team, and they've shown that all year.
I think that's fair. I think top to bottom, their resume is more convincing.
And I think right now they would be the 1 seed in the entire NFL, and I don't think there'd be a whole lot of argument. I do think they are a beatable football team. And I say that from the Texans' perspective. Clearly, they're really, really, really good. When they're good, everything's on. They're really, really good and can beat anybody. But I trust D'Amico's going to throw some tough looks at Lamar and make it really tough on Lamar. And we'll see if he's up to the task and up to answer the bell. See if he can make enough plays with his feet to offset some of the other stuff. We'll see. I just think it's a much more like I don't think, Ron, we talked about earlier, like that 9.5 points. I don't think this is a 9.5 point game. I thought it was fair.
I'm surprised it hasn't
I could
moved.
get you to 6.5. I could get you 6.5, 7, and feel good about it. But 9.5, like I said, that was Pittsburgh last week.
Yeah, I'm surprised it has not moved down. It was not. I think it's gone up. It was 9 Monday.
I think it went to 9 and it went back to 9.5. Yeah, no,
yeah.
I agree with you. I mean, I think it's a much more even match than 9.5 point spread in Vegas, and a much more even. The even's not fair because Baltimore is the better team, I think. But I think it's a much more winnable game than it's not even the picks for me. It's the conversations around it that really got me flustered this morning. I mean, it had me good and flustered when we started.
And I'll tell you, and it's interesting because people in Baltimore, they feel the same way. They feel like all that's being talked about is what happened in 2019, and that Lamar's 1-3, and that C.J. Stroud is the best.
Well,
the talk is about C.J. and not their MVP. And for those, I would like to say, for those of you who are saying that I'm picking against them because I hate Houston sports, it's first off, grow up. Second, there is nothing more than I would dream that we get in here Monday and that the Houston Texans and the Kansas City Chiefs are in the AFC Championship game. There is nothing more.
Well, we'd love that'd be another solid week, wouldn't it, Bum?
There is nothing more. Like that is my dream scenario. But I ain't gonna make my pick on hope. Like that's what I hope to happen. But no, that would be what I would like to see. All right, to have happen. All right, guys, thank you. Congratulations on all our winners. Thank you for everybody here that